This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Interstellar 8023. Eternal Night Zone. Outside the window is a turbulent meteorite belt. Meteorites spinning in the rapids are clanging against the specially made metal bulkheads of the passenger ship, making a loud noise that makes people's hair stand on end. Lan Lan grabbed her seat belt nervously, and her dark eyes looked at the large and small meteorite fragments outside the cabin window in panic. Pa! A meteorite hit the glass of her window. Lan Lan was so scared that her hair almost stood up, and she quickly buried her head and closed her eyes. The meteorite fragments did not break the glass. As the passenger ship continued to move forward, the meteorite was quickly left behind. Lan Lan opened one eye to peek, and saw that the meteorite was gone, and there was not even a scratch on the glass. She couldn't help but slightly open her mouth, and touch the glass window carefully with her short little hand. Hee hee. A low laugh suddenly sounded beside her. Lan Lan quickly withdrew her hand, and looked at her neighbor on the right with a red face. Her neighbor was a teenager who had just boarded the ship at the previous stop. Kid, are you alone? The boy was originally wearing holographic glasses to browse the star network. He wanted to drink water in the middle of the journey. When he took off his glasses, he saw the little girl sitting next to him, who looked like she had never seen the world. Touching the glass window, Lan Lan had not had much contact with strangers. She bit her lips and clenched her soft hands nervously. Yeah. The boy looked around. Where are your adults? Can underage children ride the starship by themselves? Did you sneak up here? Lan Lan's eyes widened, and she quickly denied. I didn't. I bought a ticket. As she spoke, the 4-year-old girl took out a carefully folded boarding ticket from the small pocket of her clothes. It had her name, and the name of the station where she boarded the ship. The boy glanced at the ticket, and was about to tease the silly little girl again. Suddenly, the light brain on his wrist lit up. It was his friend who asked him to watch the live broadcast. The boy was no longer interested in the little girl, put on his holographic glasses again, and talked to his friend. This fatal training ground has been broadcast for more than 50 days. This training is very special. Not only did many second-generation geniuses with super strength come, but even the crown prince of the empire participated in the competition in person. However, as the intensity of the training continues to increase, geniuses are falling almost every day, and the crown prince has been in a high-risk situation for 3 consecutive days. Returning to the live broadcast, the boy saw that the crown prince encountered the Wind Red Wolf pack. The crown prince was already exhausted, and the sharp teeth of the wolves were right behind him. It can be seen that he can't hold on for much longer. The boy sighed a little, hoping that the crown prince would not hold on any longer, and quickly admit defeat and withdraw from the competition. Once he announced his withdrawal, a warship would pick him up, and he could at least save his life. Ship ticket, Lan Lan murmured, still holding the small ticket in her hand. But obviously, the little brother next to her had ignored her. Lan Lan lowered her head, and had to quietly fold the ticket in her hand, and put it back in her pocket. This is Lan Lan's first time to go out. Lan Lan has lived in the Death Star since she was born. The parents of the Death Star like Lan Lan very much. Even the warden father, who always has a stern face and carries a laser gun with him at all times, and shoots anyone who doesn't obey, will let Lan Lan ride on his neck and take her to play everywhere. Lan Lan is 4 years old this year, but she is very short and has not grown in a year. Even if she drinks a lot of milk and eats a lot of porridge, she still doesn't grow. Everyone said that the mutation radiation of the Death Star affected Lan Lan's development. After discussing, the parents decided that for Lan Lan good, Lan Lan must be sent out of the Death Star. Then yesterday, Lan Lan was carried to this starship by the warden father. The ship ticket was bought by the warden father. The warden father asked Lan Lan to take the ticket well. He said that someone on the ship would check the ticket. If there is no ticket, you may be kicked off the starship. Lan Lan had always kept the receipt well, and put it together with the receipt and a note. On the note was an address, which was the address of the uncle who came to pick up Lan Lan after getting off the starship. The warden father said that the person who came to pick up Lan Lan must accurately say the place name on the address, and Lan Lan could go with the other party. Otherwise the other party was a liar, and Lan Lan must not go with the other party. Lan Lan remembered these instructions very clearly, and she had memorized the address on the note. The little brother next to her seemed very excited. Lan Lan saw that he was nervously clenching his fists. wearing holographic glasses, and didn't know what he was looking at. But his face was full of excitement. They had passed the meteorite belt, and it was dark outside the window, and there was nothing. Lan Lan thought about it, and rolled up his sleeves, revealing the cartoon watch on his left wrist. Lan Lan also has a light computer, which was bought for her by the warden's father. It is a children's light computer, although it cannot connect to the star network and can only make calls and send messages. It can play Minesweeper. Lan Lan has no headphones or holographic glasses, so she throws the light computer into the air, shrinks it to a size that will not affect others, and then taps the blocks on it with her little hands and plays Minesweeper obediently. At the same time, she also pricked up her ears and paid close attention to the announcements on the radio to ensure that she would not miss her stop. The starship drove for another half a day and finally arrived at Asia Star. When Lan Lan got off the ship, the little brother next to her was still immersed in the world of the light computer and had not taken off his glasses. Lan Lan did not want to disturb him, so she pressed her little body against the wall and rubbed out from in front of the little brother's knees little by little. When she ran to the door clumsily, Lan Lan repeatedly confirmed with the beautiful blonde, blue-eyed, and extremely white-skinned flight attendant, "Sister, please ask, is this Yaxing?" The flight attendant smiled and said, "Yes, this is Yaxing. Are you getting off the ship at Yaxing?" "Yes." Lan Lan nodded her head heavily, stretched out her short legs, held the handrail beside her with her little hands, and walked down the stairs carefully one step at a time. After reaching the bottom, Lan Lan turned around and waved to the flight attendant from a distance while tiptoeing. The flight attendant smiled at the bottom of her eyes. This human cub was so cute. Much cuter than their vampire cubs. Lan Lan remembered what the warden's father said. After getting off the starship, Lan Lan sat in the lobby and waited. Someone would come to pick her up. Lan Lan sat obediently on the high lounge chair at the exit. She held her small bag in her arms, and her two little feet were suspended in the air because they were too short. She tried hard to look at the various adults around her, and her eyes were almost dazzled. Wow! Is this the big planet? There are so many people. She waited from dusk to night, and it was already dark outside. But Lan Lan still didn't wait for anyone to pick her up. Lan Lan's stomach began to get hungry. She covered her flat belly, looked at the gradually decreasing number of pedestrians in the hall, and the staff who began to lock the side door. She was a little at a loss. After thinking about it, Lan Lan took out the small note from her pocket. The friend of the warden's father must be too busy, so he forgot to pick up Lan Lan. It doesn't matter. Lan Lan can go there by herself according to this address. Lan Lan knows some words. She has studied the first grade course with the most educated Dr. Val's father on the Death Star. Lan Lan knows all the words on the address. Number 222. Wongjio Lane. District 8. South Asia Star. Lan Lan carried her small backpack, jumped off the high chair clumsily, and walked out of the gate quickly before the staff locked the door. There was a lot of traffic outside, and many hovercrafts were flying in the sky. Lan Lan looked around for a long time and finally found the bus station. There was also a bus station in the Death Star. The Death Star was very large. When the warden father was patrolling, he sometimes drove himself and sometimes took the bus. There were more than a dozen bus routes at the entrance of the Starship station. Lan Lan tried hard to identify the signs on each bus, but she didn't know all the words. Finally, Lan Lan walked to the door of the small shop selling nutrient solution, raised her little head high, and asked the saleswoman at the counter, "Sister, do you know which bus to take to number 222 Wongjio Lane? District 8. Asia Star?" The business in the store was quiet, and the saleswoman was taking time to watch the live broadcast of Fatal Training Ground. When she heard it, she didn't even raise her head and pointed forward casually. "Over there." Lan Lan looked over there and saw a bus parked. She grinned, showing her white millet teeth, and said happily, "Thank you, sister." After that, she ran towards the bus. After getting on the bus, Lan Lan took out the money that Death Star's parents had collected for her, and took out a 1 yuan Interstellar coin. With a ding-dong sound, she threw it into the coin box of the bus. Before the bus left, the driver also took advantage of this rare time to watch Fatal Training Ground. He happened to see the prince kill another wind-red wolf. He was enjoying it, and suddenly heard the sound of a coin being inserted. The driver glanced casually and didn't see anyone. He thought that the person had already entered, so he didn't take it seriously and continued to watch the live broadcast. After Lan Lan, who was completely blocked by the coin box, put the small wallet back into her small bag, put it on her back again, and then walked into the empty car. Hey, there are so few people in the car. It must be because it's too late. And there are few people on the late bus. After finding a single seat and sitting down, Lan Lan grabbed the note in her hand and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Soon the bell rang, and the driver finally turned off the live broadcast reluctantly and sent the bus. The suspended bus soared into the sky, but the interior was very stable, without any bumps. Lan Lan had never seen the scenery of a big planet, and she leaned against the window all the way, looking at the lights and neon lights outside in amazement. Suspended cars, suspended flying saucers, suspended restaurants, and bustling people on the streets. The big screen in the city played a colorful and beautiful advertisement for mecha maintenance agents. Lan Lan felt that she only had one pair of eyes, and she missed something after looking at this. She was so dazzled that she almost forgot she was hungry because she was looking so hard. Next stop. The final stop. District 8. The sound of the car radio rang in her ears, and Lan Lan, who was immersed in the glitz and glamour of the big planet, came back to her senses. She looked at the note in her hand. South District 8. That's District 8. She will get off at the next stop. Lan Lan sat up straight and waited to get off at the next stop. It seemed that because it was the final stop, the last stop was particularly far away. It took another 30 minutes to drive to the second to last stop. The scenery outside the window also changed from a magnificent and beautiful city to a dark country road. The suspension car finally stopped, and a gentle female voice came from the car radio. The terminal, District 8, has arrived. The vehicle will stop for 1 minute. Passengers who are getting off, please get off one by one. Lan Lan looked around and saw that she was the only one on the bus. She stood obediently by the back door. When the suspension car stopped, she held the railing and walked carefully with her short legs to get off the bus. A minute later, the bus drove away. Lan Lan stood next to the deserted bus stop. There was not even a street lamp around. She scratched her head in confusion. It didn't look like this place was inhabited. Chapter 2. Have you called? Has it not been connected yet? In the lobby of the Yaxing Starship base, a middle-aged man in his 40s asked his younger brother anxiously. The younger brother was also very worried. Boss, the communication is still not connected. Did the little girl lose her optical computer? Hey, I said we should come earlier. The middle-aged man kicked the younger brother. Do you mean to blame me? The younger brother did not dare to speak. The middle-aged man was so angry. Damn Starship app. It clearly said that this starship will be delayed for 4 hours. How did I know it would not be delayed again? The younger brother said dryly. Then boss, what should we do now? The middle-aged man roared. Keep calling the kid until she answers. Damn it. If Big Brother knew that I lost his child, he would skin me alive. Forget it. I call. Answer the call. Little ancestor, you answer the call. Lan Lan was already very tired. She had been wandering around in this dark place since she got off the bus. She turned on her optical computer screen and used the white light leaking from the screen to illuminate the road under her feet. She didn't notice that the optical computer had no signal. And she didn't know that the optical computer could still have no signal. It's just that the light of the optical computer was still too weak, and she couldn't see farther. But as she walked to an unknown place, Lan Lan heard some sounds. If there is a sound, there is someone, and someone can ask for directions. Lan Lan walked and walked, and soon she finally saw who made the sound. The white light of the optical brain illuminated the pile of weeds in front of her. In the pile of weeds, a half-hidden puppy was half exposed, revealing half of its bloody body. It lay there weakly, whimpering unconsciously, with its wounds hideous and miserable. Lan Lan was a little confused, because she had walked a long way on the mountain road. Her white and tender face was a little dirty. She was only 10 steps away from the puppy, probably noticing someone approaching. The puppy opened its green eyes vigilantly and stared forward. Lan Lan looked at the puppy. The puppy also looked at Lan Lan. The desire to survive of animals made the puppy subconsciously want to run when it saw an enemy of a different species. But as soon as it moved, it immediately let out a painful muffled cry, which was shrill. You don't move. Lan Lan looked at the puppy bleeding waste in panic, a little at a loss. What's wrong with you? Lan Lan took a step forward cautiously. As she approached, the puppy struggled even harder. It ignored the severe pain in its body and insisted on standing up. But it had no strength and fell back to the ground heavily, bleeding more from its waist. Lan Lan was anxious. You really don't move. I'm not a bad person. Lan Lan walked a few steps to the puppy, and her soft little hand pressed the puppy back with some force to prevent it from getting up. The puppy was very angry, and a threatening growl came out of its throat. It tried to turn its head and bite Lan Lan's hand, but it couldn't even do such a simple action. It whimpered sadly twice, and finally fell back to the ground in despair. It had escaped so far, but it was going to die in the hands of this weak human. It whimpered even louder, waiting painfully for this human to slaughter it. Lan Lan saw that the puppy had softened, so she touched the puppy back hair very lightly. There are people who keep dogs on Death Star. The richest Sophia mother has 3 big dogs. Lan Lan likes to play with the big dogs the most. Every time she goes to Sophia mother house, she will sit on the big dog back, and the big dog will carry her around. This little dog is only half the size of the big dog at Sophia mother house. Lan Lan thinks it should be a little puppy. Little puppies should be protected, just like the parents on Death Star said. Lan Lan is a little baby, so all parents should protect Lan Lan. Lan Lan continued to stroke the puppy back hair, and she soothed softly, "Little dog, don't be afraid. Wait until you get better. Lan Lan will take you home to find your mother. Okay?" The sad green eyes of the puppy have completely closed because of the loss of vitality, and it fainted. Lan Lan stood up at this time, raised her watchlight brain, and looked around to find something. But she couldn't find it. "Little dog, wait for me. I'll be back soon." Lan Lan trotted further away. She was afraid that she would not be able to find the way back if she walked too far. So she threw stones on the ground while walking. Found it. It was a cluster of green plants. Lan Lan squatted down and dug out the green grass. She dug a lot of it in a row, then ran back to the little dog, who was only breathing weakly. Putting the grass on a stone slab, Lan Lan smashed it with a stone, and then applied the green grass mud to the injured waist and abdomen of the little dog. After doing all this, the puppy still didn't move. Lan Lan stared at it for a long time, so long that she felt a little sleepy. Finally, Lan Lan yawned loudly, with some physiological tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. She sat down on the ground, her body close to the puppy, and sleepily leaned her head against the puppy head and fell asleep. The next day, Lan Lan was awakened by a stream of hot air sprayed on her face. She opened her eyes confusedly, and what she saw was a pair of violent and murderous green animal eyes. Below the green animal eyes was a tall nose, and the hot air that suffocated people was sprayed from this nostril, spraying on Lan Lan's face. Lan Lan felt a little smelly. Lan Lan hadn't woken up yet. She vaguely stretched out her hand. Under the cold gaze of the beast's pupils, her soft little hand touched the high nose in front of her. Lan Lan muttered, "Little dog, you're awake." The little dog didn't move. It just stared at the human. It bared its teeth, and some saliva oozed out from the edge of its knife-like fangs. The teeth of the wind-red wolf are poisonous, which can corrode and paralyze the enemy. It knew that as long as it exerted force, it could bite off the human neck and make her unable to move. But it didn't know whether it should bite. Lan Lan didn't know that the little dog wanted to bite her to death. She barely sat up and looked at the wound on the little dog's waist. There was still some green grass juice there, but most of the grass mud had disappeared. I don't know if it fell off or was licked off by the little dog. Lan Lan was not happy. That's medicine. It should be applied to the wound so that it will heal. Little dog, you can't mess with it. When Lan Lan taught the little dog a lesson, her round cheeks puffed up, and she even stretched out a finger and tapped the little dog's nose. Achoo! The wind-red wolf sneezed because he felt uncomfortable. Lan Lan thought it was so cute, touched its big head, and got up. "Lie down. I apply medicine to you again." Last night, Lan Lan dug a lot of grass and came back. She turned around and mashed the remaining grass on the stone slab, then looked back at the little dog, who was still standing tall behind her. "Sit down," Lan Lan said. The wind-red wolf did not move. It stretched its head to smell the herbs in her hand, and realized that it was something that made it feel comfortable yesterday. So it hesitated and sat down. But its back hair was still blown up, and it was always in an attacking posture. Lan Lan removed the original grass and mud from the puppy wound, and then carefully covered it with new medicine, saying, "You can't move now. You need to rest for at least half a day before you can leave. Otherwise the wound will split and continue to bleed. Don't worry, puppy. Lan Lan will definitely take you to find your mother. Lan Lan will not abandon you." After applying the medicine, Lan Lan opened her small backpack and took out a bottle of honeydew melon-flavored nutrient solution from it. Yaya's mother was afraid that Lan Lan couldn't carry it, so she only put 5 bottles of Lan Lan favorite nutrient solution. "Lan Lan will give you 1 bottle." Lan Lan opened the bottle of nutrient solution, poured the viscous liquid full of honeydew melon flavor into her hand, and then handed it to the puppy. Feng Qilang only smelled it, and immediately licked the little girl palm fiercely. This liquid has energy, which all mutant beasts need. Lan Lan felt that her palm was itchy, so she gave the whole bottle of nutrient solution to the puppy, then wiped her hands, opened another bottle, and ate it herself. Lan Lan was hungry yesterday at the starship base, but she was reluctant to eat the nutrient solution prepared by Yaya's mother. She wanted to wait until she missed her parents on the Death Star and then eat it. But now she can't save it. She is too hungry. The puppy is injured and can't not eat. After finishing 2 bottles of nutrient solution, Lan Lan put away the remaining 3 bottles. Noticing the puppy reaching out to grab the nutrient solution, Lan Lan quickly blocked the puppy, zipped up the backpack very seriously, and said, "Don't eat anymore. There will be no more after you finish eating. We need to save it for later when we are hungry." Feng Qilang's green eyes showed a cold light again. The nature of animals to protect food made it want to bite off the human neck again, and then eat her and the 3 bottles of delicious water together. Okay. We will eat at noon." Lan Lan touched the puppy's stiff head, kissed the puppy nose, and hugged its neck with a smile. "Let's sleep for a while. When your wound is better, we can go on the road to find your mother." This human was too close, and Feng Qilang sat down again uncomfortably. After a while, it found that this human was unconsciously shrinking into its arms, holding the gray hair on its front with its little hands, and fell asleep with a little snore. Realizing that the human had no intention of attacking, the wind-red wolf finally let down its fur. It was still a little hungry, and couldn't help but lick the palm of the human hand, which still had some residual energy smell. As it licked, it closed its eyes and put its head against the human head. Its body was still in pain, and it was actually very tired. When it woke up again, it was already noon. Lan Lan opened another bottle of nutrient solution, half for her and half for the puppy, and they drank a bottle together. There were only 2 bottles of nutrient solution left, and Lan Lan didn't dare to waste it anymore, so she ate very sparingly. She checked the puppy wound again, and it was no longer bleeding, and the wound was also showing a tendency to scab. She pricked the puppy wound slightly with the small clothes in the backpack, and Lan Lan stood up. "Little dog, let's go. Can you smell the direction of your mother?" The wind-red wolf walked forward slowly. Because of the injury, it couldn't walk too fast, so at this speed, the short-handed and short-legged young human could just keep up. They walked for a long time, until Lan Lan couldn't walk anymore. "Do you still want to go up the mountain?" Lan Lan supported her knees, looked at the high hillside, and then looked back at the foot of the mountain. From her angle, she could only see a barren area at the foot of the mountain, without a single house. Is this really Wangzhou Lane in the South 8th District? It really looks like no one lives there. Woo! The puppy in front barked. Lan Lan turned around and found a tall fence on a higher mountain. "Is your mother inside the fence? Let's go." Lan Lan tried to keep moving forward. The man and the wolf quickly approached the fence, and then they got in through a huge broken net at the lower right corner of the fence. Soon, they entered a denser forest. Damn. The experienced stadium maintenance worker, carrying his maintenance tools, hummed a song while walking towards the protective net on the west side of the stadium. Yesterday, on Fatal Training Ground, the Crown Prince of the Empire encountered a group of wind-red wolves. Both sides ran to the border protective net on the west side of the stadium. During the fight, the aging protective net was knocked open by a wind-red wolf, because they were worried that there were still wind-red wolves wandering around. The maintenance worker didn't dare to come to repair it until today. Seeing the huge hole, the maintenance worker skillfully used tools to repair the broken net. After half an hour of hard work, he wiped the sweat from his head, looked at the direction of the stadium, and sighed, "I don't know if anyone can pass this training match. If it goes on like this group of second-generation geniuses will really die. Alas. Chapter 3. The hot search section on StarNet has been dominated by content related to Deadly Training Ground for 2 consecutive months. Today is the same. Just this morning, the Marshal eldest son, Major Ye Ling, who had just escaped from Fenghua Mountain to the inland jungle, finally collapsed outside the man-eating forest in the south of the dense forest because of the 10-day-long journey and the increasingly unbearable mental trauma. Everyone knew that Major Ye Ling would definitely die this time. Not to mention how bloodthirsty and cruel the man-eating giant trees in the man-eating forest are. Just take Major Ye Ling injuries. In the training ground without any medical supplies, he might not be able to hold on for even an hour with such a fatal injury. The people on StarNet were all shocked. Did the organizer just ignore it? Major Ye Ling just fainted. He is not dead. Hurry up and save him. Do you want to watch him die in the cannibal forest? Although I am also very sad about the death of Major Ye Ling. He did not press the button to quit the competition. According to the regulations, the official cannot interfere. How can you press the button when you are fainted? I testify that Major Ye Ling touched his light brain before he fainted. He must have wanted to press the button to quit. But he didn't have time. Please, organizers, please save him. Before participating in the competition, each contestant signed a life and death contract. Even if Major Ye Ling really wanted to quit and didn't have time to press the button, he can only blame him for bad luck. Such things have happened before. Woohoo! Stop talking. My R's had already picked up his optical computer. He could have quit. But he was just 1 second away. Just that 1 second away. In the end, that bastard Rick got the advantage. Speaking of which, Rick has done this kind of thing more than once. It is obvious that everyone's enemy is the mutant monster in the training ground. But he often points his spearhead at other contestants. But our Rick is not against the rules. The fans of the rookie should be restrained. Your master is too rookie and was killed by the mutant beast. But you don't allow our Rick to pick up the equipment on the ground. Right? People like Rick still have fans. Birds of a feather flock together. It's really funny. Rick approach is what a strong person should do. It's better to act decisively and maximize benefits than those indecisive and procrastinating idiots. Yes, I'm talking about you, Major Ye Ling. If you don't quit the competition early, you deserve to die. The organizers must not rescue Major Ye Ling. It was agreed before the live broadcast that no one can save him without the button. Or does the Marshal son have the privilege? Some netizens feel sorry for Major Ye Ling, while others wish that Major Ye Ling would die sooner. After all, the Marshal has many political enemies. There are many people in other parties that are opposed to the Marshal Party and are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. The death of another genius, mourning for Major Ye Ling, soon became the #1 hot search on the Star Network. In the central hall of the capital Star, the conference hall was dead silent. The 300-year-old first Marshal was in his prime. His face was gloomy, and his ice blue eyes stared at his son's face that was gradually losing color on the big screen. With a swish, a vine of a man-eating tree stretched out from not far away, and the sharp branches of the vine suddenly pierced the boy who fainted on the ground. The brown branches were soon stained with blood, and then the vines wrapped around the almost lifeless boy and rushed into the depths of the denser forest. The conference hall became increasingly silent. The sweaty subordinate held a communicator in his hand and asked tentatively, "Marshal, should we call the organizer now?" The child was taken away by the man-eating tree. If he was not rescued, he would really be gone, even though he knew it was against the rules. The subordinate thought that the Marshal should still let him make this call. What call? The gloomy voice that was suppressed to the extreme slowly sounded in the huge conference hall. Life and death are determined by fate, and he will go by himself. Having said this, the cold and solemn man who had been tough for most of his life suddenly stood up and turned around and walked out of the conference hall that was as quiet as a tomb. The Marshal didn't plan to watch the following scenes. He couldn't watch his eldest son, whom he relied on and trusted the most, being eaten away bit by bit by the greedy man-eating trees. Even he, who was decisive in killing, couldn't do it. The light net on his wrist vibrated again. He looked at his wife's name on the call tiredly and pressed the button to refuse to answer. At the same time, in the Marshal mansion, the Marshal wife had already burst into tears. She had asked the servants to make more than a dozen calls, but her husband still didn't answer. "Why didn't you answer? That's our son. Do you really want him to die like this?" The Marshal's second son and third daughter accompanied their mother with red eyes. They couldn't bear to watch the live broadcast. The eldest brother failed. He shouldn't have gone to this competition from the beginning. What do you mean by making your father proud and shutting up those people? Wouldn't it be possible to prove yourself by winning a few more battles? Why do you have to go to a fatal training match? This devilish place. Is it possible for normal people to go there? Gradually, the crying in the mansion became more and more, and the servants couldn't help but wipe their tears. Hey, little dog, do you see anyone over there? Just when everyone was crying out of breath, a soft and tender female voice suddenly came out from the huge and loud speaker of the holographic light screen. The masters and servants of the Marshal mansion were startled. The Marshal wife, with tears in her eyes, raised her head. In her hazy vision, she looked at the live broadcast light screen in confusion. The girl who came out of the dense green jungle, about 3 or 4 years old, short and small, with a little gray face. The Marshal wife was stunned. The Marshal's second son and third daughter were also stunned. The other servants in the Marshal mansion were stunned. The crying stopped abruptly. The Star Network also exploded at this moment. What the hell? What is this? A little kid? Why did I see a kid in the training ground? Is this a contestant? Aren't contestants in the training ground required to be over 18 years old? At organizer. What's going on? Where is this kid from? Why haven't I seen this kid before? No matter where this kid comes from. Kid, run! This is the man-eating forest. The man-eating tree has eaten Major Ye Ling, and it's going to eat you. The Star Network hot search, and the live broadcast barrage of the deadly training ground suddenly exploded. The public tagged the organizer crazily, but the organizer was also confused. They used the background screening mode, but did not find any information about the little girl who suddenly appeared among the contestants. They even checked all the shots, but could not find where the little girl entered the stadium. At the same time, the Marshal had smoked 6 cigarettes in the corridor. Cigarettes are not good things. I heard that humans on ancient Earth also smoked, but their cigarettes were a kind of grass, while cigarettes in the interstellar world are a chemical substance that can soothe people's nerves. But if you eat too much of this kind of thing, it will be extremely harmful to the body. The Marshal has quit smoking for a long time, but today, he couldn't stop smoking. A thin smoke filled the air. He extinguished the cigarette butt, shaking his fingers, and was about to take the 7th cigarette when the door at the staircase was suddenly pushed open. His deputy general gasped in shock and stammered to him, "Yuan. Marshal. Live broadcast straight." The Marshal heart skipped a beat. Ye Ling has already? No. Not. The deputy general couldn't explain clearly, and regardless of any usurpation, he grabbed his boss's arm and hurriedly pulled him back to the conference hall. The hall was already in chaos at this time, and everyone was talking. And the Marshal also saw the picture on the big screen at this time. His brows were tightly furrowed. How did a little girl appear in the fatal training ground? Also, the one following this little girl, wasn't it the leader of the Wind Red Wolf pack that escaped after being stabbed by the prince yesterday? What's going on? Look, little dog. There's really someone here. Lan Lan ran very fast with her short legs after walking for a long time before seeing someone. She rushed to a brown object, bent over, and looked carefully at the thing wrapped by countless branches. It was really a human boy covered in blood. Lan Lan looked at the branches again. These branches were like dense straws, covering the boy's body. Lan Lan had never seen such a situation before, and she subconsciously thought that she should get rid of these branches first. It will hurt if the branches pierce the flesh. She squatted down and pulled out the first branch from the boy with her little hand. Puff! With a sound, the blood inside spurted out the moment the branch was pulled out. Lan Lan didn't know how to hide, and a lot of blood was sprayed on her arm. Lan Lan was a little frightened and sat down on the ground, with panic on her confused little face. But soon, Lan Lan gritted her teeth and climbed up again, bravely continuing to pull out the branches on the boy. Don't pull them out. Hurry up. These branches are lethal. Look back. Several bloody branches have climbed to your heels. They will soon use you as nutrients. And, sister, have you noticed that if you don't pull them out, he will die slower? But if you pull them out, his blood will spurt out, and he will die faster. Okay. What did Major Ye Ling do wrong? It's pitiful enough that he has more than a dozen blood holes on his body, and he has to be pulled out and suffer again. My blood pressure is up. Where did this naughty child come from? My Major Ye Ling was not sucked to death by the man-eating tree. But you want to torment him to death. Lan Lan didn't know that she was being scolded by many people. She just pulled out all the branches with sweat on her forehead. Soon, there were no more branches on the boy with thousands of holes. But he was covered in blood. His eyes were closed, like a pile of rotten meat. Lan Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead, and the blood and mud made her already not very clean face look more like a little cat. Then Lan Lan stretched out her little hand nervously, put her fingers under the nose of the bloody brother, and realized that the bloody brother was still breathing a little. Lan Lan was relieved, turned around and took off her backpack. When she turned around, the man-eating branches that had already swam to her heels suddenly shrank back. And then several branches slowly retreated, and actually retreated to the bottom of the mother tree. Lan Lan did not notice these small tree roots. She took out a bunch of grass from her backpack. The puppy wound had not healed yet, and Lan Lan would pick grass along the way, filling her small backpack with grass, so that she could change the medicine for the puppy at any time. Sure enough, seeing Lan Lan taking out the grass, the wind-red wolf, who was standing behind Lan Lan and growling anxiously at the man-eating tree roots, suddenly dragged his tail and walked over skillfully. It consciously walked in front of the little girl, lowered its body, exposed its broken wound, and waited for the human to change its medicine like before. But this human did not change its medicine this time. It's not you. It's this big brother. Lan Lan touched the puppy head, walked around its huge body, and stood up to pick up a big stone. After finding a big stone that could be used, Lan Lan crushed the grass, pulled open the blood brother tattered blood clothes, and covered his wound with grass mud. There were a total of 12 blood holes, except for 2 blood holes that were pressed and could not be applied with medicine. Lan Lan filled the other blood holes with medicine. The wind-red wolf was a little unhappy. It seemed to believe that the grass mud should belong to it. It took advantage of Lan Lan back to sort out the grass, and stepped on the head of the boy on the ground. Woo woo woo! I cried so loudly. Who did Major Ye Ling offend? Even wolves bully him. But why does this wolf look familiar? Familiar? Right? Isn't this the leader of the group of wind-red wolves that fought with the prince yesterday? Green eyes, with a tuft of white hair on the top of the head. Fuck. It's really the wind-red wolf from yesterday. Wasn't that wind-red wolf stabbed by the prince? How could it still be alive? It's fine if it's alive. But why is it with this little girl? Wild beasts have a habit of raising reserve food. So this little girl is its reserve food. So now Major Ye Ling is also a reserve food? But this wind-red wolf seems to be able to force back the man-eating tree? Look! The branches are actually withdrawn? Is this a major discovery? The experts of the Institute of Mutant Species can start research. By the way, I just want to know, what did the little girl apply on Major Ye Ling's body? It looks like weeds on the roadside. Medical students tell you that this is not an ordinary weed. When the ancient Earthlings migrated to the Interstellar, they brought a lot of agricultural seeds. Although not many of them can be raised, there are some seeds that are not picky about the land. Later, they were widely planted. The one in the little girl hand is the most common hemostatic grass, which is one of the raw materials of hemostatic agents. Many green places have this kind of grass, and the flower beds in the community downstairs from your house may have it. So this grass can stop bleeding? Go downstairs and dig the grass now. Don't bother. The hemostatic effect of hemostatic grass is very low. It is estimated that thousands of hemostatic grasses are needed to extract the amount of medicine required for a bottle of hemostatic agent. Not to mention that these grasses in the live broadcast have not been processed at all, but just roughly mashed and covered. This is useless, and may even cause secondary infection and deterioration of the wound. Although this child is kind, she is doing bad things with good intentions. Don't learn from her. At the same time, we can indeed mourn for Major Ye Ling. Chapter 4. The dying boy was breathing out more than breathing in. His body was covered with grass and mud, but it was still hard to hide the blood redness of his body. External and internal injuries could not be cured by such a cheap hemostatic grass. Even if someone took out the most expensive hemostatic agent on the market and gave it to the boy, he might not be able to open his eyes. The audience had already assumed that Major Ye Ling was dead. The little girl might have struggled a little, but it would definitely not work. It was a fantasy that a small grass dug up on the street could wake up a person with such serious injuries. Lan Lan also tilted her head at this time, looking at the face of the bloody brother. The boy's cheeks and lips were almost transparent white. and a pair of black feather-like eyelashes covered his eyelids. The thick black contrasted with the withered white of his skin, making him look particularly pitiful. "He's so beautiful," Lan Lan said softly, with her two little hands on her knees, her chin pressed against the back of her hands, and looked at the boy. "Little dog, when do you think he will wake up?" Feng Qilang didn't understand what the human said. It just wandered around the little girl. Its dangerous green eyes stared at the branches around it vigilantly, and when a branch moved, it would make a sound in its throat, and its back hair would explode. "Little dog?" Lan Lan turned her head and looked at the little dog spinning in circles, and stretched out her little hand. "Come and sit down. Aren't you tired after walking so far?" Feng Qilang was pulled by the little girl, and it held back its displeasure and moved in front of the little girl. There were dangers all around. It couldn't sit down. It stood tall, staring at the surroundings, and didn't relax. Lan Lan took out a tube of nutrient solution from her backpack at this time. Feng Qilang's eyes lit up immediately, straightened his neck, and couldn't help shaking the big tail behind his butt. Lan Lan opened the cap of the nutrient solution, poured the nutrient solution into his hand, and fed it to the little dog as before. Feng Qilang immediately licked the palm of the little girl hand fiercely. After feeding the puppy, Lan Lan wiped the puppy's saliva on her clothes, then moved to the side of the blood brother lying on the ground, lifted the blood brother head with one hand, and pointed the bottle mouth at the blood brother mouth with the other hand. Roar! Feng Qilang saw why the energy had to be distributed. He stretched his head to take away the nutrient solution. Lan Lan quickly dodged. "Little puppy, stop it." Feng Qilang continued to grab the nutrient solution, and from time to time, he used his nose to push the little girl arm. Lan Lan was helpless. "Little puppy, Big brother is also injured. Big brother also needs to eat. You be good. Be obedient." Feng Qilang didn't listen at all. Lan Lan had no choice but to stick out her butt, turn her back, use her little butt to push the puppy away, and then take the opportunity to feed the nutrient solution into the injured big brother mouth. When Feng Qilang went around to the other side to stop him, Lan Lan had already finished feeding. After putting the bloody brother down, she drank the last bit of nutrient solution into her stomach. Originally, when there were only Lan Lan and the puppy, each of them got half of a bottle of nutrient solution. Now there is one more person, and each of them gets 1/3 of a bottle of nutrient solution. After Lan Lan finished the last drop of nutrient solution, her face was twisted into knots with worry. There is only one bottle of nutrient solution left in the bag. "Puppy, we could only hold on until the evening at most, and we will be hungry." Feng Qilang didn't understand, so it bit the empty bottle in the little girl hand and licked the bottle mouth, as if it could lick out nutrient solution if it licked more. Lan Lan turned her head and looked at the bloody man who was unconscious on the ground. "This big brother hasn't woken up yet, and we can't leave." After sighing for a while, Lan Lan could only roll up her sleeves and get up to work. This forest looks very lush. One advantage of lush forests is that if it rains, there are leaves on it, so it is not easy to get wet. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That is, if there is thunder, the lightning will hit the tree, and the people under the tree will be burned. Lan Lan stared at the sky for a long time, and finally concluded that there would be no thunder today. She went to collect dry leaves and dead branches with peace of mind, and piled up the things she picked up. Then she looked up and looked at the huge man-eating tree over there. The man-eating mother tree blocked out the sky and the sun, and the trunk was thick and wide. Lan Lan circled the man-eating tree again and again. "Thank God. Did you finally recognize that this is the man-eating tree? So run quickly. By the way, why did she pick up those dead branches and hay? Can these also heal injuries? Dry things also have medicinal effects? Is there any medical student who can explain it? Why do I feel that she wants to make a fire? Shit. Is she crazy? Making a fire in the mutant jungle? That will cause a group attack from the mutant plants. Is she not dying fast enough? It's so annoying. I don't want to see this little girl. Can the organizer get her away? If she really makes a fire in the jungle and causes the mutant plants to riot, the other contestants hiding in the jungle will suffer. According to the rules of the competition, only when the exit button is pressed will a dedicated drone come and take the person away. This kid doesn't look like a contestant at all, and it is estimated that there is no button at all. So the mechanism for leaving the venue cannot be triggered? Can't the organizer interfere manually? Didn't it say in the fair agreement that once the competition begins, All situations must be carried out according to the rules. And no human interference is the minimum requirement. Of course. Can't doesn't mean can't. If the powerful insist on using their connections to interfere, we can't stop it except scolding. Don't you think so? Marshal? Can't some comments be sarcastic? The Marshal didn't let anyone interfere. Isn't Major Ye Ling still lying there half dead? The internet is cursing again. In the man-eating forest, Lan Lan stared at the huge man-eating tree for a long time, and finally found a shorter place, stuck her butt up, and began to climb there. Damn. What is she doing? Isn't this meat delivered to the door? This man-eating tree is afraid of the wind-red wolf, so it didn't take the initiative to attack them. Now, she ran to the tree by herself. She was afraid that the man-eating tree would be hungry. Right. Well, no need to watch. It's all over now. I had some hope, thinking that maybe this little girl who suddenly appeared was a turning point, and could really save Major Ye Ling. It turned out that I thought too much. Little brats are the most annoying. Tell a joke. It's a joke. It's a good life. But she took the initiative to die. This kid is dying at a young age. The scolding on the internet is getting louder and louder. Some soft-hearted netizens directly reduced the live broadcast screen. They couldn't bear to watch such a small cub being pierced and sucked dry by the man-eating tree. Many officials in the conference hall also avoided the sight more or less. They also have daughters or granddaughters. In the Marshal mansion, the Marshal wife covered her eyes with her hands sadly, and the Marshal's second son and third daughter sighed repeatedly. As expected, we shouldn't pin our hopes on this little girl who came out of nowhere. She is a child herself. What can she do? Besides, many of this child behavior seem really ignorant. She pulled out those branches without any preparation. Did she ever think about what would happen if she accidentally ruptured her brother organs? And she crushed those small grasses and used them as medicine. This is simply ridiculous. Even if the grass mud is really useful, it is also a medicine for external injuries. What is the condition of the brother internal organs? Is there any organ that needs treatment? She did nothing but apply the herbs on the outermost layer. It is impossible to cure him. Even now, she was lucky that the man-eating tree didn't eat her. She actually climbed up by herself. This really can't be described as ignorant. She is just messing around. Pure messing around. The second son and third daughter of the Marshal were angry and helpless. At this time, Lan Lan had already climbed up the first short branch of the man-eating tree. Roar! Roar! The wind-red wolf growled below, pacing back and forth on its 4 legs. It tried to go forward and bring the human back several times, but it was afraid of the man-eating tree and did not dare to go forward. After several attempts, the wind-red wolf finally rushed up, bit the clothes of the young human, and pulled her back. Hey! Hey hey hey! Lan Lan was almost dragged to the bottom by the puppy. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, hugged the branch tightly, and then turned her head clumsily. Little puppy, don't mess with me. I'm climbing a tree. If you pull me, I will fall down and it's dangerous. The wind-red wolf continued to pull her. Lan Lan was going to get angry. Little puppy, you can't do this. You are too naughty. If you do this again, I won't like you anymore. The wind-red wolf suddenly shuddered. It was not frightened by the childish threat of this human. It did not understand human words at all. It just sensed the danger. The rustling sound of leaves was very strange. And the next second, whoosh, a slender vine sprang out from the hidden bushes and wrapped around the right hind leg of the wind-red wolf. The wind-red wolf immediately let go of the mouth biting the little girl close, buried its head, and fiercely gnawed the vine. Its sharp teeth like blades bit off a section of the vine, and then it quickly retreated to a very far place. Looking again, in just a short while, the human climbed up another branch. The wind-red wolf was so angry that it kept roaring at the human. It even wanted to howl, but it couldn't. It was not with the wolf pack and was injured. If the howl attracted the enemy, it might die. Roar! Roar! While roaring, Lan Lan wiped the hot sweat on her head and said to the little dog perfunctorily, Okay. Okay. I be down soon. Don't worry. Lan Lan followed the branch and slowly climbed to the front of the branch. She took out an empty nutrient solution bottle from her pocket, and then carefully placed the empty tube under a leaf to catch the dew dripping from the leaf. There was only 1 bottle of nutrient solution left, and it was no longer edible. But Lan Lan needed to find a way to feed 3 mouths. With the dry grass? She could make a fire at night and collect some dew, so she could at least boil water to drink at night. The dew on a leaf was very limited. After collecting the dew on one leaf, Lan Lan had to move forward a little more to collect the next one. But Lan Lan didn't dare to move forward. The front part of the branch was too thin, and she was afraid that the branch would break. Just as Lan Lan looked around to see if there were any leaves from other places to collect water, a few leaves on the branch suddenly shook, and then drops of dew dripped into the small tube continuously. Hey, is it windy? Lan Lan opened her eyes wide, but didn't feel any wind. But no matter what, the small tube was soon filled with water. Great! Lan Lan was very happy. She quickly covered the tube with a lid and put it in her pocket. After zipping up her pocket, she took out another empty bottle from another pocket. Lan Lan held the second tube and stretched it forward. There was another sound of leaves shaking, and then drops of dew dripped into her tube again, and soon the second tube was filled. Lan Lan was very happy. She showed her white millet teeth, and her dark eyes curved into the moon. She sincerely thanked, "Thank you, Uncle Tree." The leaves moved without wind. It must be Uncle Tree who was helping her. All things have spirits, and Lan Lan felt that this Uncle Tree was really the best Uncle Tree she had ever met. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the happy man-eating tree seemed to be responding to the little girl who climbed into its arms. You're welcome. Chapter 5. Rubbing eyes, rubbing eyes, rubbing eyes. What's going on? Why didn't the man-eating tree strangle her? Didn't she deliver herself to the door? Is it because of the wind-red wolf? The wind-red wolf was attacked by the vines just now, and then it bit off the vines. Did it scare the man-eating tree? Is the man-eating tree so timid? How could the man-eating tree be timid? It's very scary. Okay. A few years ago, a contestant broke into the man-eating forest and set a fire. The man-eating tree directly mobilized the plants of the entire dense forest and killed all 86 contestants near the dense forest. The kind of killing that grinds into mud. I am a student of the Department of Animal Psychology. Our teacher once told me an example. When a mutant tiger was hunting a mutant doe, the doe just gave birth to a baby. As soon as the baby was born, the doe ran away. But the mutant tiger did not eat the baby deer, but guarded the baby deer. Wow! So warm. So the mutant tiger felt sorry for the fawn and took it back to raise it? Interspecies affection. No. The mutant tiger was guarding the fawn because it thought the mother deer would come back to save the child. So it wanted to wait for the mother deer to come back and eat both the mother deer and the fawn. But the mother deer didn't come back. So it ate the fawn in the end. So I guess the man-eating tree may have thought that the little girl was too young, and thought that by guarding her, it could wait for her mother to come. Anyway, there is this kind of hunting thinking among animals. And I think mutant plants may also have it. To sum up, 1. The man-eating tree is afraid of the wind-red wolf, which requires the experts of the Research Institute to come up with a definite conclusion. And 2. The man-eating tree is using human cubs as bait and waiting to hunt human adults. There are only these two possibilities. Right? Then continue to watch and see which one it is. After filling 2 tubes with water, Lan Lan stuck her butt out and slowly climbed down the tree. As soon as Feng Qilang saw her coming down, he immediately rushed over and bit her collar, and took her to a place far away from the man-eating tree. Huh? Lan Lan was caught off guard, and her 2 feet could not touch the ground. Feng Qilang finally put the little girl down. Lan Lan sat on the ground with her buttocks still in a daze, staring blankly at the puppy licking her hair. Feng Qilang left his scent on the little girl hair and wanted to lick her bald face. Lan Lan quickly pushed it away. Stinky puppy, you haven't brushed your teeth. Lan Lan got up in a hurry, and when she was a few steps away from the puppy, she wiped the saliva on her face with her sleeve and pouted her little mouth. What are you doing? Feng Qilang walked towards her and nudged the little girl's chin with his nose. Lan Lan was soft-hearted again. She hugged the puppy head and stroked its fur. I know. Dogs can't climb trees. Did you see me climbing a tree and thought I would be in danger? Puppy, I'm fine. Uncle Big Tree will take care of me. By the way, I collected some dew. Do you want to drink water? Lan Lan took out a tube and poured some water into the palm of her hand. Feng Qilang sniffed it and found it was not nutrient solution, but it still licked up the water. It was thirsty a long time ago. Lan Lan fed the puppy water and continued to look for things around. She picked up several large banana leaves and made a nest for herself with banana leaves. The nest was big enough for her, and the puppy to sleep together. She added a lot of hemostatic grass, changed the medicine for the puppy, and then went to check the injury of the blood brother. She also tried to find some food, but there were no fruits on the surrounding trees, so she couldn't find anything to eat. But she still picked some strange-looking leaves and brought them back. She was busy until the afternoon. Lan Lan found a place with strong sunlight and took out an empty nutrient solution tube. The nutrient solution tubes are made of high-temperature glass, which cannot be broken or smashed, and the sealing is also very good. Lan Lan pointed the glass tube at the sun in the sky and put some dry grass under the tube. What the hell is she doing? Damn it! She is really going to do that. It's in the kindergarten curriculum. The glass fire-making method? Ah! She is really going to make a fire in the man-eating forest. Dead. 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 The dense forest is going to riot again. There are more than a dozen contestants near the forest. The tragedy of the previous sessions is going to happen again. I want to rush into the screen and strangle this naughty child to death. The organizer still doesn't care? This dead child is not a contestant at all. An outsider wants to kill the contestants who have finally come to this point. Organizer, please behave yourself. Is this a conspiracy? The crown prince of the empire is also in this competition. This little girl suddenly appeared and committed suicide one after another. Is it really not arranged by the rebels? Is she going to deliberately kill our contestants? Don't say it. Just call the president office to complain. The internet was in turmoil, and the staff behind the organizer were also anxious. Whether they can intervene manually is not something that they, the small employees, can decide. They need to seek opinions from their superiors. The communicator in the office rang again and again. General Len agrees to human intervention. Right. Okay. I recorded. Lieutenant Colonel Blair disagrees with human intervention? Fuck. Lieutenant Colonel Blair's son has already withdrawn from the competition. Of course he would like all other contestants to die in the arena. Chairman Lanny is willing to sponsor the organizer 100 million interstellar coins? You want human intervention now? Right? Okay. Sponsor Flex said that if there is human intervention, the organizer will violate the no interference clause in the cooperation agreement and ask us to compensate him for 600 million interstellar coins? Why doesn't he rob it? He only invested 30 million. Haven't you contacted the president yet? Can you please continue to contact us? If we have the president approval, we don't have to be so passive. After all, the prince is also in the arena. The marshal agrees to human intervention? Okay. The marshal opinion is really important. When the organizer was busy backstage, people on the Star Internet also made the incident a hot topic. And dozens of real-time hot searches were related to the little girl who suddenly appeared in fatal training ground. Netizens curse more and more harshly, wishing to curse the damn little girl ancestors for 18 generations. And the person being scolded, Lan Lan, did not know that in the 5 minutes of gathering light and making fire, she had been judged as a sinner of all ages by the people of the entire star. Ah! Intervene quickly. Intervene quickly. Intervene quickly. It's already smoking. Sparks have come out. It's over. It's over. You see the man-eating vines behind. They are already twitching. Is the organizer dead? Why can't we intervene in this non-compliant situation? Fuck. It's too late. The flames are coming out. The moment the flames really came out, the busy organizers backstage and the almost exploding star netizen stopped at the same time. Every pair of eyes was staring at the picture on the live broadcast screen at this time. The weak little fire became bigger after the little girl threw some more dry grass into it. The quiet man-eating forest seemed to come alive at this moment. The branches and vines scratching on the ground made a rustling sound, and the lush leaves on the treetops rustled. The wind-red wolf growled and bared its teeth at the entire forest. It seemed to be very afraid of these moving plants. The hair on its body stood up, and the nails of its 4 claws nervously dug through the hard ground. Boom! The fire in the bonfire was burned higher by the little girl. In an instant, countless birds flew out from the branches, and they began to scream and chirp, shrieking like a roar from nature. The wind-red wolf's whole body was tense to the extreme, and in its fierce green eyes, there was a manic killing intent towards the surrounding enemies. Everyone knew that the battle was about to start. No one could escape the anger of the man-eating tree. Hey, there are birds. The soft and tender female voice came from below with surprise. Lan Lan looked at the already burning fire. She threw 2 more branches into it to keep the fire burning. Then she turned her head and looked at the bird behind her with sparkling eyes. Almost at the moment when the little girl turned her head, the sliding branches and vines suddenly became quiet. The violently shaking leaves suddenly calmed down. The violent man-eating tree became gentle and warm. Lan Lan supported her little knees and stood up from the ground. She patted the dust on her hands, walked forward and touched the puppy furry head, and stretched out her finger to show it. Look, puppy, there is a bird there. Lan Lan suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked at the puppy's stiff head, and its white teeth bared at the ground in confusion. Lan Lan squatted down and looked at a vine in front of her with the puppy. Lan Lan grabbed the vine. The vine that could instantly turn a 200-pound adult into bloody mud was now softly placed in the little girl's palm. And it was as quiet as an ordinary green vine on the roadside. Lan Lan looked at the vine, then at the alert puppy, and then she chuckled. Ha ha ha. Puppy, do you think this is a snake? No. Don't be afraid. It's just a vine. You see? It won't move. Lan Lan grabbed the vine and shook it twice. And the docile vine didn't move at all. Lan Lan dropped the vine, touched the puppy's tight back hair, and sighed. Animals without their mothers will be more timid. It's okay. Lan Lan will protect you. Muah! The little girl kissed the puppy, and was about to rub its furry ears again. But suddenly she heard a faint sound. Lan Lan turned her head to the right, and saw that the bloody brother, who had been unconscious on the ground, suddenly moved. His eyes were not open yet, but his slender fingers moved slightly, and his thin lips opened slightly meaninglessly. Ah! Lan Lan stood up in surprise. He woke up. The big brother woke up. Lan Lan ran over, squatted down and called softly, Big brother. Big brother. Are you okay? The bloody man's dry throat could not make any sound. He just moved his lips with difficulty. Are you in pain? Or are you hungry? How about you drink some water first? Lan Lan took out the water pipe and carefully fed the water to the boy's mouth. With the nourishment of the liquid, the boy's pale lips finally pursed, and then his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The next second, the boy saw a pair of black and bright, slightly curved pupils as clear as stream water, and a bright smile with a black nose and a little flower on the cheeks. Chapter 6. This is a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old. Her face is too dirty, and her features are not very clear. Ye Ling rarely sees such a young child. He just turned 100 this year, and is far from the age of marrying and having children. Such a glutinous rice ball-like child is impossible to appear in their Ye family. Of course, such a child is impossible to appear in fatal training ground. Ye Ling vaguely remembers some things. More than 50 days ago, after he entered the training ground, his first landing point was the devouring beach on the west side of the stadium. The unexpected high tide and a large number of piranhas rushed ashore. Ye Ling almost escaped from that sea area by the hair. He went to Fengguoshan. There was a supply point under Fengguoshan. When he arrived at the supply point, the supply point was also discovered by several other people. The 5 of them had a conflict. Scarce supplies are the life of every contestant. In the stadium, no one will show mercy to you just because you are the son of the Marshal. They may even join forces to get rid of you first because your threat is too great. Ye Ling fought 1 against 4. Seriously injured 2 contestants, and fled to the inland jungle with half of the supplies. Those who could participate in the fatal training match were all masters. The price of fighting 1 against 4 was that his mental strength was greatly damaged. Ye Ling knew that there was a supply point in the dense forest, because it was adjacent to the cannibal forest. Not many contestants dared to go to that supply point, and there must be healing potions in the supply point. The torture of mental strength made him unable to move. He had to get potions to relieve his injuries, but he misjudged his strength. He fell down on the grass outside the cannibal forest. Before he completely lost consciousness, Ye Ling knew that he was completely finished. He did not use that last bit of strength to press the quit button. That was his last persistence. He was a soldier. He could die on the battlefield, but he could not be a deserter. He closed his eyes in despair. He thought he would never wake up again. But he woke up. When he woke up, he saw a little girl who was only a little older than Sesame. There can't be such a young child on the training ground. So this is not a training ground. Then where is this? Why is he here? Did his father use his power to rescue him? Ye Ling's breathing became rapid, and his fingers tightly grasped the grass under him. Why did his father do this? Once his father abused his power to save him, their Ye family would never be able to raise their heads in front of the people again. No army would believe in a commander who took a backdoor. His father's political career would be completely over. And the Ye family would be completely kicked out of the power core. He can die. He can bear the consequences of his failure. When he entered the game, he had already made the worst plan. Why can't his father respect his decision? Why can't he let him die? The huge anger and torment filled the boy's chest. Ye Ling's eyes gradually turned red. He even forgot the pain in his body because he couldn't accept it in his heart. Big brother. Big brother. Are you in pain? Lan Lan saw that the big brother was crying in pain. She hurriedly took out the last bottle of nutrient solution from her backpack and said, You eat this. You will feel better after eating. Lan Lan opened the lid of the nutrient solution distressfully. This last bottle of nutrient solution. Lan Lan had never planned to eat it. But the big brother cried. Lan Lan had never seen a boy cry. She guessed that the big brother must be very uncomfortable to cry. There was no other way. Lan Lan could only grit her teeth and give the last coffin book to the big brother. When Lan Lan fed the big brother the nutrient solution, she felt a chilly cold gaze around her. You don't need to look to know that it's the puppy. Lan Lan turned her head and explained to the puppy, I leave some for you. Okay? The big one loves to cry. The little one is greedy. Lan Lan is worried. And thinks this family is really too difficult to raise. The sweet energy smell lingered around his teeth. And Ye Ling was forced to drink a tube of nutrient solution. The strange taste was different from other high-end nutrient solutions on the market. This one was sweeter, and the energy inside seemed to be more abundant. The moment he drank it, Ye Ling felt that his numb limbs seemed to have some vitality. His unfocused eyes looked at the little girl in front of him again. After the little girl fed him a bottle of nutrient solution, she poured the remaining little nutrient solution into the palm of her hand and stretched back. Then, a huge wind-red wolf, almost as big as two little girls, walked over calmly and unhappily. The wind-red wolf licked the liquid in the palm of the little girl hand. And at the same time, its pair of green animal pupils raised sinisterly and stared at Ye Ling. Ye Ling's beautiful eyebrows unconsciously frowned inward. Red wolf? The land overlord living on Cromer Star. The mutant wind-red wolf? Where is he now? Apart from the deadly training ground in Cromer Star, there should be no third place in the entire Interstellar where the wind-red wolf exists. Ye Ling moved his head slightly, wanting to see what the surrounding environment was like. He knew that he should be lying on the ground. But since his father had rescued him from the stadium, why was he still lying on the ground? Shouldn't he go to the hospital if he was injured? Why is it not a nurse who takes care of him, but a dirty little girl? Is he on Cromer Star now? But why did his father send him from the training ground to the outskirts of Cromer Star? Countless questions filled his mind. After the confusion and chaos of just waking up, Ye Ling gradually regained his sanity and began to look for answers. Soon, the boy's ice blue eyes saw the tree above his head. The huge tree canopy covered the entire sky, and dots of white light fell from the gaps between the leaves. On the branches of the big tree, green vines and brown branches slowly shuttled back and forth. Like snakes, they skillfully slithered on the tree. A blood sparrow perched on the trunk was picking at its feathers. Whoosh! With a soundless branch, the blood sparrow's body was suddenly penetrated by the branch. The plump blood sparrow was sucked dry of blood and flesh in an instant, and its dried body fell into the dense grass and disappeared without a trace. Ye Ling's pupils widened instantly. Man-eating tree. This is a man-eating tree. He looked at the other trees around him. This is a man-eating forest. He is still in the deadly training ground. He is in the man-eating forest. It's finished. It's really finished. The helpless voice of the little girl sounded. Ye Ling looked at the little girl again with a shocked look. The huge wind wolf was still licking the little girl palm. But there was no nutrient solution in the little girl palm. She kept hiding and stretched out her hand to push the big head of the wind wolf. But the wind wolf didn't listen at all. Seeing that there was nothing in the little girl palm, it took away the empty nutrient solution tube and lowered its head to bite greedily. Little dog, don't bite it. You can still get water. Lan Lan reminded her and turned back with a sigh. In an instant, Ye Ling met her eyes. Lan Lan smiled and asked softly, Big brother, are you feeling better now? Ye Ling looked deeply at the little girl. Big brother? Big brother? The little girl called twice again. Ye Ling spoke with a hoarse voice. Who are you? Me? I'm Lan Lan. The little girl smiled foolishly. Then she lowered her head and began to check the injuries on her big brother body. Big brother, There are 2 blood holes on your back, and I can't apply medicine. Now that you're awake, turn over, and I help you apply medicine on your back. Medicine? This little girl has healing potion? No wonder I was rescued. Although there are still many questions in my mind. But his life is at stake. Ye Ling still follows the girl movements and looks down at his body first. What he saw was a large area of blood red, which was his blood. Then, Ye Ling saw lumps of green paste. Ye Ling stared at the paste for a long time. He didn't understand what it was. Why is there so much green paste on his body? But soon, he knew. Because he saw the little girl take out a handful of grass from her backpack. And then put the grass on the stone slab. Dong dong dong. And use the stone to pound the grass into grass mud. This grass mud, and the paste on his body, can't be said to be exactly the same. But it can be said to be completely consistent. The handsome boy suddenly fell silent. What are you doing? The boy asked hesitantly. Lan Lan didn't even raise his head, and answered casually, making medicine. I make the medicine. Big brother. You can turn over. The boy was even more silent. Even if Ye Ling was not a student of pharmacy, he knew that medicine needed chemical extraction. These are grasses, not medicines. The thin lips opened slightly, then closed, opened again, and closed again. After struggling 4 or 5 times, the boy finally asked again, what medicine is this? The little girl showed her white teeth, raised her head, and smiled like an angel. I don't know. Ye Ling, It was an answer I had never thought of. You didn't know what medicine it was. So you applied it to my wound? Ye Ling breathing suddenly became difficult. Lan Lan tilted her head and thought about it carefully. Someone told Lan Lan that this grass can heal wounds. If you apply it to wounds, the wounds will not bleed. Ye Ling frowned. Who told you? The little girl frowned, rubbed her head with the back of her hand, and shook her head. I can't remember clearly. This is not the first time that Lan Lan has remembered some strange things. Lan Lan has had a lot of strange things in her mind since she was very young. These memories are very confusing. Lan Lan often has headaches because of this. Later, the parents of the Death Star did not allow Lan Lan to think about it. But after getting older, Lan Lan is no longer as troublesome as she was at the beginning. Ye Ling stared at the little girl with some distrust. But it can be guessed that he was able to wake up thanks to this little girl. So this little girl used these herbs to wake him up? Could it be some healing raw material that the Interstellar Pharmaceutical Research Institute has not discovered? Ye Ling took a deep breath. Your name is Lan Lan, right? Yes. The little girl nodded heavily. Lan from Blue Star. She can't remember anything else. But Lan Lan remembers Blue Star. Blue Star is her name. Blue Star? The ancient Blue Star Earth? It's a planet too old. Some people say that interstellar humans were first Blue Star humans. But this statement has been refuted by some experts. At present, more than half of interstellar people don't really believe that there was really a blue star in the universe. Everyone thinks that Blue Star may have been fabricated by later generations. After all, no one has really seen Blue Star for thousands of years. Even if Blue Star is not suitable for human habitation, the planet itself must exist, right? Of course, some people say that Blue Star exploded the year, so there is no trace at all. But this is even more impossible to prove. Lan Lan. Ye Ling was still very weak, and his voice was very slow. Let me see the medicine in your hand. This? Lan Lan raised the grass mud in his hand, held it over obediently, and put it in front of his big brother. Getting closer, Ye Ling smelled a huge smell of hemostatic agent. He frowned and looked at the grass mud. Hemostatic agent is one of the most common therapeutic agents in the Interstellar. But Ye Ling had heard that the cost of hemostatic agent is actually not low. Thousands of hemostatic grasses can extract the amount of medicine required for a bottle of hemostatic agent. So this pile of grass mud is not actually weeds, but hemostatic grass? But what kind of hemostatic grass has such a rich amount of medicine? Just these few grasses mashed together. It smells like a whole bottle of high-grade hemostatic agent. How could there be hemostatic grass with such powerful energy in the fatal training ground? Chapter 7. Ye Ling frowned more and more. Where did you pick this medicine? Lan Lan thought for a moment. I picked it on the way here. I picked it when I saw it. Ye Ling pondered for a moment. He stared at the little girl face and looked at her carefully again, as if he wanted to judge from the girl tone whether what she said was true or false. The silent atmosphere flowed between the big and the small. Maybe it was quiet now. causing other sounds around to be amplified. Ye Ling heard a subtle crackling sound. The sound came from behind him. He didn't know what the sound was. He couldn't move his body and couldn't turn his head. But the sound was very strange. It didn't sound like the sound of insects crawling, but like the sound of burning firewood. But it was impossible. This is the man-eating forest. The man-eating trees are afraid of fire. Someone once set fire in the man-eating forest and paid an extremely tragic price. Since then, no one dared to bring flames into the dense forest. If it wasn't the sound of fire, what else could it be? Ye Ling's mood was somewhat distracted. He was still trying to figure out this strange little girl, but the crackling sound in his ear kept distracting him. Finally, the boy asked, "Is anyone coming? Anyone?" Lan Lan raised her little head, looked around, and opened her mouth slightly. "No one. Little dog, did you hear anyone coming?" The wind-red wolf was still chewing the nutrient solution tube with his head down. He didn't believe that there was only so much nutrient solution in such a big tube. Impossible. Big brother, do you have any companions? Are you waiting for your companions? Lan Lan put the grass mud back into the stone slab and pounded some more grass. Ye Ling's voice suddenly turned cold. No companions. Only enemies. Lan Lan heard his sudden fierce tone and shrank her neck cautiously. When the grass mud was almost ready, Lan Lan clapped her hands and came over. "Big brother, you can apply the medicine on your back. I help you turn over. Let's turn slowly, so that we won't lose the medicine in front of you." Ye Ling didn't want to apply the grass paste. He wanted to guide the little girl to the nearest supply point to see if there were any supplies. If there were healing potions, it would definitely be better to drink the potions directly. But because he didn't trust anyone in the arena, Ye Ling was not very reassured. He was afraid that the little girl would not come back after taking the supplies. Forget it. Since so many wounds on the body were coated with grass, it shouldn't matter if 2 more were applied. At least the huge smell of hemostatic agent was correct. Ye Ling endured the severe pain in his body and was slowly turned to the side. After turning his body, his vision became wider. Then, Ye Ling's icy blue eyes caught him off guard as he saw a blazing fire. Almost instantly, Ye Ling's pupils exploded, and his entire body flipped backwards as if out of control. Lan Lan didn't expect that this big brother would suddenly press back, and her little arm was pressed under him, and her soft palm hit the hard stone directly, leaving a bloody mark on the palm. Ugh! Lan Lan groaned in pain, feeling pain in her palm and back of her hand. Ye Ling also realized that he had pressed the little girl, but he didn't care too much. He barely raised his powerless right hand and pointed at the fire over there. "Quick! Quickly put it out! Go put out the fire! Oh my god! My heart is about to jump out! Major Ye Ling, you finally found out what this little girl did. Quickly put it out! Quickly put it out! Although it's strange why the man-eating tree hasn't rioted yet. I'm about to go to the hospital after seeing that fire. Quickly put it out!" Speaking of which, why didn't the man-eating tree riot this time? Last time it was obviously killing humans like crazy, when the little girl just started the fire. The man-eating tree? The man-eating tree was also very crazy, but it calmed down by itself later. Did the man-eating tree look down on this small fire? This fire looks quite small. If it is left to burn for a month, it is estimated that such a large man-eating tree will not be burned. So the man-eating tree is not 100% afraid of fire. It depends on the size of the fire? Even so, it is still very scary. What if the fire gets bigger? It is still safer not to light a fire. Put out the fire quickly, and don't dance on the minefield of the man-eating tree. Speaking of which, did you hear the little girl say that someone told her that this grass can heal injuries? Who told her? Rebels? I think the conspiracy theory on the internet is not wrong. This child does look suspicious everywhere. Very much like a spy of the villain army. But if she is a rebel, why did she save Major Ye Ling? She should have stabbed him again. Right? You don't understand this. It is easy to get the words because of the life-saving grace. Major Ye Ling is the eldest son of the Marshal, and one of the commanders of the West Army. He must know a lot of military secrets. Oh! No wonder the rebels arranged for such a child to come in. Children can easily lower the vigilance of adults. Fuck. It's terrifying to think about it. As the conversation went on, netizens almost confirmed that this suspicious little girl was indeed a bad kid with bad intentions, and indeed an insider of the rebels. Lan Lan pulled her little hand out from under the big brother with red eyes. She blew the red bloodstains on her palms, and looked a little aggrieved. Ye Ling's attention was all on the fire. He panted anxiously, "Extinguish it! Extinguish it!" Lan Lan didn't know what was wrong with this big brother. She didn't care about the bloodstains on her hands, and pressed the big brother twitching shoulders. "Big brother, calm down. Don't move. You are bleeding again. Extinguish the fire. Extinguish the fire." "But if the fire is extinguished, it will be cold at night. There is no way to light a fire at night." Lan Lan didn't have any tools to light a fire. She used sunlight and glass reflection to make a fire. But there was no sun at night. If the fire was extinguished now, they would have to freeze after dark. Lan Lan is not afraid of cold. She slept with the puppy last night. The puppy is fluffy and not cold at all. Lan Lan made a fire because she was afraid that the big brother would be cold. The big brother was injured, and if it was too cold, the injury might be aggravated. But the big brother was very resistant. He even wanted to get up and put out the fire by himself, which caused many herbs on his body to fall off, and the blood flowed more and more. Lan Lan was anxious. "Okay. Okay. I put out the fire. Don't move. Big brother." Lan Lan ran over and crushed the fire with leaves. When there was only a string of black smoke left in the fire, the pale-faced boy finally fell back to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Lan walked carefully to the big brother. Ye Ling licked his lips, looked at the child's red palms, and then remembered to apologize. "Sorry." Lan Lan put her hands behind her back, lowered her head, and muttered, "It's okay." Ye Ling explained, "This is the man-eating forest. You can't make a fire here. The man-eating tree will rage." Before he could even say the word move, Ye Ling suddenly shuddered all over. He looked above his head at the huge, obedient man-eating mother tree. How is it possible? The fire should have been burning for quite some time. But why is the man-eating tree so calm? Obviously, the man-eating tree could not tolerate the existence of flames in its territory before. Ye Ling stared at the man-eating tree intently. He wondered if he was confused because of the injury and made a mistake. This was not a man-eating tree, right? Lan Lan saw that her big brother was staring at the tree without saying anything. She was a little nervous. Then, "Big brother, do you still want Lan Lan to help you apply medicine?" Ye Ling came back to his senses. He looked at the little girl and then at the grass mud. He felt a wave of fatigue in his heart. Trouble. Lan Lan pursed her lips, applied medicine to her big brother, and then applied some medicine to her palm. Ye Ling's whole body was covered with grass mud. He couldn't move. He only watched the little girl busying around quietly with a pair of eyes. He opened his mouth. "Lan Lan." Lan Lan looked over. "Ah." Ye Ling hesitated. "Does your hand still hurt?" Lan Lan shook her head. "No." She said it didn't hurt. But the little girl's eyes were obviously avoiding him. She didn't look as lively and active as before, as if she had become timid, like a little rabbit who didn't know what she had done wrong. Ye Ling could only explain it again, emphasizing how terrible the man-eating tree was, how dangerous the dense forest was, and how miserable the people who set fire to the man-eating forest in the past had ended up. But the little girl obviously didn't listen. "This big tree, uncle, will it eat people?" Ye Ling nodded. "Yeah." But it didn't eat Lan Lan. Ye Ling, yes. "Why?" Lan Lan picked her fingers. "Can't I make a fire next to the big tree, uncle?" Ye Ling nodded again. "Yeah." But Lan Lan made a fire. And the big tree uncle was not angry. It was the big brother who was angry. Ye Ling, yes. Why is this?" Lan Lan exhaled lightly and walked forward. Ye Ling couldn't help calling, "Where are you going?" "Pick big leaves," Lan Lan said sullenly. "Save more quilts for the big brother." Ye Ling, At night, the cold wind howled. Achoo! Ye Ling sneezed. This was the third time he was woken up by the cold tonight. He slowly opened his eyes. The combat uniform that could keep warm on his body had been torn when the hole of the man-eating tree pierced through it. He was now wearing torn clothes and sleeping on thick banana leaves, with several layers of banana leaves covering his body. The leaves were cold, and he had to consider the medicine on the wound and couldn't press too hard. Ye Ling felt that the leaves had no effect in blocking the wind. The coldness drilled from the soles of his feet to his chest, and his teeth couldn't help trembling up and down. This was physiological. He wanted to control it, but he couldn't control it. The boy sighed and looked forward with his ice blue eyes. He saw a huge wind-red wolf lying on the ground a few meters away from him, and in the soft and dense arms of the wind-red wolf, A little girl of 3 or 4 years old was pulling the collar of the wind-red wolf's chest and snoring in her sleep. Achoo! Ye Ling sneezed again. The wolf and the kid over there were not woken up. They slept peacefully. In the world of 3 people, he was the only one who was carrying the burden forward. Ye Ling, I started to miss that warm fire. Puff. Sorry. I laughed out loud accidentally. Ha ha ha. Lying on the soft big bed in the constant temperature room, watching Major Ye Ling shaking with cold. How could I be so happy? This little girl is a bit too much. She slept so soundly. But she just left our Major Ye Ling out? Doesn't she know that seriously injured people can't catch cold? She is indeed a spy of the rebels. So vicious. Although I don't like this little girl either. But she can't do anything about it. Right? There was a fire. And the fire went out. What about Feng Qilang? Feng Qilang is so big. Why didn't she let Feng Qilang block the wind for Major Ye Ling? She slept in Feng Qilang's arms. And the wind didn't blow at all. It's too selfish. She is a healthy person. But Major Ye Ling could die at any time. In special circumstances. Can't she take care of the injured more? Some fans should not be so ugly. Passers-by can't stand it. She doesn't owe you anything. And Feng Qilang doesn't like your Major Ye Ling. Didn't she deliberately approach our Major Ye Ling to get information? Then play the whole trick. If you don't take good care of our Major Ye Ling, how can you give you information? Why? My attitude towards the rebel spies is so harsh. If you scold me, I suggest checking your ancestors for 3 generations to see if there are spies in your family. Your butt is crooked out of the Milky Way. Chapter 8. In the middle of the night, the Star Network was in a mess again. And Ye Ling in the cannibal forest never closed his eyes that night. The next morning, Lan Lan woke up and saw that the boy's eyes were red and his eye circles were black. Big brother. Are you crying again? Lan Lan looked at the big brother red eyes and was a little at a loss. This big brother really loves to cry. Achoo. My eyes are congested. Ye Ling's voice was hoarse as he spoke his rebuttal. Lan Lan. Move for me. Lan Lan obediently dragged the big brother to a place where the sun shone. Feeling the warm care of the sun, Ye Ling's hands and feet, which had been cold all night, finally showed a tendency to thaw. The average physique of the interstellar people is strong. After a night of cold, the Major did not catch a cold, but his hands and feet were numb. Lan Lan saw her big brother tiredly closing his eyes in the sun. She stood up again and carried her small backpack. Big brother, you sleep for a while. Lan Lan is going out for a while. The boy with closed eyes opened his eyes. Where are you going? Looking for food. Lan Lan touched her flat belly. There is not a drop of nutrient solution left. If I don't find food, Lan Lan, the little dog, and big brother will starve to death. Ye Ling felt a little sorry. He was an adult, but he had to rely on a child to find food to support him. Ye Ling pursed her lips. Lan Lan, go east for about 2 kilometers, and you will see a cabin. There may be food and water in the cabin. But if you see other people appearing near the cabin, you must leave immediately, and never let anyone find you. Do you understand? Lan Lan opened her eyes wide. Is there anyone else living in the forest? The little girl said seriously, but big brother, Lan Lan can't just go into other people's homes and take other people food and water. That's what thieves do. Lan Lan doesn't steal. Ye Ling frowned. It's not stealing. It's a supply point. The things at the supply point are originally based on their own abilities. Supply point? Lan Lan had never heard of this term. She patted her small backpack. Big brother, Lan Lan is rich. Dad and Mom have prepared a lot of money for Lan Lan. Lan Lan can buy food and water from the owner of the cabin. Ye Ling, This girl didn't understand at all. Ye Ling changed the way she said it. Then, if there is no one in the house, you leave the money and take the bag of supplies in the house, and treat it as if you bought it from the owner of this house. But if there is someone in the house, you leave immediately. Do you understand? Lan Lan understood, and then nodded heavily. I understand. Ye Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead. Lan Lan said goodbye to the big brother, and took the puppy, who was still licking his paws. And the man and the wolf walked to the east of the woods, until the little girl left completely. Ye Ling lay on his back in the warm morning light, and finally closed his eyes to catch up on sleep. It's so distressing. Major Ye Ling can finally have a good rest. From the devouring beach to the beacon forest. From the beacon forest to the dense forest. The injuries on his body became heavier day by day. And it was really not easy for Major Ye Ling. Fortunately, Major Ye Ling did not catch a cold. Otherwise, I would really scold that little girl to death. In fact, everyone's malice towards a little friend is a bit too big. At least she saved Major Ye Ling. Back to the beginning. What everyone hates is not the child, but the rebel organization behind her. The rebels killed so many of our vanguard soldiers. And so many children of martyrs lost their parents. We enjoy the peace brought to us by the Empire. But we have to speak for the villains who rebelled against the Empire. Isn't it too shameless? I just want to say that. But that little girl is not necessarily a member of the rebels. I just want to know. If she is not a member of the rebels, what other forces can send a little girl like her into a deadly training ground with heavy defense without anyone noticing? Tell me. Who else has this ability except the rebels? Anyway, I don't care. I just don't like that little girl. And I don't want to see her. Now that she is not in the camera, I feel that the screen is much cleaner. That's right. Don't come back. I don't want to see her. I hope the organizers will quickly take her away and lock her up for interrogation. A child who grew up in a rebel organization can't be a good child. I guess he is born a bad seed. And her face is so dirty that you can't even see her features clearly. She must be ugly. Okay. Let's not talk about those unlucky things. Let's just look at Ye Ling Xiao. Hack Ye Ling Xiao. The fans' barrage of licking the screen hadn't finished yet. When suddenly, the audience exploded. On the big screen, the small forest that was just quiet and peaceful changed dramatically in a second. The dense tree canopy was layered, and the sunlight was completely blocked by the moving branches and vines. After a day and a night of silence, all the audience relaxed their vigilance and thought that the man-eating tree was nothing serious. Suddenly, it attacked at this time. Hundreds of branches emerged from the ground. The man-eating tree was so violent that it changed its previous kindness and gentleness. It became brutal and bloodthirsty. Every leaf with murderous intent and greed was aimed at the boy lying on the ground. The skinny and embarrassed boy was like a fruit in the mouth of a giant beast. As long as the giant beast closed its jaws, he would be instantly cut into muddy pieces by thousands of sharp teeth, and then chewed up and swallowed by the giant beast. What happened? Why did the man-eating tree suddenly get angry? Ah, Ye Ling. The Major couldn't run away. He couldn't even get up. Fuck. Who can save Major Ye Ling? Press the exit button quickly. Press the exit button quickly. Major Ye Ling. You still have time. Please quit the game quickly. Ye Ling opened his eyes almost at the moment when the man-eating tree revealed its killing intention. He barely raised his upper body and pressed his thumb on the metal ring on the middle finger of his right hand. This ring was his mecha. He was a soldier. The first time he encountered danger, he subconsciously wanted to summon the mecha. But his mental power was damaged, and the mecha could not be summoned at all. Not only that, with a puff sound, Ye Ling spat out a large mouthful of blood. Exit. 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 It's over. It's over. It's completely over this time. Why did the man-eating tree suddenly change its face? It was fine before. It didn't care about setting fire in the forest. The little girl even climbed on it to collect dew. Wait. That little girl? Fuck. No way. It didn't hurt people before. Couldn't it be because of the little girl? Damn. Who said that the screen was clean after the little girl left? It's clean now. After eating your Major Ye Ling, the screen is really clean. Lan Lan. Lan Lan. Where are you? Hurry up. Come back. TSK. The comments are really interesting. Now you know how to beg people to come back? It's not the time for you to call people bad. The green vines and brown branches, like snakes, rushed to the boy on the ground in less than 2 seconds. They showed their cold fangs and sharp spikes, trying to penetrate the boy's thin body. Swish. The spikes went down. Ye Ling's heart was shocked, and the blood he spat out dyed his jaw red. His bright red teeth clenched. The speed of the man-eating tree's attack was very fast. Ye Ling wanted to dodge sideways, but his body couldn't move at all. He closed his eyes fiercely. But the next second, the expected pain did not come. The branches of the thousands of man-eating trees hovered above the boy's body. Ye Ling frowned, and he opened his eyes tentatively. Then, he saw the green vines swaying around his wounds, and the brown branches carefully picking at the grass mud on his body. Ye Ling looked at the hemostatic grass mud, and then at the dense branches and vines circling around him. Suddenly, He thought of something. Oh my god. What happened again? What happened? Did Major Ye Ling do something? Why did the man-eating tree not attack Major Ye Ling again when it approached him? It's not that they didn't attack, but they just circled around the grass mud. Damn. I think I understand. What? What? Tell me quickly. It's certain that the man-eating tree didn't attack the little girl. And the grass mud was made by the little girl. And there must be the smell of the little girl on it. After the man-eating tree approached, it probably sensed the smell of the little girl. But it couldn't tell whether the person in front of it was the little girl. So it stopped attacking? Oh my god. Can it be like this? So the little girl saved Major Ye Ling's life again? Uh-huh. Those who scolded the little girl. Come out and take a few steps now? The barrage suddenly stopped for a few seconds. After a while, the new barrage bypassed the previous topic. So does that mean that as long as the grass and mud are there, Major Ye Ling can be guaranteed to be safe? How much smell can be attached to the grass and mud? If the smell dissipates, Major Ye Ling will still be in danger. What can we do? We can only hope that the little girl will come back soon. Lan Lan. Lan Lan. Come back soon. This family can't live without you. Lan Lan. Cracked voice. Fuck. Friends. I saw Lan Lan. She is in Princess Nana live broadcast room. The fierce rotten-heart lion swung its long tail, and behind it was the entire lion group. The strong lion group had surrounded the girl on the big tree in front of them. A lioness suddenly jumped up at this time. It jumped onto a branch of the big tree, and with its sharp teeth, grunt, bite the girl arm. With a sizzle sound, the girl quickly avoided the sharp teeth, but the sturdy protective suit was still torn open. Nana's face was very bad. This kind of protective suit that can withstand the full force of an S-class mecha actually became so vulnerable when facing this group of mutant rotten lions. Nana's breathing became a little difficult. She shouldn't have entered the dense forest. She was seriously injured. In this situation where it was difficult to even protect herself. Why did she lose her mind and insist on coveting the supply point in the dense forest and rushing in alone? Now, I didn't see the supply point, but I met a group of rotten lions going out hunting. With her finger on the watch light computer, Nana climbed to the top of the tree and covered her forehead. Should she quit the competition? Now it seems that there is no other way to survive except to quit the competition. But she was so unwilling. She had already survived for more than 50 days. Her requirements were not high. As long as she was in the top 10. As long as she got the top 10 in this training match. She could officially become the student of the violent god. Who is the violent god? The only strongest war god in the empire. Even if she is the daughter of the eldest princess, she can only be qualified to become his student after completing the test of the violent god. She has obviously persisted for so long. It's really too unwilling. Roar! The head lion below roared fiercely. Then, 2 more lions jumped up the tree. Nana's face turned pale, and her fingers were already pressed on the exit key. Forget it. Let's come back next year. Hey, is there a little girl on that tree? A soft and tender childish voice suddenly came from behind, and Nana's finger on the button suddenly stopped. She turned her head in surprise and looked towards the source of the sound. And then, Nana's pupils shook. What the hell? What did she see? How could she see a little girl with 2 heads and no protective clothing in a devilish training ground full of mutant weird plants and mutant beasts? Chapter 9. The world seemed to be quiet in an instant. In Princess Nana's live broadcast room, fans who were originally discussing whether Princess Nana would withdraw from the competition were caught off guard when they saw another person on the screen. Suddenly, a bunch of question marks floated across their faces. What is this? Why is there a little girl here? It's really a little girl. I heard yesterday that there was a child in Major Ye Ling live broadcast room, and it was on the hot search. Could it be this one? I just came from Major Ye Ling live broadcast room to tell you that this is this one. Her name is Lan Lan. Lan Lan. It's really Lan Lan. Lan Lan. Dear, why did you run to someone else's house? Let's go back to our own home. Major Ye Ling is still waiting for you at home. Heart to heart. Ugh. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes how the fans of Major Ye Ling chased after the little girl and scolded her, I wouldn't have believed that such double-standard comments were actually posted by the same group of people. So what's going on? I'm the class representative. Let me tell you. While the bullet screen was explaining to Princess Nana fans. In the dense forest, the huge wind-red wolf had already blocked the petite girl. The wind-red wolf's wound had not healed yet, and the place where the medicine was applied on its waist was still tied to the little girl's clothes. The clothes were originally white, but now they have turned black. Its sharp teeth dripped saliva, and the skin on its nose was squeezed layer by layer. Its cold green eyes stared at the rod-hard lion group opposite. Because of vigilance and precautions, its fur had already exploded. The rod-hard lion group obviously also noticed the sudden appearance of a man and a wolf. The lion group that originally surrounded the big tree began to move. Lion groups are generally in families, and the rod-hard lion group in front of them is like this. The tall and fierce male lion is the head of the family. The 4 agile female lions are his wives, and the 6 half-grown cubs who are not yet adults are their children. Feeling the threat of the wind-red wolf, the male lion turned around, and the 4 female lions understood what the male lion meant. They licked their mouths, dispersed, and walked towards the man and the wolf. Roar! Roar! The low roar in the throat of the wind-red wolf became louder and louder, and it pressed its front body down, which was an attacking posture. But its action did not threaten the large number of lions. The male lion was not afraid of this guy who looked weak. It smelled blood. This wolf was injured and easy to deal with. The male lion guarded the big tree to prevent the prey on the tree from taking the opportunity to escape. And the female lion had surrounded the 2 new prey. Nana was sweating profusely in anxiety. She shouted from the tree, "Hey, kid, where are you from? Don't you see there is a rotten heart lion here? How can I withdraw from the competition if you are like this?" Nana was about to withdraw from the competition. But when this little girl appeared, should she leave or not? Such a young child. If she left, she would definitely be eaten by the rotten heart lion. After all, she is the princess of the empire. How can she watch a child in danger and only care about her own life? This is still being broadcast live. If the god of violence saw it, he would definitely think she was an irresponsible person. Nana gritted her teeth. Damn it. How could a child run into the training ground? Are you trying to trick me? While speaking, Nana suddenly jumped down from a tree more than 10 meters high, and almost at the same time as she fell, the lion who had been waiting for a long time suddenly pounced on her. Nana was well prepared and dodged the lion attack. She rolled on the ground, and the next second, she pulled out the charging blade from her leather boots and stabbed the lioness's neck. She moved quickly, as if she had received long-term military training. Unfortunately, the muted rotten heart lion reaction ability was not weak at all. The lioness, sensing the danger, bit her wrist as Nana stretched out her hand. The beast's thick teeth instantly pierced the fragile human hand bones. Ah! Nana screamed, and the lion pounced from the other side and instantly knocked the girl down heavily. Ah! I knew I couldn't beat the rotten heart lion. I should have known I couldn't get down. Nana tried hard to press the light brain on her wrist. Exit. 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 She had to exit now. But one hand was bitten by the lioness, and the other hand was held down by the lion. So she couldn't press the light brain at all. Nana was about to collapse. As expected, hesitation would lead to defeat. Quitting early will save you nothing. When she heard the protective suit making another tearing sound, Nana knew that she was really dead. She looked up to the sky and yelled, "I want to quit. Let me quit." Although the rule is that you must press the light brain to quit. But she has already shouted. Can it be considered that she has quit? No matter who it is. Come and save her quickly. Don't bite this sister. Let this sister go. The childish voice sounded anxiously. And Nana suddenly caught a glimpse of the little girl behind her. And she was immediately numb. Why is this unlucky child still here? She paid the price of her life for her. And she didn't even run away? Then she gave it to him for nothing. Nana yelled angrily, "Why don't you leave?" Lan Lan didn't leave. She rushed over like a cannonball, grabbed the lion long tail, and shouted softly, "Big cat! Don't bully girls. The tails of animals cannot be touched." The lion tail was pulled, and he turned his head angrily and roared at the little girl. Roar! The roar was so loud that Lan Lan closed her eyes. She only felt that her hair was blown back by the sound waves of the big cat. Until the roar ended, Lan Lan opened her eyes carefully, with a little expression of grievance. She stretched out her little hand and gently touched the big cat back hair. "You, don't be so fierce." The 3 lionesses over there were in opposition to the wind-red wolf, and they couldn't come over for a while. The lioness biting Nana hand bone stared at the little girl fiercely. The male lion also stared at the human. It could bite off the neck of this weak human in one bite. It had seen how thin her neck was, and its teeth could pierce her throat. Lanlan saw that the big cat did not move. So she stroked the big cat back more heavily. Big cat, are you hungry? Although Lanlan has no food now, Lanlan can go buy some. Lanlan bought some food and invited you to eat it. Okay. You don't want to eat this, little sister. Okay. Lanlan thought of the fat cat at Eiffel's mother house, who seemed to like others to touch its belly. Lanlan looked at the belly of the big cat in front of her. This big cat was too big, and it seemed that it was not easy to rub it. Thinking of this, Lanlan simply squatted down and got under the big cat belly to rub the big cat belly. The male lion did not expect this human to get under its belly. It was very uncomfortable and retreated irritably. When retreating, it could only let go of the human that it had originally killed. Nana finally felt that she could breathe. This male lion was about to crush her to death. The male lion took 2 steps back. It lowered its head and tried to pick up the young human from under its belly. But when it did, it was pushed by this human, and its big body was forced to sit on the ground. This position made it easier for Lan Lan to rub the big cat belly. And Lan Lan rubbed it more vigorously. The rotten-hearted male lion felt very annoyed, but very comfortable. It moved twice in annoyance and comfort. And finally, as this little human began to rub its chin, the male lion could only spread its entire body and expose its entire chest and neck to this human. Big cat, then you are not angry, right? If you are not angry, Lan Lan will take it as your agreement. Okay, Lan Lan will go buy food for you in a while. Can you let this little sister go first? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The male lion made a comfortable gurgle in his throat. He did not understand what this human said, but he slowly closed his eyes. He was a little sleepy. Nana's hand was still in the lioness' mouth. The lioness seemed very confused. She stared blankly at her husband. The 3 lionesses who were confronting Feng Qiling also looked at their husbands frequently. 6 half-sized lions came running over. They formed a circle and bared their teeth at the little human who was pulling their father beard. Lan Lan had no hands to pet the other kittens. She thought about it, felt in her pocket, and took out an empty bottle of nutrient solution. She threw the bottle on the ground. The cylindrical bottle rolled on the ground. The 6 little lions tilted their heads and looked at the bottle. The bottle did not hit any obstacles and rolled farther. The 6 little lions still looked at the bottle, seeing the bottle rolling further and further away. Suddenly, a little lion moved. It pounced forward and pressed the bottle with its big paw. The little lion lowered its head and sniffed, but couldn't smell anything. It loosened its paw again, but found that the bottle was not moving. It seemed a little puzzled, and roughly fiddled with the bottle with its thick meat pads. Gulyalu. The bottle actually moved again. The little lion was very happy, and pushed the bottle back. In this way, the glass bottle was pushed back and forth by the little lion. Seeing this, several other little lions ran up and wanted to grab the bottle to play. Lan Lan showed her white millet teeth. Sure enough, cats can't resist wool balls. Although this is not a wool ball. Nana felt that she was dreaming now. How did things turn out like this? Weren't those rotten-hearted lions planning to eat them just now? How did it take just a few minutes? The male lion with the strongest attack power lay flat? The young lions jumping up and down were bribed? Nana looked at the little girl, who was still rubbing the lion belly in confusion. Her lips moved twice, and she uttered 2 words after a long while. Magic. Then, she looked at the lioness, who was still biting her hand bones, and the other 3 lionesses behind the lioness, surrounding the wind-red wolf. Taking a deep breath, Nana commented sincerely, sure enough, only women will work hard on their careers, and men are all soft bones, who are greedy for pleasure. I'm a bitch. Ha ha ha. Nana, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Nana, although the lioness bit through my hand bones. Women who work in business are the most beautiful. Beautiful sisters. Please stick with me. So why did the atmosphere suddenly become like this? Can you pet a rotten lion? This is the first time I've heard of it. I've petted ordinary lions that have not mutated in the zoo. How should I put it? The nurses are very beautiful, and the network in the hospital is very fast. At the same time, in the capital star, the political conference hall, in the solemn and quiet conference hall, officials from all parties are holding a routine meeting every 2 months. The president at the top is listening to the people below. Fawn's report, occasionally ticking the document. This meeting has been going on for 2 hours, and is expected to end in another hour. Buzz, buzz, The sound of the communicator vibrating suddenly sounded in the quiet conference hall. Everyone was stunned at first, then looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a dissolute figure who stood up the document, blocked it in front of him, and then hid behind the document and slept wantonly. The vibration sound came from the optical computer on his wrist, which was attached to the desktop, so the vibration sound was amplified. The president's face suddenly became very ugly. Is the training intensity of the Shahan Team 1 so high? You guys are so tired that you fell asleep during the routine meeting. The deputy captain of the Shahan Team 1 was embarrassed, and quickly pushed the leader next to him, lowering his voice and calling, "Boss! Boss, wake up!" Li Jia was woken up and was annoyed. The light brain on his wrist was still vibrating. He waved away the documents in front of him, and a handsome face with irritability and unkindness suddenly appeared. He didn't seem to notice the suffocating atmosphere in the conference hall. He directly answered his communicator and cursed over there. "You! He better be serious." I don't know what was said on the other end. A few seconds later, the sleepy young man stood up suddenly, his voice cold. "My daughter is missing? I asked you to pick someone up. You told me after 2 days that you didn't pick her up? She's missing. Are you tired of living?" After hanging up the call, Li Jia didn't look at anyone, kicked the heavy conference chair away, and strode out of the political conference hall. The hall was silent for a moment. It was not until a long time later that the president asked solemnly, "When did he get married?" Chapter 10. Li Jia walked outside the central building with a cold face. The huge black military hovercraft occupied 2 parking spaces and parked crookedly in the first row of the open-air parking lot. Li Jia went over and opened the car door. At this moment, a luxury car drove over and stopped in front of him. The car window opened, revealing a smiling woman face, Bao Shen. What a coincidence. Are you done with the meeting? Li Jia didn't even move his eyes, got on the hovercraft, and closed the door with a pop. The woman didn't seem to care about his coldness and looked good-tempered. Li Jia sat in the driver's seat. His slender fingers were already on the accelerator, but he saw that the luxury car in front had no intention of leaving, and the woman in the car was still smiling. Li Jia was so annoyed that he shouted, "Get out!" The princess's face, which had been able to hold on, finally showed a little crack at this time. She suppressed her anger and tried to speak in a gentle tone. "Nana has really tried very hard. God of War, I know you don't like to accept disciples, but our Nana has participated in the fatal training match for your words. Have you seen her live broadcast? She has persisted for 50 days, but the danger is really hard to estimate as time goes by. I think she is so sincere. Can we give her a discount? It's really not easy to be in the top 10. Top 30. You can accept her in the top 30? Okay." Li Jia frowned hard. The coldness on his face was so cold that it was frightening. "Don't understand what people say. I let you go." After repeatedly not giving face, the princess finally got angry. She opened the car door and walked out aggressively. "Li Jia, don't think I'm really afraid of you. You are the god of war. Don't forget that my husband is also in the army. His official position is not lower than yours." Li Jia sneered, pressed his finger on the control panel, and the black military vehicle directly brushed the corner of the delicate woman clothes, knocked the brand-name car crooked, and passed by her. When leaving, the man's words floated out of the car window, "Let your man beat me. I'm just worried about not finding a reason to deal with him." After the words fell, the military hovercraft flew into the sky, leaving only white exhaust gas, leaving a clear mark in the air. Bang! The princess stomped her high heels, and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This stupid tyrant dog temper really never changed in his life. He deserved that he was more than 200 years old and still a bachelor. The princess looked at her car with a dented door again, just as she was about to call someone to tow it away. The communication rang first. "Hey, what's the matter?" "What?" Nana met a group of rotten lions. "I start the live broadcast now." Nana had been staring at the little girl in front of her for a full 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, the little girl first stroked the male lion for a while, then played with the glass bottle with the cub, and then she went to talk to the other 3 lionesses for a long time. Cats and dogs should be good friends forever. Such nonsense. Finally, she walked in front of her, comforted the lioness holding her hand, and pulled her hand out of the lioness's teeth. During this period, the lioness did not resist. Where is the strong woman who is supposed to be a careerist? Ah, the wound is so deep. The little girl looked at the red blood hole, worriedly looked at the little sister, and admired, "Little sister, don't you feel any pain? You didn't even cry." Nana didn't know what to say for a while. The wound was very hideous and terrifying, and a lot of blood flowed. But the average physique of the interstellar people was strong, and she had received military training since she was a child. So this injury was really not worth her crying. "You are so awesome," the little girl praised again, and then skillfully took out some wild grass from her dirty little backpack and smashed it neatly. Nana asked curiously, "What is this?" "Herbs." "Herbs? Medicine?" "Herbs or grasses. Medicines or medicines. What are herbs?" Nana didn't understand. After a while, the little girl smashed the grass into mud, and then she actually held the mud and smeared it on the wound on her wrist. The cold touch made Nana terrified, and she immediately struggled. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before she finished her sentence, the lion over there suddenly stood up, and Nana immediately closed her mouth and froze her body, and dared not move again. After Lanlan smeared the mud all over, she took out a small piece of clothing from her backpack and looked at the short knife in the little sister's hand. "Little sister, can you help me cut it?" The lion was getting closer and closer, and the dangerous breath of the beast had already entered Nana's 5 senses. Nana swallowed her saliva and shook her head slightly at the little girl. How could she dare to hold a knife against a lion? The lion would think she was aggressive. Seeing that the little sister did not help, Lanlan had to pick up a sharp stone and clumsily cut the clothes with it. She took down a sleeve and used it to bandage the little sister's wrist. Nana looked at the small clothes with one sleeve missing. Was it the little girl's own clothes? Did she take it apart to use as a bandage for her? Nana's heart suddenly felt warm. At this time, the lion had completely approached, and Nana's hair stood on end again. The huge lion walked in front of the 2 humans, and then, with a clang, it suddenly fell on the little girl. Nana, shock! The rotten heart lion leaned on the little girl, and as it leaned, it slid along the little girl's body and spread out on the ground like a lion pancake. Its big head rested on the little girl's arm, and it made a gurgling sound in its throat, and rubbed its forehead against the little girl. Nana, ? The rotten heart lion was really too big, and Lanlan was knocked all over by it. The little girl couldn't hide her smile. After bandaging the wound, Lanlan turned around and pinched the big cat ears with both hands. She held up the big cat face, rubbed her nose against the big cat furry nose, and asked softly, "Are you hungry? Want to eat? Right? Then let's go find something to eat now." Lanlan got up, put away everything, put on her backpack, and asked kindly, "Miss, do you want to go with us?" Nana shook her head frantically. "No. No. No. No." Lanlan didn't force it. She reminded, "Then you have to remember to change the medicine yourself. There are a lot of these herbs on the roadside." Lanlan also picked them on the road. After that, the little girl turned around, jumped and led a group of ferocious beasts, and walked away proudly. Nana finally relaxed until the group of beast men in front of her completely disappeared. She let out a long breath and scratched her forehead with her uninjured hand. Confused, "So what's going on? Who is this little girl? She can even tame the rod-heart lion and the wind-red wolf? No. My head is itchy. I'm going to grow a brain." Ha ha, Nana can't figure it out. Nana doesn't understand. Her name is Lan Lan, and she has saved Major Ye Ling before. Why she appeared in the deadly training ground is still a mystery, and the official has not confirmed it yet. She must have been brought in by the rebels. This child is very suspicious, but whether it is suspicious or not is not our concern. The relevant departments will naturally investigate. Please don't leave this Star Network to go to court. You are the only one who can make empty judgments. Right? If you want to watch the live broadcast, watch it. If you don't want to watch it, get out. Stop nagging. Phew. The fans of our Princess Nana are still strong. Those extremists who were showing off in Major Ye Ling live broadcast room dared not say a word here. I laughed to death. Nana stayed there for a while, still wanting to know the identity of the little girl. Finally, she gritted her teeth and simply got up and followed. At worst, she would run away when she encountered danger. If she didn't find out the origin of this little girl, how could she sleep tonight? The dense forest was very large, with flowers, plants and trees everywhere. Nana followed and found that the child was actually walking towards the supply point near the cannibal forest. Fuck. She is indeed the organizer's person. Nana snorted and rolled her eyes at the invisible camera in the sky. You organizers are too inhuman. Normal training is already difficult. And you have to add unknown difficulties. What do you do with a little girl? What pit have you dug for our contestants? The organizer was wronged. But the organizer didn't say it. And the organizer had to take the blame. Haha. The organizers are so pitiful. But this little girl is really amazing. This is the first time I have seen a human being who can live in peace with mutant animals and plants. If mutant animals and plants can communicate, would there be so many tragic race wars in history? That is, until today, mutant animals and plants have not stopped attacking humans. Now the two major enemies of the Empire are, first, the rebels, and second, mutant animals and plants. I really wonder how this child parents raised her. How could they raise her to have such a skill? At the same time, in the monitoring room of the capital's starship building, Li Jie pressed his hands on the operating table in front of the monitoring screen, and his hawk-like eyes stared at every picture in the camera. After a while, stop! The screen was immediately paused. Li Jie frowned sharply. He looked at the center of the screen. The petite figure with a small backpack on his back, standing up from the lounge chair, and walking out of the starship hall with short legs. The veins on his forehead were faintly throbbing. The staff of the capital starship center nearby were already sweating profusely. The new soldiers of the third team of the evil hunters standing on the periphery were so weak that they almost knelt down and kowtowed to them on the spot. Li Jie turned around and looked at the soldier with a murderous look, and said word by word, "Where is Zhou Hongkai?" The soldier swallowed his saliva and was about to cry. Boss Zhou dared not return to the capital star. He is still looking for that little ancestor in the Asia star. No, it's the little lady. He asked me to come back first and report to you. Heh. The sneer made the temperature in the monitoring room drop a lot. The staff of the capital starship center were so sad that they wanted to cry. This matter had nothing to do with their capital star. They just received the internal monitoring sent by the Asia Starship Center and showed it to the God of War. The Lord of War. Please don't use them as a target. The soldier obviously knew that the God of War was so angry that he wanted to blow up the entire center of the starship. He quickly explained, Boss Zhou has actually found out something. The young lady got on a bus that night. Boss Zhou has already rushed to the stop where the young lady got off. We should be able to find her soon. Li Jie suddenly took a few steps forward. The soldier was so scared that his pupils trembled. Thinking that the Lord of War was going to beat him, he hurriedly squatted down with his head in his hands. But the God of War grabbed his shoulders with one hand and lifted him up into the air. Grinning viciously, tell Zhou Hongkai that if my Lan Lan loses a single hair, he will lose his head. Chapter 11. Hello. Is there anyone inside? Outside the green cabin deep in the dense forest, Lan Lan knocked politely on the brown door, and then waited eagerly for the wooden door to open. The wooden door did not open, and there was no movement inside. Hello. Is there anyone inside? There was still no movement in the house. What is she doing? Nana sat on a crooked tree 200 meters away, holding a piece of hay in her mouth, looking at the child knocking on the door with a puzzled look on her face. How could there be someone in the supply point? The door of the supply point was closed because they were afraid that mutant animals would run in and take away the supply bags. And no one lived inside. But then again, since the door was still closed, doesn't it mean that the supplies inside have not been touched? Nana's heart was beating wildly. The supply bag contained weapons, food, medicine, and everything she needed now. But Nana looked at the group of beasts standing behind the little girl again. Forget it. You need a life to use the supplies. You can't sacrifice your life for supplies. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Lan Lan continued to knock on the door. And suddenly, she heard a click sound, and the wooden door was knocked open. Lan Lan blinked her eyes, carefully pushed the door open a little more, and looked inside and said, Hello. Is there anyone inside? I want to buy something. The wooden door was completely opened, and there was nothing inside, except for a brown-green backpack in the middle of the room. Lan Lan scratched her head. This room didn't look like someone lived in it. There was no bed, not even a table, but there was an intact bag. Lan Lan thought of what her elder brother said. She immediately took off her small backpack and took out the small purse containing all her money from it. Lan Lan put 2 coins back in her pocket, then put the rest of the money on the floor and said to the empty cabin, Hello, owner of the cabin. Here is all the money Lan Lan has. Lan Lan only kept 2 coins for the bus. And the rest is for you. Can you sell Lan Lan some food? Lan Lan has a paralyzed brother at home. And a puppy, and a cat crying for food. Our family hasn't eaten for a long time. Puff. Nana, who has amazing hearing, quickly covered her mouth with her hands, trying not to laugh out loud. How can this child be so cute? The things in this material bag belong to whoever gets them. Wasn't she arranged by the organizer? Why does she seem to know nothing? That's because she really wasn't arranged by the organizer. The organizer must be wronged. But she's really cute. She took out all her belongings so seriously just to buy food for her paralyzed brother, and the cats and dogs that are crying for food. Woohoo! This family can't live without Lan Lan. I counted the money. There are at least more than 2,000 yuan. Lan Lan, you don't need so much. The market value of the things in this material bag is at most 500 yuan. Take the money back quickly. Lan Lan obviously didn't know how much the things in this bag were worth. After she put down the money, she opened the backpack. There were 20 bottles of nutrient solution, 5 bottles of mineral water, a medical portable bag, and an extremely sharp knife. Lan Lan thought about it, and felt that she needed all these things. After a moment of hesitation, Lan Lan bit her lip, and took out the 2 coins she had saved in her pocket. She put the coins into the pile of money, and said with red ears, Lan Lan, Lan Lan, can you take the whole bag and give all the money to the owner of the cabin? Okay. Of course. No one in the house answered her. Lan Lan seemed to be afraid that others would think she was greedy. So she held her backpack and hurriedly left the cabin. She closed the wooden door properly, bowed to the cabin again and again to thank them, and then looked back at the cats and dogs behind her. With a shy smile on her dirty face, we have food. Lan Lan sat on the steps in front of the cabin. She took out 10 bottles of nutrient solution in one breath. She fed 1 bottle to the puppy first. The puppy had not eaten since yesterday afternoon. It had been a day, and the puppy was still injured. The liquid containing energy was spread in the palm of the little girl hand. Feng Qilang was originally very excited, but when he went forward to smell it, his shrewd green eyes dimmed instantly. This is not the energy water it ate before. Lan Lan was a little surprised. Little dog, eat it. Don't you like to eat nutrient solution? Feng Qilang finally licked the liquid. Although the energy in this liquid is very scarce, and cannot be compared with the previous majestic energy, it is really hungry. So it is used as a way to fill its stomach. After eating a bottle of nutrient solution reluctantly and a bit picky, Lan Lan saw that the little dog started to lick its paws. So she opened another bottle, and started to feed the other big cats. There were 8 bottles of nutrient solution in total. After feeding all the big cats, Lan Lan opened the last bottle of nutrient solution and drank a big gulp. As soon as the slightly sour liquid entered her mouth, Lan Lan wanted to vomit it out on the spot. But she knew that food was not easy to eat. So she quickly covered her mouth and didn't let herself vomit. But her chubby little face wrinkled into lumps on the spot. It was so unpalatable. Ha ha ha. What's this expression? Could it be that the nutrient solution is expired? It's impossible. The shelf life of this brand of nutrient solution is a full 10 years. Not to mention that this supply package was prepared only this year. Even if it was last year, it couldn't be expired. I also like to eat this brand of nutrient solution. It's a big brand with a good taste. The sourness and astringency are lighter than other brands. Our whole family eats this. After Lan Lan swallowed the first mouthful of nutrient solution, she didn't have the courage to eat the second mouthful. Why does this nutrient solution taste like this? It tastes completely different from the nutrient solution made by Yaya mother. Not only is it not sweet and fruity, but it is also sour and astringent. Lan Lan stuck out her tongue and touched her belly. Her belly was already very flat. If she didn't eat anything, her stomach would growl. Oh! Lan Lan gritted her teeth, pinched her nose, and finally ate the whole bottle of nutrient solution in one breath. After eating, after retching, Lan Lan quickly unscrewed the mineral water mask with a painful mask, and gulped down a big mouthful, finally washing away the strange taste. Lan Lan sighed heavily, and looked at the remaining nutrient solution in the bag with a sad face. Will she have to eat this nutrient solution in the future? I miss Yaya mother so much. After zipping up the backpack, Lan Lan stood up and touched the big head of the wrought heart lion. He said, Lan Lan doesn't let the big cats eat the little sister. But Lan Lan used the nutrient solution he'd bought to feed the big cats. So big cats. We are even now. Right? The Rodhard lion looked at the little girl in confusion. It didn't understand what the little girl was saying. Lan Lan smiled, showing her tiny teeth, and couldn't help kissing the big cats on the forehead. Lan Lan is going back to find Big Brother now. Big Brother must be hungry. Big cats? You should go home too. After kissing all the cats, Lan Lan took out the fur in her mouth and waved to the big cats, goodbye. Goodbye. The little girl carried a small backpack, a bag of supplies, and the wind-red wolf with a torn piece of clothing tied around her waist, and walked away slowly. The Rodhard lions didn't catch up with her, so they sat there, after a while, until the little girl figure completely disappeared. They stood up, and then walked straight to the back, to the crooked tree where Nana was. Fuck! 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 Nana was startled and quickly jumped down from the tree, running desperately. While she was running, she was still shouting, "You all took the nutrient solution. Why are you still chasing me? Didn't we say it's even? Don't chase me." Ye Ling felt that he was going crazy. These few hours, he almost felt like a year. The grass and mud on the wound had been messed up, and branches and vines were crawling all over his body. Swish, swish. When the vines brushed his skin, the harsh sound kept echoing in his ears, and sometimes the thorns of the vines pierced into his flesh, leaving a mottled blood mark on his body. Ye Ling's nerves were tense. He swallowed his saliva and tried to move, but as soon as he moved, the vines, which were originally gentle, became agitated instantly, and their speed of watering became faster. Ye Ling had to lie down again, trying not to stimulate these lethal weapons. Time passed by minute, and the sun that seemed gentle before gradually turned into a scorching sun, and Ye Ling was sunburned and became more unconscious. Ye Ling closed his eyes. He wanted to save his physical strength as much as possible, but he still felt that the vitality in his body was gradually draining away. This time, is it really hopeless? Will he die? Woo woo woo. Major Ye Ling really can't hold on. He had suffered a serious mental trauma before, and with these puncture injuries, it is actually a miracle that he can hold on until now. He still refused to press the exit button. Why is he so stubborn? Don't scold him. He is just that kind of person. Stubborn. Proud. Major Ye Ling, you are my eternal idol. I will always respect you. You are a hero. Look. His breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Woo woo woo. I dare not look. La la la. La 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 la. Suddenly, the sound of a girl humming a song came from a distance. Ye Ling felt that his head was heavy. His whole body was heavy. His brain was out of focus. And he heard the clear singing. Was it his hallucination? It should be a hallucination. La la. La la la. The humming sound was getting closer and closer. Ye Ling couldn't help but frown. It didn't seem like an illusion. Could it be? Lan Lan. Lan Lan is back? This realization made Ye Ling's brain, which had been unable to function, clear for a moment. The next second, Ye Ling suddenly felt his body lighten. The sound of the vines moving hua la la echoed in his ears. When the vines on his chest and neck left, he felt that he could finally breathe. He numbly opened his eyes a crack, and in his blurred vision, he actually saw the vines surrounding him, whooshing back at lightning speed. These man-eating vines that were so arrogant and bad just now, almost playing with his life for fun, retreated completely in less than 3 seconds. They all returned to the man-eating tree in an orderly manner, pretending that they had done nothing before. Some vines rested on the trunk and pretended to be dead, and some vines shrank in the crown and pretended that they did not exist. When the humming sound of la 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 was close at hand, Ye Ling heard the helpless mumbling of the little girl in her dazed ears. Hey! Why did the herbs on Big Brother body all disperse? Big Brother must have moved around in his sleep. Hey! His sleeping posture is too bad. Ye Ling's eyelids twitched, and she almost fainted. Is this his fault? Did he do nothing well? Ah! Lan Lan is finally back. Major Ye Ling is alive again. I feel like I'm riding an aero car. Lan Lan. I want to complain. When you were away, the man-eating tree bullied Major Ye Ling. Major Ye Ling was almost tortured to death by the man-eating tree. I came from Nana live broadcast room. Lan Lan. I want to complain too. After you separated from the Rodhard lion, the Rodhard lion went after Nana again. And Nana almost died again. Lan Lan. Just tell me whether you care or not. You really make it difficult for Lan Lan. Here's a suggestion. Lan Lan finds 2 belts, ties Major Ye Ling and Princess Nana to your belt, and takes them with you wherever you go. Chapter 12. Perhaps he met someone who could make him feel at ease. Ye Ling, who had been tense for several hours, finally relaxed temporarily. A huge sense of fatigue occupied his brain. Ye Ling swallowed his saliva slightly, and was about to speak to the little girl. But at this moment, a drop of water dripped on his lips. Hey, is it raining? Lan Lan was about to take out the things in the supply bag, and she spread her little hands to receive them. Suddenly, 2 drops of heavy rain fell into her soft palms. She looked up at the sky again. Although there were dense tree canopies blocking the view, there were still many raindrops falling from the gaps in the trees. It's really raining, Lan Lan muttered, and was about to wake up the big brother, who was still sleeping. When she turned around, she found that the big brother had woken up, and the boy was looking at the sky above with a dazed face. Big brother, you're awake. Lan Lan will shield you from the rain first. Lan Lan picked up the banana leaves scattered nearby and covered the big brother, who was difficult to move one by one, and said, Big brother, wait a moment. Lan Lan will build a small shed first. It will be done soon. After that, the little girl was about to get up, but the corner of her clothes was pulled by a slender big hand. Lan Lan blinked in confusion. Big brother? Ye Ling felt that his breathing was a little chaotic. His eyelashes trembled slightly, looking at the fine rain. His hoarse voice was difficult. 54 days. Training. It's time to upgrade. Ah? Lan Lan didn't understand. Ye Ling exhaled lightly and looked at the little girl in front of him. Lan Lan. This rain will be a rainstorm. Lan Lan still didn't understand. Ye Ling let go of the girl clothes, his lips pale. You? Don't worry about me. Go by yourself. Nana finally got rid of the group of rotten lions behind her. She fell on a big rock, sweating profusely, and wanted to take a good rest. But suddenly, a drop of cold rain fell on her forehead. Nana opened her eyes lazily. She covered her face with her hands, and the back of her hand received a few more drops of rain. No way. It's really raining when it rains? She forced herself to get up, and was about to find a place to shelter from the rain. But suddenly, she thought of something and her face changed drastically. Wait. The training match has been over for 50 days. Right? Damn. This rain. Won't it be the beginning of climate training? Congratulations. The answer is correct. The official website has issued the latest notice, and the climate training of this training match will start from the 54th day, which is today. In fact, this session is considered good. I remember that the climate training started just after the 50-day last session. The reason why the Fatal Training Ground is called the Fatal Training Ground is that there are not only mutant beasts, mutant plants, and mutant sea monsters that make the contestants overwhelmed, but also many natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions and mudslides. Even from the 50th day of the competition, the competition ground will conduct climate training from time to time. The so-called climate training is extreme weather, rainstorms, hail, floods, droughts, lightning, typhoons. All kinds of weather may occur, and even several extreme weathers may occur at the same time. After entering the climate training stage, the contestants not only have to deal with the original, lethal mutant animals and plants, but also try to resist the impact of these bad weather on themselves. To put it simply, if the Fatal Training Ground 50 days ago was a difficult mode, then the Fatal Training Ground 50 days later, after the double buff is superimposed, it will directly become a hell mode, and the elimination rate will increase sharply. Big brother, you let Lan Lan go alone? Lan Lan finally understood what the big brother meant, but this made her more confused. But Lan Lan is gone. What will big brother do alone? Big brother, you can't move. Yes, he can't move. How can he live? But the climate training has already begun. If he is still a burden with Lan Lan, it will only make Lan Lan unable to survive. Ye Ling took a breath and tried to reason with the little girl. Lan Lan, listen to what Big Brother said. Although the man-eating tree will not hurt you, but the climate is an indiscriminate attack. Ye Ling spoke slowly. His physical strength was very poor, and he could not speak too fast. Once the heavy rain falls, you will be in great danger. You are young. You have weak resistance. Once you get sick, you can only wait to die, Ye Ling said, and comforted the little girl. But brother is an adult. Brother is not afraid of getting wet in the rain. So, you go alone. Lan Lan little brows frowned even more tightly, and her pair of big dark eyes were full of confusion. But why does Big Brother want to get wet in the rain? Lan Lan has built a small shed. Can I hide from the rain with Big Brother? Or does Big Brother just like getting wet in the rain? Because she really couldn't understand this logic. Lan Lan could only blame it on the fact that this Big Brother was a very romantic person who especially liked to get wet in the rain alone. But, Lan Lan said earnestly, but Big Brother, you are still injured now. If you get wet in the rain, your wound will break. Big Brother, how about this? You should take shelter with Lan Lan first. And when your injury is healed, if you want to get wet in the rain, Lan Lan will definitely not stop you. Is it okay? Ye Ling, After Lan Lan finished speaking, she did not give Big Brother a chance to veto, and stood up and ran to build a small shed. The rain was about to get heavy, and it would be too late if we didn't build a small shed. Lan Lan. Ye Ling called her from behind. Listen to me. Lan Lan didn't listen. She took apart the banana leaves that she had used to build a nest before, and used them to make the roof of the small shed. Lan Lan, Lan Lan. Lan Lan climbed up the branch of the man-eating tree again, and reached out to pull a green vine covered with thorns. Lan Lan. Be careful. Ye Ling recognized the thick vine. It was this vine that pressed on his chest before. The mottled red marks on the vine were all his blood. Lan Lan easily pulled the docile vine over, and used the vine to clamp the banana leaves as a rope, and let the vine be laid horizontally between the two branches of the tree. After tying it, Lan Lan hugged the man-eating tree trunk, turned back and said soothingly, Big Brother, Lan Lan is careful. Lan Lan will not fall down. Don't worry, little dog. You go a little further. Lan Lan also instructed the little dog below him, who was anxiously turning around to go farther away. The little dog stood too close, and Lan Lan was afraid that the vine would fall and hit it. The rain was always drizzling, as if to give the contestants a buffer time. The first heavy rain in the climate training did not come quickly. After Lan Lan pulled one vine, she went to pull the second one. Some vines were too high for her to pull, so she went down to the ground and picked up vines in the bushes. These vines were like natural thick ropes. After Lan Lan crossed the banana leaves and vines together, soon, a green plane appeared halfway up the man-eating tree. From a distance, it looked like a huge leaf growing on the waist of a big tree. Lan Lan stuffed all the luggage under the shed, and then ran over to pull the Big Brother. Ye Ling watched the little girl busying around the whole time. He couldn't move much, but with a little girl's support, they could slowly move under the shed. When they moved to the bottom of the shed, Ye Ling found that the wide shed could not only accommodate 2 people and 1 wolf, but also had enough space for them to lie down. On both sides of the shed were drooping vines, and the drooping vines were like walls, blocking the rain blowing in from both sides. Ye Ling was in a very complicated mood. He swore that he had just seen with his own eyes that when the little girl turned around, the vines quietly swam to the little girl's feet, making sure that the little girl could pick them up as soon as she turned around. He even saw that some vines took the initiative to fill the top of the shed to help the little girl build a stronger shed. Thinking of himself, who was almost suffocated by these vines more than 10 minutes ago, Ye Ling, the rain is not heavy now. Lan Lan took the time to find some vines and made a door curtain, and then picked up all the banana leaves nearby to use as cushions. Oh my god! She actually built a shed on the spot, although the man-eating vines took the initiative to fill some gaps. The overall structure and logic were all done by Lan Lan herself. Lan Lan is so smart. But the shed is supported by 2 thin branches. I am so worried that the shed will collapse directly if the branches break. You were kidding me before. First, the vines are light, not heavy, and the weight of the shed is all at the rear end of the thicker branches, so the chance of breaking is not high. Second, this is a man-eating tree. If the man-eating tree doesn't want to, who can make its branches break? Oh, sorry. I forgot again. Seeing such a sturdy and simple tree, I really can't remember that this is a man-eating tree that kills people without blinking an eye. I didn't think so much. But when I saw that there was a lot of Major Ye Ling blood hanging on these vines, I felt subtle, and the world where Major Ye Ling was injured appeared. Lan Lan checked left and right, and after confirming that the shed should not leak, she took out the supplies bag. He took out a bottle of nutrient solution and handed it to the elder brother. Big Brother, you eat first. After you finish eating, Lan Lan will change the medicine for you and the puppy. Ye Ling took the bottle of nutrient solution. He looked at the extra military green material bag, and looked around the seemingly simple, but actually very solid tree vine shed. He pursed his lips. Lan Lan, why are you so good to me? You don't even know my name. Lan Lan was stunned, as if he suddenly realized something, and asked hurriedly, then what is your name? Elder brother? Can you tell Lan Lan? Ye Ling. Ye of the tree leaf. Ling of the feather. Lan Lan nodded thoughtfully. Ye Ling looked at the little girl thoughtful expression and raised his eyebrows. Are you thinking about how to write the word Ling? Lan Lan immediately held her head high. No. Lan Lan knows how to write it. Lan Lan can recognize many words. If you don't believe me, Lan Lan will write it for Big Brother to see. Lan Lan picked up a branch and drew a circle on the ground confidently on the spot. 0. The little girl raised her head proudly, and her pair of black grape-like eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Is Lan Lan writing it right? Ye Ling, say it's right. Say it now. Say it. If you don't say it, I scold you. Say it or not. Say it now. Chapter 13. Yes. I don't know if it was because of the telepathy with the bullet screen. After staring at the girl's sparkling eyes for a few seconds, Ye Ling lowered her eyelids and gently admitted it. Lan Lan was very happy immediately. She was actually a little nervous just now, because when the big brother said something about feathers, Lan Lan didn't understand what the 0 had to do with feathers. But fortunately, she still wrote it correctly. The big brother name is so simple. I wonder if the big brother brothers and sisters are also called Yi, Yi Er, Yi San. Lan Lan was thinking wildly, and saw the big brother twisting the nutrient solution bottle with some effort. She quickly took it to help the big brother twist it, and then pointed the bottle mouth to the big brother mouth, feeding it while saying, Big brother, this nutrient solution is not very delicious. If it is too hard to drink, Big brother, please be patient for a while. Not good to drink. Ye Ling smelled the nutrient solution and didn't smell anything strange. She took another sip, and it was not hard to drink. It was just the taste of normal nutrient solution. After looking at the label on the bottle, it was a nutrient solution from a big brand. The taste was already mid to high end, with little astringency and sourness. Ye Ling said, it tastes good. Lan Lan was stunned, and couldn't help but get close to smell it. It still had that weird sour smell. How could it taste good? Lan Lan pouted. No fruity taste. Fruit taste? Ye Ling was helpless. After all, he was still a child. The main thing about nutrient solution is the nutrients. If other seasoning materials are added, it will destroy the pure nutritional value. I heard that if you use good quality edible fruits and vegetables and add nutrient solution, you can keep the nutrients while changing the taste of the nutrient solution. But generally no one would do this. After all, the cost is too expensive. Because of the mutant plants, most of the land in the Interstellar is alienated. These lands are not suitable for growing crops. So edible crops are luxury goods in the Interstellar. And it is precisely because of the scarcity of crops that the concept of nutrient solution came into being. If expensive crops are added to cheap nutrient solution in pursuit of taste, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Which nutrient solution production company would do such a loss-making business? If you really want to eat fruits and vegetables, you'd better buy ready-made ones directly. Lan Lan listened to her big brother words. She was a little confused. So the nutrient solution made by Yaya mother, for her, was actually nutritious? But every time she ate it, she would be very energetic and her stomach would be full. And the puppy wound would heal faster after eating it. Lan Lan didn't understand these things very well. She grumbled twice and stopped talking. After Ye Ling finished a bottle of nutrient solution, he felt that his energy had recovered a little. But his injury was too serious. If he was treated slowly like this, how long would it take to recover his mobility? Ye Ling cast his eyes on the medical bag in the supply bag. Lan Lan, look at what's in that bag. At this time, the drizzle outside had begun to get heavier. Lan Lan sat in the middle of the shed. On her left was her big brother leaning against the tree trunk, and on her right was the puppy sleeping with its belly spread out. Lan Lan opened the zipper of the medical bag, and there were several bottles of medicine inside, which Lan Lan did not recognize. Ye Ling eyes lit up. There are 2 bottles of mental recovery agent. Great. Lan Lan. The black one. Give it to me. Lan Lan took out the black bottle of medicine, opened it, and fed it to her big brother. While feeding, Lan Lan smelled some familiar smells. The names of several Chinese medicines flashed through her mind quickly. Ginseng, angelica, astragalus, donkey hide gelatin. Then, there were the names of some chemicals. Methyl, thiophene, benzodiazine. Hey, what is chemistry? Well, why do chemicals have to be mixed with Chinese medicine? Lan Lan's small brain began to be confused again, and her pupils were a little sluggish. After Ye Ling finished a bottle of mental recovery agent, he felt that his broken mental body finally began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. He breathed a sigh of relief, and when he turned his head, he saw that the little girl beside him seemed to have lost her mind and was in a daze. Lan Lan? Lan Lan? After calling twice, the little girl finally responded. She opened her eyes wide. Big brother. What did you say? Lan Lan didn't hear clearly just now. Ye Ling frowned. Are you uncomfortable? Are you tired? A little kid, who just came back from outside to find a bag of supplies, and climbed up and down to build such a big shed, must be very tired. Lan Lan was indeed tired. She yawned a little. It's okay. Lan Lan changed the medicine for Big Brother and the puppy before taking a nap. The little girl changed the medicine for the man and the dog seriously. Then she huddled in the arms of the puppy and fell asleep with the puppy in her arms. The sound of rain continued outside. Ye Ling looked at the rain curtain that was gradually getting bigger in front of him, and clenched his fists slightly. He will get better as soon as possible. He will go to the end of the game, and he will leave the deadly training ground safely with the little girl beside him. Southern District 8? Tejiazu? Are you kidding me? On the express starship to Asia Star. Li Jia listened to the trembling report of the soldier in Team 3. And his eyes, which were originally tightly closed, slowly opened like a waking tiger. The soldier was so scared that his whole body began to tremble again. Team Captain. It was Boss Joe who called to say that he had already chased the young lady to the station where she got off the bus. When he got there, he found that it was the foot of the mountain in Tejiazu. Southern District 8. Asia Star is a mineral planet. It is very rich in minerals, which is why there are many mountains in Asia Star. Where there are many mountains, there are naturally mutant plants and beasts. After the war hundreds of years ago, the entire Southern District 8 of Asia Star has almost become the world of mutant plants and animals. The central government was reluctant to waste this resource, so it simply opened a competitive live training program in the local area. Deadly Training Ground. From then on, the entire mountain range of Tejiazu was divided into the official venue of Deadly Training Ground. Perhaps it is the psychology of admiring the strong that after each episode of Fatal Training Ground is broadcast, there will be a travel boom in the state of Cape. Many people come from far away to check in and take photos. This behavior has become popular. Tourism can bring economic benefits, and the authorities of Asia Star are naturally happy to see it. They have opened many bus stops in the South 8th District. During the peak season, these stops are almost crowded every day. At present, the new Fatal Training game has started again. It is conceivable that after this game is over, the South 8th District will usher in a peak of crowds again. But now, the tourism boom has not started yet, and it should still be a deserted mountain with few people. Li Jia's murderous eyes swept across Xiaobing's face. You mean? My Lan Lan entered the South 8th District alone one night. And then, there has been no news since then? Xiaobing felt that he was about to be pierced by the captain's death gaze. He was almost going crazy. Their boss Joe was also a thief. He refused to call the captain himself and always asked him to pass the message, without thinking whether he would live to pass it. Xiaobing's voice became more and more stuttering. The father-in-law bus driver said that he also found out after watching the surveillance. It turned out that there was a little girl at the terminal that night. He said that if he saw the little lady, he would never let her, a child, get off in such a place. Li Jia's eyes became more and more sinister and dark. The soldier was about to collapse. Boss Zhou is leading people to conduct a carpet search nearby. The good news is that there has been no riot in the Special Corner State Mountains recently, and the various protection nets of Fatal Training Ground are also very tight. And there has been no situation where the beasts on the scene ran down the mountain. So, the young lady should at least not encounter mutant animals and plants. Li Jia razor-like eyebrows pressed hard. Is this good news? Soldier, The soldier was really about to cry. What can he do? He is just a mouthpiece. Let him go. Li Jia raised his hand, and pressed his forehead irritably. He closed his eyelids, and his voice was full of uncontrollable murderous anger. How long will it take to get to Yaxing? 3 hours. The heavy rain outside was still falling. When Lan Lan woke up, she hugged the puppy and stared at the rain outside in a daze. The sound of bang 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 was the sound of heavy rain hitting the roof, because the shed was tilted. There was no water on the roof. However, if it continued to rain for a few days, the banana leaves and vines would be washed away, and the shed would collapse. Thinking of this, Lan Lan yawned again and rubbed her dirty face against the puppy neck fur. Fortunately, the heavy rain would not last long. She had calculated the wind direction and the thickness of the clouds. It should rain for 3 days, so the shed could hold up. After lying in the puppy arms for a while, Lan Lan finally got up. Almost at the same time as she got up, the boy who was dozing beside her also opened his eyes. Lan Lan greeted, "Big brother, you are awake too." As she spoke, the little girl rolled up her sleeves, stretched her hands out of the shed, and caught a handful of water with both hands. She rinsed her hands with cold water first, and then started to wash her face. The cold water stimulated the hair follicles, and the sleepiness that was still left was instantly gone. Lan Lan hadn't washed her face for 2 or 3 days. After she washed her face roughly, she took out the dress with one sleeve removed from her backpack. She wiped her face with the dress, and when she looked up again, her dirty little face instantly became pale, and her cheeks were still pink after being stimulated by cold water. Damn! My Lan Lan actually looks like this. She used to be like a black coal ball, and I didn't realize that her facial features were so delicate. Ah, baby. So cute. Ye Ling didn't expect that after washing off the dirt on her face. Lan Lan's little face was so beautiful and tender. His fingers itched slightly, and he couldn't help but want to pinch the little girl's face. After Lan Lan wiped her face clean, she started to pack her backpack. Ye Ling saw the things in her backpack, and the boy slowly said, "Ordinary people rarely carry spare clothes with them." His words were somewhat tentative. To be honest, he didn't have a chance to ask Lan Lan why she appeared in the fatal training ground, because he was in such a bad state for 2 days. Now seeing that the child actually carried luggage with her, the major who had been fighting for many years couldn't help but have some conspiracy theories. Did she bring luggage into the training ground specifically? What was her purpose? Lan Lan looked up, with a smile on her pink face, because Lan Lan is going on a long journey, so she has to bring clothes. Ye Ling raised her eyebrows. Long journey? Lan Lan didn't hide anything, and told her about her experiences in the past few days. Dad and Mom asked Lan Lan to come to Yaxing to find someone, but Lan Lan couldn't find anyone. And then Lan Lan met a bleeding puppy. Lan Lan wanted to send the puppy to the puppy mother. By my side, the puppy was looking for its mother. What venue? Lan Lan didn't know what the training venue was. Why was it here? This forest? Lan Lan didn't know either. Lan Lan didn't know the way in the forest. The puppy led the way. Where did you meet the puppy? On the road. Beside the road. Ye Ling listened and understood. If the little girl didn't lie, she must have lost her way. And then she didn't know how to meet the injured Feng Chi Wolf. And Feng Chi Wolf took a road that no one else knew and accidentally brought her into the stadium. Thinking of her overly close behavior with Feng Chi Wolf, Ye Ling believed the little girl's words. The mutant beast is violent and lonely, and will not have a good impression of humans. But if Lan Lan saved it, it makes sense to treat its savior with closeness. However, this also made Ye Ling even angrier. How old are you? Your parents actually let you take a starship alone and cross multiple planets to Asia? Are they crazy? Lan Lan quickly straightened her chest and tried to justify herself. Lan Lan is already 4 years old. She is a big kid. Lan Lan can take a starship by herself. 4 years old is also very young. Which parent is so irresponsible? So Lan Lan was really tricked into the competition by Feng Qilang? It was said before that Feng Qilang was obviously the leader wolf that was seriously injured by the prince. And I was wondering why it was not dead yet. It seems that it was about to die. So it fled outside the competition venue, and then met Lan Lan, who was lost, and brought Lan Lan in again. Freely enter and exit the deadly training ground? The protection personnel came out to take the blame. In the final analysis, it's still Lan Lan's unreliable parents. Letting a 4-year-old child go out alone? This is illegal. Not only is it illegal, I suspect this is intentional abandonment. Quickly find Lan Lan's parents and put them in jail. This kind of scumbag parents must not be let off. HU. On the starship from the capital star to the Asian star. Li Jie sneezed suddenly. He rubbed his nose and turned on his light brain irritably, ignoring those missed calls that he didn't want to deal with. Li Jie clicked on an encrypted number and hesitated whether to dial it. When Li Jie left the Death Star, Lan Lan was only half a year old. A while ago, the man contacted him using encrypted communication and said that Lan Lan was affected by the alienated land of the Death Star and had health problems. Of course Li Jie wanted to bring Lan Lan to live with him. Every time he thought of Lan Lan in these years, he relied on Lan Lan childhood videos to keep alive. But he was not safe around him, and there were too many people watching him. So he asked his confidant Zhou Hongkai to take Lan Lan to live in Wangqiu Lane first. Who knew that she disappeared? In theory, if Lan Lan was in trouble, he should tell the Death Star. Ding dong. At this moment, a news push from the Star Network popped up on Li Jie light brain. Li Jie glanced at the title. Shock! The Marshal eldest son was in danger, and the princess's daughter was in danger. But it was all up to her to turn the tide. Is it a conspiracy of the rebels? Or is it a strategy of the organizer? What will happen to her relationship with Major Ye Ling and Princess Nana? Click to see the latest analysis of the deadly training ground. What the hell? Li Jie clicked the cross angrily, not letting this kind of traffic-stealing garbage push distract him at all. Chapter 14. The heavy rain washed over the entire Tejiazu Mountains. In the live broadcast room, Ye Ling was still explaining to the little girl that her parents' behavior of letting her go out alone was irresponsible and not allowed by interstellar law. The 4-year-old little bean listened to the big brother indignation in a daze. Her short little hand scratched her head, as if she could not empathize with the boy's thoughts. Lan Lan is old enough to take a starship alone, and her parents cannot leave the Death Star. The warden said that if the parents leave the Death Star, they will die. Lan Lan doesn't want her parents to die. The parents all want to accompany Lan Lan to Asia, but they really can't come. When Lan Lan went out, many parents cried, and Lan Lan cried too. So, why does the big brother keep saying bad things about the parents? Lan Lan puffed her cheeks and began to be unhappy. She didn't want to listen to her big brother anymore. Her pink little mouth was pouted high. Lan Lan turned around and sullenly faced her big brother with her, but Ye Ling, Ye Ling saw that the little girl was angry and felt a little embarrassed. Yes, although outsiders thought that Lan Lan parents were very bad, Lan Lan must like her parents very much. Ye Ling sighed and could only comfort her in a good-tempered way. Is it okay if brother doesn't say anything? Lan Lan turned her head and glanced at her big brother with distrust. Seeing that her big brother seemed to really stop talking, she turned back with a hum and emphasized, Dad and Mom are very good. Ye Ling could only perfunctorily, as long as you are happy. Of course Lan Lan was happy. Lan Lan liked her parents very much. The heavy rain outside was still pouring down. After the big and small reconciled, Ye Ling asked Lan Lan some other questions. But at this moment, there was only a boom sound, and a huge thunder and lightning, accompanied by flashes, suddenly hit the northeast of the dense forest. When Lan Lan heard the loud noise, she turned her head blankly and looked towards the sky in the distance. Lan Lan, come in closer. Ye Ling saw that the little girl was sitting too far outside, and fearing that she would be frightened, he patted the seat beside him. Thunder is scary. Brother will protect you. Lan Lan blinked and looked at her older brother in confusion. Thunder? Why is it scary? Ye Ling, The 4-year-old kid who had no reaction to weather phenomena since childhood said in a matter-of-fact way, thunder is just clouds in the sky. After being hit by a positive load, the air expands due to heat, causing strong vibrations. It is a normal natural phenomenon. Not scary. Ye Ling, Popular science. Ha ha. Lan Lan is not afraid of thunder at all. Major Ye Ling, you are being sentimental. I saw that Major Ye Ling secretly opened his arms. He just wanted to take the opportunity to let Lan Lan sit in his arms. He just wanted to get close to Lan Lan. This scheming man. Lan Lan is not afraid of thunder, but she feels it is wrong. The little head stretched out of the awning again, staring at the sky, and couldn't help muttering, strange. It shouldn't strike over there. From the amount of rain and the direction of the clouds, the thunder shouldn't strike the ground at all. It should disappear in midair and not fall down. What's wrong? Ye Ling was puzzled. Boom! At this time, another thunder roared, and a crackling lightning flashed in the air for half a second. And then, like before, the thunder fell again to the northeast of the dense forest. Ah! Lan Lan suddenly stood up, her eyes wide open, and pointed her little hand at the forest in the northeast direction. Is there that thing over there? Is that attracting lightning? No. If you split that thing, the air will be damaged. The flowers, trees, and small animals in the forest will die. Lan Lan didn't care about anything else. She reached out and grabbed the straw hat she woven with banana leaves, put it on her head, and rushed out of the awning. Lan Lan! Ye Ling shouted. Seeing this, Feng Qilang, who was lying on the ground, hurried to catch up, but Lan Lan, who was halfway running, turned around and called, Little dog, you are injured. Don't come over. Lan Lan will be back soon. The little girl disappeared in the rain in a hurry. The whole live broadcast room was blown up. Where is Lan Lan going in such heavy rain? She said there is that? What that? What does that mean? No. The thunder is falling over there. And she is still running over there. What if she is struck by thunder? I am not worried about this now. After all, it will take so long to run over there. What I am worried about is that Lan Lan is gone. Do you know what this means? Damn. The man-eating tree will not. Ye Ling was sitting under the awning, and was anxiously shouting at the little girl back. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell on his head. Ye Ling was stunned and looked up. The next second, he saw that the awning that was tightly closed just now suddenly became sparse, and the floating vines no longer properly sheltered the humans below from wind and rain. The banana leaves that lost their support were about to fall down in danger. As soon as Lan Lan left, the man-eating tree awning went on strike. Ye Ling blue eyes trembled. He didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly took out all the clothes in Lan Lan's small backpack, put half of the clothes on his shoulders, and put the other half on Feng Qilang, who was staring at the rain curtain, pacing anxiously, and wanted to rush out at any time. The stingy vines seemed to feel the familiar breath and finally settled down temporarily. They returned to the roof of the shed, and the awning became indestructible again. Ye Ling breathed a long sigh of relief. You fooled me. You fooled me. The man-eating tree didn't recognize me. You are worthy of it. Major Ye Ling. Smart. You just bully the man-eating tree because it has no eyes. I just want to know where Lan Lan went. Damn it. Why can't you open a separate live broadcast room for Lan Lan? If you want to see Lan Lan, you can only peek from other people's live broadcast rooms. I am so wronged. As he said, the audience searched for Lan Lan in each live broadcast room. 10 minutes later, someone finally found it. Report. Look at Rick live broadcast room. Lan Lan is in Rick live broadcast room. Above the cliff where the rain was pouring, a huge black python was walking on the tree. It was spitting out its tongue with a hissing sound, and a short sword was inserted in its 7-inch part. In front of it, 3 contestants were dying and supporting each other. There were originally 5 of them. And just now, 2 teammates couldn't stand it anymore and withdrew from the competition. The battle just now was very dangerous. The second before the 2 teammates pressed the quit button, they were almost bitten off by the poisonous teeth of the black giant python. Fortunately, they withdrew in time. The moment the button was pressed, a 3S mecha popped out of the watch-style dedicated optical computer. The mecha was a preset super-intelligent mecha. From the appearance of the mecha to protecting the contestants, to activating the weapon box, the entire mecha flew into the sky and left the competition field. The whole process took less than 0.01 seconds. The black python missed its bite, and 2 contestants escaped death, but the other 3 contestants were still at the scene. They did not choose to withdraw. They believed that they still had the ability to fight on. However, when they saw someone else coming from a distance, their confidence began to waver. Especially the person who came over was not a good person. Shoo. A frivolous whistle came from outside the battle circle. Rick scratched his hooked nose. He was wearing a protective raincoat with a hood. This raincoat was found by him at a certain supply point. It was not only waterproof, but also warm. It was simply the first-class equipment for climate training. He folded his arms casually across his chest, leaned against a big tree, and looked like he was watching a good show. Hey, are you 3 going to fight or not? Go ahead. You have stabbed the blood python's vital point. Isn't this a ready-made trophy? Don't you want it? Rick watched the fun and fanned the flames. His words made the 3 people in the distance look livid. The 5 of them were originally looking for a place to take shelter from the rain. But somehow, they met the blood python, which shouldn't be wandering outside in this weather. After a fight, both sides suffered losses. But it was obvious that the blood python was more seriously injured than them. Now 2 of them have left. Although there are only 3 left. They are confident that they can grind the blood python to death. But at this moment, a cancerous tumor came next to them, waiting to pick up the leaks at any time. I believe that everyone who pays attention to the deathly training ground knows who Rick is. This Rick is not participating in the competition for the first time. He participated once before. In that competition, his bad and greedy character was exposed. He took advantage of the situation, betrayed his teammates, and stole. In short, he did whatever he wanted. If it weren't for the rule that the venue could not attack other contestants, Rick would have been killed by other contestants. And now, this trash obviously took a fancy to them, waiting for them and the blood python to lose both. And then, he would come to clean up the mess. The 3 looked at each other. The heavy rain poured down on them, soaking them like 3 drowned rats. Retreat? They obviously didn't want to fight anymore. But could the blood python let them go? Hiss. The blood python spit out its blood-red tongue, and its cold animal eyes looked at the 3 people over there, with murderous intent in its eyes. Snakes hold grudges, and the 3 knew that they could only fight to the death. Fight. One of the 3 exhaled and moved his arms, because they didn't find mecha supplies. The 3 of them couldn't fight with mechas, and could only fight naked. I feel like I can't win. Then we can only fight. What about that bastard Rick? I be the vanguard in a while. Su Ming, you assist me. Ding Ju, you don't do it. Just keep an eye on Rick. Don't let him get close to us. Hey. Okay. After allocating the personnel, the leading boy was about to take action. Boom. As if to set the atmosphere, a thunder flashed across the sky again. The thunder fell into the woods below the cliff. But no one present, including the python, had the time to look down. The double-edged swords in the hands of the trio shone with cold light, and the blood-filled python's huge mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its tongue was shaking. The 2 sides were about to fight. Be careful. Suddenly, a tender and soft child voice came from the halfway point of the cliff. The unfamiliar voice and the unfamiliar tone stunned everyone present. The trio looked up in astonishment, but after seeing who was running towards them, the 3 almost thought they were dreaming. What was that? A little girl with 2 small buns? Rick also heard the voice, and he was very upset. He finally waited for the fight to start, but was interrupted. He turned his head in anger and wanted to see who ruined his good thing. The next second, Rick was also stunned. What's going on? Where did this little kid come from in the fatal training ground? Lan Lan's straw hat had long been blown away. She stumbled toward the cliff, waiting in Rick's direction as she ran. Be careful. Rick looked around, and after confirming that the child was actually talking to him, he pointed at his nose. Me? Lan Lan was a little anxious, and she waved her little hand even more vigorously. Go! Go! You go! Rick didn't understand. I go. Boom! Another huge thunder fell. The lightning accurately struck the trunk of the big tree where Rick was standing. Then, with a pop, Rick under the tree exploded all over, and was struck by lightning and flew out. Chapter 15. The incident happened so fast that the whole world seemed to be silent in an instant. Even the bullet screen was still, until there was a bang sound, which was the muffled sound of a human body being blown into the sky and then falling to the ground. This muffled sound was not obvious in the sound of the rain, but it was so deafening to everyone's ears. The silence still spread in the air. Ah! What finally broke the silence was the little girl's frightened cry. Lan Lan ran to the uncle, who was struck by lightning in a hurry. The rain wet her whole little face. She ran to the uncle, and saw that the uncle was charred all over, and white smoke was still coming out of his mouth. Lan Lan was a little scared. She squatted down and carefully stretched out her finger. Don't touch him. On the other side, the leading boy in the trio suddenly shouted. Lan Lan was startled and quickly retracted her little hand, looking over there with a horrified face. The leading boy threw his weapon to his companion, ran over quickly, and pulled the confused little girl behind him, glancing at the half-dead Rick on the ground. His eyes were cold. He still has electricity in his body. Do you want to live if you touch him? Lan Lan was protected by this unknown brother, but she was still very worried. and pointed at the uncle on the ground with her little hand. But this uncle is smoking. The leading boy looked indifferent. It's just smoking. Not dead. It would be strange if he died with such a good protective suit. Lan Lan made a bitter face. He is bleeding a lot. The leading boy pulled the little girl further away. Yes. He is bleeding, and you still go close to him. The dirty blood will splash on you, and your hands will rot. Lan Lan, shock. What? It will rot. Lan Lan quickly put both of her hands behind her back. Suyu, come back quickly. On the other side, the other two in the trio were surrounding the blood python on the left and right. The blood python was now extremely agitated, and they urgently needed support from their teammates. The leading boy, Suyu, hurriedly said to the little girl beside him, "Stay away from this person." "No. Stay away from us. I don't know who you are or where you come from. But it's very dangerous here. Leave quickly." After that, Suyu pushed the little girl, then picked up the supply bag that Rick dropped on the ground, turned around and ran towards his companions. While Suyu was running, he opened the supply bag. He wanted to see if Rick had any advanced equipment, but found that the supply bag was locked. Fuck. It turned out to be a precious supply package. The kind that no one except the owner can open or damage. It was a top-level protective suit and a top-level supply package. I don't know how many people this Rick had harmed to get so many top-quality equipment. Irritably throwing the supply package on the ground, Suyu took back his double-edged sword, got ready, and planned to kill the blood python with his companions. But at this moment, he suddenly hit something from behind. Ouch. Lan Lan didn't expect the brother in front of her to stop suddenly. Her head hit her brother's thigh. Because of inertia, the little girl sat on the ground with a pop. Suyu turned his head and saw that the little girl had followed him. His eyes widened. "What are you doing here?" Lan Lan rubbed his forehead and pointed at the manic black python in front of him. Lan Lan. Lan Lan saw this. "You saw the blood python and still came over." Suyu lifted the little girl up with one hand and was about to throw her back. But at this moment, the giant python in front suddenly attacked. The bloody mouth suddenly opened. The blood python roared, and its thick tail slapped forward and hit Suyu head hard. The two companions attacked the blood python at the same time. Suyu almost subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms. He rolled with the little girl in his arms, but the snake tail still hit his shoulder. He collapsed half of his body and fell to the ground. With a click, he heard the sound of his shoulder bone breaking. Suyu clenched his teeth. His right hand could not move, and the weapon fell to the ground. But his left hand still held the little girl tightly. Shit! I'm a fan of Suyu. Who is this little girl? I'm so mad. Does she want to kill Suyu? If he hadn't saved her, Suyu wouldn't have been injured. He's obviously the kind of strong man who can make it to the end. Now it's over. No. I'm going to cry. I'm definitely not going to win this time. I'm so unwilling. Suyu? Are you okay? Seeing Suyu injured, the two companions immediately accelerated their attacks. Their attacks attracted the attention of the blood python. The blood python was entangled by the other two, and could not finish off the human that had been knocked down by it. Soon, several more cuts were made on its body. The blood was accompanied by the python's scream, which was shrill and fierce. Bang! The blood python swung its tail again, hitting one of its two companions. Dingju. Dingju did not dodge this. And with a sound of his sternum shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dingju! Su Ming shouted. Suyu let go of the little girl in his arms, picked up the weapon with his left hand, and was about to rush into the battle. But he found that there was a figure faster than him. After the giant python flattened the human, it turned its slippery body, opened its huge mouth, and was about to swallow it immediately. Its sharp teeth were full of venom, and with a slight slam, it could tear the human in half and swallow it into its throat. Su Ming wanted to rush over and stab the giant python's eyes, but was thrown away by the giant python. The moment he fell to the ground, Su Ming only had time to shout, Dingju. Withdraw from the competition. Dingju was indeed ready to withdraw from the competition. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to explode, and the smell of rust filled his throat. He lay on the ground, and his right hand reached out to his left hand in a panic. The moment he touched the light brain, he was about to press the button. In a flash, a wet and tender figure suddenly rushed in front of him. The girl's thin arms were opened without hesitation, her white chin raised. and her dark eyes faced the black python that was only a few inches away from her. She didn't seem to know how ridiculous she was doing. She just stood there, blocking all the attacks of the giant python on the person behind her. The world seemed to freeze at this moment. The rumbling thunder, accompanied by heavy rain, continued. Lan Lan looked at the giant python's mouth with red eyes. The mouth had already pressed down. Lan Lan felt that everything was dark in front of her eyes. Then, she smelled the sticky and fishy smell in the snake mouth. It was the snake mouth that wrapped around her body. Damn! Lan Lan was eaten by the blood python. Ah! She was really eaten. Oh my god! Is she crazy? She protected Dingju? As a fan of Dingju, I was very angry that she hurt Suyu. But she actually protected Dingju. No. I can't accept it. Lan Lan can't die. Lan Lan! Lan Lan! My Lan! Before the barrage had time to cry for the little girl. The next second, the giant python's huge head suddenly retreated. As the snake head retreated, the petite and stubborn little girl was still standing on the lawn in front. Roar! The giant python roared at the little girl angrily, its voice full of anger and pain. And the heavy rain made its scarlet snake pupils look particularly ferocious. Lan Lan smelled the sticky and fishy smell again. She looked back with her dark eyes, and saw the half-sword stuck in the little snake. The sharp sword almost pierced its entire body. After counting, it should be the 7-inch part of its body. 7 inches is the lifeblood of the snake. Are you in pain? It's okay. Lan Lan will help you. The little girl reached out and wiped her face. She quickly ran to the back of the python and approached the fatal wound of the python. The python immediately swung its tail to escape. But as soon as it moved, it felt so painful that it was dying. Its tail began to twitch uncontrollably. The feeling of being in so much pain that it was about to lose its last breath made it panic. It doesn't want to die. Survival is the nature of all animals. It doesn't want to die. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Lan Lan will do it gently. Definitely gently. The little girl stood in front of the huge wound. She held the hilt above, used all her strength, and pulled it hard. Puff. The sword was pulled out. Blood sprayed into the air, and the giant python's tail hit the ground heavily in pain. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. Lan Lan threw away the sword and quickly hugged the snake tail. It will worsen the injury. Don't move. You have to bandage it quickly. Lan Lan began to look around for medicine. Suyu, who had already run over to help Su Ming and Ding Ju up, looked at the anxious look of the little girl and was completely confused. He looked at his companions again. The two companions were also at a loss. What's wrong with this little girl? Why does she act like she's familiar with the blood python? There's grass. Lan Lan suddenly stood up and ran towards the cliff in front of her. There was a bunch of weeds growing on the edge of the cliff. She pulled out a handful of weeds, picked up a stone, ran back to the giant python and started working. The following scene was even more unacceptable to the wounded trio. The little girl actually smashed the weeds and stuffed them into the giant python's wound. The giant python moved around uncomfortably and turned back and yelled at the little girl from time to time. The little girl didn't raise her head the whole time. She was so busy that she just wiped her eyes with water with her sleeve and continued to work. Not long after, the giant python seemed to have finally settled down. Its head, which had been propped up, finally slid down slowly. Its head was close to the ground. Its body coiled into a circle, its tongue spitting out casually, and its tongue tip licked the back of the little girl hand several times. Every time she was licked by it, the little girl would take the time to touch the python's slippery forehead, as if to comfort it. Trio, They didn't understand. But they were shocked. What the hell is this? After the giant python's wounds were filled with herbs, Lan Lan washed her hands with rainwater and stood up. She looked at the trio behind her, and finally picked up the remaining grass on the ground and ran over. The giant python, which had just settled down, immediately raised its head and screamed again ferociously when it saw the little girl leave. Lan Lan turned around and earnestly instructed, "You can't get up. The medicine will fall off. You have to lie down." The giant python can't understand human language, but it can sense the emotions of other creatures. It sensed that the human cub seemed angry, and it swam its body a little irritably, and angrily lay back on the ground. Trio, ? Lan Lan stopped in front of the trio, grabbed their hands and began to check. after confirming that they had internal and external injuries. She treated their external injuries first. The trio were all stunned. They watched the little girl start to smash some grass mud again. Su Ming family ran a pharmaceutical company. He picked up the wild grass and smelled it. And his expression changed. It's hemostatic grass. But the smell is so strong. Generally, the stronger the smell of the hemostatic grass, the higher the medicinal content that can be extracted. Su Ming stared at the hemostatic grass and looked at it repeatedly. Is this hemostatic grass? How could a normal hemostatic grass have such a high medicinal value? Lan Lan got some more grass mud, and then took the hand of a brother. While applying medicine to the brother wound, she explained, the little snake didn't mean to fight. The thunder in the sky was wrong. The little snake knew that the place where it lived would be struck by thunder. So it escaped from home. The little snake on the run will not actively hurt people. When Lan Lan said this, she glanced at the three older brothers in front of her and muttered in a low voice, it must be. Someone hit it first. Then it will fight back. You still want to kill it. The trio, Then can you blame them? Who wouldn't be scared and attack immediately after seeing the blood python suddenly appear? Su Yu frowned again. You mean? You can communicate with the python? No. Lan Lan thought this big brother was so strange. Humans and snakes are two different animals. They can't communicate. Dingju covered his chest. His breath was a little weak. Then how do you know it's running away? Lan Lan tapped her little nose. Lan Lan smelled that the little snake had that smell on its body. It just came out of a place with that. So it must want to escape. That? The three were puzzled. Lan Lan lowered her head again and continued to bandage them, saying, that has many names. One of which is easy to remember. Called the alien pathogen. Alien pathogen is a very bad ore. Once it explodes, the air released will destroy all living creatures nearby. There is this alien pathogen in the Death Star, and Lan Lan is very familiar with the smell. The warden father once told Lan Lan that the reason why the Death Star became the Death Star was because there was a mine containing alien pathogen on the Death Star. One day, the mine was detonated by thunder. Then, the pathogen gas came out. And then the whole planet was poisoned. The current Death Star has become a planet where creatures below level 3s cannot survive. Because once low-level creatures enter the Death Star, they will be infected by the toxic air and die suddenly. The same goes for lower plants, which will wither and turn into ashes in an instant. Thinking of the black fog that permeates the Death Star all year round, Lan Lan sighed again. And she said to the three brothers in front of her very seriously, Lan Lan doesn't want the flowers, trees and small animals in the forest to die. So Lan Lan must not let the lightning detonate that thing. If Lan Lan guessed correctly, the mountain we are standing on now is where the bad thing is hiding. That's why the lightning keeps striking here. The lightning wants to strike this mountain, but it accidentally struck the smoking uncle over there. Chapter 16. Su Yu looked at the little girl in front of him blankly. Su Ming and Dingju looked at each other. They had heard a lot of noises just now. The little girl said a lot of things. But what was she talking about? Alienation. Pathogen? What is that? I've never heard of it. The first Marshal, who hadn't slept for several days, finally put down the heavy stone in his heart after confirming that his son's life was not in danger and that he had received a mental recovery potion, and went to the staff lounge for a rest. Who knew that the door of the lounge was knocked less than an hour after closing his eyes. Marshal Yi opened his eyes, pinched his eyebrows with his tense fingers, and got up to open the door. Outside the door was the horrified Deputy General, Marshal. Something happened. Marshal Yi's eyes changed, and he immediately walked towards the central hall, asking as he walked, is there another unusual movement on the rebel side? No. The Deputy General's voice was a little trembling. It's the mutant pathogen. The pace of moving forward suddenly stopped. Marshal Yi stood in place. He slowly turned his head and stared at the Deputy General beside him with his icy blue eyes, as if he wanted to see from the expression of his trusted subordinate that he was joking. The Deputy General's face was bitter, and he made a pleased gesture forward. The generals of each district are waiting for you. The door of the conference hall was wide open, and as soon as Marshal Yi entered, he saw that it was full of people. Almost all the officials above the rank of Major General who were in the Capital Star were present. There were also more than a dozen floating panels on the conference table, and those generals of each district who were not in the Capital Star were also connected to the remote video. Marshal, seeing their superior come in, the generals below all stood up. The Marshal waved his hand, and motioned them to sit down. Looking at the big screen in front, Fatal Training Ground was still playing, and he ordered his subordinates, turn off the live broadcast. At a time when the Empire was suspected of a major security crisis, no one had the heart to pay attention to the children's competition. Marshal, the Deputy General, lowered his voice. It can't be turned off. Because the appearance of the alien pathogen is in the Fatal Training Ground. Marshal Ye paused suddenly. A Major General below increased the volume of the live broadcast at this time, and Marshal Ye noticed that the screen was showing the live broadcast room of a player named Suyu. Marshal Ye had an impression of this Suyu. He came from a military family, and his grandfather was the garrison commander of Snint Star. Marshal Ye turned his sight, and soon saw an old commander with gray hair and a stern face among many remote video calls. That was Suyu grandfather. Marshal Ye returned his gaze to the live broadcast screen. He was stunned again. Lan Lan? Because the little girl pulled his son back from the brink of death. Marshal Ye's affection for this little girl of unknown origin has been growing day by day in the past 2 days. He thought about it. If there is really no problem with the child background, and she is definitely not a rebel, then if the child parents are so unreliable, he might adopt her. After all, their Ye family really owes this child a life-saving grace. Yes, the alien pathogen. That's what Lan Lan said. The Deputy General added softly. Marshal Ye's eyebrows twisted into a knot. How does she know about the alien pathogen? The events related to the alien pathogen are high-level military secrets. And at this moment, the little girl on the screen just spoke. Ah, big brother. Haven't you heard of the alien pathogen? After Lan Lan applied the medicine to the last big brother, she widened her eyes in surprise. After meeting 3 pairs of blank eyes that knew nothing, Lan Lan was stunned for a moment and could only explain vaguely. Anyway, Lan Lan only knows that the alien pathogen is a super bad virus gas that causes air pollution. It is naturally formed before it is fully mature and released. It is usually hidden in some kind of ore. So the mountain we are standing on now should be a mine. Everyone knows that there are many mines in Yaxing. But what pathogen? I have never heard of it. Suyu reached out and touched the little girl's forehead. You don't have a fever. Why do you always talk nonsense? Lan Lan white face wrinkled, and she pushed her brother's hand away. Brother, Lan Lan is not talking nonsense. Oh, Lan Lan can't chat with brother. Lan Lan is going to lead the lightning away, and can't let the lightning strike here again. Big brothers, hurry up and leave. By the way, remember to take the smoking uncle with you. After Lan Lan finished speaking, she stood up and was about to leave, but a big hand grabbed her arm. Suyu held the little girl down. Helpless. What are you talking about? Your name is Lan Lan, right? I don't care about mutation or virus. You said you want to attract thunder? Little sister, didn't the adults tell you that you can't play with thunder and lightning? Besides, who are you? Where are your parents? Why are you in the deadly training ground? Who brought you in? Lan Lan pulled her arm twice, but couldn't pull it back. She was a little anxious. Lan Lan said that Lan Lan didn't know what the training ground was. It was the puppy who brought Lan Lan into the forest. What puppy? It's just a cute little puppy. Cute little puppy. Leading more than 40 mutant wind red wolves. Chasing the talented players in the deadly training ground like mice. And eating and killing humans as they please equals cute little puppy. You know little puppies. Where did the dog come from in the deadly training ground? Dingju muttered, wondering why this kid was full of lies. Su Ming stared at the little girl deeply for a moment. Then he picked up a hemostatic grass and handed it to the little girl. You want to leave, right? Well, I ask you a few questions, and if you answer them all, I let you go. Lan Lan looked at her brother innocently. Su Ming brought another blade of grass. You picked this blade of grass on the cliff over there. I also picked one just now. We picked it in the same place as you. But why are the hemostatic grass I picked and the hemostatic grass you picked completely different in medicinal content? Lan Lan took the 2 hemostatic grasses in a daze. She looked at the one on the left, which she picked, and then looked at the one on the right, which was picked by her brother. Lan Lan saw the difference at a glance. Big brother, the grass you picked is wrong. The smell is too light and cannot be used directly. You have to pick mature grass with a stronger smell, which can stop bleeding. Su Ming frowned. But hemostatic grass is originally like this. It is just the most common E-level medicinal herb, and the smell is negligible. E-level? Lan Lan shook her head again and again. No. No. You have to pick 3S level grass. Only 3S level grass can be used. Su Ming almost laughed. Little sister, do you know how much the price of 3S grade medicinal herbs is? That is a rare medicinal plant of auction grade. Besides, how can there be 3S grade hemostatic grass? It is an ordinary low-grade herb. Its species itself has fixed its best grade, which is only E grade, and it cannot be higher. Lan Lan didn't know what this big brother was talking about. Why is there no 3S grade grass? There are many grasses in the Death Star. She planted a lot of them in Qingqing Mother Flower Garden. Lan Lan handed both grasses to the big brother. Anyway, big brother, you picked them wrong. Su Ming wanted to say something, but Su Yu interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, little girl, I tell you, I won't let you play with thunder. Wait, I almost got fooled by you. You are just a little kid. What thunder can you attract? It's nonsense. Lan Lan was looked down upon, and she puffed up her cheeks. Unhappily took out a small silver pendant of blessing from his collar. Lan Lan has been wearing this blessing pendant since she was a child. It is the first gift given to her by her parents. Her parents said that the blessing pendant will bring good luck. Lan Lan will definitely become the most blessed baby if she wears it. Lan Lan showed the blessing pendant to her 3 brothers. Lan Lan will use this blessing pendant to make a lightning rod to lead the lightning to a farther place. In fact, the best way is for Lan Lan to make a kite and tie the blessing pendant to it. Because of the principle of tip discharge, lightning will first hit the conductor with more charge and closer distance. That is, hit the blessing pendant. This way, we can attract lightning artificially. However, Lan Lan doesn't have a kite string. The little girl said this and stuffed the lucky card back into her collar, so Lan Lan can only climb to the tallest tree in the distance and hang the lucky card on it. In fact, the tree itself is a sharp conductor, which attracts lightning. After Lan Lan hangs the lucky card, the conductivity of the tree will increase. Then it depends on whether the alien pathogen attracts lightning more or Lan Lan homemade lightning rod attracts lightning more. Lan Lan said this and couldn't help but straighten her chest. In fact, Lan Lan thinks that Lan Lan lightning rod will attract lightning more. Electricity? Because Lan Lan didn't smell the smell of the alien pathogen leaking here, so it should be immature. And its electrical attraction is not as high as that of a metal lightning rod. Lan Lan said confidently, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be about to curl up. Trio? ? The 3 boys looked at each other, and none of them spoke. I understand this expression. It's me in class. I can understand what Lan Lan means. But what I don't understand is, how can she, a little kid who can't even tell a wolf from a dog, know the principle of electric charge? Maybe she's just not good at biology, not physics. The little girl saw that she had said almost everything and her 3 brothers were silent. She wiped her face again and said, Lan Lan is really leaving. Lan Lan can't chat with the brothers anymore. If the mutant pathogen explodes, the brothers will be responsible. As she said that, Lan Lan suddenly took advantage of her big brother unpreparedness, pulled her little hand back, and then turned around and ran to the foot of the mountain. Hey, wait a minute. Su Yu hurried to chase. Ding Ju and Su Ming also hurried to catch up, until the big screen showed that the little one and the big 3 hurriedly ran into the rain curtain. And someone in the central hall of the military building of the Capital Star turned down the sound of the live broadcast. The tense atmosphere spread among the crowd. A second later, the originally quiet conference hall suddenly became noisy. Everyone was talking and arguing. It is impossible for the deadly training ground to have an alien pathogen. Although there are many mines in Asia Star, all the mines in the interstellar space have been checked after the incident on the Death Star. It has only been a few hundred years. How can another alien core grow so quickly? Asia Star is in the Western Universe area. There is no star field where alien cores can breed. This little girl is just talking nonsense. Does she know what an alien pathogen is? Can she smell it? This is a lie. Can she smell alien poison gas? What a joke. Don't say that the virus has not spread. There is no smell at all. Even if there is a smell, she is not a 3S expert. She would die immediately after smelling the poison gas. It was just a little lightning that struck there. Maybe there is some metal material nearby that accidentally conducts electricity. She is thinking too far. She is obviously exaggerating. She actually said something about an alien pathogen in the live broadcast. We have to think about how to explain it to the public later. I think the speculation on the internet may be correct. She is a member of the rebel army and came here to cause trouble on purpose. We can't be manipulated by a child. Take her out quickly and must be seriously tried. Marshal. What do you think? Marshal? The chattering sound hurts people's ears. Marshal Ye rubbed his brows. And after a moment, his majestic voice overwhelmed everyone present, whether it is alarmist or not. The alien pathogen must be taken seriously. Call the president and ask him to issue a central command, requiring the organizer to immediately use the internal express line to contact the prince in the arena, so that the prince can go to the dense forest for investigation. The deputy general immediately took out the optical computer and dialed. Marshal Ye said again, notify Baoshan to go to Asia Star immediately. Baoshan? Someone below hesitated. That second-rate guy? Baoshan. Will he take care of it? No matter what. He has to take care of it. Marshal Ye said in a serious tone, for years ago, when the second alien energy body of the Death Star exploded, he went to the scene, and he has experience in handling it. The air on Asia Star is more than several times clearer than that on the capital star. Li Jie came out of the center of the starship and directly ordered the soldier beside him, contact Zhou Hongkai. The soldier quickly turned on the optical computer, and just when he was about to dial the call from Boss Zhou came first. The soldier immediately answered the call. Boss Zhou. The captain has arrived at Asia Star. Eh? What? Oh. The soldier covered his laptop and looked at their fierce and ferocious top leader carefully. Well, Captain, Boss Zhou said that if you don't answer the call, the military order from Marshal Ye will be sent to him. Li Jie was annoyed. What's the matter with that old fox he? The soldier swallowed his saliva. Only their boss dared to scold the first marshal like this. Said. What? A new core point of the alien pathogen was found. Bang! The soldier didn't finish his words yet. His entire optical brain was taken away by the captain, the Lord of Violence, who always did what he wanted and didn't care about anything, said to the other end of the communication with an unprecedented cold and sharp voice, Zhou Hongkai. Explain clearly. Zhou Hongkai on the other end of the communication was scared to death, and he trembled and said, Boss. Marshal Ye said that you will know after watching Fatal Training Ground. Watch the live broadcast room of a player named Suyu. Li Jie threw the optical brain back to the soldier, raised his wrist, connected to the star network, and soon he entered the live broadcast hall of Fatal Training Ground and clicked on the live broadcast room of the player named Suyu. A second later, Li Jie looked at the young girl in the live broadcast screen who was running wildly in the woods in the rain, and his sinister eyes widened. The hard 5 fingers gradually clenched into fists, and the strong teeth were almost broken by biting. Li Jie exploded on the spot. Zhou Hongkai. Don't live anymore. Go to hell now. Chapter 17. The competition-like computer on the wrist made a buzzing vibration sound. In the Hingsha stone forest in the middle of Tejiazu, the black-clothed boy uncovered the banana leaf covering his face. He raised his arm and glanced at the square screen on his wrist with a cold gaze, which was flashing red light. Internal connection? The boy sat up from the messy stone ruins, and the huge rock wall above him shielded him from the storm outside. The slender fingertips touched the side of the light computer, and a line of text appeared in the center of the screen. The text appeared for only 3 seconds and disappeared at a very fast speed. The black-clothed boy stared at the screen that returned to darkness again. After a moment of silence, his white palm scooped up the supply bag beside him. He stood up suddenly, buckled the hood on the back of the protective suit, and walked out of the comfortable rock cave without saying a word. The heavy rain soon soaked him, and the dark rain curtain was like a surging beast, gradually swallowing him. Huh? Where is the prince going? We finally found such a suitable place. Shouldn't we stay here until the rainstorm ends? Anyway, there is enough food and water. Just now. His Royal Highness the Prince glanced at the optical brain. Did he check the time? So he calculated the time before going out? No matter what the prince does, there must be a reason for it. The prince is the only genius soldier in the new generation after the violent god, who has been tested with a combat power of 3s before the age of 18. The thoughts of geniuses are definitely different from those of ordinary people like us. Lan Lan, you come down first. It's too dangerous. In the giant forest on the east side of the dense forest. So you wiped the water off his face. He tried to raise his left hand and used the white light emitted by the optical brain to shine on the little girl who was trying to climb to the top of the tree. Don't go up. The tree is too high. The little girl on the tree tightly grasped the uneven bark of the trunk with both hands. The tree was too thick, and the little girl could not hug it. She could only pick the bark. At the same time, she was stepping on a long branch. If it weren't for the branch, she might have fallen down. Boom. At this moment, there was another thunder. A huge thunder bigger than all the previous thunders. And it suddenly struck the mine just now. Lan Lan was so scared by the fierce thunder that she didn't dare to rest. She quickly stuck her butt out and continued to move to the top of the tree. Lan Lan moved very slowly, and she had to rest for a while. But fortunately, every time Lan Lan was about to fail to move up, there would be a branch just under Lan Lan's feet. Lan Lan knew that it was Uncle Tree who was secretly helping her. Uncle Tree must have known that Lan Lan was doing something important to protect the forest. So he helped Lan Lan. Fuck. She really climbed up. Ding Ju was very surprised watching from below. Su Ming also muttered, "It's raining so hard. And the tree is so slippery. I can't climb up. How did she do it?" Su glared at his two companions. "Stop talking nonsense. Open your hands a little more. If she falls, you can catch her." Lan Lan quickly climbed to the top of the tree. She took off the lucky badge on her neck and tied it tightly to the highest tip of the tree. After it was tied, she moved down little by little with the help of Uncle Tree. When the little girl finally came down, Suyu grabbed the little troublemaker. Suyu held the little girl in the air, grabbed her nose with his other hand, and scolded her fiercely. "Are you going to die? If you fall down, your neck will be broken." Lan Lan wrinkled her nose and muttered, "Lan Lan will not fall down. Uncle Big Tree will protect Lan Lan." Su Ming was helpless. "Little sister, you should calculate this account. You are going to draw the thunder to your Uncle Big Tree, and you still expect your Uncle Big Tree to protect you? It can't wait for you to fall down. Come." Lan Lan pouted, "No. Uncle Tree is not so stingy. Besides, Uncle Tree is so strong that thunder can't kill it. Uncle Tree will just feel a little pain at most. But we are doing this for the whole forest. If the alien pathogen explodes, not only this forest, but the whole planet will suffer." Okay. We've climbed up now. Are you satisfied? We can go now," Suyu said. Without waiting for the little girl's consent, he rushed down the mountain with the little girl in his arms. Su Ming and Ding Ju followed behind. Lan Lan was held in her big brother's arms, but her big eyes were still staring at the woods behind. At this time, a flash of lightning flashed, and a short thunder streaked a light streak in the sky. Then, the thunder struck the top of the big tree with the blessing card tied to it. Ah! Lan Lan's eyes lit up instantly. Success! Success? Lan Lan really succeeded. Ding Ju looked back and his face changed drastically. Fuck! She really attracted the thunder. Run! The three of them almost fled in panic. But the little girl in Suyu's arms was still waving her hands happily at the woods, her pink cheeks full of excitement. I don't know why, although I can't understand Lan Lan's behavior. Seeing her smile so contentedly, I actually laughed along with her. Well, sisters, I have something to tell you secretly. My father is an official in the military region. I just saw him holding a video conference in the study, and the door was not closed tightly. I heard a little voice, as if he was saying, "It is impossible for the alien pathogen to appear in Yaxing," or something like that. What? Is there really such a thing as an alien pathogen? How is it possible? If there is, why doesn't the official have any explanation at all? Or call the reception department of the central government office to ask? Lighting in the dark will be more shocking than in the daytime. Marshall's heavy eyes were fixed on the big screen, and the thunder that hit the tree was tightly. His left hand on the conference table slowly clenched into a fist. Surprisingly, it really worked. No matter if there is really a mutated pathogen in that mountain, it is definitely best if Lei can be led away. There was a dead silence under the conference table until, because of Suyu's departure, they could no longer see the forest in the live broadcast room. A general then ordered, quickly notify the organizer and arrange 2 separate cameras. One on the cliff where the blood python appeared just now, and the other near this big tree. We must monitor it at any time. The subordinates immediately contacted the organizer. A few minutes later, his subordinates showed difficulty. General, the organizer responded that they can't arrange a separate camera, because once fatal training ground starts, the settings are all arranged in advance. If you want to change it again, you need to open the protection net. And the authority of the protection net needs the approval of all leaders. The general was so angry that he slammed the table. We asked them to stop the climate training. But they said they couldn't do it. Now they can't even arrange 2 more cameras. I say the competition should be stopped immediately. Such a big thing has happened. And they are still competing. Someone next to him made an opinion. Yes. The source of the mutated pathogen is not certain. Are we being led by the nose by a little girl? Casual words? What if she has some conspiracy? What if she is just talking nonsense? Isn't the prince already heading to the dense forest? Wait for his response first. You people. Do you know how lethal the explosion of the mutated pathogen is? You all don't take it seriously. Right? If Asia Star becomes the second Death Star, I wonder how you will explain it to the people. Isn't the thunder striking there now? How did it explode? The people below started arguing again. Marshal Ye was upset and interrupted in a harsh voice, turned to the prince's live broadcast room. As soon as he finished speaking, someone switched the camera. After a while, a black figure walking in the rain appeared on the screen. The hooded boy almost blended into the night. He walked briskly on the steep mountain road without light. But he was able to walk on flat ground, as if the darkness did not cause him any trouble. This is also one of the abilities of a 3S master, with sharp 5 senses and amazing night vision. Did the prince just get out of the Hengsha stone forest? Someone below sighed. It's inconvenient without a mecha. When will it take to get to the dense forest? Will it take several days? Someone else said, there's nothing we can do. The prince is still in the competition. It's hard for him to be assigned a task temporarily. Marshal Ye raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. After a moment of silence, he ordered again, start the internal connection. Connect to Suyu optical brain. And convey the instructions to him. The deputy general immediately made a call. Someone below couldn't sit still again. This is directly contacting Suyu. Isn't it equivalent to telling him the truth? If he goes back again, won't the people watching the live broadcast also notice it? How to explain to the public later? Marshal Ye glanced at the person who spoke with a cold look. And his calm face was full of frust. What's more important? The explanation or the alien pathogen? The person below shut up immediately. Marshal, we're connected. The organizer asked us what instructions we want to send. Ding ding. At this moment, the light brain on the Marshal wrist suddenly rang. There was a new call. Marshal Ye clicked on the screen. And a familiar name appeared on it. Li Jie. Half a minute later, Marshal Ye hung up the call. He told the deputy general waiting on the side, tell the organizer that Bao Shen will have a direct video call with Suyu. The officials below were all blown up. That won't work. Video calls definitely won't work. Then the audience in the live broadcast room will see it. What does Bao Shen want to do? Isn't it really an alien pathogen? But even if it is, it can't be so public. It will cause chaos. The sound of chirping was endless. Marshal Ye suddenly raised his hand and slapped the conference table with a bang. He looked around with a cold gaze. And only 2 words came out of his pursed lips, quiet. The road in the giant forest was not easy to walk on. There were stones and puddles everywhere on the ground. Suyu and the other 2 took the little girl and sprained their ankles several times before they found a place to take shelter from the rain temporarily. This was under a mountain. Because of its shape, there was a natural concave hole. Only half of the position in this concave hole was not exposed to rain. The 3 big boys tacitly let the youngest girl go to the innermost part. Lan Lan was already soaked. She pinched her hair and squeezed out a lot of water. This isn't a protective suit. Will she get sick? Su Ming looked at the little girl ordinary clothes that had no defense. And couldn't help but reached out and touched her forehead. She doesn't have a fever. Lan Lan raised her little face. And a sweet smile appeared on her jade white and cute cheeks. Lan Lan doesn't get sick easily. You can't just leave it wet like this. Suyu opened his supply bag, took out his other dry protective suit, and threw it to the little girl. It has been more than 50 days since he entered the fatal training ground. Although he didn't get any other good supplies, he did get a set of clothes for changing. Lan Lan held the clothes, but Lan Lan is wearing Big Brother clothes. What does Big Brother wear? Suyu frowned. Big Brother doesn't like to wear clothes. Okay. Puff. Ding Ju and Su Ming next to him laughed out loud. Suyu glared at the 2 of them and was about to say something else, when suddenly, the light brain on his wrist vibrated for no reason. Suyu looked at his computer in surprise. Ding Ju and Su Ming also stopped smiling and stared at the computer. This computer was used for the competition. They had never seen it move by itself. Suyu tentatively clicked the computer screen. The next second, a floating picture suddenly popped up. In the floating picture, there was a man with an arrogant and handsome face. The man seemed to be standing on the street. There was some noise behind him. In the distance, some urban night scenes and neon lights could be seen. Suyu and the other two were completely stunned. They didn't know why a video call popped up on their brains. And, if I'm not mistaken, the person in the video is not the #1 war god in the StarCraft. The supreme leader of the Shah hunting team. The tyrant, Lord Baoshan. Fuck. Dingju couldn't help but scream while covering his mouth. Suyu was also stunned. He looked at the man on the screen with a livid face and a cold and angry look in horror. He couldn't believe that his idol Baoshan, Juju, actually called him Bao. Lan Lan. Before Suyu could say Baoshan, the man on the screen had already lowered his voice and spoke coldly. There was a sinister tone in his voice that was hard to ignore. He was angry. No one knew what he was angry about. But he was definitely very angry. But, Lan Lan? He was calling, Lan Lan. Suyu and the other two turned their heads immediately. They looked at the little girl who was still holding her clothes and standing there in a daze. Lan Lan heard someone calling her. The little girl blinked her eyes. She tilted her neck and stared blankly at the video screen floating in the air in front of her. It seemed that she was identifying. And it seemed that she was thinking. 3 seconds later, the little girl crooked head suddenly stood up. She opened her mouth wide and blurted out incredibly, "Dad." Chapter 18. It was like a bolt from the blue. And like a thunderbolt. When this childish voice with joy and unbelievable joy, "Dad," was called out, the whole world seemed to be silent. Until half a second later, he finally came to his senses. And the burst of question marks and hack instantly filled the entire live broadcast room screen. Am I hallucinating? What did Lan Lan call Baoshan? I immediately searched the Information Network, Capital Star Network, Military News Network, Annual 3S, Master Popularity Ranking Network, and more than a dozen other websites. But the column for Baoshan's spouse was indeed written as none. Baoshan is married. Not only is he married, but he already has a daughter this big. But looking at it this way, Baoshan and Lan Lan are really a bit alike. Especially the eyes and nose, which are simply carved from the same mold. They look exactly like each other. One is as cute as a peach. The other is as scary as a murderer. How can they be alike? Dad? As if the sensation she created was not exciting enough, Lan Lan called out softly again. This time, netizens were even more excited. At the same time, Suyu and the other two standing next to Lan Lan were petrified. What did they just hear? This strange little girl. She is actually the daughter of the violent god? In the meeting room of the central hall, after a short silence, the discussion below was heard again. What's going on? This child is the daughter of the god of storm. When did the god of storm get married? No. So this little girl is really not a member of the rebel army? Then the mutant pathogen she said is also true? Then it's probably true. After all, the god of storm did go to the Death Star 4 years ago, and did see the mutant pathogen. It's not surprising that he told his daughter. No. Contact the higher-ups immediately. Deadly training ground must be stopped. The territory must be blocked immediately. Marshal, what do you think? Someone saw that the top leader on the first floor had not spoken, and couldn't help asking. Marshal Yi held a pen in his hand. He tapped the smooth and thick metal table with the tip of the pen. His voice was low and hesitant. Tyrant God said, "It's not a big problem." Not a big problem? What is a big problem? An old admiral who hated alien pathogens suddenly slapped the table and stood up. That's an explosive destructive substance that can destroy a planet. Not a big problem? If something goes wrong, can he, the tyrant, be responsible? The old admiral feared alien pathogens for a reason. Thousands of years ago, the blue planet exploded, and the people of the Earth fled to the universe on spacecraft. History books clearly recorded that the ancestors at that time went through a long search before they finally found a new home in the vast universe where they could settle down. Originally, finding a new home was a great thing. But the people of the blue planet and the new home were not compatible from the beginning. Some people could breathe the air of the new home, while some people slowly got sick and died after breathing the air. But humans no longer have the energy to wander in the universe. They must settle down. They try to adapt themselves to the new home. For this, Their physique is forced to change. After the DNA sequence is reorganized, humans are finally compatible with the new home. But the animals and seeds brought from the blue planet are not so smooth. The animals raised on this land are all mutating. The food grown on this land is inedible. There are more and more strange beasts and strange plants. Humans can't stop them. They spread wildly. Their growth rate is more than 10 times the rate of human extermination. These mutant species react chemically with the dark matter contained in the land of the new home. They live in harmony and condense into new enemies of humans. To this day, for thousands of years, human civilization has developed rapidly. Humans have occupied the entire interstellar universe and suppressed the excessive development of mutant beasts and mutant strange plants. However, the interstellar is still not a happy paradise. The dark matter that can change humans, animals, and plants from the beginning has always existed in this universe. This substance was later named by scientists as alienated pathogens. This means that the alienation of all species comes from this dark matter, which is the source of all alienated humans, animals, and plants. Once such a pathogen core explodes, a large amount of pathogenic gas will burst out in an instant, directly destroying the air environment of the entire planet. Whether it is humans, animals, or plants, no one can survive under such pollution. Of course, humans later discovered that masters who have evolved to level 3s can continue to survive under such high-intensity pollution. However, among the hundreds of billions of interstellar people, how many are 3s? And when it comes to planets destroyed by alien pathogens, we have to mention the most famous Death Star. The first time the Death Star experienced an alien pathogen explosion was 300 years ago. It was also a sensation at the time. But in order to avoid panic, the news was quickly suppressed by the government. Then, 4 years ago, the Death Star exploded for the second time. In fact, no matter how much the Death Star explodes, it is not a big deal. After all, the current Death Star is just a prisoner planet, and the prisoners are all interstellar Class A war criminals. This kind of small planet probably has less than 100 people on the entire planet. So even if everyone dies, it doesn't matter. But Asia Star is a medium to large second-tier planet. How many permanent residents are there on Asia Star? A full billion. If something goes wrong, it will be the lives of a billion people. Who can be responsible? The old admiral was panting and his face and neck turned red when he slammed the table. He is more than 400 years old. He witnessed the process of the Death Star changing from a normal planet to the current Death Star 300 years ago. The second explosion 4 years ago did not cause any harm. So these people don't take it seriously? Before, these people didn't take it seriously. And he tolerated it. After all, he couldn't really seal off the entire Asia Star because of a child rumors. No one knew the child. So who would believe a child words? But now, this child has been confirmed to be the daughter of the violent god. So she can't be a child who deliberately lies. So if you don't take it seriously now, then when will you take it seriously? Will you take it seriously after all the people in Asia Star are dead? Marshal Ye also knew that the old admiral was excited. So he went over and patted the old admiral on the shoulder. The old general looked at his leader. His wrinkled eyes were red. He held Marshal Ye's hand tightly. Marshal, the alien pathogen really can't be tolerated. I know. Marshal Ye patted the old general's hand, but we have to believe in the god of violence. But Marshal Ye's hand was a little heavier. He pressed the old general and said in a deep tone, the god of violence is also an old warrior, a 200-year-old man who has fought for 150 years. His ability, no one present should be dissatisfied. Right? Everyone below was silent. Indeed, from Li Jie to tyrant to god of violence, he was able to become a god step by step. And it was indeed his surname Li. And he fought hard. Everyone could call him god of violence with sincerity, and naturally recognized his strength. Marshal Ye spoke again. Since god of violence has said that he will take over this matter, I believe he has his plan. Li Jie did have his own plan. But now, the silly father can't see anyone else. He can only see his precious daughter, Lan Lan, whom he hasn't seen for 3 years, 126 days, 14 hours, 29 minutes and 11 seconds. As the little girl called out in a crisp and soft voice, Dad? Li Jie suddenly thought of that night 4 years ago. That night, He had just returned to the dormitory building in the downtown area of the Death Star from the core area of the secondary pathogen explosion. Warden Zhou Qin also lived in that building. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw other people in the corridor. That was Shui Jing, the former leader of the universe's #1 drug group, who was extremely evil and had killed countless people. The bearded man was holding a soft little thing in his arms. His face was full of fear. He trembled and stretched out the little thing, and said to the warden Zhou Qin, stammering, I found the child. What should I do? She is moving. Li Jie's first reaction at that time was that this former star pirate leader was sitting in prison, and was so cool. I don't know whose belly he got pregnant. And now the child is born. But then he thought again. It's not right. The air on the Death Star is ridiculously infectious. Since the first explosion of the alien pathogen, no new life has been born here for more than 300 years. How could a baby appear? That night, Li Jie held the little baby. She was as soft as a cloud, and her red mouth held his finger. She saw him and grinned at him with her toothless mouth. Her big black eyes were curved like the moon, and she laughed giggle from her mouth. Angels? Are they no different? From that day on, many people on the Death Star went crazy. Li Jie also went crazy. The child was finally named Lan Lan, because dozens of Class A war criminals were going to fight at the naming meeting for the right to name the child. When blood was splattered on the spot, the little girl pointed her finger at a blue ocean map on the wall. Lan Lan is the daughter of everyone on the Death Star. Li Jie couldn't stay on the Death Star for long at that time, but he dragged it on and on until Lan Lan could talk and call him dad, and then he left with satisfaction. In the past 3 years, every time Li Jie missed his daughter, he could only watch the video of his daughter when she was a child. God knows how much he wanted to pull his daughter out of the video and hear him call him dad again. Dad? Dad. After hearing the 2 consecutive dad, Li Jie finally came back to his senses. The man who was always cold and violent actually had a gentle look on his face at this moment. He looked deeply at his precious daughter, and his throat was itchy. After a long while, he responded with a heavy voice, Hey! Lan Lan obviously didn't know how complicated her fatherly mood was when facing her at this moment. The little girl was just very curious. She blinked her eyes and asked the biggest question that puzzled her. Dad, are you really my dad? Why are you still alive? Li Jie, Li Jie, question mark. With a blank gaze, he fell on his daughter's confused face. Li Jie opened his thin lips slightly, and was more confused than her. I'm alive. What's wrong? Lan Lan scratched her head awkwardly, but Ye's mother said that Li father is dead. His bones were burned to ashes, and he was buried in the grass on the left side of the flower bed. Lan Lan also went to the grass every day to chat with Li father. Li Jie, Puff. Mom said that dad is dead? Got it. Divorced? Right. Oh my. Is it Shura Field? Is it the Shura Field I love to watch the most? In the front row, there is a love affair between a couple whose name contains Ye. Right. Okay. I will search for every woman whose name contains Ye, who has come into contact with the violent god. Li Jie's tight mouth twitched slightly. His teeth were slightly grinding. His voice was lingering, and the veins on his forehead gradually emerged. You said I died? Burned to ashes? Buried? The violent murderous aura was like a substance, almost penetrating from the other side of the screen. Suyu and the other 2 were so scared that their legs were weak just by watching. And the little girl who provoked this incident still looked innocent. Ye's mother said so. Then Dad, are you alive again? Suyu and the other 2 dared not breathe. Little ancestor, don't mention anything about death and life. It's over. Didn't you see that your father wants to kill someone? He's the god of violence. Violent. Just when everyone thought that the violent god, who was always emotionally unstable, was going to have a big tantrum. But the man, whose veins were throbbing with anger, slowly restrained his murderous aura in the innocent and confused eyes of the little girl, and then nodded stiffly. Yes. I'm alive. Everyone, shock. He actually admitted it. The man seemed to calm himself down, and the smile on his lips rose again, although it was a little unnatural. He was really trying to smile. Lan Lan, do you miss your dad? Although the little girl couldn't understand how a person died and came back to life, when she heard her father ask her, she immediately shouted excitedly, Yes. I miss you so much. Li Jie was unnatural. The smile finally became a little more natural. How much do you miss me? Lan Lan blurted out. I miss you so much that I go to my father's grave to water it every day. Li Jie, Okay. The eldest daughter of the Hu family. The largest smuggling group in the southern universe. Is Hu Qingyao. He remembered it. Ha ha ha. Lan Lan. You are really your father's little cotton-padded jacket. Baoshan. Are you touched? Let's be honest. Aren't you satisfied with going to the grave to water it every day? Every day. I advise Lord Baoshan not to be ungrateful. Hurry up and kiss Lan Lan. So do you remember how Lan Lan got to the fatal training ground? She was coaxed by her parents to come to Asia Star alone. And then she got lost and entered the training ground, so. The father that Lan Lan mentioned before is her stepfather? Baoshan is her real father? No wonder Baoshan is willing to break the rules to compete with the stadium. The contested video communication. This is his own daughter. Such a young daughter. Who accidentally entered such a dangerous place. The father must be worried to death. Lan Lan looked at the screen. And Dadley suddenly began to take a deep breath. The little girl pouted her lips and acted coquettishly again. Dad. You are alive. So will you come to see Lan Lan? Will you hug Lan Lan? Li Jie's face was about to be distorted. And suddenly the sandstorm turned sunny. He stared at the screen tightly, looking at his little girl with expectation. And then promised heavily, yes. Dad will be with Lan Lan every day in the future. And will tell Lan Lan stories at night, and coax Lan Lan to sleep. The soft and cute little girl immediately smiled so that the corners of her mouth and eyes curved into crescents. And she jumped happily. Great. Great. Li Jie's heart has melted into a pool of water. He looked at his daughter in the video with care. Just when he was about to say something soft to her, the soldier from the third team next to him suddenly leaned over and said, Captain, the communication time is running out. You haven't mentioned the business yet. Li Jieshan's cold eyes shot over. His face livid. Talking to my daughter is not a business? Soldier, How dare the soldier say anything? It was Boss Zhou in the communicator who asked him to remind the captain. And it wasn't what he wanted to say. Dad, let's talk about business. Lan Lan has something important to tell Dad. Lan Lan looked at the rainy sky and the occasional lightning in the distance. And the little girl's pink face suddenly became serious. Lan Lan was serious. But because she was so cute, Li Jie couldn't help laughing again. Well, Dad will listen to you. Lan Lan pointed in a certain direction and told her about the mutated pathogen anxiously. After that, Lan Lan bit her lips a little bit to take credit. And her white cheeks showed a little shy blush. Although the mutated pathogen is very dangerous, Lan Lan has diverted the lightning and made a lightning rod with Lan Lan little blessing card. Li Jie had watched the live broadcast before, and naturally witnessed what his daughter did. He nodded repeatedly. Lan Lan did a great job. Lan Lan was praised, and her invisible little tail was shaking. At this time, Li Jie suddenly looked at the stupid guy named Suyu standing next to him. You, give my laptop to my daughter. Suyu realized that his idol was talking to him. So he quickly took off his laptop and stuffed it directly into the little girl's hands. Li Jie said to the three young people again, you go 500 meters away. 3 people, Okay. Who dares not listen to the order of Baoshan? Suyu and the other 2 braved the heavy rain and ran 500 meters away. As they left, the 3 live broadcast rooms could no longer capture the conversation between Lan Lan and Baoshan. Ah, what are you whispering about? I'm a member. I want to listen too. The barrage can't see the conversation between Lan Lan and Baoshan. And the military commanders in the central hall can't see it either. The meeting room became noisy again. But no one started to scold anymore. Do you understand? After saying a lot to his baby daughter, Li Jie seriously asked his daughter if she understood. Lan Lan's little brain is very smart. She nodded immediately, yes. Yes. Lan Lan remembers it. Li Jie said with a smile. The source of the superpower can be sealed. The smell of the virus on our Death Star is so strong. Not only because it has exploded, but also because there are 3 superpower cores in the Death Star. They can explode at any time. But they are all sealed. Do you know who sealed them? Lan Lan is very proud. It's Dad. Wrong. It's you. Lan Lan was stunned. Her eyes widened. Ah. Li Jie chuckled. When you were 6 months old, you could seal the superpower core. Forgot? Lan Lan immediately covered her mouth. Her expression was shocked beyond words. Li Jie was amused by his daughter's appearance and asked, you haven't discovered that you can transmit energy yet? Lan Lan scratched her cheek and tilted her head. Transmit Energy? Li Jie asked. Aren't there a lot of 3S level flowers and plants in the flower garden of the Death Star? Who planted them? It was Lan Lan. Lan Lan said immediately. Li Jie nodded. But how can Lan Lan grow so many 3S flowers and plants? Lan Lan didn't know. She frowned and muttered, flowers and plants grow into 3S. Li Jie laughed, of course not. Because after Lan Lan hands, ordinary flowers and plants will become 3S flowers and plants. Lan Lan will involuntarily transfer her energy to the flowers and plants to help them survive in the harsh environment of the Death Star. Like instinct, Lan Lan herself will not feel the loss of energy. But she seems to want to nourish all things by nature. She is like Mother Earth, subconsciously wanting to protect all living things. Although Li Jie doesn't know why she does this. Lan Lan doesn't know. Lan Lan is very confused. Lan Lan has never thought about this. Li Jie shook his head. Forget it. It doesn't matter. If you don't understand, then don't understand. Anyway, Lan Lan will rely on her feelings. If Lan Lan feels that what she does is right, then it must be right to do it. Lan Lan nodded confusedly. But she still felt that she couldn't understand what her father said. The time for video communication is indeed limited. Li Jie looked at the 3 teams of soldiers waving at him frequently in the distance. Although he felt sorry, he could only say, Lan Lan. Dad has to hang up first. The little girl, who was still immersed in self-doubt, widened her eyes instantly and looked at her father reluctantly. Li Jie pursed his lips. It is estimated that the thunderstorm will stop in a few hours. Those rubbish of the organizers are fussing about the authority. But someone has intervened in this matter, and the thunder will definitely not strike again. As for the competition, it is highly likely that it will not stop. But Dad will find a way to pick you up. But there are many things involved, so it may not be so fast. You have to wait a little longer. Okay? Lan Lan nodded, thinking of something, and quickly said, Lan Lan, follow what Dad said just now. Seal the alien pathogen, and then send the puppy to the mother dog, and then wait until the big brother can walk, and then come out by himself. Dad doesn't need to come to pick up Lan Lan. Lan Lan knows the way. My dear daughter thought too simply. Once she got in, it would not be easy to get out. But he did not want to discourage his daughter. Okay. Then Dad will wait for you at the door. After hanging up the call, Lan Lan quickly tiptoed and shouted to the 3 big brothers in the distance. Big brother. Big brother. Suyu and the other 2 braved the rain and finally came back. Lan Lan returned the light brain and the dry clothes in her arms to brother Suyu at the same time. Suyu looked at the clothes and frowned. Aren't you going to change? Lan Lan shook her head. Lan Lan is going back. When Lan Lan came out in the afternoon, she said she would go back in a while. But Lan Lan hasn't gone back yet. The little dog and the big brother will be anxious. Suyu didn't understand. What little dog? Big brother? Do you have other big brothers? What's wrong? Our Major Ye Ling is the first big brother. Not convinced? As long as Major Ye Ling doesn't die, you will be concubines after all. Are you starting to torture? So you must not let the little girl go like this. He didn't want her to get involved before. The reason for the danger was that she was a child. But now, she had another identity. The daughter of his idol. This must take care of the little ancestor. Anyway, don't worry about cats and dogs. Brothers and sisters. It's dark. You can't see the road. Where can you go? Lan Lan didn't quite understand. Ah, what does it have to do with darkness and seeing the road? Can't you see the road clearly at night? Suyu, ? Lan Lan didn't want to chat with the 3 brothers anymore. She really wanted to go back. After putting down her clothes, Lan Lan turned around and ran without saying a word. Hey! Lan Lan! Lan Lan ran very fast. After a while, the 3 brothers behind her couldn't catch up with her. Lan Lan didn't look back. She kept on going, just wanting to go back to see the little dog and big brother as soon as possible. The heavy rain washed the entire Tejiazu. The boy in a black hoodie walked in the rocky forest in the middle of the night as if walking on flat ground. After crossing this small river, there was a dense forest in front. Crack. At this moment, a trampling sound was heard amidst the rain. The boy stopped, and at the same time, the smell of damp soil, accompanied by a faint smell of blood, entered his nose. He reached into the side of his supply bag, and the next second, a silver glowing tang sword appeared in the boy's hand. Roar! A huge beast roar suddenly came from the right. The boy turned the blade and stabbed the Tang sword. But at the same time, the sound of a beast attacking came from the left. Two? No. More than. It was not until the two vigorous beasts approached that the boy saw clearly what he had encountered. Mutated fire bone crocodile. Two's level group living destructive beast. TSK. The boy made an unhappy tone with his thin lips. Stepped back a few steps. Pursed his lips. Put the Tang sword back into his side pocket. And took out a narrow and long light blade with his other hand. Almost at the moment when Guang Liren took out his hand, the third firebone crocodile came out of the stream in front. Then the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Fuck. There are too many of them. This is a crocodile pond. Run quickly. There is no chance of winning. You can't run away. It's raining. And crocodiles can run far on the shore in this weather. Fuck. Look at the right side. What the hell is that? The bushes over there are always moving. There won't be other beasts in there. The prince is so unlucky. The audience immediately cast their eyes to the right side of the screen. At the same time, the black-clothed boy holding the long blade also noticed the shaking bushes, and his eyes darkened. Splash. The next second, the bushes were opened. A little girl, who was covered in water and ignorant, stretched out her little head and came out of the bushes with grass debris all over her head. In front of her, there were three firebone crocodiles hiding under the dead leaves. The firebone crocodiles had opened their mouths wide. They originally wanted to attack the boy in front, but there was a sweeter food coming to their door. Hey, where is this? Lan Lan scratched her head. She looked at the completely unfamiliar river next to her in a daze. Her confused eyes turned to the big brother in front of the river, who had a slender figure, holding a long knife, and whose face was covered by a hat. Lan Lan opened her mouth. Well, big brother, do you know where to go in the forest with many vines and branches? Lan Lan seems to have taken the wrong road. The black-clothed boy frowned coldly, and his clear eyes looked up and down at the little girl who should not be in the training ground at all. But at this moment, the three firebone crocodiles in front of the little girl almost pounced on the little girl at the same time. The boy's eyes darkened, and he stepped towards the girl quickly. The light blade in his hand was about to pierce the head of a firebone crocodile. Hey, gecko! The little girl suddenly squatted down, and because of the angle, the long blade in the boy's hand almost pierced the girl's shoulder. The boy quickly put away the sword, and a trace of coldness and impatience flashed in his eyes. He was about to carry the little girl away with one hand, but saw that the little girl had already reached out to touch the uneven head of the firebone crocodile. The firebone crocodile reacted quickly and bit the little girl's arm. Then, the little girl giggled, laughed. Ouch. Sticky. The little girl stretched her hand out of the firebone crocodile's mouth full of saliva. She washed her hands with rainwater, and then rubbed the firebone crocodile's big head vigorously. She looked up and asked the boy in front of her, Big brother, do you raise these geckos? It's so hard. You still have to take them for a walk so late. Chapter 19. Damn. What the hell? Am I dazzled? Why did a little girl appear in the training ground? Let's take a look at the outside world. Lan Lan has been on the hot search for several days. This girl is called Lan Lan. She has appeared in Major Ye Ling live broadcast room and the live broadcast rooms of several other players. She is the daughter of the violent god and accidentally entered the training ground. Ah! The two chefs are ecstatic. It's Lan Lan. After Lan Lan left Suyu live broadcast room, I squatted in Major Ye Ling live broadcast room. But I didn't squat on Major Ye Ling's side, but I saw it on the prince's side. The little girl seemed to like the firebone crocodile very much. She touched the head of the firebone crocodile from the beginning. Gradually, her little hand began to move down, and the stroking movement also spread to the back and tail of the firebone crocodile. The tail is the soft spot of the mutant crocodile. Usually, if someone attacks its tail, it will be regarded as a provocation by the firebone crocodile. Sure enough, the firebone crocodile was very unhappy. It turned its head in anger and pounced directly at the little girl's face. The other two firebone crocodiles next to it seemed to sense the murderous intent of their companions. They were infected by the murderous intent and opened their ferocious mouths towards the little girl. Ouch. The weight of the three huge crocodiles stacked together was amazing. The blue man was small, and her center of gravity was not stable. She was pressed to the ground by the three little geckos with a click. Then, Lan Lan felt her face was wet. and 3 little geckos were licking her face with their black tongues. Oh my! Lan Lan little face wrinkled into lumps. She struggled in a panic, pushing the 3 overly enthusiastic little guys with her little hands, and anxiously asked for help from the owner of the little gecko next to her. Big brother. Big brother. Please hold them. They haven't brushed their teeth. They haven't brushed their teeth. The black-clothed boy stood aside quietly, his sharp eyebrows almost twisted together, because of the appearance of the little girl. The firebone crocodiles on the river beach seemed to have been diverted, except for the 3 that pressed on the little girl. The other firebone crocodiles were also dragging their feet to crawl towards the little girl, but probably because there was an enemy at the scene. They would look to the right after crawling 2 steps. The black-clothed boy naturally knew that the firebone crocodile was looking at him. He pursed his lips, as if it was an experiment, and inserted the murderous Guanli blade in his hand back into the supply bag behind him. As a 2's level high-level material, the light blade is a rare weapon in the training ground, and the energy aura of high-level weapons will also make the more sensitive high-level beasts alert and defensive. As the light blade was retracted, it seemed that the fierce killing intent had disappeared, and the firebone crocodiles that were originally hesitant suddenly rushed in one direction. They were very fast. In just a few seconds, the young girl was submerged by the crocodile mountain. The little girl wailed, "Don't lick Lan Lan face. Hey, don't bite Lan Lan clothes. Ouch. Don't bite Lan Lan little tufts." They didn't bite her. They were surrounding her and making love. But they didn't bite her. Why? The heavy rain made the scene in front of them a little hazy. The black-clothed boy stared at the ridiculous and funny scene in front of him. His dark eyes became deeper and deeper. A few seconds later, the little girl was probably dragged to the bottom of the river by several firebone crocodiles, holding the corner of her clothes. The black-clothed boy finally took action. He moved quickly, stepped on the head of a firebone crocodile with his toes, kicked its body over, and picked up the drowned little girl with one hand. He jumped across the river and entered the dense forest. The boy ran very fast. He could hear the angry pursuit of the firebone crocodiles behind him after they reacted. The hissing crawling sound, the shrill and twisted roar of the beasts, and the overwhelming rain sound made people feel annoyed. Lan Lan didn't know what happened. She didn't react at all, and she felt a strong hand grabbing her collar. Her 2 feet were suspended in the air, and she could hear the sound of the wind echoing in her ears. And then, there was a dizzying bump. I don't know how long it took to be bumped around. Anyway, when Lan Lan was put down and thrown on the ground, the little girl head was shaken into a paste. The little girl hugged her head dizzily. Her big eyes were full of circles, and blinked for a long time before she looked at the boy in front of her in a daze. The boy in black suddenly squatted down and got closer. Lan Lan finally saw the face of this big brother clearly. He was very handsome. A different kind of handsome from Brother Zero. Lan Lan didn't know how to describe it. She just felt that this big brother was like a knife. A sharp knife that would cut you if you touched it. Name. The boy suddenly spoke at this time. Lan Lan was still a little stunned. After a long while, she realized that the big brother seemed to be asking her. She quickly answered, Lan. Lan Lan. My name is Lan Lan. What about you? Big brother? What's your name? Identity. The boy's cold tone interrupted the little girl's enthusiastic question. Lan Lan scratched her face, as if she couldn't understand how to answer this question. Identity. Her identity is Lan Lan. She had already said it just now. Lan Lan was a little distressed. Her 2 little hands were tangled together, because she couldn't answer the big brother question. She seemed a little at a loss. The boy stared at the little girl's eyes without blinking, and only when he was sure that the little girl would not answer his second question did he purse his lips and ask the third question, What do you want to do? Lan Lan knew the answer to this question. Lan Lan immediately straightened her neck and answered with bright eyes. Lan Lan wants to go back to find the puppy and big brother. But Lan Lan is lost. Big brother. Do you know which way to go in the big forest with many vines and branches? The black-clothed boy frowned again. It's irrelevant. Playing dumb? After pondering for a moment, the boy was about to ask the fourth question. But at this moment, a thunder flashed in the sky. He paused, raised his head, and looked in the direction of the thunder, thinking of the internal connection he had received before. TSK. The boy stood up and walked straight in the direction of the thunder. Hey, big brother. Where are you going? Lan Lan saw that the big brother was leaving, so he asked behind him. The boy did not answer. But before leaving, He glanced at the little girl again. He will come to find her again. But not now. Now, he has more important things to do. The boy walked farther and farther away, and soon disappeared. Lan Lan sat in the wet woods. She looked around for a long time, and finally she could only stick her butt out and helplessly get up from the ground. Big brother, you should tell Lan Lan the way before you go. If you can't ask someone for the way, then you can only ask someone else. Lan Lan thought for a moment, and she suddenly hugged a big tree on the side of the road. The little girl put her forehead on the wet and slippery trunk of the big tree. Then she raised her head again, pressed her chin on the bumpy bark, and asked softly, "Uncle Big Tree, do you know where the Uncle Big Tree with many vines and branches lives? Can you tell Lan Lan?" At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the sky, and a wet leaf fell from the sky. The leaves fell to the ground, and the tip of the leaves pointed at a certain direction. Lan Lan was stunned at first, and then she smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. She said loudly, "Thank you, Uncle Big Tree. Uncle Big Tree, you are the best." Ye Ling felt that he could not hold on any longer. He had obviously held Lan Lan clothes and backpack in his arms for a whole day. But the man-eating tree still seemed to distrust him. Although the awning above his head did not fall apart, the vines outside the awning were getting more and more. These vines were eager to test him. Every time they approached, Ye Ling would deliberately hand over Lan Lan clothes. These vines would stop when they sensed Lan Lan breath. But this stop would not last long. After a while, they would move forward again. Now, they are at the gates of the city. Ye Ling smiled bitterly, and he looked at the wind-red wolf next to him. Since Lan Lan left this afternoon, the wind-red wolf has been in a state of anxiety. It wanted to leave, but it seemed to remember Lan Lan instructions, and it forced itself to stay. But the anxious mood needed to be vented. And then Ye Ling watched the wind-red wolf growling and digging the ground with its front paws. It took a day to dig a 3-meter-deep pit in the awning. It's a pity not to learn architecture. Little dog. Big brother. Little dog. Big brother. Just then, a soft and brisk female voice suddenly came from a distance. Ye Ling was shocked. He sat up suddenly and looked at the rain curtain in astonishment. After a while, a lively little figure really ran out of the woods. Ye Ling couldn't help but smile. And just as he was about to speak, the wind-red wolf, who had been digging the ground beside him, ran out like lightning in an instant. Then, Ye Ling saw the vines scattered around the awning also retreated at the speed of light. In less than 2 seconds, the scene became clean. 20 minutes later, Lan Lan, who had changed into dry clothes, sat on the banana leaves in the awning, while she wiped the water off her hair with her tattered clothes. She continued to tell her big brother about her experience today. Then, Lan Lan followed the direction guided by Uncle Big Tree and returned here. It was really thanks to the kind Uncle Big Tree. Otherwise Lan Lan would have been circling in the forest tonight. Seeing that the back of the little girl hair was not wiped dry, Ye Ling took the tattered clothes and asked Lan Lan to turn around. While helping the little girl wipe her hair, he asked, "So, after you went out, you first met a snake, then met 4 people. Then you chatted with your father for a while. And when you came back, you met a gecko breeder?" Lan Lan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yeah, that's it. Ye Ling, because he drank 2 bottles of mental recovery agent. Ye Ling hands and feet now have some strength. His callous fingers fiddled with the little girl's soft hair and spread her hair. The boy exhaled. Others are fine. But how can there be a gecko breeder in the dense forest? Lan Lan pouted her little mouth and looked back at her big brother. It's true. The little gecko in their family is very clingy. Lan Lan was pressed to the ground and kissed by the little gecko. And then the brother took Lan Lan away. And then the brother left himself. Ye Ling helplessly, "You said you chatted with your father. How did you chat with your father?" "I made a call." Lan Lan blinked. "I used the communication connected to the optical brain of one of the brothers." Ye Ling felt a headache. He stretched his left hand in front of the little girl and showed her the competition computer on his wrist. The computer in the training ground cannot contact the outside world. Lan Lan looked at the computer in the big brother hand, which was exactly the same as the computer in Brother Suyu hand. The little girl argued, "But what Lan Lan said is true." Yes. What Lan Lan said is really true. I can testify." Ye Ling saw that the little girl looked a little aggrieved. He rubbed the top of the little girl's head, and could only agree, "Okay. It's true. Brother believes you." Then you still have to go out tomorrow? Lan Lan pouted and nodded. Tomorrow Lan Lan will go to seal the alien pathogen. Ye Ling frowned. He had just heard Lan Lan talk about this alien pathogen. But if there really is such a toxic substance in the deadly training ground that can destroy an entire planet, how can the military not interfere? Moreover, as the son of the first Marshal and a major in the First Army, he has never heard of any alien pathogen. Looking at the little girl who was taking out the hemostatic grass from her backpack and was going to change the medicine for Feng Qilang, Ye Ling shook her head. Maybe it was just some children's hero game. Let her do it. But if Lan Lan leaves again, then the man-eating tree will. Lan Lan, let's go to another place to recuperate tomorrow. Ah? Lan Lan paused while arranging the grass, and turned to look at her big brother. Change place? But big brother can't walk. You can walk. Ye Ling pressed her legs. Use a cane. You can walk slowly. After all, it's not convenient here. Lan Lan looked around. She actually thought it was quite convenient here. The big tree uncle would leave dew for Lan Lan. They had clean water to drink, and a sturdy awning to shelter from the wind and rain. Let's go to that cabin, Ye Ling said. The cabin where you got the supplies? Lan Lan's eyes widened. But that's someone else's house. Ye Ling opened his mouth and wanted to say that it was an official house and anyone could use it. But thinking that the little girl was a serious person, he changed his words. Brother actually knows the owner of that house, and he will be willing to lend the house to us temporarily. Lan Lan looked at the big brother with distrust. Ye Ling raised his eyebrows. If you don't believe it, you can ask him in person after we go there tomorrow? The premise is that there is such a person. Lan Lan thought about it, and thought it was okay. So she muttered, okay then. Lan Lan thought again. If the owner of the cabin is really the big brother friend, then there is a friend to take care of the big brother. And Lan Lan can leave the big brother without worry. Take the puppy to find the mother. And after sealing the alien pathogen and finding the puppy mother, Lan Lan can leave the forest and find her fatherly. Lan Lan hasn't seen fatherly for a long time. The little girl was a little happy when she thought of this. She counted on her fingers. The rain will stop at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go to the cabin at 6:30. And then Lan Lan can go to seal the alien pathogen at 7 o'clock. The time is just right. Ye Ling looked at the little girl mumbling, and glanced at the rain outside. Stop raining at 6 o'clock? The first climate training will rain for at least 3 or 4 days. How can it stop raining tomorrow? And it can stop so accurately at 6 o'clock. Ye Ling shook his head. The little girl was still too naive. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Ye Ling sat in the awning, looking hesitantly at the sky outside the awning, and fell into silence. Big brother, are you awake? Lan Lan greeted him, and she slowly sat up from the warm fur of the puppy, yawning, and walked out of the low awning. The air after the rain was particularly refreshing. Lan Lan stood under the dark blue sky. She stretched her waist, moved her arms briefly, and then went into the awning to pack their things. Ye Ling was still staring at the sky outside. He still couldn't understand why the first climate training didn't rain for 1 day. Lan Lan quickly packed up her shabby luggage, and then she ran to the nearby bushes. Lan Lan found a big wooden stick in the bushes, and after a little comparison, she thought that the height could be used as a crutch for her big brother. So she dragged the stick back. At 6:16, the big one, the small one, and the wolf officially set off. At the same time, in the conference room of the central hall, the officers who had been up all night were all disheveled and listless. Marshal Yi had a meeting with the president last night. As soon as he entered the conference room today, he saw that the big screen in the conference room was divided into 2 parts. On the left, there was Ye Ling live broadcast room, and on the right, there was the prince's live broadcast room. Marshal, you are back. Seeing the marshal coming back, the deputy general barely supported himself and stood up. Marshal Yi also did not sleep all night. He waved to his subordinates, motioning them to sit down. After walking to the first seat, he asked, "Where are they going?" He was asking Ye Ling and Lan Lan on the left screen. In the picture, the exhausted boy was holding a simple crutch, and the young and petite girl had a backpack on her chest and back. They looked like refugees who were going to escape somewhere. The deputy general explained, they are going to the supply point deep in the dense forest, and they plan to occupy the wooden house at the supply point to live first. Speaking of which, Marshal, Lan Lan is going out again today. What do you think she is going to do? Marshal Ye frowned and looked at the Deputy General. What? The Deputy General took a deep breath. She said she was going to seal the alien pathogen. Marshal Ye? ? A lieutenant general next to him heard the conversation between the Deputy General and the Marshal, and couldn't help but interrupt. It was last night. After the child went back, he swore that he would go to seal the alien pathogen during the day. When will the alien pathogen be sealed? Someone probably opened the conversation, and others followed suit. Yes. The best solution to discover the alien pathogen in advance is to transport the entire mountain directly to an uninhabited planet for artificial detonation. This is the only way to minimize the impact of the situation. We have already worked out the rules for transporting the mountain last night, and we are just waiting for you, Marshal, to negotiate with the President. As for the sealing pathogen, I can only say that it is nonsense. Everyone talked endlessly, thinking that the little girl was talking nonsense. Marshal Ye listened to the noisy discussions, his face slightly restrained, and looked at the Deputy General. Have you asked the violent god? The Deputy General sighed. I called, but no one answered all night. Marshal Ye's face was not very good. The Deputy General said, but Baoshan sent a text message saying that he had arranged everything and told us not to worry about anything. But how could we not care? The prince arrived at the mountain last night. He stayed all night for fear of any accidents. We also discussed the handling of the matter all night. Marshal Ye had a calm face. He turned on his light brain and dialed Baoshan's communication number himself. After a few rings, the communication entered the message stage. Marshal Ye turned off the communication. His tight lips pressed into a line. And after a while, he said, continue to contact Baoshan until he answers. There was no one in the cabin. Lan Lan carefully opened the door and saw that the money she had put down to buy a large backpack was still on the floor of the cabin. The money was placed in the same place, and it was obvious that it had not been touched by anyone. No one? Ye Ling asked deliberately. Lan Lan opened the small wooden door to let the big brother see inside. The little girl sighed. The owner of this wooden house has never come back. Ye Ling looked at the internal structure of the wooden house. It was spacious, bright, strong and durable. Very suitable for recuperation. Ye Ling nodded with satisfaction. Then let's stay here first. Anyway, the owner of the house is my friend. He will be very happy to see me when he comes back. Lan Lan stared at the wooden house in a dilemma. She still felt that it might not be good to live in someone else's house without the owner's permission. Lan Lan, don't you have to seal something? Seeing that Lan Lan seemed unwilling to live here, Ye Ling spoke in time to change the subject. Sure enough, the young girl, who was not very worldly, was easily distracted. She nodded repeatedly. Yes. Lan Lan is going to seal the mutated pathogen. The sooner the mutated pathogen is sealed, the better. Ye Ling urged. Then go now. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. Such an important matter cannot be delayed. It concerns the lives of so many people. Lan Lan suddenly felt that the burden on her shoulders was heavier. She nodded vigorously. Okay. Then Lan Lan will go now. Lan Lan put down all the things and told the little dog to recuperate at home with his big brother. Then she carried her small backpack and ran out of the deep forest. Rick felt that he was really unlucky. Last night, he was lucky enough to meet Suyu and his two companions fighting against the blood python. He was just about to get ready to fight and wait for a chance to be stabbed in the back. But a little girl suddenly appeared from nowhere. As soon as the little girl said a few words, he was struck by lightning. Yes, struck by lightning. When Rick woke up again, he found himself in a cold cave. When he looked closely, he saw that there were two bodies of mutant antelopes lying beside him. Looking around, Rick quickly understood his situation. He was taken back to the cave by the blood python. The blood python regarded him as a reserve food and threw him and the bodies of other food together. Rick's hair stood on end on the spot. He had no supplies bag with him at the time, and he only had a top-level protective suit on his body. In the end, Rick relied on this protective suit with full defense to escape from the blood python's cave. Fortunately, the blood python was seriously injured and unable to move. Otherwise, Rick felt that he would not be able to escape. After escaping, Rick's next step was to find his own bag of supplies. He believed that his bag of supplies must be in the hands of Suyu and the other three. Speaking of which, these three people were cruel enough. He was struck by lightning last night and lost consciousness. These three people did not save him at all, and just let him be taken away by the blood python. If the blood python had not been injured and had no appetite, he would have been eaten by the blood python last night. Of course, Rick would not think that he was a person who would immediately take away the other party's bag of supplies when he saw the contestant fainted on the ground, and then lived happily without caring about the other party's life or death. In his logic, he can treat others like this, but others cannot treat him like this. Be lenient to yourself and strict to others. This is his principle of life. But where did Suyu and the others go? Rick stood at a fork in the dense forest, rubbing his empty stomach in annoyance. Rick, had participated in 2 fatal training matches, but he had never been so poor. His pockets were cleaner than his face, and he couldn't even find a tube of nutrient solution. Bang! Bang! Just then, Rick suddenly heard a sound. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked towards a certain direction of the fork in the road. When he got closer, Rick saw clearly that there was actually a contestant fighting with a mutant queen flower. This queen flower has bright colors and sharp mouthparts. It looks very aggressive, and is not easy to deal with. Rick hid himself behind a big tree. He looked at the contestant again. His skin was pale, and he was skinny. How could such a small body be a match for the mutant queen flower? Rick's eyes fell on the bag of supplies on the back of the contestant. He touched his chin and calculated when he should make a move to grab the other's backpack with 100% certainty. Uncle, what are you looking at? The tender and soft voice of a child suddenly sounded in his ears. Rick was still staring at the man and the flower fighting over there, and said without turning his head, watching people fight, "Is it beautiful?" The little girl tone seemed puzzled. Rick sneered, "Of course it's good. If the contestant is dead, it will be even better. The queen flower is busy eating the body of this contestant. I will take the opportunity to rush up and snatch his supply bag. At most, as the sponsor who contributed my first pot of gold after escaping death, I will burn 2 more pillars for him after I get out." Shit! Why are you here? Rick was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something. He turned his head and saw that there was a little girl behind him. Isn't this girl the one from last night? The nightmare memory of being struck by lightning instantly returned to his mind. Rick quickly grabbed the little girl and lifted her to the back of the mountain not far away without saying a word. With a sudden collision, Rick pushed the little girl against the solid mountain wall. His fierce eyes narrowed, and his high hooked nose matched his sinister face, which looked extremely terrifying. "You dead girl. Are you in the same group with Suyu and the other 3? Tell me, where is my bag of supplies?" Lan Lan was stunned. She just passed by and saw this familiar uncle sneaking around. Out of politeness, Lan Lan came over to say hello. At the same time, she wanted to ask if the uncle was feeling better, because when the uncle was struck by lightning last night, it looked quite serious. As a result, the uncle suddenly got angry. Lan Lan felt a little uncomfortable. She tried to grab her collar with her 2 little hands, and her little expression was a little aggrieved. Uncle, put Lan Lan down." Rick pushed the little girl body against the mountain with more force. He also pinched the little girl wrist with his other hand, and pinched 5 finger marks on the little girl's slender and soft hand bones. "If you want me to let you go, tell me quickly. Where is my bag of supplies?" Lan Lan didn't know what the supply bag was, and the little girl's big dark eyes were instantly filled with tears. "It hurts. It hurts. Fuck. Rick is sick. Your supply bag is missing. Why are you angry at a child? You can't take care of your own things. I, Lan Lan, am your babysitter, and I have to take care of your bag. Rick, you are fucking done. You fucking touched the daughter of the violent god. Just wait for the violent god to beat you into a 2nd-level cripple. If I had known to bring Feng Qilang with me, a weakling like Rick would have been sent to reincarnation with just a bite from Feng Qilang. Do you fucking dare to try to touch Lan Lan hair in the cannibal forest, and see if the cannibal tree will suck you dry?" The barrage was instantly flooded with fans who followed Lan Lan, and Rick's own fans hadn't reacted yet, and the 18 generations of their own ancestors on the screen had been cursed more than a dozen times. Rick fans looked at the aggressive barrage, and some of them wanted to raise their hands to type, but when the words came to the point, they held them back. Forget it. It's not them that are being scolded. It's Rick. Rick is brave, and will take the blame if anything happens. Speak up. I take care of it. Seeing that the little girl still refused to speak, Rick was so angry that he was breathing heavily. "You won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Do you really think I won't beat children?" As the man spoke, He pinched the little girl collar with one hand and raised the other hand high. His iron-like palm came down with the sound of wind. And he actually wanted to slap the little girl. Lan Lan was so frightened that her face was full of horror. She quickly closed her eyes in fear. The next second, "Ah!" the man's painful voice suddenly sounded. Lan Lan was stunned for a moment. And then she opened her eyes carefully. Then she saw that the uncle holding her was bleeding from his head. Gurgle, gurgle. There was a sound of something rolling down from the top of her head. Lan Lan looked up at the sky blankly. And then she saw that on the mountain wall where she was pressed, 7 or 8 broken stones were rolling down from the top of the mountain. Lan Lan was so scared that she quickly covered her head with her little hands, fearing that the stones would smash her head. The speed of the stones rolling down was very fast. Less than 2 seconds. Ah! 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 8 stones, one after another, all hit the head of the uncle holding Lan Lan. The blood on the uncle's head was getting more and more. And soon, his face was covered with blood. Rick didn't expect that he was so unlucky that he would be hit by the rolling stones on the mountain while standing at the foot of the mountain. He didn't care about the little girl. He left the little girl and ran out with his head covered. But as he ran, rocks continued to fall from the mountain. His back, arms, and head were hit the most. Pa! Rick ran too fast and didn't know where to go. With blood covering his eyes, he didn't see the road clearly. He stepped on a rock and then fell to the ground. His forehead hit the tree root next to him. His eyes blurred and he fainted. Almost at the moment when Rick fainted, the rocks rolling down the mountain stopped. Lan Lan sat on the grass at the foot of the mountain with a helpless look on her face. Her 2 hands were still holding her little head in a funny way, until she couldn't hear any sound. The little girl carefully raised her head and looked up at the sky again, seeing that no more rocks were falling. Lan Lan quickly climbed up with her hands and feet, and ran in a panic in another direction. As soon as she ran out of the mountain, Lan Lan collided head-on with a pale and skinny boy. Lan Lan was hit so hard that she covered her forehead. She looked up at the gloomy boy in front of her. After a moment of stunned, she suddenly opened her mouth and blurted out, You. The boy stared at the girl in front of him with cold eyes. He had just killed the queen flower and came over when he heard the sound. He didn't know this girl, and he didn't know where such a young child came from in the fatal training ground. But he saw the look in the little girl's eyes when she looked at him. Incredible. Unbelievable. He knew he looked scary. Did he scare this child? The boy's pale skin became even whiter, and he stiffly took a half step back. He should have left by himself, and shouldn't have walked to a place where there were people. No one would want to see him. He should stay alone quietly. He shouldn't even breathe too loudly. It would be his sin to disturb others. He was a person born with sin. The Hu family was destroyed because of him. He killed his father, mother, and in the end, even his beloved sister. The boy pinched his fingers tightly, buried his head very low, and took another half step back. Wait! Lan Lan finally came back to her senses from her state of shock. She quickly ran forward 2 steps, and then hugged the thigh of the thin and withered boy in front of her. After feeling the boy's body stiffen instantly, Lan Lan raised her little face in surprise. She looked at the boy in front of her and shouted excitedly, Uncle! Chapter 20. A high and joyful cry came out from the little girl's pink mouth, which seemed so unreal. Hu Qingshan eyes, which were unusually prominent because of his thinness, opened wider and wider in shock because of this name. Uncle? What uncle? Below, the little girl was still hugging his thighs, but the frightened boy was already afraid. Hu Qingshan retreated quickly because of his sudden departure. Lan Lan couldn't hold him, staggered, and finally stood firm. The boy retreated to a place 4 or 5 steps away from the little girl. His pale skin was almost transparent, and his voice trembled. You recognized the wrong person. After saying that, he buried his head and walked away. This little girl recognized the wrong person. She suddenly showed kindness to him, and suddenly ran over to hug him, because she recognized him as her uncle. But he was not the uncle of this little girl. He didn't know her at all. He was just an orphan who had to rely on participating in fatal training ground and winning the final bonus to complete his studies with difficulty. He didn't want to contact anyone, nor did he want anyone to see him. He just wanted to be alone and quiet. He shouldn't be nosy. Why did he go here when he heard the sound? He should have left earlier. The boy's footsteps were very fast. as if there was a strange beast chasing him from behind. And Lan Lan's reaction was also very fast. She chased after him and shouted, "Uncle! Uncle! You are waiting for Lan Lan." Lan Lan didn't recognize the wrong person. "You are Lan Lan, Uncle." Lan Lan has seen the photo of Uncle. It's in Mom's room. No one can enter Yaya Mother room. But Lan Lan can. Sometimes when Lan Lan stays overnight at Yaya Mother house, she will sleep in the same bed with Yaya Mother. The photo of Uncle is placed on the bedside table. In that photo, there are not only Yaya Mother and Uncle, but also Yaya Mother, father and mother. A total of 4 people. Because Lan Lan often looks at that photo, she has long remembered the appearance of Uncle. Although the Uncle is older and thinner than the one in the photo, his facial features have not changed. Lan Lan is unable to catch up, as the Uncle is running too fast. Lan Lan is anxious. "Uncle, wait for Lan Lan." Lan Lan is not a bad kid. Yaya Mother clearly said that if the Uncle sees Lan Lan, he will like her very much. The boy in front of him was walking fast, but suddenly stopped. His slightly hunched body suddenly turned around, and the boy's pale and sunken face was full of disbelief. "Ya? Hu Qingya? His sister Hu Qingya?" Lan Lan saw that her uncle finally stopped, so she stopped too. The little girl supported her knees and gasped, "Hoo-hoo." "Yes, Yaya Mother." Lan Lan saw the photo of Uncle from Yaya Mother. Lan Lan didn't recognize the wrong person. Uncle is Lan Lan, Uncle. Hu Qingchen suddenly felt a little confused. Didn't his uncle and aunt say that his sister had died a long time ago? The age difference between Hu Qingchen and his sister Hu Qingya is a little too much. His sister is 102 years older than him. When his parents and sister met with accidents, Hu Qingchen was only a 10-year-old child. He was suddenly hit by misfortune and his family was in great change. Then, his uncle and aunt who were not related by blood took over the company, and he was sent to the Star Orphanage. Hu Qingchen stared at the little girl in front of him. He suspected that the little girl was lying to him. But what was she trying to do? What benefit could she get from lying to him? Hu Qingchen didn't dare to let himself fantasize. Is his sister really not dead? Is it really possible? Hu Qingchen's mind was confused for a moment. And at this moment, his thigh was hugged again. He lowered his head and saw the delicate little girl looking at him and grinning. "Hey, I caught my uncle." Hu Qingchen felt embarrassed immediately. His eyes flickered twice, and he asked uncomfortably, "What does your mother look like?" There was hesitation and inexplicable expectation in his voice. He pointed to the corner of his right eye. "Does she have a mole here?" "Red mole." Lan Lan answered excitedly. "Yaya Mother has a small mole on the right eye, which is red and super beautiful." Hu Qingchen's eyes lit up amazingly instantly. "It's my sister. It's really my sister? My sister is not dead. My sister is really not dead." Hu Qingchen squatted down quickly. He held the little girl's shoulders with both hands, breathing rapidly and tremblingly. "Your mother. Where is your mother now?" She. Before he finished speaking, the sensitive and inferior boy had red eyes. His tears kept falling, and his whole face became embarrassed. Lan Lan was frightened. Why was her uncle crying? Is he injured? Lan Lan began to look up and down at her uncle's body. Soon, she found a red wound on the back of his hand. The little girl held up her uncle's hand and blew on the wound. "Uncle, it doesn't hurt. Uncle, don't cry. Lan Lan, blow on your uncle and the pain will go away." Hu Qingchen's hands were rough, with many calluses and many old injuries from years of martial arts practice. He wanted to take his hands back, thinking that they were too ugly, but the little girl held him so solemnly. Hu Qingchen thought of his childhood, when he was tested as an S-level fighter. His father taught him martial arts strictly. Every time he was injured, his sister held his hands like this, blowing on him carefully and applying medicine. Hu Qingchen couldn't bear it anymore. He hugged the little girl, pressed her tightly into his arms, and burst into tears. His sister is not dead. She got married and gave birth to a lovely daughter. This lovely little girl now calls him uncle. He is not an orphan. He still has relatives. Surprise, excitement, satisfaction, and fear are intertwined in the boy's closed heart. Hu Qingchen has no time to think too much. He is like a frightened child, holding the treasure he lost and found in his arms nervously, as if he will never lose it again if he holds it tight enough. Lan Lan was already scared. Is it that painful? The wound doesn't look big." Lan Lan quickly reached out and patted his uncle back, and continued to coax him. Lan Lan finds medicine for uncle. When uncle wound heals, it won't hurt. Lan Lan will take the medicine. Lan Lan will definitely heal uncle hand. Hu Qingchen cried even louder. My niece is really fine. I just came here, and now I have a lot of questions in my head. What's going on? Back to the beginning. This person is Lan Lan uncle. But for some reason, their family doesn't seem to have a good relationship. The uncle doesn't even know that his sister has a daughter. Would he cry so sadly if they don't have a good relationship? But I really don't understand. If it's Lan Lan uncle, then this is Baoshan's former brother-in-law? Anyway, no matter what, Lan Lan saw her relatives at the training ground, which is a good thing. Baoshan should be relieved now. His baby daughter mistakenly entered the training ground, and Baoshan was so scared that he called the training ground. Now his daughter is with her uncle. At least there is an elder around her. Hu Qingchen hugged his niece and cried for a while, but was afraid of scaring the child. So he had to quickly calm down and let the little girl go. Hu Qingchen's voice was still shaking. Your name is Lan Lan? How did you get into the training ground? Are you here to find me? When he thought of this possibility, Hu Qingchen's heart was beating like a drum. Could it be that he participated in the competition and was seen by his sister and niece, and then they came to find him? Is his sister also in the training ground? With no time to consider how it is possible for a deadly training ground with strict defense to be entered casually, Hu Qingchen only looked around with hope, trying to find his sister. No, Lan Lan didn't know that her uncle was here. Lan Lan came here to accompany the puppy to find its mother. Lan Lan explained in a matter-of-fact way. Puppy? Looking for its mother? Hu Qingchen didn't quite understand. Lan Lan explained it in detail. Hu Qingchen was even more confused after hearing this. Why could a dog come and go freely in the deadly training ground? Isn't the defense of the training ground hell level? The little girl saw that her uncle had stopped crying. She grabbed her uncle's sleeve and shook her hand gently. Uncle, can you help Lan Lan? Hu Qingchen was stunned and nodded immediately. Okay. You tell me. I can do anything you want me to do. 5 minutes later, Hu Qingchen dragged Rick, who was bleeding and fainted, to a flat ground. He frowned and puzzled. You mean? You want me to take care of him? Lan Lan sniffed the bloody uncle breath and confirmed that he was not dead, but just asleep. Lan Lan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Yes, please help me take care of this uncle. I have something to do now. After I finish my work, I will come back and find a way to wake this uncle up with my uncle. Lan Lan's original destination was to seal the mutant pathogen. But when she saw the uncle, who was struck by lightning on the road, she came over to say hello. And so many things happened. Although Lan Lan was very afraid of this uncle because he was about to hit her, she was afraid that rocks would fall from the mountain again. So she still wanted to move this uncle to a safer place. Lan Lan couldn't move it by herself. So fortunately, she met her uncle and asked him for help. Lan Lan is leaving now. Uncle, Lan Lan will be back soon. This place is not far from the hill where the mutated pathogen is. Lan Lan thinks that if she is quick, she can be back in an hour at most. Hu Qingchen nodded repeatedly. Yes. Go quickly. Don't delay. Although he didn't know what his niece was going to do. He had a niece. He had a sister. He listened to everything they said. The little girl left quickly. Hu Qingchen looked around, and finally sat down next to Rick. 10 minutes later, Hu Qingchen was sorting out his bag of supplies when he suddenly heard a muffled groan from the side. Turning his head, he saw that it was Rick who had woken up. Yes, Hu Qingchen knew Rick. In order to participate in this fatal training ground, he specially watched the video of the last competition. Rick was in the last competition, and he had hurt many people. Rick barely supported his body. He felt that his whole body was in great pain. He reached out and touched his head and felt blood. Rick was startled, and all his memories before fainting came back instantly. That dead girl. After cursing, Rick looked at the skinny boy next to him, who was staring at him nervously. Rick's eyes fell on the bag of supplies in the boy's arms. He rolled his eyes. You saved me? Hu Qingchen lowered his eyes and said nothing. Rick smiled and said, Brother, you are so loyal. My name is Rick. What's your name? I think we are so destined to be together. Why don't we form a team later? Don't worry. I am an old player. Last time I was. Bang! Before Rick finished his boastful sales pitch, Hu Qingchen hit Rick on the head with a brick. Rick, who had just woken up, hadn't reacted yet. His eyelids fluttered, and he fainted again. Poof! I spat out a mouthful of water. Uncle is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. I'm happy. I'm happy. It's his fault. Rick is not a good guy. Uncle must know that this guy surnamed Lay has bad intentions. So he took the initiative. I think Uncle must have heard Rick scolding Lan Lan. Dead girl. So he got angry. I'm angry too. The stone in his hand was stained with blood. Hu Qingchen put the stone aside, took a piece of cloth, and wiped the blood on his hand. Lan Lan said that when she comes back, she will work with me to find a way to wake you up. So, you can't wake up before we think of a way. After explaining why he gave the other party a brick in a simple and unpretentious way, Hu Qingchen lowered his head again and continued to organize his bag of supplies honestly. 1 second later. The barrage. Fuck ha ha ha. You know how to find a way. This year is Rick's zodiac year. Right ha ha. Lan Lan didn't know that the bad uncle had woken up. She was still rushing to the mine. When they arrived at the destination, the little girl shrugged her nose and frowned. It was just one night, but the concentration of the smell today was so much higher than last night. Lan Lan didn't dare to delay any longer. She judged the direction and ran to the bottom of the cliff in the southeast. She first observed the vegetation nearby, then squatted down and started digging the soil. She dug some small flowers and grasses out of the soil with their roots, moved them to a place closer to the cliff, and replanted them. The process was a bit boring, but because she kept calculating the number of transplants in her mind, Lan Lan dug very well. When the little girl was busy and her hands and face were dirty, she didn't notice that in the lush and vigorous crown of a big tree next to her, a cold and arrogant figure was lying on his side. Shu was wearing a black protective suit, and his sharp figure almost merged with the shadow of the tree. He still had the hood on his head, and his cold eyebrows were covered by the broken hair falling on his forehead. It was this little girl again. Shu crossed his arms over his chest, quietly watching the busy figure of the girl below. His sharp brows slowly furrowed. After a while, seeing that the little girl had transplanted a lot of flowers and plants, she finally stopped, stood up, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. The little girl patted the dirt on her hands, carried her small backpack, and walked to the southwest of the bottom of the cliff. What is Lan Lan doing? Didn't she say that she was sealing the source of the disease? Why didn't she seal it? And came here to plant flowers? Planting flowers? I thought she had run out of hemostatic grass, and was picking hemostatic grass. What on earth did she want to do? When the barrage was unclear, the major officers in the central conference hall were also confused. Marshal Ye looked at the deputy general beside him. Hasn't it been connected yet? The deputy general was helpless. The violent god probably turned off the optical computer. Marshal Ye looked ugly. He paused for a moment and ordered, notify the organizer and reissue the internal connection. Let the prince ask her what she wants to do. The deputy general did it quickly. 3 minutes later, Shu glanced at his optical computer that began to vibrate again, pursed his lips, and clicked on the screen again. A short line of instructions flashed by. TSK. The prince exhaled, sat up, pressed the thick tree trunk beside him with one hand, and the next second, he exerted force with his arm and stepped hard with his feet. And he turned over. The young man's stern figure, like a startled bird flying, flashed through the shadows of several trees. After a while, he landed calmly and stood at the foot of the southwest mountain, behind a busy little girl. Ah! Lan Lan heard a voice behind her, turned her head, and saw a big brother falling from the sky. The big brother looked familiar. Lan Lan carefully identified him, and was instantly surprised. It's you, Brother Gecko. Ha ha! What a weird name for Brother Gecko. Poor prince. He lost his real name in tears. I told you to be arrogant. I told you to be crazy. I told you not to tell Lan Lan what your name is yesterday. So you can call me Brother Gecko from now on. Humph. The black-clothed boy obviously didn't expect the little girl to call him that. He looked unprepared, his brows knitted tighter and tighter. However, thinking of the military order on the light brain, the boy finally patiently asked, What are you doing? Ah? Oh. This? The little girl held up the small flower with soil on her hand. Lan Lan is sealing the alien pathogen, and has sealed the second gap. Shu eyes darkened slightly. Others may not know what the alien pathogen is, but as a prince of a country, he knows. Dark matter affects species mutations, and after an explosion, it will cause large-scale air pollution. Shu glanced at the ordinary little wildflower in the little girl hand, and pursed his lips. How to seal it? Oh, it's very simple. Lan Lan did not hide it, and the little girl continued to transplant flowers and plants while explaining it casually. The formation of the alienation pathogen nucleus depends on ore, which is formed by the melting, cooling and pressure of magma under the Earth's crust. Since the ore comes from underground magma, what other things are contained in the underground magma that will grow alienation pathogen nuclei in it? Dad said that it is a very bad substance called dark matter. Shu raised his eyebrows. Lan Lan continued, the scattered dark matter left in the universe, along with the magma, became part of the ore. They quietly expanded themselves in the warmth of the ore. When they expanded to a level that could not be ignored, the alienation pathogen core was formed. So, if you want to seal the alienation pathogen core, then the core purpose is to destroy the ore and block the alienation pathogen core from continuing to grow. So how to destroy the ore? Both the plant covering method and the water source blocking method can be successful. The plant root system is dense. When the plant's roots penetrate into the ground veins under the ore, the dark matter in the ground veins that has not yet flowed into the ore will be absorbed by the plant first. In simple terms, the plant breaks into the ore home, go inside, and steal the food of the ore. The ore has no food to eat and is always hungry. Naturally, it can't grow taller, and the purpose of the seal is achieved. Lan Lan buried the small flower in her hand, and then continued, what Lan Lan is doing now is the plant covering method, and the water source barrier method is more complicated. To dig groundwater near the mountain, Lan Lan has no tools and is definitely unable to dig. What is she talking about? I don't know. Then should we check it on the star network? What ore? What magma? What covering method? Etc. Why do you embarrass yourself? The barrage was confusing, but Shu could understand it. But these well-organized analyses didn't sound like something a child could easily say. The officers in the central conference hall could accept it. They thought that Bao Shen and Lan Lan had a long whisper yesterday, and they talked about this. So now Lan Lan probably just repeated it. The plants have just been transplanted, and it will take at least a few years for the roots to penetrate deep into the soil. This is the longest sentence the boy has said in the past 2 days. He is not questioning the feasibility of these two methods. But how can the plants grab the food of the ore in such a short time? Lan Lan blinked her eyes. She touched the pretty petals of the small wildflowers, and muttered, they grow very fast. Yes, of course they grow very fast. Li Jie, who is also watching the live broadcast, smiled gently. After all, after passing through Lan Lan's hands, it is impossible not to grow fast. How fast can it be? The black-clothed boy was obviously not satisfied with the little girl's vague answer. Lan Lan thought about it and made a particularly exaggerated gesture. Super fast. Super fast. The boy frowned and stopped talking. The little girl continued to work with her head down. After a while, the boy rolled up his sleeves and bent down to help. If he wanted to verify whether the little girl's words were true, he might as well try it himself. Hey, Brother Gecko, do you want to help Lan Lan? Lan Lan watched the boy's white fingers dig up some soil, and her delicate little face was full of smiles. Shu didn't say anything, just lowered his head to work. Lan Lan felt that although Brother Gecko was a little serious and didn't like to laugh, he was still a good person. The little girl stuffed the little green grass in her hand into Brother Gecko's hand, and said to the big brother in a friendly way, then Lan Lan will trouble the big brother. Can you help Lan Lan plant this little grass in the position of the stone crevice over there? Shu moved his fingers holding the green grass. His expression was cold, but he still stood up without saying a word and planned to go to the stone crevice in front. But at this moment, the boy suddenly stopped. He lowered his eyes, and his dark eyes stared at the fresh and moist grass leaf in his hand. After a moment, the boy's fingertips with thin calluses touched the shallow plant lines on the tip of the grass leaf. His throat rolled, and Shu said in a somewhat tense voice, it is 3S level herbs? What? Lan Lan didn't hear clearly. She dug up some more flowers and plants, stuffed them into Brother Gecko's hands, and then squatted down to continue digging. Shu quietly looked at his hands, which were suddenly filled with a large pile of 3S level herbs. The whole person fell into silence. Chapter 21. Interstellar plants and animals mutate seriously. The higher the grade of the plants and animals, the more likely they are to be contaminated by dark matter. Therefore, high-grade plants and animals that are high in grade and can survive normally are extremely rare, especially 3S grade herbs, which are rare among the rare ones. Shu looked at his hand, which was a bunch of 3S flowers and herbs that did not look rare at all. His whole arm was stiff. 3S grade herbs have the function of nurturing mental power. Even if you do nothing but keep one by your side, it can also calm your mind when you are mentally agitated. Every year, there are hundreds of soldiers who have to retire early because of mental damage in the army. If every soldier can afford 3S herbs, although the help is limited, in case of mental riots, such a herb can save lives. Shu breathing became slightly faster. Brother Gecko? Lan Lan dug another piece of flowers and plants. And when she stood up, she saw Brother Gecko still standing there without moving. Lan Lan was puzzled. She walked past Brother Gecko and was about to transplant the grass in front of her when her shoulder was suddenly pressed down by a slightly heavy hand. Lan Lan looked up in confusion. Shu's dark pupils stared at the little girl in front of him. After a while, his fingertips loosened slightly, and he exhaled from his thin lips, how to transplant. It turned out that he didn't know how to do it. Lan Lan smiled and simply pulled Brother Gecko to the edge of the mountain wall and taught him hand in hand. This is how to plant it. Big brother, look at what Lan Lan did. You have to bury the roots and stems, and then fill the outside to here with soil, and then let the leaves face the direction of the sun. And then it's planted. The black-clothed boy silently buried the flowers and plants in the soil according to the girl explanation. Lan Lan saw that Brother Gecko did a good job, just like a little teacher, and nodded with satisfaction behind his back. Yeah. Big brother is great. You learn super fast. Wait until the little girl turned around to pick other flowers and plants. Shu then gently closed his eyes. His white fingertips were stained with mud, but he seemed to be unaware and just followed the little girl instructions to complete the transplant meticulously. When the last 4-leaf flower was planted, the boy pursed his lips and pressed his slightly warm palm directly on the ground. The next second, he felt the vigorous beating in his palm, which was the rhythm of the 3S herb rhizomes penetrating into the soil. So powerful and so long. They grow very fast. Super fast. Super fast. The little girl words are still ringing in my ears. And it is indeed very fast. The overbearing vitality of the 3S vegetation is revealed deep in the soil. They occupy the entire soil, and they wrap the not yet fully mature alien pathogenic core like a newborn baby. The baby was waiting in the mother arms to absorb nutrients. But suddenly a dozen burly men broke into the house, surrounded it, and robbed it of all its nutrients, leaving it with nothing. If the alien pathogenic core had a spirit, it would have probably called the police. Okay, this is the last piece. After all these are planted, Big brother, Lan Lan will go to the third gap. Big brother, do you want to go with us? The little girl quickly transplanted another piece of flowers and plants. As expected, it was still 3S vegetation. Shu looked at the little girl hand. The surrounding vegetation was obviously just ordinary low-level wild plants. After she dug them out, these wild plants underwent earth-shaking changes. How did she do it? Why did she show this ability in front of strangers? Perhaps because the boy's dark eyes were too serious. Lan Lan licked her lips and said timidly, Lan Lan doesn't mean to drag Big Brother to continue to help Lan Lan work. Then Lan Lan won't bother Big Brother. Lan Lan can go by herself. The little girl walked past the boy carefully. But after just 2 steps, footsteps came from behind. Lan Lan looked back at Big Brother. Shu also looked at her quietly. As they looked at each other, as if they understood something, the little girl smiled first. Her pair of dark eyes were surprisingly bright. Thank you. Big Brother. The big and the small came to the third gap. This time, when Lan Lan was digging grass, Shu also walked over. Is that so? He dug a maple grass like the little girl. The grass did not improve its grade after being dug out, and it was still just a low-grade wild grass. No, Big Brother. You have to dig out all the roots. Look, there are 2 broken whiskers here. The little girl brought the maple grass over and fiddled with the whiskers. Almost in an instant, Shu saw with his own eyes that a ray of golden light flashed across the roots of the maple grass. And then, the originally dark red leaves became more intense, followed by the vigorous energy of 3S herbs. Qualitative change. Shu clenched his fingers in an instant. Lan Lan slightly tidied up the muddy roots of the grass and handed the grass back to the big brother. Big brother. Look! It's here! It's broken a little. Big brother. You have to be careful. Small flowers and grasses are very fragile. The little girl's serious admonition was too natural. She didn't show any complacency or boasting about the fact that she could turn low-level herbs into high-level herbs with just one touch. As if in her eyes, this was just a trivial matter. Okay. After a long silence, Shu finally replied. He planted the maple grass in the place designated by the little girl, and didn't take the initiative to dig the grass, but only helped to transplant it. Soon, the third gap was also completed. Then came the fourth, the fifth, a total of 7 gaps. When all the gaps were sealed, even if he didn't touch the land, Shu could feel that something had changed in the mountain. Ah! The little girl beside him took a long breath, closed her eyes, and was intoxicated. There is no smell. No smell of bad things that are about to leak out. The smell was really strong yesterday, and it was even stronger this morning. But now, because the alien pathogens have been sealed, Lan Lan can no longer smell the dangerous bad smell. Okay. It's done. Lan Lan has finally completed the task. The little girl's hands were dirty. She walked under a crooked tree and washed her hands, with the rainwater accumulated in the depression of the tree trunk. She invited the big brother again. Big brother, do you want to wash your hands? Shu walked over calmly. After washing her hands, the little girl asked enthusiastically, Big brother, Lan Lan is going back. Do you want to go with Lan Lan? No. The boy looked at the mountain in front of him. He came here under the military order, and was not allowed to leave without instructions. As for this little girl, Shu believed that the military must have known about her existence, since he had not been ordered to do so. It meant that he did not need to intervene in the matter regarding this little girl for the time being. Oh! Okay then. Lan Lan was a little disappointed. She thought that Brother Gecko was a very good person. She also wanted to introduce her uncle, Brother Zero, and the puppy to Brother Gecko. Then Lan Lan will go first, Lan Lan said, thinking for a moment, and then took off her small backpack and rummaged around inside. Soon, she found her empty small wallet. Lan Lan took off the puppy pendant from the zipper of her purse and handed it to her big brother. Big brother, this is what my mother made for me. This dog is a big dog that my mother keeps at home. Its name is Xiao Hong. Lan Lan doesn't have anything else on her. I give this dog pendant to you. Thank you for helping me seal the mutant pathogen. I hope you won't dislike it. The little girl held a crystal-like pendant in her soft palm. Inside the pendant was a narrow photo. Shu took the pendant in silence. As soon as he touched it, he paused. Golden crystal, a liquid condensate used to repair gaps in 3S mechas. Because golden crystal ore is rare, and it is difficult to extract golden crystal liquid. 1 gram of golden crystal liquid is often sold for 70,000 to 80,000 interstellar coins. Shu felt it a little. This pendant made of gilded crystal condensate weighs about 3 grams. 210,000 interstellar coins were invested just to make a pendant for a child. Shu turned the pendant over again, and saw the photo sealed inside. The boy frowned again after seeing it. Giant Fire Wolf? The second most destructive beast in the mutant beast rankings. Giant Fire Wolf? A year ago, the Vanguard Army and the Rebel Army fought on the Arabai Star. During the battle, the two armies mistakenly entered the territory of the Giant Fire Wolf. Only 14 Fire Wolves eventually seriously injured nearly 400 mecha warriors of the two armies. If they hadn't retreated quickly, the consequences of that battle would have been disastrous. The Giant Fire Wolf is a highly exclusive and destructive beast. Except for its own kind, any race is regarded as food by them. Shu has never seen anyone dare to raise a giant fire wolf. Then Big Brother, Lan Lan will leave first. Seeing that the Big Brother had already taken the pendant that sealed Xiaohong's photo, Lan Lan put on her small backpack, waved goodbye to the Big Brother, and walked into the forest. She held the somewhat uncomfortable gilded crystal tightly in her palm. Shu raised his eyes and watched the little girl leave. Lan Lan will come back. Lan Lan will not come back. Lan Lan will come back. Lan Lan will not come back. Hu Qingshan lay on the ground on an empty grassland in the dense forest, looking up at the birds on the treetops. He counted the number of birds, and muttered to himself while counting. When he counted the last bird, he paused for a moment, as if his throat was blocked by something. Lan Lan will not come back. Lan Lan had been gone for a long time. She said she would be back in an hour. But now it has been 2.5 hours. This time was so long that Rick even woke up twice in the middle. And was knocked unconscious twice again. Hu Qingchen sat up suddenly, covering his face with dry fingers. His eye sockets began to heat up. Was it an illusion? Was he dreaming? His sister had been dead for so many years. How could she not be dead and have a daughter? The defense of the fatal training ground was so tight. How could such a young child appear on the field? Why did he ignore these obvious unreasonable places before? There was only one possibility. This was simply his fantasy. Was he poisoned? Could that carnivorous plant have any hallucinogenic effect? The boy mind could not stop thinking about it. And he looked at Rick, who was still lying beside him. Is this Rick also fake? There must be no Lan Lan, no niece, and no Rick. Thinking of this, the boy's eyes, which seemed extremely large because of his skinny, suddenly widened. He suddenly reached to the side, grabbed Rick's collar, and bang, punched Rick in the face. Rick's face, which was already covered with blood, instantly had another huge bruise. Hu Qingchen stared at Rick in front of him. After a while, as if the last breath of determination had also been lost, Hu Qingchen fell back, his whole face blank and sluggish. It's a dream. It's really a dream. I'm so strong. He didn't cry out in pain. It's really a dream. Brother, please speak human words. Why on earth did he not cry out in pain after being hit so hard by you? Don't you know it yourself? The two bricks in front were so crisp and loud. Brother, the rules of the competition do not allow you to attack other contestants. 2 bricks plus the punch just now. You have already received 3 yellow card warnings in your live broadcast room. If you touch him with one finger again, you will be forced to eliminate him directly. You know? I think he knows. But he doesn't care. To be honest, I think this buddy is a little crazy. The way you look at him, it looks abnormal. He was not normal to begin with. Didn't you see the contestant's information? He had a history of illness. He lived in a mental hospital for 2 years from the age of 13 to 15. His mental turmoil caused permanent mental impairment. Every time he was emotionally excited, he was prone to madness. You see how thin he is? It's obvious that it's the side effect of long-term consumption of mental drugs. Hey, look! He wants to hit Rick again. It's over. This punch will eliminate him immediately. Hu Qingchen really wanted to hit Rick again. He still had a little hope in his heart. His eyes were red and bloodshot. He muttered to himself, "It's not a dream. It's not a dream." And his fist was raised high. The punch was sharp and fast. And then, "Uncle!" A child voice, like the sound of nature, suddenly sounded. The whitened finger bone stopped 3 centimeters away from Rick's face. Hu Qingchen was a little dazed. He let go of Rick in his hand, and looked far to the right with a confused sight. The girl, who looked like a little cannonball, came running towards him with a small backpack on her back. When she came closer, Hu Qingchen's dark eyes gradually came into focus. "Uncle, I'm sorry." Lan Lan came back late. Lan Lan thought that Uncle had left. Eh? Before Lan Lan finished speaking, Uncle suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Lan Lan was hugged tightly by her uncle in a daze. She was very confused. "Uncle? Uncle?" Hu Qingchen pressed the little girl into his arms. Crying, "I thought you were not coming back. I thought you didn't want me again." Lan Lan, Lan Lan patted her uncle back without knowing why, thinking that her uncle would cry for a long time if the back of his hand was broken. Lan Lan could only coax him. Lan Lan will not abandon her uncle. Lan Lan is so surprised to see her uncle. Lan Lan also asked Yaya mother why her uncle and grandparents didn't live with Yaya mother. Yaya mother said they couldn't come. "Uncle, can you go home with Lan Lan in the future? Let's go to see Yaya mother." Hu Qingchen sniffed. And he finally let go of the little girl and nodded vigorously. "Okay. Okay. Okay." Lan Lan smiled. She pinched her sleeves to help her uncle wipe his tears. And when her uncle stopped crying, Lan Lan looked at the bad uncle on the ground again. Seeing this, Lan Lan frowned. "Uncle, why does Lan Lan feel that the blood on the bad uncle head seems to be much more than before Lan Lan left?" Hu Qingchen, who was still wiping tears, Hu Qingchen put down his left hand, and his fingers quietly touched the brick in the bushes, pushing the bloody brick away. He shook his head. "I don't know. He has always been like this." "You touch your conscience and say it again. Is it always like this?" Lan Lan scratched her head. She couldn't remember it. But her uncle would definitely not lie to her. Lanlan took off her small backpack and took out half a bottle of water from it. This water was brought by her to drink when she was thirsty. And now she could only use it first. Lanlan used a torn piece of clothing to soak some water and wipe the blood off Bad Uncle's head. After finding the wound, Lanlan ran to pick hemostatic grass. Soon, Bad Uncle had a green grassland on his head. Will he wake up like this? Hu Qingshan looked at the green-haired Rick hesitantly. Is it a new ritual to crush the grass and apply it on his head? He can wake up. Lanlan was very confident in her craftsmanship. Lanlan also applied medicine to Brother Zero in this way before. Brother Zero? Hu Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Is he Lanlan brother? Is he also born by your mother? Puff. A mouthful of water sprayed out. Buddy. You are really brave. The Marshal wife slowly typed a question mark. No. Brother Zero is not born by Yaya mother. Yaya mother has never given birth to a child. Yaya mother only has Lanlan as a daughter. The little girl explained crisply. Oh! Hu Qingshan was a little disappointed. But he corrected his niece, Lanlan. You used the wrong grammar here. You should say that Yaya mother has never given birth to other children. Not that Yaya mother has never given birth to children. Lanlan was stunned for a moment. Ah? Hu Qingshan reached out and touched the little girl's hair. But it doesn't matter. You are still young. You will understand when you go to school and study in the future. Lanlan scratched her head. Lanlan did not go to school on the Death Star. There was no school on the Death Star. Only Dr. Val's father taught Lanlan first-grade courses. Okay. Lanlan answered obediently. Lanlan will study more in the future. Because Rick had not woken up. The uncle and nephew could only continue to wait. At noon, Lanlan took out the nutrient solution in her backpack and wanted to eat it with her uncle. Hu Qingshan also had nutrient solution. But he did not eat Lanlan. And shared his nutrient solution with Lanlan. But, good. Delicious. You? Looking at Lanlan retching and pinching her nose to drink the nutrient solution. Hu Qingshan's face turned red. I only have this nutrient solution. The material packages in the training ground are divided into different levels. The easy-to-get ones are low-level material packages, which not only have less materials, but also cheap. The hard-to-get ones are high-level material packages, which have rich and expensive materials. Hu Qingshan has always eaten the cheap nutrient solution in the low-level material packages. He didn't know that Lanlan couldn't get used to it. No. Lanlan likes it very much. Lanlan's voice changed as she ate. She drank half a bottle of nutrient solution with red eyes. And then pushed the rest to her uncle. Uncle, eat it too. Hu Qingshan originally wanted to give it all to Lanlan. But seeing that Lanlan's face was green from drinking, he could only take the remaining half bottle back to drink. Is it hard to drink? He didn't feel that way. He usually drank this kind of cheap nutrient solution and couldn't tell the difference. He glanced at the brand of the nutrient solution in Lanlan's backpack again. Wow. It was an expensive nutrient solution that only comes in high-end supplies. Hu Qingshan felt embarrassed all of a sudden. He was too useless to let Lanlan drink the expensive nutrient solution. Hu Qingshan obviously didn't know that in Lanlan's eyes, this expensive nutrient solution was actually no different from the cheap nutrient solution. She was spoiled by her mother Yaya. Since she was weaned, she had been drinking the fruity nutrient solution made by her mother Yaya herself. With 3 crops added, the child was suddenly forced to change his taste. And he definitely couldn't adapt for a while. At this moment, Rick next to him suddenly moved. Lanlan and Hu Qingshan looked over immediately. As soon as Rick woke up, he felt that his head was about to explode. And he opened his eyelids quietly. The next second, a face as bony as a mummy appeared in front of him, which frightened Rick so much that he couldn't breathe and almost fainted again. Bad uncle. How do you feel? Lanlan squeezed over from her uncle and asked. When Rick saw the little girl, his memory revived again. He opened his mouth and was about to speak. The dry and pale man spoke first. I heard that you were knocked unconscious by the falling rocks on the mountain? A good sentence made him say it in a gloomy way. Rick suddenly thought of something. He touched his head and his lips trembled. You are not going to hit me with a brick again, is it? Hu Qingshan's face moved closer, and his huge and resentful eyes stared straight at Rick. Rick had goosebumps all over his body and was about to cry. Yes. I was knocked unconscious by falling rocks. What do you want? I say. Big brother and big sister. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Isn't that enough? A treacherous villain is naturally flexible. Rick doesn't think there is anything wrong with admitting defeat. He has no supplies. No weapons. Can't win and is injured. Don't worry about being embarrassed. Save your life first. At this time, Hu Qingchen looked at Lan Lan with bright eyes. You heard it. He was knocked unconscious by falling rocks. He admitted it himself. Lan Lan looked at her uncle in confusion. A little confused, Lan Lan knows. Did she tell her uncle about the fact that bad uncle was knocked unconscious by falling rocks? Why did her uncle suddenly emphasize it again? But to be precise, bad uncle was not knocked unconscious by falling rocks. He was hit by falling rocks and fell down while running, knocking himself unconscious. Lan Lan asked bad uncle again, Bad uncle, are you feeling better? Lake choked when he heard the little girl call, and finally could only nod in anger. Okay. Okay. Lan Lan took out a bottle of nutrient solution from her backpack. Then do you want to drink it? You should be hungry. Rick was a little bit unbelievable. She actually gave him food? What conspiracy? Rick reached out to take it half-believingly. But just as he was about to touch the nutrient solution bottle, a dry hand next to him reached out and took away the nutrient solution. Rick immediately retracted his hand and timidly looked at this head-smashing maniac, who looked like a mummy. Hu Qingchen returned Lan Lan nutrient solution to Lan Lan, and took out a bottle of cheap nutrient solution from his supply bag and threw it to Rick. Drink this. How can I give good nutrient solution to such a person? After being hungry for a day, and very weak due to injuries. Rick quickly opened the nutrient solution, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, Rick licked the mouth of the bottle, while using his cunning eyes to secretly look at the big and small people next to him. When he found that the skinny mummy-like man was staring at the nutrient solution in the little girl backpack with a cherished look on his face, Rick felt that he had discovered something. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, Thank you for saving me. I was not polite to this little sister before, but I didn't expect you to forgive me. In return, I am willing to tell you the supply point of a high-level supply package I know for free. Would you be so nice? If you want to know what high-end supply point is, you would have gone there earlier. It's obvious that you are up to something. Netizens saw through Rick's evil nature at a glance. But Lan Lan didn't know that. As for Hu Qingchen, he had been bewitched by the 5 words high-end supply point. The uncle, who was eager to earn good food for his niece, was very excited. Where is it? Rick sneered in his heart. He glanced at the backpacks of the 2 people. One was a supply bag, and the other was a small backpack. They didn't look like good things, but it was better than nothing. He must get these 2 bags. I take you there. Rick supported his head and stood up. Lan Lan waved her hand at this time. No. No. Bad uncle. Just take a good rest. Lan Lan doesn't need anything in return. How can that be? Yes. Yes. Little sister. If you don't want to accept my apology, you must not forgive me. Then what do you want me to do to forgive me? You say. As long as I can do it, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Lan Lan was a little at a loss. I don't mean that. Hu Qingchen said at this time. Lan Lan. Let's go. I think he is very sincere. Finally, Lan Lan was pushed away by her uncle and bad uncle in a dilemma. They walked in the direction of the forest, and walked until they came to a valley. Rick didn't get close to the valley, but there was a blood python in the valley in front. Yes, this place is the cave of the blood python that Rick escaped from with great difficulty. He held back the smile that wanted to rise from the corner of his mouth, and said sincerely, It's inside. When I found this supply point, there were other people around me. I was afraid that I would have to share it with others, so I kept it secret. Now it's just right for you. Hu Qingchen had seen how Rick harmed people in the last session, so he still maintained a little vigilance. There won't be any danger in here. Right? Rick said. I don't know. I went in normally at that time. Then you go in front. Hu Qingchen said directly. Rick pulled his advanced protective suit. Although it was a little torn, it could barely protect him. He walked in with a smile. But just as he reached the entrance of the cave, Rick twisted his foot and fell forward. Hu Qingchen subconsciously supported him. Rick grabbed Hu Qingchen's wrist, and the next second, he used all his strength to push the skinny man into the cave. Then, he picked up the little girl, who had no reaction at all, and threw the little girl into the cave. After pushing the 2, he ran out of the cave swiftly. At the same time, He heard the blood python roaring angrily inside the cave. Roar! Rick grinned. He left the cave, looked around, and pushed 2 big stones to block the door. Although it didn't stop them, it was enough to stop the 2 people from escaping. After doing all this, Rick found a place to hide complacently, waiting for the blood python inside to help him eliminate the dissidents. Rick waited and waited for half an hour. But apart from the initial roar, there was no sound afterwards. Could it be that the blood python had already eaten the 2 people? Rick touched his chin and decided to go and see. He carefully rubbed his way into the cave along the wall of the kernel. The cave was not deep. He saw the situation inside just after turning a corner. Deep in the narrow and dark cave, the blood python's thick tail swam back and forth. It spit out its tongue gently, and the hissing sound made people's scalps numb. Great. Our little snake didn't cry out in pain at all. It's really great. Suddenly, the little girl voice came out from under the blood python's belly. Rick moved his sight stupidly, and then he saw the little girl squatting under the blood python's waist, applying grass mud to the 7-inch wound of the blood python. After the little girl applied the green stuff to the blood python, she wiped her hands, stood up again, and walked to the front of the blood python. The blood python suddenly attacked. It pushed forward with its forehead, and directly pushed its head into the little girl's arms. Hee hee. The little girl laughed so hard that she simply sat down, hugged the blood python's big round head, and touched its smooth and cold snake skin. We are really destined to be together. Right? We met yesterday and met again today. By the way, is this also your home? You have many homes, but your previous home is the one you escaped from yesterday. You can go back. Lan Lan has sealed the mutated pathogen over there, and it is safe over there now. The blood python obviously didn't understand what human said. It opened its bloody mouth and grabbed the little girl's sleeve with its sharp teeth. The little girl was puzzled. What are you doing? You don't want Lan Lan to leave, right? Lan Lan won't leave now. Little snake, your sound waves have stunned Lan Lan uncle. Lan Lan has to wait for his uncle to wake up before leaving. The blood python continued to hold the little girl's sleeve, but it bit the sleeve into pieces without paying attention. The blood python seemed to know that it had done something wrong. It used its tongue to push away the broken steps, twisted its head, and continued to push its forehead into the little girl's arms, trying to cover up its mistake by acting like a spoiled child. The little girl was amused by the little snake and tapped its little nose. It's okay. Lan Lan knows you didn't mean it. The man and the python were so engrossed in the game, they didn't even notice that someone else had come in from outside the cave. Rick, who was standing at the door and peeking, said, Rick walked out of the cave in a daze, until the sunlight outside shone on him. He finally seemed to wake up. And then, Pa! He slapped himself. It's a dream. It must be a dream. This can't be real. This can't be real. Is this fucking reasonable? Chapter 22. Bang! A sudden loud noise came from a bar in Yaxingwangwan Lane. The loud noise scared the guests who were playing in the store, and they stopped immediately. They looked towards the source of the loud noise with horror. Over there, in the booth in the corner, the long table was broken all over the floor, and a man was sitting on the sofa next to the booth. Half of the man's face was hidden in the darkness. Under the dim light, you can vaguely see that he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Those were holographic glasses. The man was browsing the Star Network, but I don't know what he saw. In anger, he actually smashed a long metal table with one palm. Everyone continue. Continue. The owner of the bar came out from the bar, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and greeted the regular customers with a smile, and then walked to the broken booth, handing the wine glass to the man on the sofa. The shop owner sighed. Why are you so angry? Li Jie took off his glasses, revealing a handsome face underneath, now full of ferocity. He took the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank the whole glass. The shop owner looked at him with a puzzled look. Didn't you turn off the communication? Who else could make you so angry except for those old-fashioned people above? A piece of trash. Li Jie's teeth were pointed with viciousness, and he spit out these 4 words coldly. Which piece of trash? The shop owner was curious. Li Jie didn't want to talk, so he threw the empty cup to the person next to him and put on his glasses again. But before he saw it for more than 30 seconds, he cursed again. Fuck! Shop owner, Shop owner was very curious. Let me see it. Let me see it too. After saying that, The shop owner took Li Jia's left hand without saying anything and forcibly clicked on his light-brained screen. Suddenly, the holographic mode exited, and a public screen of medium size appeared in the air. TSK. Li Jia took off his glasses unhappily and glared at the man next to him. The shop owner had fought side by side with this man for decades before retiring, and he was not afraid of him at all. He just stared at the small screen in front of him. Is it this rubbish? He really looks sneaky? Why is there a bunch of green hair on his head? What is he doing? The green-headed man in the picture, who was stimulated by something, was trying to carry stones down from the hillside next to him. He used those scattered stones to close the cave bit by bit. He was so tired that he was sweating all over. Finally, he took off his coat, tied it around his waist, and continued to move stones. The shop owner can see the barrage here. Rick Mother is so mean that I want to kill him. First, push Lan Lan and Hu Qingchen in to feed the blood python, and then find that the blood python and Lan Lan have a good relationship. You move stones to block them all in. How can you be so mean? So this is a violation. He is harming other contestants. Get him eliminated quickly. It seems that it is not really a violation. Violations require personal damage to be considered a violation. Didn't he seal the hole himself? Doesn't this count as personal? Personally means that he directly attacked the opponent. This kind of sealing the hole is not a direct attack, but only an indirect attack. Rick has used this kind of loophole in the rules to do bad things before, and it is not the first time. Ah, I'm so angry. Lan Lan, stop playing with the little snake. Hurry up and take the little snake out to eat this garbage. The shop owner frowned. Lan Lan? Isn't it your daughter who was on the hot search last night? The shop owner suddenly widened his eyes and understood why Baoshan was angry, although he didn't know where Baoshan got a daughter. But Baoshan's dog temper of protecting his shortcomings was engraved in his bones. Thinking of the past in the army, whoever offended Baoshan would end up. The shop owner was tactful and kept silent. But he was a little worried. Is your daughter really in trouble? How can she get out if the cave is sealed? Hey, why is it so dark outside? Lan Lan was still playing games with the little snake, and suddenly felt that the light shining in from the cave entrance became less. Lan Lan got up to go outside to see, but the blood python grabbed her clothes and didn't let her go. Lan Lan patted the little snake head soothingly. Lan Lan is just going to take a look, and will be back soon. The blood python still didn't let her go. Finally, Lan Lan squatted down, kissed the little snake twice on the forehead, and coaxed it twice. The blood python finally let go of the corner of the clothes in its mouth, and it followed the little girl. Wherever the little girl went, it went there. Lan Lan walked all the way to the entrance of the cave, and then the little girl was stunned. Here, isn't there a door? Lan Lan looked at the tightly blocked front, and gestured with her little hands. It's this big. Such a big cave door. Did Lan Lan remember it wrong? The little girl scratched her head, and she looked around again. There must be a door. Otherwise how did Lan Lan get in? Little snake. Right. The blood python didn't understand human language, so it kept playing with the little girl, biting her clothes and then pushing her calves. Hey. Seeing the little snake being so naughty, Lan Lan had no choice but to hold up its big head, kiss its forehead, and said, Then let's play for a while. As she said that, the little girl suddenly ran into the cave, shouting, Little snake, you can't catch Lan Lan. Little snake, you can't catch Lan Lan. The blood python rushed over, spitting out its tongue, swimming around and using its tail to tie the little girl waist. The man and the snake had a lot of fun playing together. Lan Lan was caught by the blood python, so she fell to the ground and rolled with the little snake, laughing and rolling. Shop owner, Li Jia, bullet screen, please forgive me. Our Lan Lan is still young. She is still a playful kid. She can't realize the seriousness of the matter. Damn it. Blame that idiot Rick. Oh, Lan Lan, don't play anymore. There is no cave entrance. How are you going to get out? The blood python will definitely be able to knock the cave door open. It should be fine, but Rick still set an ambush outside the cave. You see, he is digging a pit. He is waiting for the people inside to rush out and fall into the deep pit. He is an S-level master after all. It really won't take long to dig a 10-meter deep pit. No more playing. No more playing. Lan Lan is tired. Lan Lan played with the little snake for a long time. She was panting heavily, fell to the ground, flattened herself, closed her eyes, and felt a little drowsy. The blood python came up immediately and pressed its big head against Lan Lan's chest. It slowly spit out its tongue, which poked Lan Lan's chin from time to time. Lan Lan smiled again. She turned over, hugged the little snake head, kissed the little snake again, and said, "Let's take a nap together. Okay?" The blood python rubbed against the little girl's arms. The little girl lay down, and it also lay down, wrapping the little girl with its long tail. Children fall asleep very quickly. Lan Lan's warm little face pressed against the cool skin of the python. After a while, her breathing became even. Sleep? Fall asleep? Okay. You guys fall asleep first. Rick has already dug the first pit, and is digging the second one. I am going to cry to death. Baby, please don't sleep. Please have a sense of crisis. Okay. The shop owner looked at the little girl on the screen blankly, who was really taking a nap so peacefully. He turned his head and questioned his former boss from the bottom of his heart. Is this how you usually teach your daughter? Li Jie, eh? The shop owner grabbed Li Jie's collar and shook him to death. Where is vigilance? Where are the basic safety regulations? Why is the daughter of a cruel and vicious violent god a naive person? Have you ever taught her how to protect herself? Li Jie, eh? Li Jie twisted his friend's hand away in annoyance. He rubbed his eyebrows, thought about it, and turned on the communicator that had been turned off for more than 10 hours. Almost at the moment of turning on the communicator, a large number of missed calls popped up. Li Jie opened all of them, and only found the communication number of the president's office and dialed it. Soon, someone picked up the phone. Who is this? Li Jie was silent for a moment, and spoke to someone in a rare polite tone. It's me. Your Excellency the President. It was strangely quiet over there. After a while, the president's voice sounded again. Who are you? Li Jie frowned slightly. Li Jie. You are not. The president's voice was very serious. Who are you? Li Jie repeated. Your Excellency. I am Li Jie. You are not. The president seemed to have run out of patience. I hang up if you don't say anything. Li Jie was a little speechless. Can't you recognize my voice? I am Li Jie. Pa. The call was hung up over there. Li Jie looked at his light computer screen showing call ended. And the whole person was extremely furious. The shop owner next to him didn't know what to say, so he could only move his butt away from him. Li Jie redialed the number again. As soon as the other party answered, he started to curse. If you don't want to answer my call and don't want to talk to me, then you can take my position too. Who the hell do you want to lead the shitty Shahunter Team 1? Who the hell wants to guard the shitty universe border? Go and guard it. My daughter is stuck in the fatal training ground because of your negligence. She's almost dead now. I'm saying this. If she loses a hair, you can't have your presidential office building. After a crackling output, there was a quiet second, and then a gentle laugh came from the other end of the communication. Oh, it's Baoshan. What's the matter? Li Jie, eh? Li Jie turned off the communication microphone and turned to ask his friend, did he deliberately mess with me? The shop owner thought for a moment and said, he may have taken the initiative. You spoke to him so politely. He may have thought you were going to mess with him. Li Jie, question mark. The sun was fierce and hot in the dense forest in the afternoon. In the lush green tree canopy, the black-clothed boy leaned against the tree trunk. In his hand, he was holding a round and clear gilded crystal pendant, which felt cool and delicate. The boy turned the pendant in another direction, and looked at the murderous giant fire wolf in the center of the pendant with cold eyes again. There was not only one fire wolf in the photo. If you look closely, you can see a tender and soft little figure under the fire wolf's neck hair. The little figure looked like a baby. The fire wolf protected the baby, and at the same time, its red animal eyes revealed a fierce light, which was directed at the person taking the photo. If we think of the little girl, this is the fire wolf raised by her mother, and the pendant was also made by her mother, so it can be guessed that the photo was also taken by her mother. But the fire wolf in the photo, with its murderous look, does not look like the attitude it should have towards its owner. On the contrary, the baby in the arms of the fire wolf is obviously very cherished by it, and even the action of lying down is a protective posture. Buzz. At this moment, the light brain on the wrist vibrated again. The boy frowned and clicked on the screen. The command that flashed by was clear and clear. Southwest of the dense forest. Save Lanlan. The dark pupils shrank suddenly. Supporting the rough tree trunk with one hand, Shu jumped to the ground and walked straight to the southwest. Hu Qingchen felt that his head hurt a lot. He barely sat up, but found that it was pitch black around him, without any light. The dry fingers touched his optical computer, and when he turned on the screen, a ray of white light came out. With this weak light, Hu Qingchen finally saw the surrounding environment clearly. At the same time, he also saw a winding python body. With a sudden chill in his heart, Hu Qingchen's wrist trembled, and the light source suddenly tilted. After taking a long breath, Hu Qingchen mustered up the courage and aimed the light forward again. At this glance, Hu Qingchen saw that it was a mutant blood python. It was sleeping. It seemed to be sleeping soundly, and it made a small sound of hoo-hoo-hoo from its mouth. No, it was not the small sound made by the blood python. It was. Hu Qingchen's light source continued to turn forward, and finally, he saw who was making the sweet sound. The little girl slept unruly. She slept on her side, with two short little hands directly holding the huge body of the blood python. And at the same time, her right leg was softly placed on the round body of the blood python. She seemed to like touching the cool body of the blood python. Occasionally, her little face would rub against its skin. Then she would smack her mouth and continue to sleep. The mutated blood python, which used to be ferocious and had eaten countless people, was now like a docile and obedient pillow. No matter how the little girl held it, it did not resist. It even pushed its big head into the little girl's arms and stuck very close to her. Hu Qingchen, Hu Qingchen, ? Hu Qingchen rubbed his eyes, and rubbed them again, until his eyeballs were about to pop out. But the scene in front of him did not change at all. Hu Qingchen was a little confused. He hesitated for a long time, but still walked over. He did not dare to get too close, and shouted at a distance, Lan Lan? Lan Lan? Lan Lan did not wake up, but the blood python did. Hu Qingchen felt a chill on his back instantly. The inorganic gaze of the cold-blooded animal was fixed on him. Hu Qingchen could not help but retreat. But no matter how he retreated, the blood python always stared at him. The python's upper body was held by the little girl so that it couldn't move, but its lower body could move. Its tail was swinging wildly, with just a slight curl of its long tail. It could strangle the skinny human in front of it into two pieces. Hu Qingchen summoned up his courage and shouted, Lan Lan. The little girl was awakened from her sleep. Lan Lan opened her eyes in a daze. After seeing her uncle standing in front of her, the little girl yawned. She hugged the little snake beside her, pressed her little face against the little snake's forehead, and said in a muffled voice, Uncle, you are awake. Hu Qingchen saw that his niece and the blood python were completely stuck together, and he felt that his heart was about to jump out. He said, Ing, it should be you who woke up. Lan Lan was a little embarrassed. Her little face blushed, raised her head, and muttered, because Lan Lan has the habit of taking a nap. So, the little girl behind didn't say anything. She sat up from the ground, pulled her crooked clothes, and then staggered towards her uncle. As soon as she approached, Hu Qingchen pulled his niece behind him and asked nervously, What's going on with this blood python? Little snake? Lan Lan looked at the little snake standing up and spitting out its tongue. She grinned and said, Lan Lan took a nap with the little snake. The little snake was super cool. When she said that, Hu Qingchen also felt the heat. This heat was very sudden. It was not hot in the morning, but the climate training has already begun. It was a rainstorm yesterday. Today, there may be a sudden high temperature. Hu Qingchen guessed correctly. It was indeed hot today. Since noon, the temperature in the dense forest has been rising. Outside the call, Rick, who was digging a pit, was also very hot. Rick was already shirtless and sweating all over. But because he had no supplies and no water, he could only continue to work with a flushed face. He had already dug 3 pits, no matter whether it was the blood python or the big and small ones. If they came out, they would die. The blood python was a large mutant beast. After killing it, he would get high points. After the game, these points could be exchanged for resources. As for the big and small ones, his goal was not just the 2 backpacks. He had offended them. He pushed them into the cave with his own hands. The 2 would definitely seek revenge on him when they came out. The little girl had such a good relationship with the blood python. What if she drove the blood python to attack him? So, he had to strike first. This time, he was completely out of self-protection. The sun in the sky was so hot that it made people dizzy. Rick's mouth was dry, but he didn't dare to stop. After taking a few breaths, he carried a sharp tree root and endured the heat stroke and continued to dig the pit. The cave is sealed. Hu Qingchen used the peripheral light of his brain to shine in front of the cave. When he found that the cave was blocked and even the gaps were filled with mud, his expression changed immediately. Thinking of Rick who pushed him into the cave, Hu Qingchen gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard." Lan Lan was still a little sleepless. She hugged the upper body of the little snake with both hands, leaned her head on the little snake, and yawned. "Uncle, what is a bastard?" Hu Qingchen realized that he shouldn't say bad words in front of the child, and said embarrassedly, "Nothing." Hu Qingchen tried to push the hole, but found that he couldn't push it. Hot sweat soaked his forehead. "No. We must open the cave entrance. The cave is sealed too tightly. If it lasts too long, people inside will not be able to breathe." Hu Qingchen took off his clothes, mobilized the mental power of an S-level ability user, poured all his abilities into his hands, and pushed hard. It didn't move at all. "Hey." Rick used the juice of the mutant drooling vine, which is very sticky. He filled the gaps with mud mixed with juice. Now the entire cave entrance has been glued into a huge boulder. Maybe only a 3S ability user can push it. Rick is really talented in how to harm people. I don't know what to do now. Is there a 3S ability user who can come down from the sky to save Lan Lan? Training ground. Who are the 3S capable people in the game? One is the prince. One is Mianfeng. And one is Yusang. They are not here. Fuck. Wait. I am in the prince's live broadcast room. And the prince is walking this way. Ah. Really? What a coincidence. Then the prince will have a chance to save Lan Lan and the others. I love the prince. Suddenly, a large number of viewers turned to the prince's live broadcast room to post comments. And Yun guided the prince on how to meet Rick. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the prince actually walked this way, as if his goal was to save Lan Lan. Ah. Ah. Hu Qingchen used all his strength. His face flushed, but the boulder still did not move at all. Lan Lan didn't quite understand. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Hu Qingchen let out a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, and fanned himself. "Find a way to get out. We can't stay in the cave all the time. We will be suffocated." "Oh, then let's go," Lan Lan said, and hurried back to get her small bag, and then took her uncle's big bag and handed it to her uncle. Hu Qingchen took the bag of supplies and was very depressed, but the cave is sealed. "We can't get out?" Lan Lan looked at the big rock in front of her, and she nodded. "There is no way out." Hu Qingchen covered his face with his hands, feeling that he was really useless. Lan Lan pointed her hand to the back. "Then let's go from another cave." Hu Qingchen, Barrage, The whole world, Lan Lan's short legs clattered to the innermost part of the cave. She pulled aside the large vines on the wall, pointed to a medium-sized hole behind the vines, and said, "This is it. This is the path that Xiao Shishi usually walks." Lan Lan saw it when she was playing games with Xiao Shishi. "But Uncle, Lan Lan can walk straight through this hole. But Uncle has to bend down to walk. Otherwise he will hit his head." Speaking of this, the little girl turned her head again and looked at her uncle eagerly. "Uncle, are we going?" Hu Qingchen, Barrage, The whole world, 10 minutes later, standing on the wide and flat grassland, Hu Qingchen looked at the sun in the sky in a daze, and the whole person was still a little confused. The barrage that was stagnant for a moment was also a little confused. And in the Wangqiu Lane bar, two young men looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, the shop owner spoke slowly with a subtle expression. "She doesn't look like your daughter." Li Jia looked at him. The shop owner said, "She is smarter than you." Bang! Li Jia punched the other man on the head and knocked him into the sofa. Chapter 23. The large grassland coming out of the cave is very close to the cannibal forest. Lan Lan looked to the right and saw a familiar tree in the lush forest. It was very tall, very strong, and the crown was very dense. Lan Lan smiled. Although she had moved away from the tree this morning, she began to miss the tree again. The tree would collect dew for Lan Lan and protect her from wind and rain. Lan Lan really liked the tree. The sun is too strong here. We have to find a place to escape the heat. Hu Qingchen had already started sweating after just a few minutes of standing in the sun. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked around to see if there was a suitable place to rest. Lan Lan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she frantically recommended, Uncle, let's go to the forest. That's the forest over there. There's a small shed in the forest over there. The small shed can block the sun. The shed was built by Lan Lan herself. It's big and sturdy. Lan Lan didn't say the last sentence, but just thought quietly in her heart. She was afraid that if she said it, her uncle would laugh at her for not being shy. Hu Qingchen looked in the direction the little girl pointed. The forest was indeed thick and tight, and the place with green shade should be able to escape the heat. But why did Hu Qingchen feel that the place looked familiar? He took off the supply bag, turned out a simple map of the stadium from it, and judged it according to the direction. His face changed instantly. No, we can't go there. Lan Lan's face fell immediately. Why? That's the cannibal forest. Lan Lan didn't quite understand, and blinked. Hu Qingchen said with a serious face, it's very dangerous in the cannibal forest. Many people have died there before. Dead? Dead people? Will someone die? Lan Lan was so scared that her face turned pale. She immediately thought of Brother Zero. When Lan Lan saw Brother Zero in the forest, Brother Zero had a lot of blood on his body. Lan Lan swallowed her saliva and asked anxiously, Uncle, can we drive those 10 people away? Don't let them hurt people in the forest. 10 people? Lan Lan nodded repeatedly. Uncle said, the forest of 10 people. The forest of 10 people, that's the 10 bad guys. Right? Brother Zero also said that there was a forest of 10 people there before. And Lan Lan didn't know what that meant at the time. Hu Qingchen, you don't know what that means now. 10 people in the forest. Ha ha. Not these 10 people. Interstellar language is profound and extensive. The common language of today's Interstellar is the same as the ancient Chinese language of Blue Star. Sometimes there are really many homophones. Ha ha ha. I happened to see the chapter The Birth of Common Language while preparing for the history exam. Isn't this a coincidence? By the way, I just want to ask you all the big guys. Didn't I hear that the people in the past of Blue Star spoke the most Chinese language? How come Chinese language was incorporated into the common language system later? Going back to the front. You will know after reading the next chapter tracing the common language. The ancestors of Blue Star are not monolithic. The ancestors of Blue Star are also divided into the Western tribe and the Eastern tribe. There are struggles between them. After establishing a new home in the Interstellar, the two tribes often fought against each other. Later, because the Eastern tribe won the Resource War and the Evolution War, the leader of the Eastern tribe, the Chinese, incorporated Chinese language into the common language system. What Western tribes? Eastern tribes? They are called Westerners and Easterners. Huaxia is a big country in the East. The 73rd edition of history textbooks has been changed a long time ago. Don't mislead the candidates. We don't even know if Blue Star really exists, let alone talk about it. History may have been tampered with. How the Easterners and Westerners finally reconciled is not written in history books. The latest modern history, the most detailed, is only about the period when the first president of the empire took office. Even our archaeologists have not found any relics related to Blue Star so far. The existence of Blue Star is doubtful. Here comes the Blue Star does not exist party. It appears again. Just because no relics of Blue Star have been found, they deny the existence of Blue Star, which is clearly written in history books. But there is no source. History passed down by word of mouth, and real evidence will definitely be more convincing if the evidence is directly presented. Without evidence, history will be questioned. What can we do if the things we have passed down now, such as plants, animals, language, and knowledge, were not brought by our ancestors from the blue planet? Where did we get them from? We definitely have ancestors, but it is doubtful whether our ancestors were from the blue planet. History books describe the blue planet so well. Everyone can eat normal food, and the Orientals have spread crops all over the world. Do you think it is possible? Crops do not mutate? Then wouldn't every crop be a 3S crop? It's too far-fetched. Okay. Stop arguing. This topic always gets us arguing. History is forbidden here. Sorry. Stop arguing. I shouldn't ask why Huaxia was included in the common language. Woohoo. Keep reciting. I did hear a piece of unofficial history. It said that not long after the disaster on Blue Star, the entire planet exploded, so no planetary remains could be found. Oh, we don't want to talk about history. Right? I'm shutting up. Just pretend I didn't say anything. It's not 10 people. It's cannibalism. Hu Qingchen wanted to explain to his niece that she misunderstood the meaning of the word. But he stopped talking when the words came to his lips. The cannibal forest sounds so scary. It would scare the innocent little girl. Hu Qingchen thought so. And with a glance, he happened to see the mutant blood python on Lan Lan's left hand, which was biting the corner of Lan Lan's clothes with its bloody mouth open. Lan Lan seemed to have gotten used to the fact that the blood python liked to bite the corner of her clothes. She didn't even turn her head. Her little hand directly touched the blood python's big head and rubbed it. Hu Qingchen, well, no matter how scary the man-eating forest is, it's not as scary as the blood python that's so close. Hu Qingchen coughed awkwardly, and thought of what the little girl said just now. He asked, Lan Lan, you said your Zero brother told you that there is a man-eating forest? Is your Zero brother also in the competition field? When he heard Lan Lan mention Zero brother before, he thought he was her friend in her hometown. Lan Lan nodded heavily. Brother Zero is a good friend that Lan Lan met in the forest. Could it be another contestant? Hu Qingchen didn't remember which contestant had the last name Lin. Just as he was thinking, a shrill scream suddenly came from a distance. Ah! It sounded a bit like Rick's voice. Lan Lan also recognized that it was the voice of the bad uncle. She was very scared and grabbed the corner of her uncle's clothes. Uncle! Let's go quickly. The bad uncle is catching up. Hu Qingchen didn't want to fight Rick again. He had beaten Rick 3 times. If he attacks Rick again, he might be eliminated on the spot. But if Rick hurts Lan Lan, he will have to fight back. If he is eliminated, Lan Lan will fall into Rick's hands alone. And that will be the end. Hu Qingchen's skinny palm clenched his niece's soft little hand, looked around, and said, go this way. Lan Lan was dragged away by her uncle, and she didn't look back and shouted, little snake, run! Don't let the bad uncle catch you. The blood python rushed up, and its huge winding body always swam around the little girl. Ah, the painful scream came out of Rick's mouth again. Rick felt that he was going crazy. He was naked from the waist up, and his whole body was hanging upside down, hanging on the trembling tree. All the blood in his body was now rushing to his injured head. He heard the sound of tick-tick-tick of water. It was the sound of blood dripping onto the ground from the wound that had clearly stopped bleeding due to secondary congestion. Rick looked at the man in front of him with red eyes. Because he was upside down, he couldn't see the man's appearance clearly. Rick tried to slow down his voice and begged, Big brother, I have no grudges against you. What did I do wrong? Please tell me. Can't I change it? The black-clothed boy stood there quietly. His cold eyes swept across the 3 huge pits under the call, and the cave door in front of the huge pits that was tightly blocked. With a sharp chill in his eyes, the boy turned his eyes and looked at Rick, who was hanging upside down. A small pool of blood had accumulated on the ground, and some green grass mud was mixed in the blood. It was hard to tell what kind of grass the grass mud was, but the energy halo that only 3S ability users could see was covering the grass mud. These grass muds are 3S herbs. In the entire dense forest, there is only one person who can own 3S great herbs and dare to grind them into mud. She looked at Rick without any emotion. This person hurt a child who was willing to use the most precious 3S great herbs in the entire galaxy to treat his injuries at all costs. You? Shu opened his thin lips and uttered 2 light words. Damn it. The road in the dense forest was not easy to walk. Hu Qingchen walked and walked, and he didn't know where he was. He occasionally stopped to look at the map. But the simple map was not detailed, and some signs were not clearly drawn. Lan Lan was tired from walking. She sat down on a big rock, her little face flushed and hot. Uncle, Lan Lan wants to take a rest. Hu Qingchen wiped the sweat off his niece with concern, and took out a bottle of water for her. Then take a rest. Uncle will find a way again. Lan Lan took the bottle of water, drank a big sip of water, and then poured the water into her palm and fed it to the little snake. The blood python did not drink, but just clung to a tree trunk with a dying look. Lan Lan was a little worried. Little snake, do you not like land? Snakes prefer dark and humid caves. They are cold-blooded animals and don't like places that are too hot. Uncle, Lan Lan wants to send Xiaoshesh home first. Hu Qingchen looked up from the map and looked at his niece hesitantly. But we have walked so far. Do we have to go back again? Lan Lan shook her head. Not the previous home. Xiaoshesh has many homes. Lan Lan knows that Xiaoshesh has another home on the other side of a hill. Hu Qingchen scratched his face with his dry fingers. But we seem to be lost now. I don't know if we can find the hill you mentioned. Lost? Lan Lan blinked. Hu Qingchen was somewhat forgiven. I didn't intend to go deep into the dense forest, so I'm not familiar with the roads here. Lan Lan nodded. It was not easy to walk in the deep forest. She got lost last night. Lan Lan didn't laugh at her uncle. She said, then let's ask for directions? Hu Qingchen laughed. There's no one else here. How can we ask? Uncle Big Tree. Do you know which way to go to the hillside with the mutated pathogen? Before Hu Qingchen finished speaking, he saw his niece suddenly turned her head and asked the big tree behind her in a baby voice. Hu Qingchen, Hu Qingchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could a tree talk? At this moment, a breeze blew, and a leaf fell from the tree to the ground. Hu Qingchen was about to ask Lan Lan to come over and look at the map. Point to where the hillside she was talking about, and try to find it. Then, the little girl suddenly stood up and pointed in a direction. Over there. Hu Qingchen looked in the direction that Lan Lan pointed. Confused, over there? Yeah. Lan Lan smiled with her eyes bent. Uncle Big Tree said it was over there. It was over there. Uncle Big Tree would not lie to Lan Lan. But, did the tree speak? Why didn't he hear it? Let's go. Let's go. Lan Lan put on her backpack, stood up and walked forward. The blood python immediately followed. Hey. Lan Lan. Wait for Uncle. Hu Qingchen also followed. Hu Qingchen didn't think his niece could really find the way, but he didn't know where to go, so he just went wherever he went. 20 minutes later, Hu Qingchen looked at the mountain in front of him in astonishment. And really came out? The blood python came to a familiar place. It was a little scared at first, and its body was always attached to the little girl. But when it got close to the mountain, it didn't feel the threatening breath. On the contrary, there was a more vibrant breath nearby. The blood python suddenly became excited. It crawled happily under the cliff, scratching the flowers and plants with energy. Oh, little snake, don't crush the flowers and plants. These flowers and plants are used to seal the source of the mutated pathogens. If they are broken, they will leak out. The blood python doesn't understand human words. It just likes these flowers and plants. It feels comfortable when it is close to them. And it feels that there are many such flowers and plants on this mountain. By the way, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that this hillside has turned green? And there are many more mutant birds nearby? It's not an illusion. When Lan Lan came here in the morning, this hillside was bare. But now, it seems to be more green. And the nearby branches are full of mutant birds. And there are mutant rabbits jumping over in the bushes. Is it because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has left, so the animals dare to come out? You said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is annoying the animals. I take note. I'm going to the Crown Prince's live broadcast room to complain. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and complain. By the way, what is the Crown Prince doing now? He just moved the boulder away and found that there was no Lan Lan inside. He was looking for her along another hole. What about Rick? He is still hanging on the tree, refusing to withdraw from the competition. He probably won't give up until the last moment. Fuck. Friends, stop chatting. Go watch Yusang live broadcast room. Wamoxi has awakened in Hingsha Stone Forest. Yusang is finished. He may be the first 3S ability user to withdraw from the competition. What? Wamoxi has been sleeping since the competition 6 years ago. Hasn't he been sleeping for several competitions and hasn't appeared? Why did he suddenly wake up? Oh, don't you know Yusang yet? His unlucky luck. He can meet anything. Then Little Snake. Lan Lan and Uncle will leave first. Lan Lan saw that Little Snake had recovered her spirit. She looked at the sky. It was almost dark. She should go back. The blood python didn't want the little girl to leave, so she went to grab the corner of her clothes again. Lan Lan touched the little snake head and coaxed the little snake for a while. Then she took back her own corner of clothes and said goodbye to the little snake. On the way back, Hu Qingchen looked at his niece from time to time. He spent a day with his niece today and felt that the little girl was really amazing. She could make friends with such a ferocious blood python. And she could stop the bleeding on Rick's head with wild grass picked from the roadside. She could even talk to trees. Hu Qingchen was very curious. Lan Lan, how does the tree talk? Does it also speak in our common language? Is it speaking interstellar language? Lan Lan looked at her uncle in confusion and blinked. Uncle, how can the tree talk? Hu Qingchen scratched his head, but Didn't you say that the tree told you the direction? Lan Lan nodded. Yes. Uncle Big Tree told Lan Lan the direction. But Uncle Big Tree can't talk. Uncle Big Tree is a tree. Lan Lan is a person. And people and trees are uncles who can't talk. Hu Qingshan, Hu Qingshan was confused by his niece. What is Lan Lan talking about? Hu Qingshan patted his aching head and asked, what about the blood python? Why does it like you so much? Little snake? Lan Lan grinned, because little snakes are children. Lan Lan is also a child. And children can be good friends with children. Little friends? That huge python? Hu Qingshan felt his head hurt even more. He shook his head, but suddenly felt a little dizzy. The next second, bang! Hu Qingshan's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Uncle! Lan Lan was startled and hurried to pull his uncle. Hu Qingshan's face was frighteningly pale at this time. He was breathing rapidly, and his lips were bloodless. His fingers twitched as he grabbed his hair. His pale and withered fingers grabbed a handful of hair fiercely. His eyes were as red as blood. Uncle! Uncle! Lan Lan looked at the bloody scalp on his uncle's head that was pulled out. And the whole person was stunned. Psychic power riot. Yes. It was a mental riot. He had a history of illness. This kind of disease is like this. After brain damage, the mental power has a root cause. It's fine at ordinary times. But it's hard to say when it will riot. If there is no medicine around, it will be very dangerous. He should have no medicine. The mental power repair potion is only available in the advanced supply package. He hasn't picked up an advanced supply package. Right? Quit the competition quickly. There is still a chance to get treatment if you withdraw from the competition. At this time, life must be more important. Hu Qingshan also knew that he should withdraw from the competition immediately. His head hurts like it's going to explode. His mental trauma was caused when he was 12 years old. Life in the orphanage was not good at that time. He practiced martial arts every morning and evening, hoping to leave the orphanage and enter the military academy when he grew up. But because he was too eager for success, he always overtrained. And his mental power was seriously damaged. If he had timely treatment, he wouldn't have to suffer from the root of the disease. But he was afraid of the teachers in the orphanage. Those teachers were very fierce. Except when donors came to visit the orphanage. They would become more kind. Usually they would be people with electric batons. Hu Qingshan concealed the fact that his mental power was damaged. As a result, he fainted directly on the training ground during a concentrated training 3 days later. When he was sent to the hospital, the doctor said that he had permanent brain damage. At that time, Hu Qingshan felt that the sky was about to fall. The only bargaining chip he relied on for survival was his identity as an S-level ability user. If he couldn't use his mental power, his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. How could he still be admitted to the military academy? How could he get rid of his current life? He was unwilling to give up. So after he was discharged from the hospital, he began to train secretly without telling anyone. Then, he was forcibly sent to a mental hospital by the director. Of course, the orphanage could not afford his high medical expenses. So he was sent there as a drug test patient. Mental trauma is a serious disease that is difficult to overcome in the interstellar medical community. Every year, batches of drug test patients are needed to test the new treatment drugs made by pharmacists. In those 2 years, Hu Qingshan lived a life worse than death. He lost weight quickly. Hallucinations often appeared in his mind. His head hurt every day. And he had endless medicine to take. But he had the physique of an S-level ability user. So he survived. After being discharged from the hospital, he could continue training. But the irregular mental riots caused by the weakness could not be eliminated. He would suddenly fall down because of the headache. He would grab his hair and want to scratch his skull. He would tremble uncontrollably and could not speak. He would become a walking corpse that only knew how to survive. Before participating in fatal training ground, Hu Qingshan thought about whether he could participate. What he feared most was what to do if his mental power rioted on the field. However, he had not had a mental riot for more than half a year. He thought he should not be so unlucky. Sure enough, he survived for more than 50 days without a riot. But today, he had another attack. He should withdraw from the competition now. There is a doctor outside the stadium. And there are medicines in his luggage. As long as he withdraws. But, he doesn't want to withdraw. He is not reluctant to give up the reward of the competition. He just, looking at the panicked little girl in front of him with red eyes. Hu Qingqian tears fell down in big drops. He doesn't want to leave Lan Lan. He is afraid that if he leaves, he will never find her again. And he will never find his sister again. Uncle. Uncle. Where does it hurt? Do you have a headache? Does it hurt here? Lan Lan was at a loss holding her uncle's bloody head. Lan Lan hadn't faced this situation for a long time. Since Gus' dad no longer had a headache, Lan Lan hadn't seen anyone with such a severe headache. Lan Lan was busy with her soft little hands on her uncle's scalp. In the past, every time Gus' dad had a headache, Lan Lan just touched Gus' dad's hair, and Gus' dad would not feel pain. Lan Lan stroked her uncle's hair, and she was very careful. When no one was paying attention, strands of vitality were entering the boy-modeled hair follicles from the little girl palm. The gentle breath passed through the boy's skull, entered his central nervous system, and then completely cleared out the mental riot factor that was doing bad things in his nerves. Chapter 24. What is mental power? Mental power is a huge evolution of human beings. The higher the level of mental power, the better the performance of intelligence, physical strength, speed, five senses and other aspects. When the mental power reaches level 3S, our eyes can see some things that cannot be seen by the naked eye, such as matter, such as energy bodies. However, mental power is not omnipotent. While it is powerful, it is also very fragile. Once the mental power is overused, or the mental power is traumatized, and it is not treated with medicine in time, then the mental power is easy to fall ill and will have headaches from time to time. This is called mental power riot. Just like your father Gus. In fact, the principle of mutant beasts and mutant weird plants is the same. Their mutation is also a kind of evolution. If they overload their abilities, they will also cause serious mental sequelae. But their tolerance is not as strong as that of humans. Once they are injured, they may die directly. Lan Lan. The universe is very big. Any species is insignificant in front of the universe. Whether it is humans, animals, or plants, all outsiders who want to survive in this interstellar space must pay a price. Dark matter is the overlord of the universe. It can accept outsiders into its world, but we must abide by its rules. While it helps us evolve, it also puts shackles in our brains. Lan Lan hugged her uncle in pain, her nose red, tears dripping down. Lan Lan thought of what Dr. Val said to her when Gus' father had a headache. At that time, Lan Lan was young and didn't understand a lot of things. Although Lan Lan doesn't understand it now, but Lan Lan knows that her uncle and Gus' father are the same. They are all bullied by the dark matter, so they have headaches from time to time, and they want to hit the wall with headaches. Dark matter is really a very bad thing. Lan Lan really hates it. Hu Qingqian felt that his hallucinations were worse. It was so serious that he couldn't even feel the pain from the mental turmoil. Is he numb? Has he lost his sense of pain? Or has his weak brain damage deteriorated into strong damage? And strong damage is this kind of unconscious state? The fear impacted his mind. Hu Qingqian knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he didn't withdraw from the competition, he might really become a useless person. Lan, Lan. The boy's skinny fingers grabbed his niece's soft little hand. And Hu Qingqian's eyes were red and bleeding. Uncle. I have to go first. Go. Lan Lan didn't understand. Uncle. Where are you going? Lan Lan will take you there. Hu Qingqian smiled bitterly. At the same time, he felt that his brain was unusually sober at this time. Even if he took the healing potion at the first time of the mental turmoil, it would be impossible to recover sober so quickly. His current state is extremely abnormal. Hu Qingqian thought of a word. Last moments of life. His breathing became rapid. Uncle is going to treat the disease. Lan Lan. Don't be afraid. Find a place to hide. Someone will come to pick you up soon. You shouldn't be in the training ground. Uncle will go and beg them. They will definitely take you out. Uncle. Uncle. What are you talking about? Where are you taking Lan Lan? Lan Lan was confused. She had to take care of Brother Zero and send the puppy to find its mother. Where was Uncle going to take her? Be good. Woo woo woo. Hu Qingqian cried out of breath. While crying, he touched the light brain on his wrist with trembling fingers. He can't feel the pain. He really can't feel it. It's so strange. So strange. He might really be dying. Well, I want to know what's going on. I see that Hu Qingqian is still quite conscious. Why? His current state doesn't look like a mental riot. He did have a mental riot at the beginning. I'm very familiar with that symptom. My family has this symptom. But now? Why do I feel like he has recovered? It's impossible to recover without medicine. Yes, without the medicine, he would definitely not recover. And you see, he was ready to withdraw from the competition. Does this mean he was just forcing himself to endure it? I didn't expect that an S-level ability user would have such strong endurance. He could endure the pain of mental riot so well. I began to admire him. Finally, his finger pressed the withdraw button. Almost at the same time, he heard a crash. A huge protective mecha shot out from the wrist-light brain. Hu Qingchen only had time to shout Lan Lan at the last moment. And the metal mecha had already surrounded him. Lan Lan was pushed back by the airflow of the mecha. The little girl didn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. She heard her uncle calling her. But when Lan Lan looked up, her uncle was no longer in front of her. The burst of fire rushed up to the sky. Lan Lan looked up at the sky and saw that the thing carrying her uncle flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Lan Lan, Lan Lan, ? Lan Lan was stunned. She looked at the sky helplessly. After a long while, she uttered two words blankly, Uncle. Uncle? Where is her uncle? She is so big. Where is such a big uncle? It turned into a mecha and flew away. Quick! Prepare the inhibitor. Stretcher. Stretcher. Where is the ambulance? Drive over here. Hu Qingchen. Hu Qingchen. Can you hear us? The treatment cabin is adjusted to 20 degrees. Hu Qingchen. Hu Qingchen. I can hear it. The choked voice came from the skinny boy mouth. Still has autonomous consciousness. It's okay. The doctor who treated the on-site medical staff of Fatal Training match just breathed a sigh of relief. And his wrist was grabbed by a bone-like hand. The boy with tears on his face pleaded to him bitterly, Doctor, my niece is still inside. Please take her out. She will be in danger. The doctor was responsible for the task of treating the eliminated contestants at any time. Naturally, he only paid attention to the situation in each live broadcast room. Of course, he also knew that a little Lan Lan had accidentally entered the training ground. The doctor casually said, Don't worry about this matter. Lan Lan father is about to overturn the organizer's headquarters. If the higher-ups agree, she will be taken out at any time. What's important now is your own body. How do you feel now? Where does it hurt the most? Lan Lan father? Speaking of which, Hu Qingchen hadn't asked who his sister married to give birth to Lan Lan. Thinking that his brother-in-law was also worried about Lan Lan's safety, Hu Qingchen felt a little relieved. After all, he was just a teenager, and was definitely not as thoughtful as an adult. However, I don't know what kind of person my brother-in-law is. I don't know if my sister is just outside the stadium. When I thought that I would see my sister soon, Hu Qingchen's heart beat very fast in an instant. The patient's heart rate is unstable. But the scanner in the treatment cabin did not scan the riot lesion in the head. The young nurse said anxiously beside him. The doctor frowned and looked at the scanner, then turned to the ridiculously thin boy in the treatment cabin, Hu Qingchen. Where does it hurt the most? We didn't find the lesion, and the riot factor may be hidden. Can you determine the location of the pain yourself? Hu Qingchen came to his senses after hearing the doctor's words. He raised his hand weakly and pointed to his head. Here. Where is this? Be more specific. Hu Qingchen pointed to a location. After the doctor finished, he frowned even more tightly. What kind of pain is it? Hu Qingchen felt it. It's like the pain of the scalp exploding. Doctor, The doctor took a deep breath. Your scalp here has already exploded. Isn't this the external injury left by scratching your own alopecia areata? I'm asking you where else it hurts besides the skin injury. Where in the brain area hurts? Hu Qingchen was a little confused. He opened his mouth twice in a daze. And then he said softly, My brain area doesn't hurt. Doctor, Hu Qingchen swallowed his saliva. That's right. I seem to be in pain. Numb. Can't feel pain. Lost pain? The doctor immediately told the nurse. Turn up the treatment scale. Then, the doctor pulled another instrument in the ambulance and put it on Hu Qingchen's forehead. He observed the data while his face became worse and worse. Still can't detect active riot factors. Do you feel any discomfort now? Hu Qingchen thought for a while. No. It doesn't hurt. And it doesn't feel uncomfortable. Are you kidding me? I tell you. This is your own life. If you don't care about it, no one can help you. The doctor was obviously a little angry. How dare Hu Qingchen speak? Finally, the doctor used some other methods to test. But the results of the test were still no results. Hu Qingchen saw that the doctor was going to get angry again. And he asked carefully, "So? Has no one ever encountered my situation before?" "No," the doctor answered without thinking. But then he calmed down and spoke slowly. "There are two possibilities in your current situation. First, the riot factor in your mental power has undergone a secondary mutation. So our instruments cannot detect its existence. And you cannot feel its existence. If this is true, it will be a major discovery in the history of interstellar medicine." Hu Qingchen asked nervously, "What about the second one?" The doctor said, "You are not sick at all. You are pretending to be sick." Hu Qingchen was about to cry. Why am I pretending to be sick? He had been in the training ground for more than 50 days, and met his niece there. He must be crazy to pretend to be sick and withdraw from the competition. The doctor also felt that the second guess was not reasonable. He hesitated for a moment, and said to the driver, "Drive to the hospital. If the instruments on the ambulance can't detect anything, then we can only wait until we return to the hospital for a detailed full-body examination." The driver pressed the button and was about to start the engine. But at this moment, there was some commotion in front of him. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and everyone saw that it was a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth, leading a group of young men with guns, who walked in from the exit of the event. These people looked unruly, and didn't look like serious people. They were swaggering, just like the rebels on patrol. The perceptive staff immediately contacted the defense force. But they felt strange. These second-rate guys came in from the patrol range of the defense force. Why didn't the defense force stop them? Where is Hu Qingchen? The middle-aged man in the lead took off the cigarette in his mouth and glanced around, his face full of impatience. As soon as he said this, almost everyone present looked at Hu Qingchen in the ambulance. The doctor asked Hu Qingchen in disbelief, "Your enemies?" Hu Qingchen shook his head blankly. "I don't know them, Boss Joe. They're over there." One of the younger brothers had sharp eyes, and saw Hu Qingchen, and immediately called the middle-aged man. Zhou Hongkai took the cigarette but out of his mouth, threw it on the ground and stomped it out, walked to the front of the ambulance with his hands in his pockets, and looked at the pale-faced teenager in the treatment cabin. He said, "Your brother-in-law told us to take you there. Let's go." His brother-in-law? Hu Qingchen was stunned for a moment. The doctor then said, "He has to go to the hospital for examination. The lesion of the riot in his body has not been found yet, and there is a risk of recurrence at any time. The recurrence is also our own business. The Shahan team is performing official duties, and no one else can interfere." The doctor wanted to say something, but the nurse next to him hurriedly pulled him back. "This is Baoshen's man, and this patient is Baoshen's brother-in-law. If they don't let them treat him, they'd better not interfere." "My brother-in-law is?" Hu Qingchen was shocked when he heard the word Shahanting Teen One. Just when he wanted to ask a few more questions, the group of people in front of him had already dragged him out of the treatment cabin like a gangster and pushed him out. There was a military hovercraft parked outside the exit of the stadium. When Hu Qingchen sat in the back seat of the car, he was still confused. Others got in the car quickly. Hu Qingchen looked forward inadvertently and saw a peace sign hanging next to the front driver's seat. Generally, people who drive will hang a peace sign in the car. It is said that this is a custom of the ancient Blue Star people. But Hu Qingchen found that the peace sign in this car was bigger and had more words written on it. It was not written on it. Safe entry and exit or safe driving were not the words that were often seen. Instead, "Ask Lan Lan to bless the violent god not to kill me." Believer Zhou Hongkai respectfully presented. Hu Qingchen, ? What the hell is this? In the dense forest, Lan Lan sat on a big rock, holding her doughy little face, looking at the sky, and had been looking for almost 2 hours. She felt very hot and her eyes were sore. But Lan Lan didn't dare to walk around. She was afraid that her uncle would come down from the sky and wouldn't be able to find her. Lan Lan had drunk up the remaining water in her backpack, and the sun was about to set in the sky. Lan Lan's soft little face wrinkled into a small pimple. She didn't know whether she should continue to wait for her uncle here. If she continued to wait here, after dark, Brother Zero and the puppy would be at the cabin and would definitely worry about her. Lan Lan sighed. She stood up, used her smart little brain to think about it, and decided to leave a letter for her uncle. Lan Lan picked up a branch and found a flat place on the ground to write. She wanted to write, "Uncle, Lan Lan will go back to the cabin first. After Uncle comes down from the sky, he can come to the cabin to find Lan Lan. If Uncle can't find the cabin, Go straight from the right. Walk to the forest of 10 people. Go to the left. And then, you can see the cabin in a short time. Lan Lan prepared a comprehensive draft in her mind. And then began to write the first word. The tip of the branch pressed on the soft ground. After a while, Lan Lan hesitated and muttered, "How do you write the word uncle?" Because she didn't know how to write the first word. Lan Lan pouted and began to feel embarrassed. But looking at the large open space, Lan Lan didn't want to give up. It didn't matter. She could write the words she knew first, and replace the ones she didn't know with other words. Making up her mind, Lan Lan started writing immediately. After writing for a long time, the little girl looked at the long crooked letter on the ground, nodded with satisfaction, put on her backpack, and walked towards the cabin. The second hour after I couldn't see Lan Lan. I missed her. Missed her. Missed her. The third hour after I couldn't see Lan Lan. I missed her. Missed her. Missed her. I laughed my ass off. Look who I caught in not a live broadcast room. Oh! It was the group of Lan Lan fans, who wandered around the live broadcast rooms of various players, and had to rely on luck to meet their own little baby. You guys are so pathetic. This blue fan has already swiped every contestant's live broadcast room. Why didn't any of them meet Lan Lan? Prince, you have been looking for hours. Why haven't you found Lan Lan yet? Speaking of the prince, did you know that Rick was rescued? He was rescued by Mian Fong. What a fucking shit luck. Damn. What? Mian Fong actually saved Rick? I'm so mad. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. It wasn't Mian Fong who saved him. It was the girl with Mian Fong who said he wanted to save him. There were 3 of them in total. The girl and another boy both said they wanted to save him. Mian Fong didn't comment, but the 2 had already put Rick down. Damn. Hu Qingshan has withdrawn from the competition. But Rick is still alive. The prince should have eliminated Rick before leaving. That won't work. The prince is breaking the rules, hanging Rick, and making Rick seriously injured. It stands to reason that Rick should be eliminated. I guess the prince didn't expect that there are really contestants in the training ground who would save a scum like Rick. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about those unlucky people. Let's talk about something fun. I just went to Yusang live broadcast room for a stroll. The unlucky kid has been chased into the dense forest by the 10,000 demon scorpions. Then, as soon as he entered the forest, he ran into the group of fire-bone crocodiles. Now he is being chased by the 10,000 demon scorpions and the fire-bone crocodiles. His legs are smoking. Is this true? I'm going to watch a show. The night in the dense forest is not as hot as the day. But because of the climate training, the high temperature still exists. Yusang felt that he had no strength left. On the way from Hengsha Stone Forest to the dense forest, he had to cross a small river. How could he know that the small river was the habitat of the fire-bone crocodiles? He provoked the 10,000 demon scorpions and the fire-bone crocodiles. He was attacked from both sides, and it took him a lot of effort to run out. When he ran far away, the fire-bone crocodiles that couldn't leave the water source for too long finally stopped chasing him. But the 10,000 demon scorpion was still merciless and chased him with all his heart. It wanted to chase him out of the dense forest and to the border of the stadium. Didn't he recognize that the sleeping thing was the 10,000 demon scorpion and danced on its head for a while? It had been more than 50 days since he entered the stadium. He was nervous and hard every day. He couldn't entertain himself and have fun in the midst of suffering? Why was he so unlucky to run into the 10,000 demon scorpion? Yusang thought and regretted. The 10,000 demon scorpion behind him was chasing him more and more. Yusang planned to move. There were many forks in the woods. He wanted to deliberately lead the 10,000 demon scorpion in a circle to confuse it. The effect was pretty good. The scorpion was large and couldn't turn easily. After running for another 20 minutes, Yusang finally couldn't hear the footsteps of the 10,000 demon scorpion behind him. Holding onto a tree trunk in exhaustion, Yusang was soaked with sweat all over his body. He shook his collar and found a stone to sit on. As soon as he sat down, he collapsed. No, I have no strength left. Ha ha ha. Sang Sang is so unlucky, and I am still laughing so loudly. Is it not good? If you know it is not good, then laugh even louder. Anyway, it is not good. I feel that the 10,000 demon scorpion will catch up again in a while. It is a level 3 S beast with sharp 5 senses. It has remembered you. The more you run, the more excited it will be. What is the dangerous speech in front? I understand. He runs away. It chases. He can't escape. Right. It's tortured. My family. Fuck. What a terrible barrage. Help. Yusang rested for a while, and then remembered to continue running. He knew that it was not so easy for him to get rid of the 10,000 demon scorpion. The 10,000 demon scorpion had a sharp sense of smell, and would soon smell him. Speaking of which, a 3S ability user can fight a 3S beast if they collide with it. However, the 10,000 demon scorpion is an exception. The 10,000 demon scorpion shell has a very strong defensive function. To fight it, you must have a weapon. If it were someone else, it would be fine. But Yusang, looking back at the past 50 days, the small tattered equipment Yusang obtained together could not even make up an A level, which was not enough to tickle the 10,000 demon scorpion. How can you fight it? You can only run. Forget it. Muttering, Yusang supported his knees and planned to run ahead of time to avoid another life and death race. Who knew that the moment he stood up, the sweaty boy suddenly saw something written on the open space in front of him. Yo? Someone left a note in the forest. Did he lose his companions? It was already dark now. Yusang curiously walked around and came to the front of the note to see what was written. 3 seconds later, Yusang fell silent. It said, "Oh, Lanlan will go back to Xiamix first. After O comes down from the sky, you can go to Xiamix to find Lanlan. If O can't find Xiamix, go straight from the right arrow. Walk into the forest of 10 people. Go to the left arrow, and then you can see Xiamix in a short distance." After reading this note 3 times over and over again, Yusang's handsome face slowly changed from entanglement to twistedness, and then from twistedness to ferociousness, and finally from ferociousness to collapse. He was speechless. I have never seen such a bad common language in my life. Who wrote this? Take him out and copy the common language dictionary 100 times. Turn it in tomorrow. Chapter 25. Ah. It's Lan Lan. Is it Lan Lan? I saw the word Lan Lan. Woohoo. Isn't this the place where Hu Qingshan stayed before he withdrew from the competition? So Lan Lan has been here since Hu Qingshan withdrew from the competition. Did she think her uncle would come back? In the end, she couldn't wait for her uncle. So she left a note before leaving? She really did. I'm crying. I don't care. I don't care. Let me take a closer look at what my Lan Lan wrote. What does all mean? After reading it through 2 or 3 times, I found. Forget it. I read it through again. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is our Lan Lan not well written? Lan Lan can write so many words at the age of 4. She is so great. Although these sentences are a bit nonsense. She can write her own name. Look at how standard her Lan is. She is simply a genius. Yes. Yes. Lan Lan is a genius. Sang. You actually asked Lan Lan to copy the common language dictionary 100 times. You damn devil. So if Sang had come earlier, you could have met Lan Lan? Woo. Sang. Why are you so useless? Yusang stared at the note and became more and more angry. Just as he was about to pick up a stone to correct the homework for this note, he suddenly heard a familiar movement from behind. Turning his head, the sinister behemoth came into view. Fuck. Big brother. You are here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. When Yusang saw the Wanemo scorpion rushing up from behind, he smashed the Wanemo scorpion's eyes with the stone in his hand, and then ran away. The passionate chase was going on fiercely in the dense forest at night. Lan Lan had already walked deep into the forest. The little girl suddenly heard a sound behind her. She turned her head, looking around in the dark forest with confused eyes. There was no wind or movement in the sultry forest, but Lan Lan had just heard footsteps and calls. Holding tightly onto the shoulder straps of her small backpack, Lan Lan swallowed her saliva and retreated cautiously. At the same time, her uncle's words reappeared in the little girl's mind. The forest was called the 10-Man Forest. There were 10 people in the forest who were harming people. They killed many people. Lan Lan was horrified. The little girl murmured in panic, "No. Don't kill Lan Lan. Lan Lan is a good child. Lan Lan never does bad things. Lan Lan just walked through the forest because he wanted to take a short distance. Lan Lan. Lan Lan won't dare to do it next time." At the end of her words, the little girl became more and more afraid. She turned around and ran deeper into the forest. Yusang was being chased by the 10,000 scorpions, and was almost at his limit. He climbed up a big tree, hugged the trunk tightly, and shouted at the vengeful scorpion below, "Brother, if you do this again, I will not be polite." Ye Ling pointed forward. From his position, he could just see a huge, majestic, towering tree less than 1 kilometer away in front of him. That tree has a name that makes all contestants tremble with fear. The man-eating tree. Ye Ling warned the 10,000 demon scorpion. "See? It's right there. The center of the dense forest. The man-eating forest. If you push me to the edge, I will run over there." The 10,000 demon scorpion below is very huge. Its 2 front claws are glowing purple, and the tail behind is embedded with a black tail stinger. It has 8 legs, each of which is wriggling independently at this time. Its bulging eyes look at Ye Ling above with a sinister look, and with its twitching mouthparts, it seems to want to devour this human immediately. "What are you looking at? Did you hear me?" Ye Ling challenged angrily. Crack. The answer was the front claws of the 10,000 demon scorpion. The 10,000 demon scorpion's huge pincers clawed and cut a gap in the tree trunk. The tree shook immediately, and Ye Ling almost fell down. "Okay. You can't discuss it. Right? Then we will die together. If you have the guts, keep chasing." Ye Ling jumped off the tree and rushed towards the man-eating tree. The 10,000 demon scorpions behind him naturally caught up. Soon, they reached the area occupied by the man-eating tree. Ye Ling sensed the danger almost as soon as he approached here. There were no insects or birds here. As if anything with life could not appear alive in the man-eating forest. The 10,000 demon scorpions behind him chased him relentlessly. And Ye Ling gritted his teeth and stepped into the open space in the center of the man-eating forest. Almost at the same time, the 10,000 demon scorpions, which had been chasing to death, suddenly stopped. Ye Ling supported his knees and gasped for air. He stood at the edge of the open space, looking at the scorpion outside. He wiped the sweat from his head and shouted angrily, "Come on. Keep coming in and fight. Are you scared now?" The scorpion's huge body paced back and forth in place. It seemed very anxious, and the mouthparts under its eyes contracted wildly. Suddenly, it waved its sharp front claws in the air. Click! With a sound, Ye Ling furiously cut off a branch sticking out from the treetop. "Why are you cutting down trees? Come and cut me!" Ye Ling pointed to his neck. "Cut here. Why don't you come and cut me? Don't you like it? Mocker. You can mock. You can mock without any regard for your life. If I were one MO's scorpion, I would scratch him bloody with all my might to let him know the evil of society." It can be seen that Sang Sang was really broken by the pursuit. But to be honest, he should leave the man-eating forest quickly. This is not a joke. That is, why did he really run to the man-eating forest? He was so angry that he really didn't care about his life. Ye Ling relied on the deterrence of the man-eating tree and spoke wildly to 1MO's scorpion. Although 1MO's scorpion didn't understand what this human said. The prey was in front of it. How could it give up? It wanted to move forward several times, but it was afraid and shrank back. The more scared the 10,000 demon scorpions were, the crazier Ye Ling became, until the sharp man-eating branches and vines spread out from the bushes. They were sharp and pointed, and moved in a certain direction with a purpose. Although Ye Ling was scolding the 10,000 demon scorpions, he also paid attention to the movements of the man-eating tree at any time. Sensing the approaching breath of danger, Ye Ling moved almost immediately, but he was still slow. The man-eating tree was not just a simple 3S mutant weird plant. It was a 3S weird plant. It didn't mean that its ability was only at the 3S level, but that in the current Interstellar Force ranking, the highest was only 3S. The man-eating tree has existed for too long. It has lived longer than the dense forest, when the fierce branches stabbed like a sword. The young 3S ability user had no chance to dodge. His ankle was pierced accurately, and the whole foot bone was immediately bleeding. Ye Ling groaned, and pulled out the best weapon he had ever obtained. A B-level Ares knife. The blade still carried the energy of the mutant 4 Dream Sheep. Ye Ling chopped at the branch that pierced him. The thin and soft branch, like a hemp rope, collided violently with the Ares blade. And then, the blade was broken. The branch was intact, and this B-level short knife instantly became a piece of scrap metal. Damn! Ye Ling immediately took out another weapon. While chopping the branches, he pulled his legs out. 3S ability users have a strong tolerance for trauma. If a laser cannon was bombarding him now, he might not feel so painful. But this is not a laser cannon. This is a man-eating branch. While piercing his ankle, this branch is already rapidly absorbing blood from his body. Yu Sang used all his mental power to resist, but it only slowed down the speed of the man-eating tree's absorption. Damn it! You were allowed to be reckless. Now you are getting your comeuppance. I told you not to play like this in the man-eating forest. This is a man-eating tree. The man-eating tree is so ferocious. By the way, why did I think 10 seconds ago that the 10,000 demon scorpion was so weak? I should just chase him and scratch him. What is so scary about this man-eating tree? Am I crazy? I actually think the man-eating tree is not scary. The one mentioned above. You are indeed crazy. Haven't you seen the video on Starnet where the man-eating tree went crazy and slaughtered the entire dense forest? Do you know how many people died in that game? It's not withdrawal. It's death. They didn't have time to withdraw at all. Was pierced through the heart by the man-eating tree. And then became the nutrients of the man-eating tree. Since then, who has participated in the competition, but has not walked around the man-eating tree? No. The sister in front should mean that in the past few days, the man-eating tree seems to be quite easy to talk to. The man-eating tree is easy to talk to? Are you dreaming too early? Well, sister, you may have been in Yu Sang live broadcast room and have not been out. You can look at the hot searches. The man-eating tree did not hurt anyone in the past few days. The smell of human blood stimulated the sense of smell of the 10,000 demon scorpion, and it greedily wanted to devour the human in front. It felt that the energy of that human was greatly weakened. If it didn't go up to grab a bite, it might not even get a mouthful of soup after chasing for such a whole day. Animals have the nature of hunting. The 10,000 demon scorpion felt the terrible deterrence of the man-eating tree while craving the food right at its mouth. Finally, the desire for food overcame reason, and the 10,000 demon scorpion pounced on it. Because of the blood being sucked, Yu Sang's face turned very pale. But when he saw the 10,000 demon scorpion coming, his eyes lit up. The giant pliers with electric current were right in front of him. Yu Sang grabbed the pliers and moved his body. While pulling, he used the fierce pliers to cut the branch on his leg. The branch broke with a sound. But soon, other branches and vines in the bushes swarmed over. Yu Sang's heart was in his throat. He dodged and ran out of the cannibal forest. More and more vines spread from under the cannibal mother tree. The two front claws of the 10,000 demon scorpion were clamped by the vines. Its hard shell, which belonged to the 3S level alien beast, was easily pierced by a branch. Squeak! The 10,000 demon scorpion was in great pain. But more man-eating vines had already climbed up and wrapped it up densely. Yu Sang looked grim, and his slender figure dodged left and right under the attack of the vines that were almost swarming. Swish! He was too late to dodge, and a branch pierced his other leg, facing two prey that had fallen into the trap. The man-eating tree did not want to let them go. Yu Sang was dragged back again. He poured his mental power into his hands and fought with the vines that tried to wrap him. But soon, both of his hands were controlled. At the same time, with a puff, without any warning, a vine pierced his chest from his back and pierced his body. Yu Sang looked at the bloodied branch tip that emerged from his chest, and his blood instantly turned cold. Squeak! Squeak! The 10,000 demon scorpion finally cut a few vines at this time. It dragged its almost half-broken body and fled out of the man-eating forest in a panic. The man-eating tree once again spread out vines to chase the fleeing prey. At the same time, its other vines had already wrapped another prey tightly. It was slowly absorbing the essence and blood of this human. Between the dense vines, human blood kept dripping out. Fuck! Help! Yu Sang is dying. What should I do? I will be sucked dry in a short time. This man-eating tree is too abnormal. A 3S ability user and a 3S beast are like two toys in front of it. It can be squeezed and flattened at will. Yu Sang death has been the hot search on Star Network. There are many people who gloat in the comments. What's wrong with these netizens? It's not surprising. Yu Sang family conditions are average. After he was tested with 3S ability, he was selected by the president himself. The president hopes that he can assist the prince in the future, so he has been training him. If Yu Sang dies in the training ground, it means that the prince has lost a great helper. Many people will be happy to see it, especially the rebels. Yes, there are many rebels in the comments who are leading the rhythm. In fact, when Yu Sang's first leg was pierced by the man-eating tree, he should have withdrawn from the game immediately. He hesitated and thought he could run away. Later, His two hands were respectively tied by the vines. He couldn't touch the button and couldn't withdraw even if he wanted to. He was really blindly confident. It's a pity. Clang. The sound of the chair rubbing against the ground sounded in the spacious and exquisite office. The president's secretary looked at Yusong, who was about to be devoured by the man-eating tree in the live broadcast room, and stood up suddenly. The other young secretaries in the secretary's office looked over and asked their leaders with their eyes. What happened? The president's secretary said nothing, walked out of the secretary's office, and knocked on another magnificent and deep wooden door opposite. Come in. The voice of the president came from inside. The president's secretary pushed the door in and closed it with his backhand. The expression on his face had long lost the calmness of the past. My lord. Yusong is in trouble. The middle-aged man, who was handling official business, raised his head. The president, who is over 300 years old, leaned heavily on the comfortable backrest of the office chair. Frowning, Secretary Yu. Please speak slowly. Secretary Yu repeated what he had just seen. His eyes were a little flustered. Yu Sang was the youngest brother in their family. Originally, he thought that with his knowledgeable and interesting personality, he would not be stubborn even if he entered the fatal training ground and knew when to withdraw. But now, Secretary Yu's voice trembled, and he took 2 steps forward. Sir, can you please contact Bao Shen? Can you let that little girl? The little girl who is loved by the man-eating tree. The president raised his hand to interrupt Secretary Yu's words. He turned on his light brain and immediately called Bao Shen. This time, the call was not unanswered. After a few rings, Bao Shen's cold voice came from the other side. Speak. The president lowered his voice. Can you contact your daughter? Bao Shen sneered. I'm still rotating through more than 30 live broadcast rooms to find someone. Where can I contact her? As Bao Shen said this, Secretary Yu's heart sank to the bottom. But, Bao Shen said again. Secretary Yu instantly raised hope again. I know what you want to do with Lan Lan. But it doesn't have to be so complicated. You are the president. Just give the order and let them bring Yu Sang out. It's manual intervention. And it's a pity for a 3S level ability user to die one less. When Secretary Yu heard this, the light in his eyes dimmed again. He saw the president sitting there in silence, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Secretary Yu bowed to his boss and left the office. Secretary Yu has assisted the president for more than 10 years. He understands how serious and fair the president is. Today, even if the crown prince was in danger, the president would not open his mouth to say this, because that was the prince's own choice. The moment the young man decided to enter the fatal training ground, he should be prepared to bear the consequences. The key to fatal training ground lies in the word training. The harsh and perverted torture will definitely produce the most tenacious and outstanding flowers. Those children voluntarily participated in the fatal training ground. Some may be for fame, but more people do it to become stronger, accept the most painful trials, and pass the most demanding life and death line. The road to becoming a strong person has always been full of thorns. You can choose not to participate in the competition. But if you go, you will only have one chance to regret. If you fail to grasp the only chance to withdraw from the competition, you should know what the result will be. The moment Secretary Yu closed the office door, he could still hear the voice of Bao Shen from the external communicator. He is a 3S level ability user. He can call on all his mental power. Even if he is wrapped by the man-eating tree, he will not die so quickly. He can at least hold on for 10 minutes. These 10 minutes are enough for you to give that order. Mr. President. The door was completely closed. Secretary Yu wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes with his thumb and went straight back to his office. Lan Lan felt that the 10 people were about to catch up. She heard the footsteps behind her getting closer and closer. Lan Lan couldn't help but speed up her escape. But she had short legs and ran too fast. With a smack, she fell to the ground. Her little body fell into the dead branches of the chrome man. Lan Lan pouted her mouth. When she got up, she saw her bleeding palm. The little girl's eyes were red with grievance. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, rubbed her little hand on her clothes, and was about to continue running. Squeak! Squeak! The strange loud noise behind her scared her. Lan Lan turned back in horror, and saw an ugly little scorpion digging the ground with its pincers and running towards her frantically. The little scorpion seemed to be chased by someone. Could it be those 10 people? Lan Lan looked behind the little scorpion with wide eyes. But she didn't see anyone. Only a few long branches swaying on the ground. Hey! Why are the branches moving? Lan Lan felt very strange and wanted to take a closer look. But she saw the branches buried in the grass, and suddenly disappeared. Ah! Lan Lan stood on tiptoe. Did Lan Lan see it wrong? No branches again? Bang! Just when Lan Lan was still focusing on the little scorpion behind her. The little scorpion in front of her, that had been running, suddenly fell heavily to the ground. The one-mall scorpion's physical strength had reached its limit, and his mouthparts made a difficult squeak. He whimpered in pain, and pus and blood flowed all the way from his limbs and tail. Lan Lan stood a little far away, looking at the little scorpion that fell to the ground helplessly. You, what's wrong with you? Lan Lan asked cautiously. The scorpion's bulging flat round eyes stared at the human in front of it. If it still had strength, it would like to eat this human to replenish its energy. But it was in too much pain, and was no longer suitable for hunting. Even if it forced itself to kill this human would run away. Just like the human before, who ran a long way, and it had a hard time chasing him. It can't run that far anymore. It doesn't have that many legs. Squeak! The shrill cry became weaker and weaker, and the front claws of the 10,000 demon scorpion moved lightly, and it wanted to prop itself up and leave. It can't hunt humans anymore. But humans will hunt it. If it doesn't run, this human will definitely kill it. It can already feel the breath of death getting closer and closer. You, don't move. You're bleeding. Lan Lan didn't want to stay in the forest any longer. She wanted to go back to the cabin. The forest was very dangerous. There were 10 bad guys. But Lan Lan couldn't just leave. The little scorpion obviously needed help. Lan Lan could help it. After hesitating for a while, the little girl walked over lightly. Squeak! The scorpion roared immediately, trying to drive the enemy away. Lan Lan's ears were buzzing because of the roar. She was a little nervous. She felt that the little scorpion didn't seem to like her. The little girl tried to explain, "Don't be afraid, little scorpion. Lan Lan is not a bad person. Lan Lan knows other scorpions that look like the little scorpion. They live in the desert. The warden said that they are called giant scorpions. Every time the warden patrols the desert, Lan Lan will meet the scorpions. The scorpions have also given Lan Lan tail needles. Lan Lan will show you." Lan Lan took off her backpack and took out a strange-looking pencil from it. This is a pen made of the tail needle of the scorpion. It was made for Lan Lan by Dad Hyun, who has the best craftsmanship. Look! It's red. Isn't it beautiful? The giant scorpion with a red tail needle is a product unique to the Death Star. They are secondary mutated 3S level poisonous beasts with a large amount of poison in their bodies. The weak scorpion subconsciously shrank back when it saw the red tail needle. That was the fear engraved in its blood. Although it did not know the owner of the tail needle. Lan Lan put the pencil back into the backpack. So you see, Lan Lan is a good friend of the scorpion. Little scorpion, don't be afraid of Lan Lan. Let Lan Lan see your legs. The scorpion continued to retreat. After retreating 2 or 3 meters, its body was completely exhausted and could no longer move. Its flat round eyes closed slightly, and the human figure in front of it gradually became blurred. Finally, it lost consciousness. Lan Lan saw that the little scorpion was not moving, so she hurried over. After realizing that the little scorpion still had vital signs, Lan Lan began to check the little scorpion's injuries. I need the kind of grass that can stop bleeding. And Lan Lan thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up and ran towards the man-eating forest. Lan Lan remembered that in front of the open space where she built the awning, there was a kind of small flower that could help the little scorpion. Chapter 26. 5 minutes have passed, and Sang Sang has not withdrawn. It's over. It's over. He's not really dead. I just came here from the hot search, and I've already started recording. I witnessed the fall of the first 3S ability player in this session. Hee hee. What the hell is that? Every 3S is a treasure of the galaxy, and the absolute main force against mutant plants and animals and the rebels. Those who are making sarcastic remarks now, I suggest you check the ingredients. Yo, the fans are anxious, since you have participated in the training match. Don't talk about whether 3S are precious or not. If they are so precious, why don't you put them in a museum for exhibition? Why do you come here to risk your life? You want to participate. If you win, you will say our 3S brother is awesome. And if you lose, our 3S brother has worked very hard. Listen to this rhetoric for yourself. Isn't it disgusting? It is normal for the people in the galaxy to admire the strong and to support the strong. But forgive me for being frank. I heard that Yusang took the initiative to enter the man-eating forest. Right? What? Did he think he could fight the man-eating tree alone? Relying on being a 3S and being so arrogant. He really deserves to die. A bunch of people who don't know what happened are talking here. If you just watch the replay, you will know that Yusang was forced. He was chased by the 10,000 demon scorpions for a whole day. If he is not exhausted, how can he enter the man-eating forest? That's even more stupid. He can still fight against the 10,000 demon scorpions. But fighting against the man-eating trees, isn't that just a waste? He doesn't even have the ability to analyze risks. Although the combat power value is 3S. He traded his brain for it. Right? He has no weapons. How can he fight against the 10,000 demon scorpions? He has always been unlucky. Here. A new whitewashing rhetoric appears. He is not strong enough. So he starts to rely on luck. You really love him. I cried. The old fans of Yusang live broadcast room were almost mad at the influx of barrages. Although there were other passers-by who scolded those few people who were talking without any pain in their waists. When there were too many people, there were really all kinds of monsters. 7 minutes had passed. Even a 3S ability user should not be able to hold on. Shit! The swarming barrages suddenly stopped for a moment. And then a large exclamation mark crossed the screen. In the dark and desolate cannibal forest, Yusang, who was wrapped in cannibal vines like a silkworm and looked lifeless, suddenly moved. Capital Star. Presidential building. The president put down the exquisite and noble energy pen in his hand, and he looked at the external screen hovering above the desk in the void with a calm look, and leaned back slightly. In the secretary's office opposite, Secretary Yu was wearing holographic glasses, and his two hands on the desk had been nervously clenched together. A bar in Yaxing Wangjiu Lane. Li Jie and the store owner each held a glass of strong liquor, and the two drank and commented, "This kid has great potential, and he knows how to keep a backup plan. It seems that he will not die," the shop owner said, glancing at his former boss next to him. "He is comparable to you when you were young." "No," the arrogant Baoshan said coldly, "I will not let myself get to this point." The shop owner, But? The Baoshan raised his eyebrows again. "Let me train him for a while. He should make some progress." "Yo." The shop owner heard what he meant. "You want to take him as a student? I heard that you refused to take the eldest princess daughter?" "Yeah." In this regard, Baoshan was frank. The girl genes were ruined by her parents. The upper limit of her qualifications is too low. It's useless to take her in. The shop owner, The dense vines greedily sucked the blood of the human prey wrapped by them. Sweet blood. Abundant energy. They couldn't help but squeeze with greater force, trying to crush this human even more, so that they could squeeze out more delicious food. The branches and leaves were gradually soaked with blood, and the sharp roots stirred wantonly in the human flesh. Suddenly, the prey began to move. The vines didn't take it seriously. But then, bang! The explosion of the vines came unexpectedly, just like a high-pressure balloon. When the air inside rises to a certain level, the outer balloon skin will be blown to pieces. Yusang escaped from the vines. He fell to the ground covered in blood, knelt on one knee, and supported his body with his hands on both sides. The boy raised his head, and all he could see were vine debris flying around. Puff! Yusang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, using mental power to build a fortress, protect the heart and bones, and then use mental power to break through the external shackles. This set of operations, his mental power was undoubtedly overused. He felt his head begin to ache slightly. He shook his head and raised his sharp eyes. His expression was no longer the carefree and undisciplined one that fans often saw. The pressure of a 3S ability user emanated from him invisibly. He grabbed a vine nearby, and in a state of extreme anger, he pulled it hard. The vine was like a swift python, and immediately wrapped around the wrist of the human prey. The vine planned to repeat the same trick, using its flexible body to tie up the bloody prey again, and then quickly dig out the other's sweet and delicious heart, and completely grind it and swallow it. But this prey seemed different from before. With a click sound, the externalized mental power condensed in his hand, and after breaking the vine fiercely, a lot of grass juice was splashed on Yusang's bloodstained face. His cold eyelids trembled, but his eyes became darker and more solemn. It seemed that the man-eating tree did not expect that the prey would suddenly increase its combat power. In an instant, more than a dozen vines behind the mother tree swarmed out again. while Yusang was dodging the vines. More and more vines were broken in his hands. He would even use a slightly longer vine to tie up other vines, wrap them around a few times, and pinch them together. The confrontation between humans and man-eating trees made the audience in the live broadcast room excited. Ah! The fight started. The fight started. This is the strength of 3's ability users. My San, you really didn't let me down. No wonder he didn't withdraw from the competition just now. Who said he was stupid? Who said he didn't have the ability to fight the man-eating tree? The haters who can only bully others. Come out and apologize. The smarter the human beings are than the alien beasts is that the human beings are more intelligent and better at using their own abilities. When attacked by the man-eating tree, one Maw Scorpion could only run away with his disabled body. But Yusang could enter after a short period of hiding his strength. A Jedi counterattack. Yuzan. A 3's ability user. Worthy of the name. But I think we should not continue to fight. It is impossible to beat the man-eating tree. Since we have bought time, let's run. Hey. Wait. That's not right. Why does Yuzan seem to be able to beat the man-eating tree? Is it my illusion? Oh. It's an illusion. He vomited blood again. But the attack of the man-eating tree seemed to be slowing down? Why is that? The attack of the man-eating tree is indeed slowing down. Yuzan even felt that some vines were shrinking back. This is very abnormal. Yuzan dared not relax. Yuzan knew before landing that he could not just run blindly. He was temporarily out of trouble. But if he did not stop the vines from hunting for him for the second time, he could not outrun the man-eating tree by just running. The vines from all directions would still attack him from behind. They would catch up with him, penetrate him, wrap him tightly for the second time, and then strangle him. The essence of fighting is confrontation, and the best defense is attack. Yusang knew that only by repelling the vines and running before the opponent could catch up, could he escape 100%. So he concentrated all his mental power. He had no weapons, so he used mental power as a weapon. He knew that this would inevitably cause mental sequelae. But at this moment, he could not care about these. He fought fiercely with the man-eating tree. Even if the longer the battle lasted, the more he felt powerless. Blood flowed out of his throat without money. With external and internal injuries, each of his attacks was weaker than the previous one. But he did not retreat. He could still hold on. But at this moment, strangely, the vines suddenly began to shrink back. At first, it was 1, then 2, and gradually, 3 or 4 vines shrank back together. Not good. Yusang gritted his teeth. His teeth were full of blood. He didn't know what the man-eating trees wanted to do, but he couldn't let them leave. In the current battle mode, the two sides could barely be considered to have an unpredictable outcome. But once the man-eating trees made strange moves for no apparent reason, it meant that the man-eating trees might be planning something bad. He might not be able to resist such an explosive attack. Yusang grabbed the vines tightly, and the vines were also very anxious. It was like a tug-of-war. Both sides used all their strength. But it was obvious that the man-eating trees were stronger. Yusang's feet caught fire, and his body slowly slid towards the mother tree. Puff! Yusang spat out blood again. The pain of his mental power stimulated his nerves. He took a deep breath and suddenly jumped up. His legs, bleeding profusely, jumped onto a branch of the man-eating tree. He wrapped the vines around the branch, then jumped down, turned his wrist, and used the pressure of the central axis to tear the vines more vigorously. Snap! Snap! 1 snapped. 2 snapped. Yusang felt like he was going crazy with a headache. But 3 snapped. 4 snapped. It felt so good to destroy the man-eating vines. He actually defeated these cunning man-eating vines. Yusang's eyes were full of madness, and bloodshot eyes were all over his eyes. Ah! Yusang? Yusang actually beat the man-eating vines. Yusang, you are so fucking awesome. Why do I feel like there is something wrong with the man-eating tree? Forget about it. Sang should just run. More and more vines were broken on the ground. Yusang knew he should stop. But the joy of victory stimulated his adrenaline. Yusang wiped his face, and there was more blood on his face. Between breaths, he shouted, "Ah!" In an instant, dozens of vines broke, and grass debris fell like a rainstorm. Bathed in the grass debris, Yusang's eyes became redder and redder, and an excited smile appeared on his somewhat hideous face. He could continue. He felt that he could continue. He could destroy the entire man-eating tree. Click. In the president's office, The sound of the energy pen cap being closed suddenly sounded. The president looked at the nearly rampant boy on the screen with a dark face, and his eyebrows were furrowed. In the bar in Wangjiu Lane, Baoshan put the wine glass on the metal table, and his eyes flashed with anger. Fool! You are floating like this after 2 hits. The man-eating tree obviously doesn't want to fight with him, but he rides on its head to dance. You see? He will suffer. Almost immediately after Baoshan finished cursing, on the big screen, the man-eating tree was really furious. It probably didn't expect that this prey would pursue it so relentlessly. A light breeze suddenly blew in the forest. Under the sound of the wind, hundreds of vines and branches suddenly emerged from behind the huge mother tree. Unlike the dozen or so vines that had fought a small battle before, hundreds of vines were enough to crush a group of. Note: a group. 3S energy users just by number. Damn! Damn! Yusang and the barrage burst out the same swear word at the same time. Yusong, who had just been floating in the sky, was instantly taught a lesson by the man-eating tree father. He suddenly woke up. But it was too late. Hundreds of vines had already pounced on him, hitting his body and piercing his bones. Puff! Yusong spit out blood again. His body was knocked to the ground. His limbs were numb, and he couldn't even get up. The thought of this is too big, and this can't be ended just floated through his mind. And Yusong's right hand quickly touched his left wrist. Just as he was about to press the quit button next to the light brain, the hundreds of vines in front of him that hit him hard suddenly retreated in a panic for some reason. The man-eating tree retreated too fast and too quickly. Yusong groaned after realizing it, and quickly covered the blood hole that had been pierced on his body. Looking forward, I saw that the wind had stopped and the trees were still. All the vines were carefully placed on the tree trunks and lying in the grass. They were honest and well-behaved, trying to create an illusion that nothing had happened here just now. Yusang? ? Damn. My family? The way the man-eating trees retreated was so skillful that it frightened me. I vaguely remembered that they seemed to have done something similar a few days ago. It seemed that it was because... Ah! There are people there. A sudden exclamation came unexpectedly from the path outside the man-eating forest. The moment I heard the tender and soft voice of a child, the noisy barrage seemed to be paused and stopped for a moment. Countless people began to search the vast screen, and when they saw a short, confused and petite figure in the upper right corner of the screen, the barrage exploded. Ah! Lan Lan. My Lan Lan. Lan Lan actually appeared. No wonder the man-eating tree retreated like a dog just now. So that's it. So that's it. Lan Lan is here. It's stable. The old mother shed tears of relief. Is this the little girl in the training ground? I saw it on the hot search before. Didn't they say she entered by mistake? Didn't the organizer rescue her yet? Little girl, don't come over here. This is the man-eating forest. It's very dangerous. Go away. Ha ha ha. The man-eating forest is very dangerous? This joke can make me, Lan Lan, laugh for a year. What are those comments saying? Didn't you see it just now? How cruel is the man-eating tree? Yes, the man-eating tree is very cruel. Let's continue to watch and see if the cruel man-eating tree will eat our lovely little Lan Lan. While the comments were still playing charades, the two people who suddenly met in the man-eating forest were both shocked. You. The exclamation came out of both mouths at the same time. Lan Lan looked at the strange brother opposite in astonishment, and Yusang also looked at the little girl outside the forest in astonishment. The two pointed at each other dumbfoundedly, and then said again at the same time, Who are you? Who are you? After saying this, the two fell silent at the same time. Finally, it was Lan Lan who spoke first. Lan Lan picked up a branch from the ground in fear and pointed at the strange brother with the tip of the branch, stammering, I am Lan Lan. And you? Are you one of the 10 bad guys? Yusang? ? Yusang shook his head in confusion. I'm not. I'm alone. You? What do you mean? There are 10 bad guys in this forest. Other contestants? They won't show up to pick me up. Will they? Yusang adjusted his breathing, endured the pain in his body, and looked around vigilantly. He touched his left wrist with his right hand again, ready to withdraw from the competition immediately. Whether the man-eating tree attacked him or someone else attacked him, no matter who he is in his current state, he can't bear it. Lan Lan saw that the big brother seemed to be scared, She breathed a sigh of relief, put down the branch in her hand, and patted her chest. Big brother, you are not a bad guy. Lan Lan is not a bad guy either. Big brother, why are you covered in blood? Lan Lan will help you take a look, the little girl said, and was about to walk over, when Yusang saw the little girl step into the open space. His scalp numbed instantly, and he immediately stopped her. Get out! Lan Lan was shocked and stood still immediately. Yusang stood up from the ground with blood dripping from his body. He limped to the little girl. He pushed the little girl back, looked back at the man-eating tree, and walked with the little girl for 7 or 8 meters before stopping with lingering fear. After making sure that the man-eating tree behind him was really not chasing him, Yusang sat down on the ground exhausted and said with all his strength, I just had a fight over there. Although I won easily, I also scratched my skin, so I bled a little. 1. Bleeding a little. An interstellar man who has been strong all his life. Right. Lan Lan looked at the big brother's skin without a piece of good flesh and blood holes on his body in confusion, scratching his head with his little hands. He felt that the strange brother had shed quite a lot of blood. Yusang frowned again and asked the little girl, Where did you come from? Why is there such a small girl in our training ground? Lan Lan didn't know what he was talking about. Lan Lan has always been here. Always here? Yusang still felt strange. He thought about it and suddenly had an idea. You are not an NPC. Right? I understand. You are one of the training contents? This is a test of whether we will help the elderly, the weak, women and children when we see them in a crisis. Right? Then this question is very simple. Lan Lan still didn't know what this big brother was talking about. Yusang took out a bottle of healing potion from his backpack and gulped it down. After drinking it, he felt that the pain in his body was relieved a little. And he spoke faster. So your name is Lan Lan. Right? Is it your real name or a stage name? Is your surname Lan and your first name Lan? Is the name so careless? I said Lan Lan. There is no one else here. Why don't you tell me secretly? How can I get a high score? If you tell me, when we go out, I will treat you to a big snack bag and take you to the amusement park. Do you like riding a rocket car? There is also the wind and fire invincible big turn, which is super fun. How is it? Are you tempted? Lan Lan? Hey. Lan Lan? Lan Lan. Why are you retreating? Lan Lan. Lan Lan. Don't leave. Lan Lan. Even if the deal fails, there is still righteousness. Lan Lan. Lan Lan. Come back. Lan Lan. Lan Lan covered her ears and ran away for several steps. Lan Lan felt that this brother was weird. And this brother really talked a lot. Lan Lan's head was about to be dizzy. Lan Lan still remembered why she ran back. And she ran to the big tree uncle over there. Yusang saw that she actually went back again, and hurriedly shouted, Don't go over there. Fuck. Isn't this looking for trouble for me? If the vines hang you up, I won't deduct points if I don't save you. In the end, Yusang still endured the mental trauma that was almost exploding, dragged his broken body, and struggled to chase the fearless little girl. When he caught up with her, he saw that the little girl had already entered the man-eating forest. She was squatting under the roots of the man-eating tree with her back to him, picking some flowers and grass. Yusang's eyelids twitched, and he was about to call her. But at this moment, a vine came out of the bushes, and the vine quietly went around the little girl back, and then gradually got closer and closer to the little girl. Yusang's pupils trembled. Little. The word heart was not spoken yet. But at this moment, more than a dozen dormant vines suddenly attacked him. Yusang secretly cried out that it was not good. And just as he was about to dodge, these vines quickly covered his mouth tightly. The thorny vines pushed into his mouth, and it hurt Yusang so much that he wanted to die. Yusang struggled hard. Perhaps he heard the movement behind him. And Lan Lan turned around at this time. And almost at the moment when the little girl turned her head, the vines wrapped around Yusang retreated at the speed of light. And the vines around the little girl also pretended to be dead immediately. Yusang? ? Everything happened so fast that Yusang even stood there stiffly with his mouth wide open. His eyes were numb, and he couldn't even tell whether what he had just experienced was an illusion. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? When Lan Lan saw the big brother following behind her, she puffed her cheeks, turned around, and continued to pick grass, and then said, Lan Lan, don't eat big brother snacks. And don't go to the amusement park with big brother. Lan Lan doesn't know big brother. Big brother. You are weird. Lan Lan is a little afraid of you. The little girl muttered. Ye Ling stood behind, always looking forward. He saw with his own eyes that after the little girl turned her head, those cunning vines flew all over the sky again, and the vines danced happily behind the little girl. They turned around the little girl, but they would not drop a leaf to hurt the little girl. When all the grass and flowers were picked, the little girl stood up. As expected, when the little girl turned back again, the vines became quiet again. The little girl obviously didn't know what had just happened. She simply stuffed the flowers and plants into her small backpack, then patted the dirt on her hands and walked towards Ye Ling. When she walked in front of Ye Ling, Lan Lan reached out and grabbed the bloody big brother right hand, and put a few small plants that she had specially left on the big brother bloody palm. Lan Lan said carefully, Big brother, you crush the small grass and apply it on the wound. Apply it wherever it bleeds. It will be fine after a night's rest. After saying that, the little girl retracted her hand and raised her leg to leave. But when she took half a step out, her little shoulder was suddenly grabbed by the big brother rough hand. Lan Lan turned her head and looked at the big brother in confusion. But she saw that the big brother was staring at her with a horrified face and a complicated expression. Lan Lan felt uncomfortable being stared at by the big brother. Her eyes were a little flustered. Big brother, what are you going to do? The big brother eyes looked so scary. Ye Ling felt as if there was cotton wool in his throat, and he couldn't say many words. He looked at the little girl in front of him in a trance, and his mind kept recalling everything that had just happened. In his fight with the man-eating tree, the man-eating tree had always had the upper hand. The man-eating tree wanted to eat him. It coveted the 3's energy in his body. But the man-eating tree suddenly stopped attacking and began to retreat. It retreated very quickly, as if a child who had done something wrong was afraid of being discovered by his parents. Then, in less than 3 seconds, the little girl appeared. From the moment the little girl appeared, the man-eating tree was as quiet as a dead tree. Then, just now, the man-eating tree vines flew around the little girl, and as they floated, each leaf expressed its love for the little girl. They would not harm people in front of the little girl. They showed their most innocent appearance to the little girl. This little girl. This little girl. Big brother? Lan Lan saw that big brother didn't speak for a long time, and she was even more confused. The girl voice disturbed Ye Ling's mind. Ye Ling seemed to be hit by a slap in the face. He came back to his senses in an instant. And then, with his lips slightly opened, he asked, Sister Lan, where are you going? Lan Lan, question mark. Barrage, question mark. Fuck. You call me? You don't care about your face at all, right? Ye Ling wiped the blood off his face, and he suddenly squatted down, his tall body keeping the same height as the petite girl. He looked at the girl dark and bright eyes, and said very seriously, Sister Lan, it turned out that you saved me. I didn't recognize the real one just now. From now on, Ye Ling said here, and suddenly raised his voice. You are my only sister? Lan Lan, Chapter 27. Lan Lan's eyes widened, and she looked at the big brother in front of her with a shocked expression. What is this big brother talking about? Why does the big brother call Lan Lan sister? Lan Lan is only 4 years old this year. Lan Lan can only be a sister to children younger than 4 years old, not a sister to a big brother older than 4 years old. Lan Lan started to get scared again. This big brother always says some strange things. Lan Lan doesn't understand, but the big brother insists on saying it. And the big brother behavior is also very strange. The big brother can't even tell his own age, nor can he tell Lan Lan's age. Lan Lan swallowed her saliva and carefully touched her little head. Big brother, are you uncomfortable here? The little girl looked at the big brother head covered with blood nervously. He must have hit something. The big brother must have hit something. Let me translate it. Lan Lan is asking, are you mentally ill? The barrage insulted our Sang again. Right? Do you still need to ask such questions? Ye Ling smiled, because his teeth were covered with blood, so his smile looked a little perverted. I'm not uncomfortable. Sister Lan, where are you going? Come on. I get your bag for you. The boy took the initiative to share the hard work for his new sister. But Lan Lan quickly grabbed the shoulder straps on both sides of her small backpack. Lan Lan took a step back, and then another step back. When they had almost retreated, the little girl turned around and ran away. Lan Lan finally understood what the big brother wanted to do. The big brother grinned and wanted to take Lan Lan bag. He must be a bag snatcher. He wanted to snatch Lan Lan's small backpack. Lan Lan ran faster and faster. And Ye Sang behind her chased helplessly. Hey! Lan Jia. Why are you running? Run slower. Wait for me. Ye Sang was seriously injured. Although she took a healing potion, her physical strength was still limited. The little girl didn't run fast either. In addition, the 3S ability user had sharp ears and eyes. Every time he was about to lose her, Ye Sang just needed to calm down and listen. And he could find the little girl position again. Until Ye Sang suddenly smelled a familiar smell of a beast in the air. 10,000 demon scorpions? Ye Sang's expression was stern. After the 10,000 demon scorpions ran away from the man-eating forest. Could it still be in the dense forest? Didn't it run towards the Hengsha stone forest? Ye Sang looked more serious. Sister Lan. Stop making trouble. Come out quickly. There is danger in the forest. There was no response in the dark and quiet deep forest. Sister Lan? Ye Sang frowned and continued to move forward based on the direction he had identified. But as he walked, the breath of the 10,000 demon scorpions became stronger. Ye Sang took out a sea-level weapon knife from the supply bag. Although this knife was fragile and broke when touched by the 10,000 demon scorpions, it could at least block it. Soon, the sound of rustling came into the ear. Ye Sang finally saw the delicate and soft little girl again. The little girl was squatting by the bushes in front of her, not knowing what she was doing. As if she noticed him coming, she suddenly turned her head, stood up angrily, and held a branch in her hand again. Big brother, Lan Lan will not give you Lan Lan backpack. The things in the backpack are all small luggage prepared by mom and dad for Lan Lan. Lan Lan will not give it to others. Big brother, if you snatch Lan Lan backpack again, Lan Lan will hit you, the little girl said, waving the small branch vigorously, with a round face full of intimidation. Ye Sang looked at the branch that had no lethality, and then at the serious face of the little girl. He sighed and raised his hands. How could I snatch your backpack? Sister Lan? I have my own backpack. Look! The boy turned his back and revealed the bag of supplies on his shoulder. Lan Lan looked at the big brother backpack with doubt, pouting her lips. Big brother, if you don't steal Lan Lan bag, why are you chasing Lan Lan? Ye Sang stopped where he was, afraid that getting closer would irritate the little girl. I just want to be friends with you. If you don't like me calling you Sister Lan, I will still call you Lan Lan and won't help you carry your bag. Is that okay? Lan Lan put the small branch down a little. She thought it was okay, and said softly, then big brother, you promise? Promise not to steal Lan Lan bag. Ye Sang nodded repeatedly. I promise. I promise. If I steal Lan Lan bag, then punish me. What should I punish? Lan Lan eyes turned twice. Her face was a little red. And finally she said what she thought was the cruelest. The cruelest punishment. The punishment is that big brother will never be able to eat fruit-flavored nutrient solution again. Ye Sang was stunned. What is fruit-flavored nutrient solution? He has never eaten it since he was a child. After Lan Lan finished speaking, she also felt that this punishment seemed too harsh. Just imagine. If it were her, she would not be able to eat the fruit-flavored nutrient solution made by Yaya's mother in the future, and could only eat the stinky nutrient solution in the backpack. She would definitely be very sad. Lan Lan felt a little guilty and began to stutter. Actually, I can eat a little occasionally, but it's okay. Anyway, big brother, you can't take Lan Lan bag? Ye Sang nodded repeatedly and coaxed the little girl first. Okay, little ancestor. Whatever you say is what I will listen to you. Lan Lan saw that the big brother seemed to be really sincere, so she completely put down the small branch in her hand and squatted down again. Ye Sang looked around. It's okay. Let's go quickly. I feel that the 10,000 demon scorpion is near us. If we meet it too late, I'm afraid. Shit! What's that in your hand? Before Ye Sang finished his sentence, he suddenly saw Lan Lan taking something out of the grass. Looking closely, it was a leg of the 10,000 demon scorpion. Ye Sang hurried over, and when he got closer, he saw clearly that the 10,000 demon scorpion was lying next to the little girl. The weeds were too high just now, and the dense vegetation covered its collapsed body, so Ye Sang didn't see it before. Looking at the little girl in front of him, the little girl was pulling up the 10,000 demon scorpion's relatively intact leg at this time, and applying some strange green grass mud under its leg root. Yu Sang, Yu Sang, question mark. Yu Sang was dumbfounded. The boy's thin lips moved a few times. And it took him a long time to find his voice. You, what are you doing? After Lan Lan applied the root of one leg to the little scorpion, she continued to apply the root of the other leg. The little scorpion was seriously injured, and 6 legs were broken, leaving only the last 2 legs. The broken legs should be applied with red flowers on the wound, so that the little scorpion will not feel too painful when it wakes up. The flowers have an anesthetic effect. The unbroken legs should be applied with green grass, because these 2 legs are too worn out. The grass can help the torn and spasmodic injuries recover, and can also stop bleeding. As for the little scorpion's broken tail, Lan Lan plans to use a mixture of grass and flowers, because the tail should be the most sensitive part of the little scorpion, and the pain nerves are stronger than the feet. Lan Lan was busy, and after hearing the elder brother question, she looked up and said to him, as if it was a matter of course, Lan Lan is saving the little scorpion. Yu Sang, Yu Sang covered his head with his hands. Are you saving it? How are you saving it? No. Why are you saving it? This is the 10,000 demon scorpion. It is the 10,000 demon scorpion, a famous disaster level 3's beast in Hingsha Stone Forest. This is the 10,000 demon scorpion that chased him for 108,000 miles and almost killed him in the man-eating forest. It has an irreconcilable hatred with him. You actually saved it. Yu Sang suddenly looked ferocious. Are you still my sister? Lan Lan, Lan Lan sighed and lowered her head. Here it comes again. Big brother comes again. Lan Lan murmured softly. Lan Lan is not big brother's sister. Yu Sang, Yu Sang felt a headache. He bent over and tentatively looked at the head of the 10,000 demon scorpion. After confirming that the eyes of the 10,000 demon scorpion were closed, and it was really fainted, Yu Sang clenched the sea-level weapon in his hand, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This 10,000 demon scorpion must be eliminated. But this little girl. Yu Sang pursed his lips and began to pay attention to the flowers and plants that the little girl applied to the 10,000 demon scorpion. Why do you apply these things to the 10,000 demon scorpion? Yu Sang knew that in the wild, the smell of some vegetation has a defensive effect. For example, if you rub a kind of grass juice called 5-toothed leaves all over your body, the mutant snakes will not approach you because they don't like this smell. So these 2 kinds of flowers and grass can also defend against other beasts after being smeared? Yu Sang suddenly remembered that just now in the cannibal forest, the little girl also gave him a few small grasses, saying that he should crush them and apply them on his body. And he put them in his pocket. Yu Sang quickly grabbed the grasses from his pocket. The wilted grasses were wrinkled and rolled into a ball. Yu Sang barely crushed the grasses, and then he was stunned. Huh? With a surprised tone in his mouth, Yu Sang looked at the grasses in his hand seriously. After looking at it for a full 10 seconds, he bit the tip of his tongue and suddenly began to shake his head hard. After shaking his head to wake up a little, Yu Sang closed his eyes again, opened his eyes again, and then continued to look at the pile of grasses in his hand. After overusing mental power, it is easy to have symptoms such as dizziness and nerve twitching. In severe cases, there may even be tinnitus and blurred vision, and uncoordinated limbs. Yu Sang was sure that after taking the healing potion, the symptoms of nerve twitching had eased. Although his head hurt, he was not dizzy, and his limbs were not uncoordinated. His hands were hands, and his feet were feet. He did not have tinnitus. As long as he wanted, he could tell from which direction every insect chirping in the forest came. The only thing was the dizziness. Is it dizziness? It must be dizziness? How else to explain the current situation? How else to explain that he actually saw that he was holding a handful of 3's level herbs with extremely strong energy in his hand? Lan Lan. After being silent for a long time, Yu Sang looked at the little girl on the ground with a slightly demented look, who was still applying grass to the 10,000 demon scorpion. Can you do me a favor? Lan Lan nodded honestly. As long as Big Brother doesn't grab Lan Lan's small backpack, Lan Lan can help Big Brother. What does Big Brother want Lan Lan to do? Slap me. Lan Lan, Yu Sang confused black eyes met the shocked eyes of the little girl. Yu Sang bent down and put his bloody face close to her. Hit me. Lan Lan, Such a perverted request. You are going to scare our Lan Lan to death. What is Yu Sang going crazy about again? What happened suddenly? It seems that he became like this after looking at the grass in his hand. What's wrong with this grass? Isn't it just the hemostatic grass that Lan Lan usually picks? Yaxing Wang Jiuxiang. Li Jie drank the liquor in the cup again. He took a long breath, pinched his eyebrows with his slender fingers, and pressed hard. The shop owner beside him was confused. What's wrong? Li Jie didn't say anything. Ordinary people who were not 3S level could not distinguish the level of herbs from the appearance alone. The barrage could not recognize that all the herbs in Yusang's hands were 3S herbs. But what if Yusang said it out loud? It would definitely cause a huge sensation. Li Jie was a little annoyed. Lan Lan started to stimulate 3S herbs to save people from the first day of breaking into the live broadcast. But because there were few people who knew the goods, except for some high-level officials in the Empire who kept calling him to ask questions, there was not much discussion among the ordinary people below. But what if Yusang made a big deal in the live broadcast room? Then Lan Lan would be pushed to the forefront. And even with him, the first god of war, it might not be easy to calm down. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Li Jie's communicator rang, and the 3 words Zhou Honkai appeared on it, which made him narrow his eyes. After answering the call, Li Jie suddenly stood up a few seconds later. The shop owner hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "Out for a smoke." Li Jie walked to the back door of the bar, and just as he pushed the door open, in the damp and messy back alley, a group of confidants headed by Zhou Honkai bowed to him. "Captain." Li Jie took out a cigarette box, took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then raised his long legs and kicked Zhou Honkai directly. Zhou Honkai didn't dare to resist, so he took the kick honestly, and then took out the lighter and diligently lit a cigarette for his leader. Li Jie glanced at this subordinate, who was always causing troubles and not being able to accomplish anything. When the cigarette was lit, he took a deep breath, kicked Zhou Honkai again, and swept his cold eyebrows around. "Where is he?" Zhou Honkai quickly pointed to the military hovercraft at the entrance of the alley. "Inside. He has been to Lao Lu for a full body check. There are no sequelae in his brain. Not only that, but also..." Li Jie was upset. "If you have to fart, just fart." Zhou Honkai quickly replied, "Besides, wasn't he previously identified as having brain damage? Lao Lu said that there are signs of new growth in the damaged area, but the signs are still weak and need to be tested." The white smoke from the cigarette covered the handsome and straight eyebrows of the young man in the dark, making them a little hazy. Li Jie suddenly took a step and walked out of the alley. When he walked to the side of the military hovercraft, Zhou Honkai immediately stepped forward to open the car door for his boss. Li Jie got in. The car door closed, and Hu Qingchen, who had a bandage on his head, looked at the tall man in front of him in shock. He had only seen him on StarNet News before. Hu Qingchen had probably learned some of the situation in the past few hours. He was a little bit unbelievable. Not only did his sister not die, she not only gave him a niece, but she also married someone he dared not even think about. His sister actually married the tyrant, the first war god of the empire, the god of violence. No interstellar boy would not worship the god of violence. He was decisive in killing, resolute and swift, and he fought neatly and skillfully, and he used mechas to perfection, fighting for decades, dealing with the rebels for decades. Others may have won and lost, but only the god of violence has almost never lost. This is a godlike man. This is the idol ceiling in the hearts of all interstellar men who want to join the army and want to become stronger. And such an absolutely excellent, almost unreal person turned out to be his brother-in-law, Hu Qingchen. It turned out to be the husband of his sister, Hu Qingchen. Sister is so amazing. Hu Qingchen's heart was pounding with excitement, until the cold and arrogant man beside him suddenly spoke. "Do you know why I brought you out?" Hu Qingchen sat up straight and said respectfully, "It's because of my sister." "No." The man denied it coldly, not wanting to mention the woman who cursed him to death. Hu Qingchen was stunned for a moment, and he pinched his pants with both hands in embarrassment, and his voice became lower. "That's because..." "Lan Lan." The man gave him the answer. Hu Qingchen instantly became energetic again. "How is Lan Lan now?" "They said that Lan Lan can't come out now?" "You have tried many ways, but can't force the organizer to intervene externally. But there are too many dangers in the stadium. If Lan Lan has an accident..." "You don't seem to understand the situation yet." Li Jie's casual tone interrupted the boy's words again. He took a breath and swallowed. The choking smell made the air in the car a little dull. Li Jie shook the ash into the ashtray in the car. His fingertips clean and slender, The so-called danger of the dense forest can't hurt her at all. What can really hurt her is public opinion and the excessive attention of some people. Hu Qingchen didn't quite understand. Here. Li Jie used the index finger of the hand holding the cigarette to point at his head. He looked at Hu Qingchen. It's not that the riot factor is hidden. And it's not that you have lost your pain sense and can't feel the pain. Hu Qingchen stared at the man hand blankly. Still confused. It's that your riot factor has been eliminated. This sentence was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Hu Qingchen was shocked and his whole body was stiff. What? What did my brother-in-law say just now? Did he hear it wrong? There are only two ways to appease and suppress the riot factor. Eliminate? What is that? With a sneer, Li Jie took another puff of cigarette. In short, don't mention this matter to anyone. I told you clearly because I'm afraid that you only know a little bit and spread it everywhere, which will ruin things. Do you remember what I said just now? Hu Qingchen still seemed to have not come back to his senses. He looked at the man in front of him, who was so powerful that he was close to God in astonishment. Ah, Li Jie said lightly, as if he couldn't connect the cold and unruly Hu Qingyao with the boy in front of him. Are they siblings? I said. Li Jie frowned. What can hurt Lan Lan is public opinion and the excessive attention of some people. Therefore, her abilities that have not yet been exposed should be concealed. She is eye-catching enough now. Do you understand? Until the door next to him opened and closed. The choking smell of cigarettes was gone in the car. Hu Qingchen seemed to have come back to his senses. He reached out and covered his head. Every word his brother-in-law had just said was still echoing in his mind. Lan Lan ability. Removal factor removal. Removal factor cannot be removed. There is no mental medicine on the market that can make the riot factor that has already caused mental riot disappear. They can only suppress and soothe, and can only try to delay the number of attacks. If the riot factor can be removed, doesn't it mean mental illness will no longer be a terminal illness that the interstellar people cannot cure? Hu Qingchen suddenly covered his mouth with his hand. The heart seemed to have been hit by something violent, and it beat faster than ever before. Lan Lan. Lan Lan has the ability to cure mental disorders. Oh my God. Big brother. What do you want? Lan Lan? Lan Lan felt that she must have heard it wrong. Why would the big brother ask Lan Lan to slap him? How could someone take the initiative to make such a request? Yuzen's breathing became very rapid, and he moved his face closer. Hit me. Yes. Hit me. Hit me. Lan Lan, Lan Lan was scared to death. This big brother is really problematic. Lan Lan didn't want to hit. Lan Lan wanted to retreat. Yuzen grabbed the little girl hand and slapped it directly on his face. Paw. With a sound. There was almost no force. But Yuzen was indeed much more sober. He looked at the grass in his hand again. After taking a few deep breaths, he handed the grass to the little girl, Lan Lan. What is this? For? Lan Lan had already put her hands behind her back. She was afraid that the big brother would grab her hands and hit himself again. Lan Lan looked at the big brother trembling palms and the grass on his palms, and muttered, it can stop bleeding. And it can also promote skin and flesh regeneration, which is good for injuries. Why does it? There will be an energy halo. Yusang didn't say the last sentence. He still remembered that it was a live broadcast, and thousands of interstellar viewers could see his every move. Swallowing his saliva, Yusang asked, did you bring this into the arena? The organizer actually let an NPC bring so many 3S herbs into the training ground. These are 3S herbs, and each one is a 3S herb worth an auction price. Did the organizer rob the auction house? Are they crazy? No. Lan Lan said with a puzzled look. Lan Lan picked it in the forest. Picked in the forest? Yusang covered his heart. You just squatted down to dig it. Is this it? Lan Lan nodded timidly. Yes. Didn't Big Brother see it? Yusang began to feel dizzy. There were 3S herbs in the dense forest. How come he had never seen them before? Yusang swallowed his saliva. He had the urge to go back to the cannibal forest and look for 3S herbs in it. But when he thought about how he was already exhausted and half of his leg was in the incinerator, if he went back, he would probably die. He finally resisted the urge. Just looking at these precious 3S herbs in his hand, Yusang's heart was almost numb with pain. If he had known that these were 3S herbs, he would have taken them home to worship them. How could he just put them in his pocket? Just thinking about this, Yusang heard the knocking sound of dong dong dong, and looked down. Oh my god. He was still feeling sorry for the 3S herbs. But his sister Lan had smashed several 3S herbs to pieces. She is worthy of being his only sister. This kind of arrogance. I can't learn it. I can't learn it. After Lan Lan applied the medicine all over One Mox's body, she looked at the big brother beside her. Big brother. Do you want Lan Lan to help you apply the medicine? No. Yusang quickly took the 3S herbs in his hand into his arms like a treasure. He didn't allow Lan Lan to smash these herbs. Lan Lan, Lan Lan scratched his head awkwardly. Big brother. Lan Lan is going home. The little scorpion may not wake up tonight. Lan Lan can only come to see it tomorrow morning. Although Lan Lan also wants to watch the little scorpion wake up. If Lan Lan does not go home tonight, Brother Zero and the little dog will be worried to death. Home? Yusang muttered. You have a home here? Oh. The NPC temporary residence. Right. Are Brother Zero and the little dog the code names of other NPCs? It seems that there are many new projects in this training match. Lan Lan looked at the big brother in confusion. And the big brother began to say something that Lan Lan could not understand. Yusang licked his lips. You are coming tomorrow. Right? Okay. I will help you take care of the 10,000 demon scorpion. It's just right to see how effective the 3S herbal healing is. He himself was reluctant to use it. But the little girl had already used it on the 10,000 demon scorpion. So it was not impossible to use the 10,000 demon scorpion as an observation object. Anyway, if the one-maw scorpion still wants to attack him, it won't be too late for him to kill it. He has taken the healing potion, and his current condition is more than 10 times better than one-maw scorpion. He is no longer the desperate him before. Things have changed. Now one-maw scorpion's life is in his hands. Lan Lan didn't expect that this big brother would take the initiative to take care of the little scorpion. She was a little surprised, then. I trouble you. Big brother. Lan Lan will come early tomorrow. Yusang waved his hand. He was now focused on 3S grass mud. Lan Lan put away his small backpack and said goodbye to the big brother. This place is not far from the cabin. Lan Lan returned to the cabin not long after walking. The first person to hear the little girl footsteps was Feng Qilang, who was sleeping in the cabin. Feng Qilang immediately stood up, and its pair of green animal eyes flashed with brilliance. It rushed into the bushes. The huge movement made Ye Ling, who was sleeping outside the cabin, sit up. Before Ye Ling could speak, she heard the voice of a girl approaching from afar. Hey, little dog. Are you here to greet Lan Lan? Hey, little dog. Don't lick Lan Lan's face. It's so itchy. It's Lan Lan who's back. Ye Ling grabbed the crutches beside him and tried to stand up. At this moment, a baby and a wolf had already emerged from the bushes. Lan Lan was giggling at the excitement of the little dog. Seeing that Brother Zero was about to stand up, Lan Lan hurried over to help him. Big brother. Be careful? Big brother. Why are you sitting outside the house? Are you waiting for Lan Lan? You can also wait inside the house. It's cleaner inside. Ye Ling, How should he tell the little girl that he has been suffering from Feng Qilang's anger since she left? Doesn't he know that the house is clean? The question is whether Feng Qilang allowed him to enter the house. Ye Ling pursed his lips and said nothing. Only asking, didn't you say you were only going out for a while? Why did you go out for a whole day? Lan Lan. Sighing, a lot of things happened today. Big brother. Lan Lan is very tired. Lan Lan wants to go to bed first. And tomorrow morning, Lan Lan has to go out. Ye Ling, Ye Ling frowned. You have to go out tomorrow? Lan Lan yawned. Helped the big brother into the house. Took off the small backpack by herself. Washed her face and hands with the dew. And then hugged the puppy. Closed her eyes. And answered dazedly, well, Lan Lan has to go early tomorrow. Big brother. Lan Lan doesn't want to chat. Lan Lan goes to bed first. Ye Ling, The next morning, Lan Lan really left early. Ye Ling and Feng Qilang, who were still recovering from their injuries, continued to be left at home as left behind children. Feng Qilang had been left at home for 2 days, and probably got used to it, lying in the wooden house without moving. Ye Ling looked at the wooden house that was occupied again, resigned to moving to the open space outside, then thought for a moment, turned to Feng Qilang and said, the night before yesterday, when it rained heavily, Lan Lan came back very late. But she talked to me a lot, and told me all her experiences of the day. Feng Qilang looked at the human, who was talking to him coldly. He didn't like this human and didn't understand what this human said. Ye Ling continued, but last night, Lan Lan didn't tell me anything. Feng Qilang turned his head away and closed his eyes casually. Feng Qilang, don't you doubt it? You were so enthusiastic the day before yesterday. So cold yesterday. And left before dawn today. Leaving early and returning late every day. Feng Qilang began to snore evenly. Does she have another wolf outside? Don't want you anymore? Swoosh. The injured wolf leader, who was sleeping well, suddenly sat up suddenly, and its pair of green animal eyes looked at the outside of the wooden house with a sinister look. Chapter 28. Ye Ling was stunned for a moment. As Feng Qilang took an aggressive stance, a fierce murderous aura rushed towards him. Its teeth bared. The fur on its back burst instantly, and the front of its 4 claws revealed hard and sharp black nails. Ye Ling frowned and held a cane beside him. What are you? Why did this wolf seem to understand what he said? Roar! Feng Qilang suddenly shouted at this time. The voice was heavy and thick, and there was a fierce fighting spirit in the voice. Ye Ling frowned even more tightly, and was about to get up. But suddenly, he noticed something. He looked back suddenly, but saw that the bushes not far away were shaking slightly, and the hurried footsteps of animals were coming from there. There are beasts coming nearby. No wonder the wind-red wolf suddenly became agitated. The depths of the dense forest were originally the habitat of many beasts. But Ye Ling stayed near the cabin and never went out. So he thought that no beasts would come. Ye Ling propped himself up from the ground. His previous bag of supplies was lost, and he had no weapons on him. He spent a day yesterday to sharpen a few wooden arrows with a sharpened stone. Although the lethality was not great, it was better than nothing. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Ye Ling held a cane in one hand and a wooden arrow in the other, fully prepared for battle. At this time, the wind-red wolf in the cabin also came out. It was tense. After walking to the open space outside, its upper body was slightly pressed down, and a pair of animal eyes without any temperature stared at the front of the bushes. After a while, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. And then, clatter! A round, furry brown lion cub's head came out. Rotten heart lion. Ye Ling recognized the species of the little lion, and her breathing immediately stagnated. It was a rotten heart lion. Rotten heart lions are high-level ferocious beasts that live in groups. If the cubs appear, the adult lions are most likely nearby. Ye Ling closed his eyes fiercely. It seems that he has to escape immediately. After leaving the cabin, Lan Lan ran all the way to the place where she and the strange brother and the little scorpion separated last night. Yu Sang was taking a nap on the tree. Hearing the sound, he opened his eyes vigilantly and looked into the distance. The forest in the early morning was foggy, and the crooked little girl ran out of the fog. She was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday. I didn't pay attention to her last night, but when I looked at her again today, her clothes were still quite dirty, and the small backpack on her back was also dirty. But today's backpack seemed to be a little bulger than yesterday. I don't know what's more in it. Big brother. Lan Lan ran to the tree where Yu Sang was lying. The little girl raised her neck and smiled sweetly. Sorry, big brother. Lan Lan is late. Big brother, you are so amazing that you can sleep on the tree. If Lan Lan sleeps on the tree, she will definitely fall down. The little girl saw her big brother sleeping on the tree from a distance. When she was a child, Lan Lan also wanted to sleep on the tree like a bird. But she fell down later. Fortunately, the big tree uncle caught her with soft fallen leaves. So Lan Lan was not injured. But since then, her parents have not allowed Lan Lan to climb trees alone. Yu Sang supported the tree trunk with one hand and jumped down neatly. He lightly hooked his bangs with his index finger and raised his handsome chin casually. It's nothing. Lan Lan still thinks her big brother is amazing. And she stared at his face again. Yu Sang's tone suddenly became more floating. He touched his clean face. There was too much blood on my body last night, and I didn't look very elegant. Now I look like my original appearance. It's normal for you to think I look handsome. Lan Lan actually didn't know what handsome was, but she nodded repeatedly and smiled. Big brother is so handsome. Oh! Yu Sang waved at the little girl and pointed at the scorpion in the bushes. Look! That broken scorpion didn't wake up last night. I don't know if it's dead. Lan Lan quickly ran to the little scorpion and squatted down to check the little scorpion's vital signs. No, the little scorpion is not dead. After Lan Lan confirmed it, he went to check the little scorpion's injuries. As he watched, Lan Lan felt something was wrong. Big brother. Why does Lan Lan feel that the herbs on the little scorpion are missing? I know. I report that last night at midnight, Yu Sang took a look at the 1mo scorpion, and found that the 1mo scorpion's wound seemed to have really stopped bleeding, and its breathing became more and more stable. He stole the herbs from the 1mo scorpion and applied them on himself. He is a 3S ability user, but he actually picked up the second-hand herbs from the beast. He is simply inhumane and has lost all conscience. Is it missing? Did it rub off when it moved around? Yu Sang leaned against a tree trunk with his hands folded across his chest, and lied without blinking. But he still moved his left leg backwards. His ankle was still covered with grass and mud pulled from the 10,000 demon scorpion. Don't say it. 3S herbs are 3S herbs. The recovery ability is really amazing. He took a look in the morning and found that not only did the bleeding stop, but new flesh seemed to have started to grow. Thinking of this, Yu Sang coughed again, but I think it's seriously injured. Lan Lan, do you need to pick some more flowers and plants? I don't think it's enough. Lan Lan has already picked some on the way here. Lan Lan opened her backpack and took out another handful of grass. Yu Sang immediately rushed over and picked up 2 grasses to look at them carefully. The lush energy breath and the morning dew on the leaves. Yu Sang's hands began to shake again. 3S herbs. Really 3S herbs. Fresh 3S herbs. Unlike the few wilted herbs he left last night. This one was just picked and still has a lot of vitality. Yu Sang's heart was pounding. Oh my god. Lan Lan, where did you find so many 3S herbs? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Can you give me this one? I know it's a bit presumptuous to say this. Then rent it. Okay. I return it to you after the game. Let me take these 2 herbs, and I pay you the rent. Okay. Lan Lan, question mark. Lan Lan was confused. Big brother wants to rent some grass? What the hell are you doing? It's over. The man-eating tree must have broken Sang Sang's head last night. Sang Sang just said 3? What 3? Or did I hear it wrong? Lan Lan was a little suspicious. Big brother, do you also like to raise flowers and grass? Oh, it doesn't matter. You can take it if you want to raise it. Lan Lan has enough for the rest. Lan Lan generously gave the 2 grasses to the big brother. Yu Sang's eyes were immediately filled with tears. What a good man. What a rich woman. Although the Yu family was not a wealthy family, they also had a 3S herb. That 3S herb was the treasure of Yu's father. If any of the children in the family dared to touch it, their hands would be broken. Yu Sang held the 2 3S herbs in his arms. He thanked Lan Lan with emotion, then turned his head and took out an empty water bottle from the supply bag. He cut the bottle open, poked a few holes in the bottom, and dug some soil into it. Yu Sang planted the 2 3S herbs in it with care, making a small 3S potted plant. Yu Sang admired his small potted plant with satisfaction. And then, dong dong dong, dong dong dong. A violent knocking sound suddenly sounded from behind him. Yu Sang turned his head stiffly. And then he saw that the little girl, who didn't know how to be gentle with women, really started to hit the grass again. Yu Sang held his heart. No matter how many times he watched it, he still felt that it was terrible to spend money. Lan Lan added medicine to the little scorpion again. Seeing that the little scorpion still showed no signs of waking up, she took out a bottle of nutrient solution from her backpack and fed it to the little scorpion's 2 small pincer-like mouths, little by little. After doing all this, Lan Lan began to wait patiently. But after waiting for another hour, the little scorpion still showed no signs of waking up. Lan Lan became more and more worried. This shouldn't be the case. The little scorpion's injuries are obviously getting better. Why won't it wake up? Yu Sang was beside him, touching his little potted plant Mei in the eye. Hearing the little girl words, he casually said he was injured before, and he was in a coma for 6 years before. Maybe he will sleep for a few more years this time. Lan Lan was stunned and immediately looked at the big brother. Ah? Yu Sang looked at the little girl. Don't you know? Don't you NPCs have training before taking up their posts? With a light cough, Yu Sang said, this 1mo scorpion is a strange beast from Lingsha Stone Forest. It met Su-mo in the competition 6 years ago. Su-mo seriously injured it, and it has been sleeping since then. The soil over Lingsha Stone Forest has a healing effect on it. After 6 years, its injuries have almost healed. But it was also my bad luck. I woke it up yesterday. And it took me out of the water yesterday. Crossing the sand and stone forest. Chasing into the dense forest. It's simply not human. Lan Lan blinked and corrected in a realistic way. But big brother. The little scorpion is not a human. Yu Sang, Yu Sang waved his hand. Anyway. That's what I mean. Lan Lan stopped talking. She lowered her head and looked at the weak little scorpion again. And touched the little scorpion's hard head with her little hand. But, big brother, why does the soil have a healing effect? Yu Sang didn't know either, because the 10,000 demon scorpion is a desert beast. It was bred by sand. And returning to the sand is naturally like going home. Anyway, the sand over there has no healing effect for people. Only the 10,000 demon scorpion can. Lan Lan frowned and thought for a while. Then shook her head. Then it's not a problem with the sand. It's a problem with the content of the substances in the sand. Yu Sang, Yu Sang looked at the little girl inexplicably. Lan Lan explained to her elder brother, big brother. Look! How is the desert formed? The desert is a land disaster caused by the simultaneous invasion of drought and storm. In some areas with extremely low rainfall and strong sunshine. The land is too dry and cracks. The local soil will form rocky soil. When the storm blows away the nutrient-rich soil on the top of the rocky soil, the rocks under the soil will be exposed. After the baptism of time, the rocks will slowly become sandy. When the sandy reaches a certain level, it will become a desert. The most abundant substance in the desert is the lower rocks. If the little scorpion can get healing in the sand, it means that these lower rocks must be rich in some energy. This energy cannot be absorbed by other creatures. But only the little scorpion can absorb it. So what is this energy? Lan Lan is more inclined to believe that it is a natural mineral. But because the gene maps of various species are different, only the genes of the little scorpion can absorb this mineral without obstacles. But if one creature can absorb it, normally other creatures can also absorb it. But the method may be different. When Lan Lan said the last part, the little girl began to stare at the little scorpion on the ground in a daze. While being in a daze, she muttered, little scorpions are extremely cold resistant, drought resistant, hunger resistant, and thirst resistant creatures. They will not die even if they do not drink water or eat for a long time. So they like to live in the desert, which is their hotbed. Big brother, you said that the little scorpion slept for 6 years. Lan Lan believed it, because they can indeed go without food and water for such a long time. But their bodies will heal themselves. Lan Lan found it very strange. Why is this? The little girl raised her head again and looked at the big brother beside her with expectation. Big brother, have you seen the sand in the hometown of the little scorpion? Is there any difference between them and the sand in other places? Yu Sang, Yu Sang, Yu Sang had no idea what the little girl was talking about. He was a military school student. He studied command operations, mecha training, and close combat. He doesn't know biology, let alone geography. If he says that he doesn't understand even 1/10 of what the little girl just said, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Big brother? Lan Lan called again softly, and her big black eyes blinked curiously. Yu Sang licked his lips and scratched his head. What did you ask me just now? Lan Lan repeated, big brother. Do you know the difference between the sand in the little scorpion's hometown and the sand in other places? Yu Sang's eyes were dull, and after a long while, he answered with a stiff face, no difference? Lan Lan asked again, what color is the sand? Yu Sang recalled, yellow? Black? Black? Yellow? Black? Yellow? Lan Lan walked towards the big brother. Isn't it golden? Generally, the desert gobi is golden. It might be golden? I didn't pay much attention. Yu Sang had no position and immediately changed his words. Lan Lan frowned. Big brother, have you ever touched the sand? Can you feel the water content in it? Is the desert large? Are there other plants in it? What are the characteristics of those plants? Are there a lot of quicksand? Are there a lot of storms? The average distribution of landscape. Hey, big brother, where are you going? Lan Lan saw that the big brother had suddenly left, and hurriedly called him. Yu Sang ran faster than a rabbit without even turning his head, to the toilet. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You poor student. You just can't answer. Right. Lan Lan can't even answer these questions to me. How can she know so much? My baby Lan Lan knowledge reserves are all used in such strange places. She is good at physics and geography. But she can't even write the word uncle in uncle. And she can't even tell the difference between a wolf and a dog. Ha ha ha. I always feel that Lan Lan seems to know a lot, but also seems to know nothing. Yusang walked behind a bush, scratched his head, and started to turn in circles on the spot. While he was thinking about delaying time and not going back, he was also thinking about how to deal with the little girl rapid-fire questions after returning. Anyway, he couldn't admit that he didn't know anything. This was related to a man's dignity. After thinking for a few minutes, Yusang finally thought of something. He snapped his fingers and smiled. Returning to the place just now, Yusang sat down and said directly, Lan Lan, do you really want to know about Hingsha Stone Forest? The little girl nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes. Lan Lan wants to know what the healing substance in the sand is? Lan Lan has never seen such sand on the Death Star, and she thinks it is so strange. Okay. Yusang raised the 2-3-S herbs in his hand. Since you gave me this, I will take you to Hingsha Stone Forest. Let's see it with our own eyes. Huh? Lan Lan's eyes widened immediately, and then waved her hands quickly. Going to the desert? No. No. Lan Lan has to go back to find Brother Zero and the little dog at night. Lan Lan can't go so far. Going to the desert must take a long time to sit on the starship. Lan Lan doesn't want to leave Asia Star. Lan Lan hasn't seen Dadley yet. Yusang tapped the little girl's forehead with his finger. It doesn't take so long. It's not going to the desert planet. Hingsha Stone Forest is next to the dense forest. I take you there, and you be there in half a day. Lan Lan was shocked. Ah. Yusang simply took out the map from the supply bag. The map in the low-level supply bag is a simple map, and the map in the high-level supply bag is a detailed map. Of course, not every supply bag will have a map, but if you collect a few supply bags, you can always find it. Yusang unfolded the map and pointed it to the little girl. Look, we are here now. This is a dense forest. The Hingsha Stone Forest is right next to it. Then above the Hingsha Stone Forest is the Beacon Forest. The top is the Devouring Beach, and below is, Yusang said and read all the way. At the end, he pointed to the edge of the map. Here, it is the end of the Special Corner State Mountains, and the other side is the edge of Asia Star. Lan Lan looked at this densely packed map in a daze. Her little mouth opened slightly, and her big eyes like black grapes were always looking at the border between the dense forest and the Hingsha Stone Forest. Big brother, what's here? Here? Yusang thought for a while. There is a small river with fire-bone crocodiles in it. And then, there is no other danger. Lan Lan muttered, isn't it right? How can there be two areas so close to each other, with a forest on one side and a desert on the other? Is there not even a buffer zone in between? Lan Lan has never seen such a strange terrain. Yusang leaned against the tree trunk next to him. What's so strange about this? This is how it is in Tejiazu. I heard that there was a crustal movement in Asia Star hundreds of years ago, and then Tejiazu became what it is now. And then the number of strange beasts and plants increased overnight. It is precisely because of the variability and strangeness of the Tejiazu area, coupled with the high grade and variety of mutant animals and plants here, that this place was finally selected by the official as the competition venue for the deadly training ground. Crustal movement? Lan Lan muttered softly. Yusang urged, Lan Lan, are you going to Hingsha Stone Forest? Lan Lan was a little moved. She whispered to confirm, really? It only takes half a day to come back? Then Lan Lan can go home at night? Yusang said with certainty, of course. I'm here. Lan Lan's shy face immediately showed a smile. Thank you. Big brother. Big brother. You are the best. Yusang was a little flattered by the little girl, and said casually, then pack up and let's go directly. Lan Lan hurriedly supported the soil. She stood up, patted the mud on her clothes, walked to the side of the little scorpion, put her small backpack on her back, and then touched the smooth head of the little scorpion, and said gently, Little scorpion, Lan Lan and Big Brother are going to take you home. Yusang, Yusang, Yusang looked stiffly at the little girl, who began to fix the wound of the 10,000 demon scorpion, and his throat was dry. No way. This little girl won't. And we'll bring this thing? 10 minutes later, Lan Lan carried a small backpack and a small potted plant, and walked in front with a well-behaved face. She would look back from time to time and wait for the big brother behind her. Yusang wanted to die now. I should have known not to boast and take the little girl to Hingsha Stone Forest. He now had his own bag of supplies hanging on his chest, and a huge 10,000 demon scorpion on his back. He was hunched over, like a cheap laborer. carrying a mountain on his back, walking through the forest. Big brother, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Lan Lan unscrewed the cap of the water bottle, raised her little hand high, and fed the water to her big brother. Yu Sang bent down with difficulty and held the bottle mouth. After drinking a sip of water, he took a deep breath, lifted the scorpion on his back again, and said hoarsely, "No. Let's go faster." Lan Lan screwed the cap on the bottle and bit her lip. Big brother, Lan Lan can make a small car, so that big brother doesn't have to carry it so hard. The little scorpion is a little fat, and big brother is too tired. Yu Sang didn't want to talk anymore. Make a car? You can either use your NPC authority now and take out a car, or just leave quickly. What can a car do? Are there wheels in this forest? Lan Lan originally wanted to use round stones as wheels and spliced wooden strips as seats. Seeing that her big brother was walking faster and faster, she hurriedly followed him with her short legs. She didn't dare to let her big brother wait for her. He was too tired, and Lan Lan didn't want to trouble him, because he knew that there were firebone crocodiles on the main road from the dense forest to the Hengsha stone forest. When Yu Sang led the way, he took a long detour and climbed into the Hengsha stone forest from the other side of the mountain. The mountain wall was not high, so Yu Sang carried the little girl up first, and then came down to carry the 10,000 demon scorpions. It was not until almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon that they arrived at the edge of the Hengsha stone forest. Lan Lan looked at the large black and yellow desert in front of her. Her little brows slightly frowned, and she reached out and grabbed a handful of sand directly from the ground. Yu Sang was sweating profusely from exhaustion. He never expected that he had just been chased by the 10,000 demon scorpions from here to the dense forest yesterday. And today he had to carry the 10,000 demon scorpions back from the dense forest step by step. Carry it back. Yu Sang threw the 10,000 demon scorpions directly onto the sandy land, then sat down, paralyzed and motionless. He is still injured. If it weren't for the strong physique of 3S users, he would have died of exhaustion on the road. Yu Sang fell to the ground, looking at the little girl who was carefully examining the sand, propped up his head and asked, "What did you see?" Lan Lan suddenly raised her head at this time. She looked at the big brother seriously, and then said word by word, "Big brother, do you know the alien pathogen?" Yu Sang frowned. "What is it?" Lan Lan raised the sand in her hand, and the little girl's clear eyes were full of bright light. All things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Although dark matter is the overlord of the universe, it is not without natural enemies. Lan Lan feels that Lan Lan seems to have a way to prevent dark matter from bullying people like this. Chapter 29. The black hover car stopped outside the garden villa for military family members. Marshal Yi got out of the car and just walked to the gate when the communicator rang. The intelligent detection captured the owner's return and automatically opened the gate of the villa. Marshal Yi walked in and pressed the answer button. "What's up?" The deputy general's urgent voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Marshal, please watch the live broadcast." Yu Sang live broadcast. Marshal Yi paused. In the living room of the villa, the Marshal wife was watching the live broadcast with the servants. The super large screen occupied the entire wall. Seeing her husband coming back, the Marshal wife rolled her eyes and turned her head away. She still holds a grudge against her eldest son for almost dying in the cannibal forest. And she couldn't find her husband even after making 100 calls, until she saw her husband walking towards her. The noble woman raised her chin proudly and said, "If you want to apologize, don't tell me. When Ye Ling comes back, what are you going to do?" Before the Marshal wife finished her angry words, her cruel husband swiped the floating screen without saying a word, and directly changed the live broadcast room on the screen to another one. The Marshal wife stood up. "Yi, I'm watching my son. Didn't you see that your son was surrounded by the rotten heart lions and hung on the tree for a whole day? Don't you care about him at all? Sometimes I really doubt whether Ye Ling is your biological child." After the Marshal wife finished scolding, she saw her husband staring at the big screen with a serious face, as if he didn't hear her words at all. The Marshal wife's heart suddenly turned cold. She pushed the stinky man away and went straight back to her room. The servants saw this and quickly left. Even the intelligent robots quickly stopped working. Marshal Yi was the only one left in the hall of the villa. Marshal Yi stood in front of the sofa as if no one was around. He stared at the screen with a pair of sharp eyes like a hawk, and heard the tender and soft voice of the little girl. "Brother, we all know that the universe is balanced. One of the basic laws of nature is the conservation of energy. The total amount of energy in the universe is constant. Energy will not be created or disappear out of thin air. It just changes from one form to another, or from one object to other objects. What is dark matter? Dark matter is also a kind of energy body in the universe. Lan Lan explained it this way. The formation of an alienation pathogen nucleus requires the dark matter scattered at the bottom of the soil to be gathered and condensed. This shows that dark matter is actually always flowing. When the flowing energy gathers into a certain amount, it achieves qualitative change through quantitative change and becomes a threatening alienation pathogen nucleus. But when the alien pathogenic core was sealed, where did the excess energy go? They were forcibly absorbed by the flowers and grasses. Flowers, plants and trees are filters of nature. The flowers and grasses that absorb the dark matter will let the bad dark energy travel around in their bodies, and then excrete it and release it as normal, fresh air. Here, the dark matter has undergone a qualitative change. It has changed from a bad thing to a good thing. Lan Lan originally thought that the only way to deal with dark matter was to absorb and convert it. But now Lan Lan has seen these sands and discovered something else. After the dark matter is gathered, it may not necessarily become an alien pathogenic core. It may also be exposed to the sun and form another substance under the action of sunlight, and convert in another direction. Convert in another direction? In the speeding military suspension vehicle, Baoshan sat in the car and faintly repeated what his baby daughter had just said in the live broadcast room. He felt as if he had touched something, but it seemed that he was still a little short of it. Zhou Hongkai, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, thought that the boss was talking to him, and immediately turned back attentively. Boss? What did you say? The man with gold-rimmed glasses frowned and spat out one word. Get lost. Zhou Hongkai turned his head quickly. Okay. She actually mentioned another way to convert. In the capital star, the largest scientific research park in the Interstellar, several white-haired old professors were watching the live broadcast screen in the conference room and talking among themselves. The interstellar people and dark matter have been together for thousands of years. Although the government has tried its best to hide the public's understanding of dark matter, the old professors affiliated with the Imperial Research Institute are very clear about the harm of dark matter. Even since the past few hundred years, a special department has been set up in the scientific research park to deeply study events related to alien pathogens. After all, if the Death Star can be destroyed by the alien pathogen, it is uncertain when other planets will follow the footsteps of the Death Star. At first, these scientific research professors were not interested in the live broadcast of Fatal Training Ground. Who wants to watch a bunch of young boys fighting and killing in the arena? If they have this time, they might as well do 2 more experiments and write a few more papers. However, when the suspected alien pathogen appeared in Fatal Training Ground one day, the old professors in the scientific research park could not sit still. In the past 2 days, they specially vacated a conference room and watched the whole process of how the little girl sealed the alien pathogen from beginning to end. Although the old professors were arguing almost every second during the process. After all, they could not tell that those flowers and plants were 3S, flowers and plants. They just thought the children were playing around. And today, this little girl who boasted that she had sealed the alien pathogen mentioned the topic of another way of conversion again. The old professors naturally knew the law of conservation of all things. So in the process of studying dark matter, they also had conjectures. In addition to making species evolve and mutate, and condensing into alien pathogenic nuclei, can dark matter be transformed into other things? They have done more than thousands of experiments. And so far, no other transformation direction of dark matter has been found. But now this little girl said she found it. The old professor's discussion became louder and louder, until 2 dang sounds came from the top. It was the most experienced vice president, who used the energy pen in his hand to knock twice on the edge of the metal table. The people below suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at the vice president, who was always warm and smiling in the past, and saw that the vice president, who was always warm and smiling in the past, was holding his breath at this time, with a pair of slightly white turbid eyes, staring closely at the little girl on the big screen, as if he didn't want to miss any of the little girl words. Yu Sang was already having a headache from being read. What on earth was this little girl talking about? He just asked her a question. What did she find out? And she actually said so much nonsense. Yu Sang scratched his head. So, what is the conclusion? Let's just say the conclusion. The poor student just wants to copy the answer. Lan Lan spread out her 5 fingers and let the sand flow through her fingers. Dark matter can not only be filtered by flowers and grass, but also by the established climate of the desert. After the lower rock is sandified, the storm blows away the energy factors of the upper layer, leaving another substance inside. Lan Lan excitedly clenched her two small hands into fists and showed them to her big brother. If dark matter was originally a whole, then in the desert, it is like a walnut with its outer shell removed. The outer shell returns to the air structure, but the inner core is integrated with the desert, and this fusion is warm. So the little scorpion can heal itself in this warm energy field. Yu Sang seemed to understand a little. You mean? This sand does contain something that can heal? It is dark matter. Lan Lan said firmly. It has undergone a new qualitative change. Big brother, do you understand? We can't defeat dark matter. But dark matter can defeat itself. As long as we make good use of the new characteristics generated by its fusion with other energies, we can more effectively prevent dark matter from bullying people. Yu Sang, I just understood a little, but now I don't understand it anymore. Yu Sang scratched his head. That's really good. Right? Yeah. The little girl nodded wildly, her big eyes bright. It's very good. It's a great thing. Yu Sang nodded. Then can you let this sand heal my wound? You see, I've been walking all the way, and my feet are bleeding again. Yu Sang rolled up his trouser legs and showed the little girl his bloody leg bones. Lan Lan stared at the big brother legs for a while, frowned. The little grass can heal it. As he said, Lan Lan looked at the small potted plant next to him. No! Yu Sang hugged his small potted plant and refused to let go. Impossible. This can't be moved. This is my life. Lan Lan, Lan Lan looked at her elder brother in embarrassment. She looked around again. This is a desert. There is no grass like in the woods. If she wants to treat her elder brother leg. Lan Lan's face wrinkled. She looked at the sand in her hand. Then Lan Lan will try. At the same time, in the scientific research manner, the old teachers were noisy again. She wants to try? It won't really work. Can this kid really do it? Amid the clamor, the vice president communicator suddenly rang. Looking at the light computer screen, the name on the caller ID was Dean Crow. The vice president got up and went outside to answer the call. After hanging up the call, he took the lightspeed elevator and went straight to the dean's floor, knocking on the metal door. A familiar voice of the old leader came from inside. Come in. The vice president pushed the door open and went in. Unlike the white-haired vice president, the president looked much younger, although he was also old. His golden hair was wrapped in a white lab cap. He had just come back from the laboratory, and his slightly wrinkled face was stern without anger. Everyone below knew that the vice president was a good-natured person who was easy to please, and the president was an unkind devil. Ding. The sound of equipment connection sounded, and the president took off the lab cap on his head and the white coat on his body. When he looked up, there was a picture of the Fatal Training Ground live broadcast room on the opposite wall. In the picture, a 4-year-old girl was running around in the sand dunes, looking for something. Dean Crow suddenly spoke up. Old Zhang, you know more about the alien pathogen than I do. Do you think what this child said just now has any basis? The vice dean obviously guessed why Dean Crow called him here. Obviously, the dean also listened to the little girl talk a few minutes ago. It is feasible, but more experimental data is needed to support it. Is the direction correct? Dean Crow asked. The vice dean nodded. The child originally treated the alien pathogen very frivolously, saying that it could be sealed with small flowers and grasses. But some of the things she said occasionally were very similar to the experimental conclusions or experimental directions they had before, which made people unclear for a while whether she understood dark matter or not. To be honest, such a child said such a lot of information, which also covered various arguments about dark matter that were kept secret. The vice dean was also suspicious of her identity at first. Without adults teaching, he didn't believe that the child could say such a complicated bunch of words by himself. But when the video of her communication with Li Jie was made public, the vice president hesitated again. She is Li Jie's daughter, so her identity cannot be different. But if her identity is not different, how did she know about the dark matter? Dean, the vice president suddenly spoke at this time, as if he had thought of this before. His voice was gentle and firm. I want to go to the Death Star. The blond old man who had been looking at the screen in the live broadcast room was stunned, and then turned his head solemnly. The vice president smiled bitterly. 4 years ago, after the second explosion of the alien pathogenic core of the Death Star. I wanted to collect samples in person. But you stopped me. It is true that it is too dangerous there. Even if I wear the best protective clothing and the best protective mask, my body can't last an hour in it. But I really want to go. Some information must be personally participated in by our scientific researchers to complete the data. If you need samples, you can ask the military for help. They have 3S ability users. The Death Star is a place where only 3S ability users can survive. The vice president frowned, obviously still wanting to go by himself. Some things cannot be done by others. Dean Crow stretched out his hand and pressed his forehead. I called you here to discuss this little girl with you. Why did you suddenly mention going to the Death Star? You can't go. Forget it. The vice president smiled bitterly. It's also because there are no 3S ability people among our scientific researchers. Otherwise, we can cultivate and train them to specialize in the research of alien pathogens. In this way, we can have as many as we want, and we can measure the data as we want. For hundreds of years, 3S ability people have been given priority by the military almost as soon as they were discovered. It is almost impossible for scientific research departments to win over 3S ability people. People with 3S ability are also unwilling to engage in scientific research-related work. The only exception is, the vice president thought of this and looked up at Dean Crow deeply. Dean Crow noticed his gaze, frowned even more, and ordered him to leave. Okay. Go out. Don't think about it. And contact Baoshan again to ask him about his daughter. The vice dean left the dean's office and sighed again when he closed the door. I'm afraid many people have forgotten that Dean Crow's youngest son is a 3S ability user. He is indeed engaged in scientific research. But it's a pity. In the dean's office, the little girl on the big screen is still looking for something. Dean Crow looked at it, and his heart was a little confused. He thought of some things in the past, and pinched his eyebrows hard. After a while, the blond old man couldn't help but raised his left hand, clicking on the address book. His fingertips slid across the names on it one by one. After a while, he stopped at a number without a note. After pondering for a moment, Dean Crow gritted his teeth and dialed the number. No one answered the number at first, until a long series of prompt tones were about to end. And then a stern and indifferent male voice came from the other end. Who is this? Dean Crow's heart skipped a beat. The old man, who was always introverted and serious, suddenly tensed his back because of nervousness. He exhaled slightly, and his palms opened and closed unconsciously. Sometimes clenched fists, and sometimes spread them. And he couldn't say a word for a long time. Hello? The man who answered the phone seemed a little impatient. The dean felt that the other party might hang up. So he hurriedly said, Hello? I am Dean Crow from the First Research Park of Capital Star. There was a moment of silence on the other side. And after a while, the male voice continued, What's the matter? Dean Crow's slightly brown eyes turned to the family portrait in front of the desk. There were a total of 4 people in the family portrait. Him, his wife, and his 2 sons. With his eyes fixed on his youngest son's face, Dean Crow closed his eyes tightly, and finally spoke, Hello, Warden Joe Chin. I wonder if you still remember me. I had a communication with you 4 years ago. The warden on the other side was silent at first. After a long time, he slowly spoke, I remember. His voice was official and impartial. Without any warmth, Dean Hubert Crow, the developer of the banned drug Devil's Light, the father of Class A war criminal Val Crow. The call you made 4 years ago was to ask me whether your son was safe after the explosion of the second alien pathogen. Dean Crow reached out and wiped his face. Yes. You told me at the time that Val was not in danger of life. And you also said that he was doing well. So I didn't have to worry. And you said that the communicator of the supervisory department was not a private megaphone. So I didn't call you again. The warden's voice was full of sarcasm. So Dean Crow remembers. Dean Crow was a little embarrassed. Warden Joe, who supervised the entire Death Star, was still as unkind as he was 4 years ago. Dean Crow pursed his lips. This call to you is not for Val. Our research park has a plan to conduct a second sampling of the alien pathogens. Soon, our staff may go to the Death Star. I hope that the warden can cooperate with us. I will cooperate when I receive the notice from my superiors. The warden said coldly. The implication is that if there is official business, follow the official process. And there is no need to call privately. Dean Crow said kindly. I just think that I should inform the warden in advance. After all, we are the ones who disturbed you. But, Dean Crow paused for a moment when he said this. Our scientific researchers are not 3S ability users, and I am afraid it will be difficult to enter the Death Star if the sampling work does not go smoothly at that time. Can you ask the warden to be flexible and let Val assist them? After all, Val came from the research park and has been deeply involved in scientific research for many years. No. The warden over there refused mercilessly. Dean Crow's next words were stuck in his throat for a moment. And after a while, he found his voice. It's just a small favor. He is a prisoner. The warden's voice was very cold. No contact with outsiders. Dean Crow pressed his forehead tiredly. In fact, he had guessed this result. But he still didn't give up, thinking that if there was a chance. Is that so? Well, excuse me. Dean Crow knew that this communication was no longer necessary, and he reached out to press the hang-up button. At this moment, in the live broadcast room screen suspended on the wall of the office, the little girl finally found what she was looking for, and her crisp voice sounded, Big Brother. Lan Lan found it. It's this stone. Wait for Lan Lan for a while. The little girl voice was playful and smart, and Dean Crow's finger had already reached the top of the red communication hang-up button. Wait! Suddenly, the voice of the warden sounded again on the other side of the communication. Dean Crow was startled and immediately leaned forward. You go ahead. The warden on the other side stopped talking. Dean Crow waited for a while and frowned. Mr. Warden? There was silence again. Just when Dean Crow thought that the other party had hung up, the warden's voice finally sounded. Is there a child over there? Dean Crow? Dean Crow was startled and looked at the big screen on the wall. Oh, I'm watching the live broadcast. Live broadcast? The warden's voice sounded a little strange. Dean Crow explained a little. It's a popular show recently, called Deadly Training Ground. A little girl accidentally entered the show. The little girl was a little strange. I'm not afraid to say it. Our research park wants to go back to the Death Star for secondary sampling, which is also related to this little girl. She put forward some alternative arguments related to the alien pathogen, and we want to verify them. The warden on the other side fell silent again. Dean Crow didn't quite understand. After a while, he heard the warden say, Dean Crow, do you want to talk to Dr. Val? Dean Crow stood up from the chair in an instant. Because of the great force, the chair made a loud creaking sound. He pressed his desk with one hand. His brown eyes widened and his body tensed. Can I? Wait a moment, the other side said. After that, there was no sound. The communicators on the Death Star are all one way. People outside can call in, but people inside cannot call out. Dean Crow knew that he couldn't hang up the communication. He walked around in the office, waiting anxiously. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a very familiar male voice came from the other side. Hello. Dean Crow almost stagnated. 50 years. He hasn't heard Val's voice for 50 years. Dean Crow reached out and grabbed his golden hair. His eyes read, Val. Is it you? The young man's voice was silent for a moment, and then he slowly said yes. Dean Crow couldn't hold back his tears any longer, and they fell. His voice was choked, as if he didn't know what to say for a while, and he just nodded repeatedly. Okay. This is enough. Being able to hear his son's voice again is enough. Val is not the maker of the banned drugs. He is just one of the participants, and he took it all on his own. It is the Crow family who is sorry for him. Are you okay? Dean Crow tried his best to control his tone, but the excitement in his chest still made him feel unsettled. Yeah. Val's voice was indifferent. He seemed to have no idea what to say to his father, whom he had not seen for many years. After a while, he spoke again. I'm fine. Dean Crow nodded again, even though his son could not see his movements through the communicator. Fine. After saying fine several times, Dean Crow felt that he should say something, and should not waste this precious communication opportunity. He hurriedly said, Your eldest brother has started a family. Father. Val's calm tone interrupted his father chatter about family trivia. I'm also married. Dean Crow, Dean Crow was shocked for a moment. Val? No. Isn't he in prison on the Death Star? How come he's married too? Sorry. That's not quite accurate. Val's tone suddenly rose for some reason, as if he was talking about something happy. I don't have a wife. But I have a daughter. Dean Crow covered his heart. You have a daughter? Is it some new type of medical research? Asexual reproduction? Produced a daughter? Dean Crow swallowed his saliva and his tone became cautious. Are you serious? She is also on the Death Star? She's not there. Val said softly. She went to Asia Star. I gave her to a friend to take care of. Dean Crow was so excited that he could hardly control himself. You really have a daughter? She. Dr. Val said again. Her name is Lan Lan. I heard from Warden Joe that you seem to be able to see her now. Dean Crow, Dean Crow, ? Dean Crow immediately looked at the live broadcast screen next to him in horror. The next second, he, who was always serious and cold, screamed out. His voice was out of tune. Lan Lan is your daughter? Wall's voice was always calm, as if he had anticipated his father's reaction. Yes. The day she left, she was wearing a white and blue dress with a small yellow pocket on the chest. Dean Crow immediately went to see what the little girl was wearing in the live broadcast room. Although it was dirty as a coal ball, it was indeed a white and blue dress with a small yellow pocket on the chest. Dean Crow's voice was a little dazed. I am a grandfather? I have a granddaughter? Dean Crow said. He slowly approached the big screen, stretched out his hand, and touched the girl on the screen at close range. After a while, Dean Crow murmured, I said. When I saw her for the first time, I thought she was so cute. Now look carefully. This child really looks like she was carved out of the same mold as me. Dr. Val, Say it again. Carved out of the same mold as who? Chapter 30. Dean Crow has no grandson. Although his eldest son has started a family, his daughter-in-law was injured on the battlefield and has a poor physical condition. So the couple has not had children yet. Dean Crow and his wife did not want to put pressure on their eldest son, and never mentioned wanting a grandson. It was just that when they occasionally saw other old friends of the same age, who already had children and grandchildren, they could not help but secretly envy them. Dean Crow never expected that his youngest son, who had been in prison for 50 years, and whom he had never even expected, would quietly give birth to a granddaughter. Such a cute, smart, and beautiful little granddaughter. Dean Crow's breathing became rapid. He was reluctant to take his eyes off the screen. But he asked again, why did Lan Lan call Ligia dad before? She also said yeah mom. Doesn't she have a mother? Isn't that asexual reproduction? And Lan Lan seems to have an uncle. The contestant named Hu Qingchen. Dean Crow thought of more and more questions. And at this time, the communicator suddenly fell silent. Dean Crow's heart skipped a beat. No way. Val, wasn't she just lying to him? Think about it again. How could a newborn be born in the hellish air pollution environment of the Death Star? Newborns have weak resistance and weak mental strength. They can't survive in such an environment. As his mind became clearer and clearer, Dean Crow looked at the screen again and suddenly felt that the little girl in it was not so similar to himself. Well, they are also Lan Lan parents. Val's voice sounded again at this time. Dean Crow was shocked. What does this mean? What do you mean they are also Lan Lan parents? Val, Ligia, and Natya your mother. The three of them gave birth to Lan Lan together? 3 people together? No, that's not right. They can't be that kind of relationship. Dean Crow suddenly thought of something. As a scientific researcher, he naturally understood the development law of life science and technology. In the environment of the Death Star, normal children cannot be conceived at all. So Lan Lan must not have been born through normal conception. Dean Crow understood that Lan Lan birth should be the result of the fusion of the genes of multiple 3S ability users. The genes of a 3S ability user cannot resist the deadly air pollution. But if multiple 3S ability users unite, they will have a chance to succeed. So Lan Lan is a multi-gene fetus. That's why she has multiple parents. Thinking of this, Dean Crow looked at the screen again, and slowly said, I still think that Lan Lan is more like me. The genes of our Crow family should be stronger than those of other people. If Lan Lan is to be separated, then the genes of their Crow family should account for 51% of Lan Lan total life. And the other 3S ability users will share the remaining 49%. With this calculation, their Crow family is still the only controlling shareholder. Although she changed from an exclusive granddaughter to a shared granddaughter. But since she is the sole shareholder, rounding up, Lan Lan is still a child of their Crow family. After Dean Crow successfully brainwashed himself, He looked satisfied. Lan Lan eyes and nose are most like mine. Her chin is like her grandmother. And her ears are like yours. She is indeed a child of our crow family. That's right. On the other end of the communication, Dr. Val, who wanted to explain a few more words, After a while, Val spoke again. Father, there is something I want to ask you for help. The deadly training ground. In the Hingsha stone forest. Yusang hugged his legs and looked blankly at the large and small stones in front of him that were arranged in a row. These stones are of different shapes and colors. Some are big, some are small, some are black, and some are gray. Yusang looked at the stones, and then at the little girl who kept picking up new stones. The sight shuttled back and forth between the stones and the little girl, until after a long time, the little girl finally picked up the last small stone and sat down in the sand. Yusang straightened his back a little at this time. He picked up a stone and looked at it from left to right. Lan Lan, are you going to use this to help me heal my legs? Lan Lan suddenly leaned forward and held the big brother rough palm with her soft little hand. Yusang was stunned. Lan Lan put the stone in the big brother palm, and then asked the big brother to wrap the stone with 5 fingers. She looked up and said with bright eyes, Big brother, feel it. Can you feel the energy content in this rock? Yusang, Although Yusang felt it was a bit ridiculous. He thought of the little girl theory about rock weathering and energy sinking. So he coughed lightly, held the stone tightly, and felt it quietly. 3s. The 5 senses of the ability users are sharp. As long as they are willing, they can indeed perceive the tiny invisible energy fluctuations in nature. It's just that when you look into the clam shell, there is a pearl inside. When he probed into the stone, it was still a stone. Wasn't it? Yusang didn't detect anything. He thought he was not paying attention. He probed hard, using all his mental power. His forehead was sweating. His head started to ache after probing. He couldn't continue. He had no mental potion. If he overloaded his mental power, it would cause a mental riot. Then his military career would end before it even began. He exhaled heavily, and his back collapsed. Facing the little girl expectant eyes, he shook his head regretfully. I didn't sense anything. He even thought it was a dead stone. It was just that Lan Lan had gone through so much trouble to find these stones. She must have made sure they were useful. He couldn't detect the energy. It must be because his strength was too weak. It's right that you can't sense it. The little girl's soft voice suddenly sounded. Yusang, Yusang raised his head in confusion, looking at the little girl in front of him with a somewhat demented look. The little girl had a cute face like a peach, and a hateful smile appeared on her face. Lan Lan can't feel any energy content in this rock. So big brother, let's try this one. The little girl took the stone that was warmed by the boy palm, and then stuffed another stone into the boy hand. Yusang, Yusang, ? Yusang was confused. What the hell was this? Seeing that the big brother didn't move for a long time, the little girl looked at the big brother in confusion. The next second, Lan Lan seemed to remember something, patted her head, and hurriedly explained, Oh, it's like this. Lan Lan just found a lot of lower rocks, and found that most of the rocks contain 1% to 3% of different trace energies. Lan Lan doesn't want those rocks with impurities. Lan Lan specifically found some rocks that have not been eroded by energy. But Lan Lan is not sure whether Lan Lan will make a mistake. So she wants the big brother to help Lan Lan confirm it again. Because the big brother is more powerful. What Lan Lan can't be sure of, the big brother can definitely be sure. Yusang, Yusang looked at the little girl's sincere and well-behaved face with half belief. After confirming that the little girl should not lie, he snorted and raised his chin. Then I am indeed quite powerful. Everyone knows it. Lan Lan nodded repeatedly. Yeah. Yusang straightened his back again. He held the stone tightly, and began the second exploration. In this way, they explored for a total of half an hour. After exploring the last stone, Yusang threw away the stone and fell backwards, unable to move a finger. His voice was weak and powerless. There is no energy. What are you going to do? Do an experiment, Lan Lan said. She picked up 2 stones, and then ran to the other side of the little scorpion. Lan Lan put the 2 stones on both sides of the little scorpion's torso. Then she ran back and picked up 2 more stones. In this way, back and forth, back and forth. After running 8 or 9 times, the one-maw scorpion was surrounded by a circle of stones. Yusang collapsed on the ground and asked in confusion, "What's the use of this?" The little girl smiled gently and said slowly, "Big brother, these stones are the cleanest empty stones that have not been impurified by other energies." "Right? Yes. Empty stones are containers. Let's imagine an empty stone as a bowl. What will happen if we put the bowl in a bucket of water?" Yusang said without thinking, "It will be filled with water." But Yusang still didn't understand what the little girl was saying. "But what does the bowl and water have to do with what you are doing now?" Lan Lan, with her hands behind her back, walked to the big brother like a little teacher. It is known that the little scorpion can actively absorb the healing energy after the dark matter in the sand is stripped off. So, let's imagine whether the little scorpion is absorbing energy at this time. Yusang looked at the motionless one-mole scorpion over there. "I don't know if it's an illusion. It seems that after entering the Hingsha stone forest, the wound of the one-mole scorpion does not look as hideous as before." Lan Lan continued, "The little scorpion is absorbing healing energy. We put the empty stone next to the little scorpion. Then the healing energy overflowing from the little scorpion's body will naturally fill these empty stones. Because the empty stone itself is the lower rock that can hold energy. This is equivalent to putting a bowl into the water. And then the bowl will naturally be filled with water." Yusang seemed to understand. "So as long as we keep waiting, these stones will be full of healing energy in a while?" Lan Lan face twisted. Lan Lan is actually not sure. So Lan Lan said that this is just an experiment. And even if the empty stone can really absorb this healing energy, it is unknown how much it can absorb. The best result is that a fist-sized stone may only absorb energy as big as a fingernail, because it is not a professional energy transmission tool after all. Yusang waved his hand roughly. "Don't worry about how much you can absorb. Just absorb it. When the time comes, you can grind the stone and apply it on my feet." "Right? Lan Lan, Lan Lan looked at the big brother in embarrassment. "Big brother, stone powder can't heal wounds." Yusang was puzzled. "Didn't you grind the grass and apply it like this?" The little girl scratched her head, not knowing how to explain, but grass is originally a medicinal herb. It is Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine can be used directly. Chinese medicine? What Chinese medicine? Yusang had never heard of the term Chinese medicine, but he knew about medicinal herbs. Some herbs that can be extracted as medicines are called medicinal herbs, in abbreviated form. It is probably medicinal herbs, just like the most common hemostatic grass, which is a kind of E-level medicinal herb that can be seen everywhere in the Interstellar. Chinese medicine is Chinese medicine, Lan Lan muttered. And at the same time, a picture appeared in her mind. On a green hillside, countless herbal farmers walked in the herbal fields. Those herbal fields were very beautiful, with slender white grass and green woad. The root of woad is what people often call isatis root. Its leaves are called dikingi, which can also be used as medicine and have the effect of detoxification and throat relief. Chinese medicine is a traditional medicine of the Chinese people in the East. The Chinese people have used plants and animals to treat their own diseases since a long time ago. They are hardworking and good at keeping healthy. They are a big agricultural country, and they are good at growing crops. In the land of China, you can see green fields and flowers everywhere at any time. Lan Lan. Lan Lan? Yusang called twice in a row, but saw the little girl in front of her, as if she had lost her mind, and her eyes looked at one place and did not move. Lan Lan? Lan. Ah? The little girl finally came to her senses. She blinked and looked at the big brother beside her in a daze. "Big brother, what did you say to Lan Lan just now?" Lan Lan didn't hear clearly. Yusang frowned. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Is it too sunny? Let's go to the cliff over there to cool off," the boy said, got up, and took the little girl to the shade. Did Lan Lan just talk about Chinese medicine? The word Chinese medicine sounds so familiar. I also remember where I heard it, but I can't remember it. Ah, I remember now. Zhong is the name of a country. There was a country called Zhong in ancient Blue Star. The people of this country would use traditional Chinese medicine to treat diseases. Isn't this the question from the first half of the history paper of the United Planet High test last year? I lost 12 points for this question. I still remember it clearly. Yes. It was that test paper. There were questions related to Blue Star in last year's history test paper. I was shocked. Questions about Blue Star have not appeared in the test paper for 6 consecutive years. Our history teacher didn't predict questions on it. As a result, the whole class got it wrong. It was miserable. It was indeed too unpopular. I remember that this paper was later on the hot search. Some people questioned that such questions should not appear on the test paper. After all, whether Blue Star exists is questionable. Yes, I remember it too. At that time, it seemed that Blue Star exists party and Blue Star does not exist party almost blew up the Star Network because of this matter. But how did Lan Lan know about Chinese medicine? What did she say just now? That those small flowers and grasses are Chinese medicine? What the hell? Isn't that hemostatic grass? Why is it Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine is a medicine from thousands of years ago. You mean? You told me all this specially because you hope I can take good care of Lan Lan? Dean Crow looked at the 4-year-old girl who was sitting in the shade on the big screen. He said to the communicator, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Val, Lan Lan is my granddaughter." Dean Crow was very excited. And he couldn't help but be excited in his tone. Do you know what Lan Lan said just now? Yes. Just now. A few minutes ago. Lan Lan actually mentioned Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine. Val, did you tell her this? She is worthy of being the child of our medical family. All the herbs, even other vegetation and crops used in the Interstellar now, originally came from Blue Star. The ancestors of Blue Star brought many seeds into the Interstellar. Although most of them mutated later, they were indeed called Chinese medicine when they were on Blue Star. Blue Star Chinese medicine is the ancestor of interstellar herbs. People who are not related to medicine may not know it. But Dean Crow, as a top medical professor in the Interstellar, is naturally very clear. He also naturally believes that the unpopular medical knowledge that only medical personnel know must have been told to his granddaughter by his son. The silly grandfather looked at the little granddaughter on the screen, and he was more and more satisfied. At the age of 4, she can already apply the knowledge she heard from her father to this extent. Lan Lan is really smart. And in this respect, she is very similar to him. When he was young, he was also very smart. It seems that his genes play a very key role in Lan Lan. Dean Crow's satisfaction is about to overflow. Dr. Val said something on the other side of the communicator. Dean Crow was stunned and frowned. Let Li Jie contact you. Didn't Warden Zhou Qin agree? Didn't he say that the communicator in the warden's office is not a private megaphone? Oh, he agreed. Right. Well, I will tell Li Jie for you. The call lasted for another 10 minutes before it was finally hung up. Dean Crow looked at the light computer screen that had returned to the background reluctantly, feeling satisfied and sad. Satisfied that after more than 50 years, he not only talked to his youngest son, but also learned that he had a granddaughter. Sad that after this time, he didn't know when he would be able to contact his youngest son again. Class A war criminals do not have such a thing as visiting. If Val goes to the Death Star, he will have to stay in that interstellar purgatory for the rest of his life and will never be able to return to the normal world. At the same time, the Death Star, with a bang, Zhou Qin kicked over the metal single chair in front of the desk. Val put down the communicator, tilted his head to look at the warden holding a baton and looking as icy as ice, pursed his lips, and said, Li Jie may not contact us immediately. He is probably busy with Lan Lan affairs now. Zhou Qin glanced at Val, his tone full of sinisterness. You said, give Lan Lan to him. Val, Dr. Val was helpless. Then you say, besides him, who else can we trust Lan Lan to? Lan Lan adapted well to the climate of the Death Star at first. We all thought she could grow up healthily on the Death Star. But she has not grown for a year. She is still so short and so light. What else can we do if we don't let her leave? We can't let her die here. Right? Zhou Qin threw away the baton, raised his hand to wipe his face, and touched his short beard that was a little prickly. Val sighed softly. If my father hadn't called me, you wouldn't have found out that Lan Lan was on a live broadcast. How could someone with Lan Lan identity be exposed like this? Li Jie was really too much. He didn't even tell us about such a big thing. The Death Star is isolated from the outside world. Even the warden cannot contact the outside world without reporting. The warden's office communicator can only receive certain specially marked external communication numbers. For example, Dean Crow communicator was able to get through because he used his connections 4 years ago and got Marshal Ye's personal authorization. So his number was marked. But even so, this was only the second time he called in 4 years. I still shouldn't give Lan Lan to him. Zhou Qin left this sentence and walked out. Val hurriedly pulled him back. After decades of getting along. Plus Val was the only doctor on the Death Star. The relationship between the two was not as bad as others. I've asked my father to contact Li Jie. Wait for him to call. Don't take the initiative to look for him. We almost got caught when we sent Lan Lan to the starport a few days ago. Zhou Qin shook off Val's hand. I know my limits. What limits do you have? Val continued to hold him. Look at yourself. Have you looked in the mirror? You've been decadent for a few days since Lan Lan left. You didn't even shave. Have you forgotten what Lan Lan said? That the warden's face hurts. You've shaved every day since then. Although Lan Lan is the daughter of everyone on the Death Star, Zhou Qin has been the main caretaker of Lan Lan for the past 4 years because he doesn't trust the prisoners. He almost closes his eyes every night after watching Lan Lan fall asleep. When Lan Lan left the Death Star, others were sad and in pain. But Zhou Qin almost collapsed. But even so, Zhou Qin personally sent Lan Lan to the starport because he wanted Lan Lan to grow up healthy and safe more than anyone else. Zhou Qin exhaled silently, forced himself to calm down, and said slowly, You go back first. Val finally let him go. Before leaving, he saw Zhou Qin picking up the chair that was kicked over. Fortunately, the chair was made of 3S metal. Otherwise, it would have fallen apart long ago. Val left the warden's office building and just came down. He caught a glimpse of a young figure standing at the stairs. Val looked at the man. The man had a swallow in his mouth, and there was a cold light in his inorganic eyes. Obviously, he also heard the words in the office just now. Val sighed. Cuss. What do you want to do again? George Cuss, the former commander-in-chief of the Interstellar Rebel Army, took a deep puff of the cigarette in his mouth, his body half leaning on the handrail of the stairs behind him. And his voice was cold. Lan Lan should not be handed over to outsiders. Val closed his eyes. Li Jie is not an outsider. He is also Lan Lan father. Does he count? Cuss said sarcastically. Will he be in Lan Lan life after half a year? Val put his hands on his waist. Then what do you want to do? Cuss took the cigarette out of his mouth, threw it on the ground, stomped it out, and walked out. Prison break. Val, Cuss' voice was cold and resolute. I want to take Lan Lan away. Until the man walked away completely. Val looked at the back of the madman, raised his hand to cover his forehead, and roared unbearably. Even if Lan Lan cured your mental turmoil, do you think it is so easy to leave the Death Star? The person in front did not answer, and the sharp back was full of invisible murderous aura. Val glanced upstairs again, and happened to see Zhou Qin standing in the corridor. Seeing him looking over, Zhou Qin turned back to the office indifferently. Val, So Zhou Qin also heard what Cuss said about escaping the prison? But he didn't react? Val, Val was going crazy. What was going on with each of them? Only the 3 of them knew about it. If the others knew about Lan Lan's current situation, the entire Death Star would be blown up. Dr. Val, who was always gentle and modest, was really a little bit overwhelmed at this moment. Who the hell is the warden? As soon as Lan Lan left, you two would rebel. Right.